In the morning, they were still discussing the monthly mortgage repayments. By afternoon, the government had released new job types and initiated a nationwide recruitment drive. Wu Yui gathered everyone together and announced the news. The government plans to recruit over 10,000 salvagers, with a portion being converted to full-time civil servants. The requirements are good swimming skills, familiarity with Wucheng City, and no gender restrictions. The daily work involves relocating submerged city materials. The compensation is 4 virtual coins per day, housing allocation, but if performance does not meet the standards, you will be dismissed. You can sign up through me. In a few days there will be a screening process. I advise those who are good swimmers and familiar with the roads to apply again. If you accidentally drown or die in an accident, the government will not take responsibility. Once the news was out, it shocked many people. Those with good swimming skills were eager to sign up, thinking that salvaging submerged materials posed no real danger. How good were the benefits for full-time workers? Housing allocation, provided meals, and virtual coins to earn. It was essentially a secure job in this post-apocalyptic world. At the same time, Wu Yui announced another piece of good news. Those who are not selected don't need to lose heart. It was said that all buildings in Wucheng, several dozen meters high, are submerged. It may not fully recede in the short term, but the city's items need to be salvaged. Otherwise, they will rot over time. The remaining citizens can follow the salvaging ships into the city to salvage materials. The salvaged items can be exchanged for virtual coins at discounted prices. It's a good opportunity to earn loan repayments. Speaking of loans, only Banana District and a few other districts had the fortunate worry. When everyone learned that the flood in the city would not recede anytime soon, and that the entire population would have to move, they anticipated that they might not have their own homes in the future. Who knew if they could live there once the floodwaters recede? So, having a property now without having to squeeze in with others was seen by everyone as truly being part of the home-owning group, the impressive kind. Especially since squeezing together like this, squeezing for a long time. Having a home was a luxury for people in the apocalypse. Therefore, when Jing Shu's high school classmates learned that her family was actually in Banana District, they couldn't help but envy and resent. Because of the flood, in the blink of an eye, millions in Wucheng were displaced, tens of thousands went missing, and conditions across the country were similar, but no news was reported, because there was no time to mourn the dead. The important thing was how the living would survive. On January 4th, Hongshan Ecological Park provided 2 meals for the day because the temperature was too low at night, and the caves were damp and humid. There were people with colds and fevers, and over 100 died. Despite the heavy rain not easing at all, and because of the continuous downpours, the caves had thick layers of water accumulated. At night, people in the caves couldn't even sleep, and the water by the roadside reached their calves. But the higher areas of Wucheng were not submerged. The government decided to start arranging people from each district to move into new residential points on January 5th. Both inside and outside the caves were filled with water, making them uninhabitable. Not only was there water, but also the sounds of red lineworms entwining and mating. When the lights were turned on, the dense red lineworms could be seen jumping and tangling on the water's surface. Red lineworms were also a major danger and problem in the initial phase of salvaging in the water. Jing Shu remembered clearly, stepping on one would have countless worms tickling her soles, and in less than 2 or 3 seconds, countless red lineworms would entwine together, wrapping around her feet. Did you think they were attacking you? No, red lineworms. Do you want to eat me? Sorry, we are mating. You stepped on me, sorry, we are still mating. No matter what you want to do, you cannot hinder our reproduction. So when salvagers went into the water to transport items, if they were careless, they would be entangled by a mass of red lineworms. In the water, those things were like aquatic plants. Countless salvagers had been killed by red lineworms. Moreover, the cave where Jing Shu was located was much better than others because she had prepared brick flooring in advance and built a square, groove-shaped dragon with stones. By the time other caves realized, their bricks, firewood, and everything else were gone. They could only stay miserably in the cold water, because last night, Many people died in other caves, and tonight the government had also distributed some coal, making all 5 caves warm. Wang Qiki stood up with a hot, broken tile jar and loudly said, "Today I toast with water instead of alcohol to thank a family from the villa area. They really helped everyone a lot. Jing Shu has saved many lives here, and now we can live in a cave without water accumulation and sleep well at night, thanks to the ideas Jing Shu provided. We live in a bigger cave than others, and the meals we get are better because of them. From tomorrow, more people will move into our district, more civil servants, and even the villa area will have other wealthy and powerful people moving in. But no matter what, from now on, I will only recognize Jing Shu's family. As long as something happens to her family, I will be there whenever called." "Master, I have a baby and a son," someone holding a baby exclaimed loudly. "My family of 3 was saved by Jing Shu. If anyone tries to cause trouble for Jing Shu's family in the future, I will definitely contribute my meager strength. Count me in." Wang Xuemei stood up from the corner. "Me too." Fat Niu, who was gradually thinning, raised the broken jar. A scattered neighborhood, due to the influx of many people, hugged into a group. Wang Qiki successfully gathered people's hearts with Jing Shu's leadership, of course also winning the hearts for Jing Shu. "Look at our Jing Shu. She's really powerful, adored by so many people." The eldest aunt displayed an envious expression. The whole family gave Jing Shu a thumbs up. Jing Shu stood up to thank them. After all, having fewer people around to cause trouble was good. However, even though Jing Shu had thought of every way to improve the quality of life, she still couldn't sleep well that night. The flooded cave had brick flooring, wooden boards, moisture-proof mats, sleeping bags, tents that were wind and waterproof but couldn't prevent odors from spreading. At 4 a.m, Jing Shu was awakened by a familiar foul smell. Oh, it was everyone in the cave. That smell was a mixture of rotten eggs, roasted durian, and poison gas. Jing Shu gritted her teeth and got up. Unexpectedly, someone was roasting red lineworms to eat again. Who was it? "What is that smell? Ugh, it's so awful." It's because the caves next door had a fire, and at night they were hungry and started roasting red line worms to eat. But the smell isn't supposed to be this strong. I heard they didn't listen to the persuasion, so the other caves also started roasting, saying we all have to smell it together. Great. So several caves roasting together, the smell was unbearable. Jing Shu's family had smelled this before and couldn't stand it now. They packed up and directly went back to the villa. Anyway, they were leaving today. "That shark submarine is left for you, we're driving back now." They slipped away. Leaving Wu Yuai and Jing Lai in the cave, Jing Shu's family drove back to the villa, while others still had to wait for the government to distribute another meal before they could go back. On the way, wading through water, Jing Nai was still a bit worried that with so much water they might get submerged. "Hey, why is the underground garage door locked?" "Then let's go from above." "Probably they're afraid of water flooding in," Jing Ma speculated. Jing Shu frowned. "When I came back yesterday, it wasn't closed. No one else in the community specifically came to close the underground garage doors." The entrance to the underground garage of Banana District was at the community entrance. Normally, the iron gates were open. When Jing Shu returned yesterday, she didn't close them. So why were they closed now? Jing's father turned the steering wheel and drove into the community from the ground, moving slowly forward. Jing Shu felt that something was off, but there was nothing unusual in the phone's surveillance. Not even a shadow had approached the villa area. It was still the usual community, with heavy rain pouring down. In the darkness, Jing Shu seemed to be deep in thought. "My name is Shangguan Jun. I lost my parents when I was young and was raised by my uncle, but my uncle liked to do some strange things to me. I endured it for 13 years until one day I retaliated in the same way. From then on, I discovered that I actually enjoyed this behavior. Later, I cooked my uncle's corpse using 18 different cooking methods and began my new life. But I didn't expect to fail. I dragged my broken body back to Wucheng. They say fallen leaves return to their roots. Indeed, I still hope to die here." But I am not willing to accept it because I haven't experienced the rush of despair from a woman. I am not willing. She is the only one among the many prisoners who still discussed punishment with me. I feel like I've found a kindred spirit. Watching her chew her own flesh bite by bite, I admit I was excited. Never have I been so thrilled. She was savoring her own flesh, and I was savoring her. From that moment, I decided that I would torture her to death for the rest of my life. I love seeing her look both pained and enjoying the moment. Unfortunately, I am going to die. Naturally, I want to take her to hell with me. I'm afraid she'll be lonely down there alone, so I made sure her entire family would be buried with her. Look how considerate I am. For this, I had long investigated her family's information and habits. I only have one impact grenade. Although it's moisture-proof and waterproof, it's still a one-time use. Well, fortunately, I still have some black gunpowder. Although it doesn't have much destructive power, it can create a diversion. I worked hard to ensure the black gunpowder would explode in the rain. And to ensure a 100% hit rate, I made a launcher and propellant. As long as the grenade hits their car, everything will be over. It's that car! They're coming! Much earlier than I expected. The overloaded car drove slowly toward him with its headlights on, an eye-catching target in the dark night. In the pitch-black community, Shang Guanjun hid behind a first-floor window. He displayed a bloodthirsty and excited expression, his knuckles turning white from gripping too tightly. "They're coming! They're coming!" As the BYD song turned the corner, the black gunpowder exploded with a bang. Due to inertia, the entire car drifted and rolled over, accompanied by harsh, screeching brakes and, as expected, screams. "Now!" Shang Guanjun became even more excited. The only ways to reach the villa from the entire community were through the underground passages and this road. Aiming at the car, Shang Guanjun successfully launched the grenade through the launcher. After hundreds of simulations, accounting for rain and wind resistance, he had perfected his technique. He shot it accurately. Shang Guanjun seemed to already visualize the car engulfed in blazing fire in the rain. Bew. Boom. Ah, that beautiful sound in fireworks, along with the lives about to end. A louder, more intense explosion rang in his ears, and Shang Guanjun's head began to roar, buzzing. Is the grenade's power really that immense? I should have stayed farther away. Shang Guanjun felt like there was liquid flowing in his ears, and his body felt torn and painful in multiple places. His body, which had been crouched all night, began to go numb and completely unresponsive. The smoke from the grenade quickly dissipated. The car's headlights were still flashing. Shang Guanjun blinked hard. The car was still lying there undamaged. How is that possible? How could it be? He had simulated the throw hundreds of times. How could he miss? Just a dozen meters away. How could he have shot inaccurately? What is that? A ground full of boulders? Shang Guanjun, using the car's residual light, saw more than 20 large and small boulders on the ground, layered and arranged like a solid wall, blocking the disaster. The boulders at the front had already shattered into smaller stones, while the ones behind remained intact. How are there stones here? There were none just now. These stones seem to have been specifically arranged to protect her, blocking the grenade. How is that possible? Shang Guanjun was shocked. Suddenly, his head began to roar again. He vaguely remembered when over 100 people went to blow up the villa in Cover the Sky, they were stopped by an avalanche of shattered and intact boulders. Now, the same scene was reenacting. Shang Guanjun incredulously stared at the car. Is there really such a thing as ghosts or monsters in this world? At that moment, Shang Guanjun's consciousness began to blur. He reached out to touch his ears and smelled the scent of blood on his body. Oh, it wasn't the grenade's power that was too immense, but the grenade I threw was partly reflected back. I was too close to the explosion. Shang Guanjun saw a woman get out of the BYD car. She looked cold as she stared at him. In the darkness, her eyes were truly bright. She walked towards Shang Guanjun step by step. Shang Guanjun couldn't help but think that this person must be Jing Shu, the mysterious head of the household mentioned in the information. Was she really the one Wu Yui was willing to protect her secret with her life? It seemed she really had some unspeakable secrets. Now that he knew, but what use was that? She seems to be saying something, but unfortunately I can't hear it anymore. I tried hard to look into the car to find Wu Yui's figure, but unfortunately it seemed like she wasn't there. Such a pity, but I can't wait any longer. This way of dying is actually not bad for me. If there is an afterlife, I hope to be reincarnated into a normal family with loving parents. If there really is an afterlife. Goodbye, Wu Yui. In the darkness, as Jing Shu ran over, Shang Guanjun was already dead beyond death. However, Jing Shu still delivered dozens of stabs, venting her anger. If not for her night vision ability, if she hadn't practiced the Rubik's Cube and become sensitive to all color changes, she wouldn't have noticed the items he threw, and wouldn't have exposed the space at the critical moment. Fortunately, the family in the car didn't know what had happened. After being locked in the underground garage, Jing Shu felt something was wrong. She regretted not having installed bulletproof windows on the energy vehicle. Meanwhile, her mind quickly went through the list of surviving enemies. There were quite a few, but very few posed a real threat. More likely, they intentionally locked the garage to force us onto the surface and ambush us, Jing Shu deduced. Regardless, Jing Shu proceeded with caution. She instructed her family to stay in the car and drive slowly, as the most immediate threats were guns. The possibility of grenades and bombs was low since these were controlled items, though not entirely impossible. Although her family thought Jing Shu was overreacting, considering the strict laws in place, who would ambush them out of sheer boredom? Moreover, almost every household no longer had kitchen knives. How would they ambush them? Even those with guns would find it difficult to hit the car in such darkness and heavy rain, so managing to shoot accurately would already be impressive. Nevertheless, her family followed Jing Shu's advice and stayed cautious. The car couldn't stop just because of suspicions, nor could they call Li Yuetian to ask him to send protection because Jing Shu thought someone might want to kill her. Consequently, the car made a large detour, and even Jing Shu didn't notice anything unusual. It seems I was overthinking it. As they were about to turn the corner and reach home, the entire car was suddenly blown over by an explosion. Screams erupted from inside the vehicle. Jing Shu's heart pounded rapidly, and her eyes became exceptionally bright. The world seemed to slow down in that instant. She saw what looked like the trajectory of a grenade heading toward her. Without hesitation, Jing Shu arranged 4 rows of massive stones in her Rubik's Cube space and launched them instantly. In such a critical moment, she knew she had to repel whatever was coming, whether it was a grenade or not. Grenades are known to devastate an area within 15 meters, and Jing Shu couldn't risk her family's lives. At the moment of the explosion, Jing Shu realized her prediction was correct. It was indeed a grenade. In her past life, she hadn't seen guns for 10 years, but in this life, not only did she see them often, but she was also fortunate enough to have experienced grenade explosions. Fortunately, due to her enhanced reaction abilities from practicing her Rubik's Cube space, Jing Shu intercepted the grenade mid-air, preventing the flipped car from causing secondary damage. Jing Shu, don't act impulsively. Wait for Dad to come out, it's dangerous outside. Hurry and see what happened. I'm here, her mother's voice rang out. I'm stuck inside and can't get out. Help me. Her father struggled but couldn't free himself. The family inside the car was still in shock. Jing Shu was the first to tumble out. She ran toward the direction where the grenade was thrown and summoned poisonous bees from her Rubik's Cube space to fly swiftly, ready to launch another batch of massive stones to prevent a second grenade. Unfortunately, Jing Shu only saw a young man near the window, his face almost demonic, bleeding from all 7 orifices. His eyes seemed to convey an incredible expression. So, I was discovered after all, Jing Shu murmured softly. He must have seen the sudden appearance of the massive stones. However, the man straightened up and fell backward. Peering through the window, Jing Shu noticed a large yet unrecovered scar on his shoulder blades, along with various wounds. It seemed he was already near death, and the explosion's after effects were the final death blow. Thinking of dragging us all down before dying, Jing Shu stabbed him dozens of times to vent her anger. With such a twisted mindset, he was undoubtedly Shang Guanjun. At this moment, the fat chicken also jumped down from the car, rubbing against Jing Shu's thigh. It seemed to sense her anger and obediently refrained from devouring the corpse this time. Jing Shu had always wondered how Shang Guanjun would return to target Wu Yui, but hadn't expected him to come alone and use the most tedious method of staking out. When did he start targeting me? Did he avoid revealing his identity because he knew my house had surveillance? It seems I need to expand the monitoring range in the future. Jing Shu wiped away the rainwater, and while her family was still recovering from the shock, quickly stored the large stones back into her space. In this battle, she had lost over a dozen massive stones. The front rows had already shattered into rubble and the stones in the back were cracked. Massive stones are consumable, so she would need to obtain more defensive equipment if the opportunity arose. If a grenade had exploded on the car, there was no doubt her entire family would have perished. The thought alone was terrifying. Jing Shu felt it was time to reflect. She had always believed there was still a semblance of social order in the apocalypse. With guns and grenades, what dangers couldn't she overcome? This time it was just a grenade, but what if next time it was something more powerful? In her past life, she was too poor to be noticed by anyone. In this life, with her Rubik's Cube space and abundant resources, she also needed corresponding abilities to protect them. First and foremost, she needed to enhance her strength. Through this incident, Jing Shu realized her ability to detect dangers was insufficient. At that moment, she could command the bees to attack people, but it was one-sided. For example, she could only issue commands to the bees but couldn't receive feedback, not even knowing if the bees had stung anyone. If she could control the bees to patrol a circuit, she would know where people were and the terrain's condition, thereby avoiding many dangers. Just like today, she wouldn't have been ambushed. The fat chicken drank the most from the spiritual spring, and Jing Shu could only faintly receive its intentions. This indicated that the issue wasn't with the spiritual spring, but with the space level being too low. The first and second forms of the space displayed completely different abilities. It was certain that each upgrade would enhance the overall capability. Jing Shu suddenly felt an urgent need to upgrade her Rubik's Cube space. She had a premonition that the upgraded space would greatly assist her, possibly allowing her to integrate it with her own powers. Currently, she only had physical strength, which was of little use. Jing Shu planned to go back and study it thoroughly. Before upgrading her Rubik's Cube space, she could perhaps use night vision infrared pinhole cameras placed on the bees to help with monitoring. As Jing Shu finished storing the stones, her father suddenly rushed out, seeing that Jing Shu was unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief. How was it? What was that explosion sound just now? Someone planted explosives. Fortunately, the car just flipped over, diverting the blast. When I got there, the person was already dead. Let's get Grandma and Grandpa out first and then deal with the rest. Luckily, her parents had been drinking the spiritual spring for over a year, keeping them in good shape. After rescuing them, the whole family was unharmed. However, the car was severely damaged, and it was unclear if it could be driven again. Moreover, with such a heavy car flipping over, even with all her strength, Jing Shu couldn't flip it back. Call Li team? Jing Shu shook her head. The scene was too bizarre. Last time, Yang had already suspected something, so they couldn't let the police arrive again. Fortunately, at this moment, Heng Jin called, saying he had arrived in Wucheng. This roughly means, out with the old, in with the new. The arrival of Heng Jin also signified the arrival of the RV. Although Jing Shu was feeling gloomy, this good news still lifted her spirits considerably. All right, home is just at the doorstep. You all should head back home. Make some ginger tea so you don't catch a cold. Someone will come to help us lift the car in a bit. Dad and I will take these things home first. Jing Shu wiped away some of the rain mixed with red threadworms. Red threadworms had already tangled in her eyebrows. Today, Jing Shu was only wearing rain boots and a rain hat, without having time to put on a raincoat. Despite her utmost precautions, and having vowed never to let red threadworms get close, it was broken after just a few days. However, it was still a familiar smell, a familiar formula. Jing Shu spat it out, discarding the red threadworms that had entered her mouth. Oh, the calamity I've caused, damn it all. Jing touched the plump chicken still intact, but some of the food had been thrown into the rain, making it definitely inedible. The morning temperature was very low. Jing Shu, soaked in the rain, was already shivering from the cold, not to mention the elderly couple. She quickly asked Jing Ma to take the elderly couple back to warm up and tidy up. Jing Shu and Jing Dad carried the suitcases back one by one and began to clean up the scene. When Jing Dad saw the huge crater that had been blasted, he was still trembling with fear. This is too brazen. Who exactly have we offended? Maybe someone has set their sights on our stuff. Jing Dad then fell into deep thought. When Jing Shu had almost finished cleaning the scene, apart from the blasted crater and broken stones, the rainwater had washed away most traces, leaving basically no evidence. Even so, when Heng Jin arrived at the crime scene driving the RV that looked like a truck, he was still shocked by the sight. The ones who were shocked weren't just Heng Jin, but also Jing Dad, with his mouth agape. And yes, Jing Shu, gritting her teeth. In the darkness, when Jing Shu saw the super-large truck, like a tyrant's, approaching her, she couldn't have been happier. Thinking that during migration she could spend the cold winter in a warm RV, she felt her life was very fulfilling. However, the entire front bumper of the RV was gone, being dented inwards by the collision, and not only that, the body of the vehicle was actually crookedly aligned. It was like a large crab walking sideways, and the speed was damn fast. Jing Shu. Never mind. It just happened that I wanted to reconfigure the front of the vehicle. One of the headlights was also broken, and the large windshield of the front had countless cracks. No idea how the driver managed to drive it back. Jing Shu. Never mind. With the glass broken, it's a good opportunity to replace it with bulletproof glass. From looking at it, it was obvious that that bastard Yang Yang didn't treat it as a lover, but rather as a bumper car. When it got closer, the entire RV was covered in scratch marks, but Jing Shu could tolerate it. But where was the passenger door? And why was there a huge hole as large as a person where the passenger side was supposed to connect? Could it have been hit by a missile? The driver's seat and the passenger seat of the Conqueror RV were like those of a regular truck, not connected to the RV part behind. Jing Shu had wanted to connect the passenger side to make the RV and the passenger seat a single unit, but now someone directly used a missile to breach it. Jing Shu's heart was also bleeding. This damned RV being driven into such a state, Jing Shu really didn't know what heinous act Yang Yang did to deserve such a pursuit. Jing Shu could imagine the scene of the huge RV rampaging. Must have been very exciting. All right, let's reconfigure everything, as long as the main components are okay. Jing Shu exhaled a breath of murky air. She knew that what New Mu said about it being a bit bad might be really bad, but she didn't expect it to be this bad. The huge Conqueror RV stopped next to Jing Shu. Jing Shu truly felt how big it was, so big. The vehicle's tire was right up to Jing Shu's chest, and she had to look up to see the driver's seat. Heng Jin and two others jumped out of the RV. Looking at the huge crater and the overturned vehicle on one side, they knew it had been blown up by someone. Looks like you really are born with sarcasm, attracting such great hatred. Guys, let's go. Flip the car back over. Together with Jing Shu and Jing Dad, they were 5 people in total. Everyone worked together to lift the overturned car upright, and then just managed to push it back into their own garage. In the future, any accidents would still happen at our doorstep. See how convenient it is, just a short walk away. The chassis of the vehicle had been blasted, so Jing Dad didn't dare to drive it anymore. It could only be thoroughly inspected. Finally, Heng Jin helped drive the RV into the newly built large garage, a look of envy, jealousy, and resentment in his eyes. Look at how they live. Even their RV has a proper garage built. The playboy before the apocalypse has now been reduced to just being someone's driver. Now your family is valuable. The RV will be even more valuable. Half of Wucheng has been submerged, and now housing is extremely tight. Even a single villa in the government upper echelons has to be shared. In the current times, being able to eat rice and vegetables, having a spacious house to live in, and having a car to drive. For example, Jing Shu's family, They are truly upper-class individuals. Hengjin still had goods elsewhere. After the two agreed on a time to transfer the remaining virtual currency, they hurriedly left. And from now on, the Conqueror RV officially belonged to Jing Shu. Jing Shu was going to reconfigure this giant into the way she wanted, making it her second home in the future. Daughter, why is this different from what you said back then? You said you were bringing the entire RV back, but I didn't expect you to bring back a big truck. How much fuel does this consume? Jing Dad seemed to see countless amounts of fuel draining away. The two of them couldn't resist their curiosity and went inside the RV for a tour. Although it had traveled across the seas and looked somewhat dilapidated on the outside, the interior was quite luxurious, and the quality looked excellent. Not to mention other aspects, Jing Shu was quite satisfied, but when she had time she wanted to modify it further. However, the current awkwardness was that only the rear of the vehicle was equipped with a large bedroom, which also had a 32-inch LCD TV, making it certainly very comfortable to live in, but apart from that there were no other beds. The other amenities like dining area, kitchen, and 2 sets of leather sofas seemed somewhat superfluous, and the second-floor elevator platform also had a circular sofa set. Jing Shu's plan was that when migrating, she would have to take the whole family along, so the living space was certainly insufficient. Just having obtained a batch of high-quality light steel from Zhou Daheng, Jing Shu planned to assemble it onto the second-floor elevator terrace, creating a closed, elevating second floor for dedicated living to solve the space issue. Of course, the specific modifications for the second floor were still to be decided. She also thought about bringing along the family poultry, but where to place them was another problem. The RV still needed to ensure sufficient safety. It seemed it was time to meet Wu Yuai's mentor. Jing Shu thought to herself with delight. Jing Shu took photos of both the inside and outside of the RV, measured the dimensions with a ruler, and recorded the data for future modification parameters. She also noted down any ideas she had. After Jing Shu and Jing Dad first entered the saltwater pool to filter out the red threadworms from their bodies, they went into the warm villa to take a shower. Jing Shu put on her cotton clothes and drank a hot red sugar goji berry ginger soup, finally feeling rejuvenated. She couldn't imagine how people outside endured such weather, nor could she fathom how they barely survived in their past lives. All the luggage they brought back was left in the yard. The plump chicken had eaten all the areas infested with red threadworms. It was worth mentioning that the chicken's intelligence had improved a bit. Ever since the first time red threadworms crawled all over its body, scaring it into urinating, the chicken had avoided red threadworms after seeing Jing Shu enter the salt pool. Every time red threadworms tangled around it, the chicken would soak in the pool. Jing Nai and Jing Ma were busy cleaning the water-soaked luggage. While tidying up, Jing Nai cursed, feeling heartbroken over some broken bowls and pots. However, most items were still usable as long as they were cleaned. Water was no longer scarce thanks to Jing Shu's superfiltration system, which played a crucial role. Unlike other households where the faucets spewed out red threadworms, Jing Shu's faucets produced clean, purified water. However, regular cleaning was necessary. Just now, Jing Dad had finished his shower and put on a raincoat to clean each outlet to prevent red threadworms from clogging them. Jing Shu remembered that in the first year, the lack of water led to low vegetable yields. In the second year, it was the red threadworm eggs that prevented mass production of various vegetables. However, at least there was sufficient rainfall that year, allowing for the cultivation of various mushrooms. Even if the mushrooms were covered in worm eggs, they were still considered vegetables. It was truly one of the better years for food during the 10 years of the apocalypse. Compared to the later years plagued by rot and corpse-eating worms, red threadworms were only tough to chew and could get stuck between teeth or in the throat, but otherwise had no significant drawbacks. Based on her 10 years of surviving the apocalypse, Jing Shu ranked the available food sources. She considered the maggots from the first year the tastiest and richest in protein, followed by red threadworms, which had no distinct flavor but were filling and always available. So during that year, any household that managed to cultivate garlic shoots and green onions would be envied by their neighbors. While the government was addressing the housing issues for millions, they also took advantage of the ample water to quickly plant a batch of vegetables. At noon, Jing Ma received a notification. Just when everyone thought they could finally grow some food, the red threadworms showed their troublesome side. Water contaminated with red threadworms couldn't be used to cultivate crops. Red threadworms are pests. Their mouthparts consume everything. Before maturing, they continuously absorb all surrounding nutrients, and after maturing, they incessantly mate. In her past life, Jing Shu learned from the news that red threadworms evolved from microorganisms, akin to bacteria and microelements. Therefore, their eggs were also considered a type of bacterial microorganism, capable of absorbing all surrounding life elements. So when the government and people worldwide rekindled their hopes for replanting, the apocalypse dealt them a harsh blow. Sunlight was scarce, but simulated sunlight could replace photosynthesis. However, when the government began replanting crops again, they found that many seeds wouldn't germinate for days. Even if they did, they were quickly devoured, and the failed crops were found to have tiny worm eggs. A few days later, these eggs would hatch into red threadworms. Those planning to cultivate crops at home also encountered this problem. People used cotton cloth, gauze, and various methods to expose the red threadworms to sunlight. But it was still ineffective because the worm eggs couldn't be filtered out. The eggs were minuscule bacteria, invisible to the naked eye. At this point, higher tech filters were necessary. Only filters capable of removing microorganisms could eliminate red threadworm eggs. Such filters were scarce in Wuchang, and the city center was submerged. Later, the government managed to collect some, finally alleviating the urgent situation. Therefore, ultrafilters became crucial in determining the vegetable yield for the upcoming year. Mushrooms were different. They were the only type of vegetable that could grow before the red threadworms completely consumed them. With sufficient water, a batch could grow in 2 to 3 days, while the red threadworms were only just maturing to a visible size. Although their appearance wasn't very appealing. That year, almost all cultivated mushrooms were covered with dense red threadworm eggs, and some rapidly developing worms were still crawling on them. With a wave of the government's hand, they declared, "You used to complain about the lack of meat and vegetables. Now, we have both meat and vegetables. It's perfect. We'll eat them from now on." Additionally, highly concentrated salt water could kill red thread worm eggs. Seawater's concentration was slightly insufficient, but it was costly and unsuitable for mass production. Apart from filters and high-concentration salt water, only China had rediscovered an ancestral method. While it couldn't achieve absolute filtration, it was sufficient to grow some inferior garlic shoots. This method didn't require high technology and could be implemented by every household. Jing Shu planned to introduce this method after Jing Ma discovered that red threadworms made it impossible to cultivate crops, thereby boosting Jing Ma's performance in advance. Of course, she couldn't foresee the future. Due to the reduced filtered water, that year's vegetables and crops remained special supplies, available only to a select few. Had Jing Shu not installed the super filter in advance, her family might have had a complete harvest failure, and the crops in the magic cube space would have been even more challenging. Wu Yui was supposed to return by noon, but after Jing Shu's family finished lunch, Hongshan Ecological Garden had just arranged for the banana community residents to head back. Jing Shu thought it best to drag Shang Guanjun's corpse back. Today would likely be the first batch of residents moving into the banana community. Scaring the residents would lead to them reporting and causing trouble, which would be problematic. Unfortunately, Jing Shu still couldn't contact Yang Yang and Wang Dazhao. She suspected their phones were lost. As the largest and most luxurious community in the development zone, such a big prize being distributed had many people getting impatient and starting to act restlessly. The interests of the original residents would inevitably be somewhat harmed, and the visit specialists were about to be reassigned. Jing Shu felt that as long as no one came to infringe upon her family's interests, everything would be fine. However, if someone dared to stir trouble... she spat out. Jing Shu had just set a flag, and someone was already looking to cause trouble. There is a psychological law called Murphy's Law, which states that the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to occur. Just as Jing Shu was hoping no one would cause trouble, a few people arrived at the villa armed with flashlights and umbrellas. They circled around, spotted the coal house, and wanted to open the door to see what was inside. The group whispered among themselves, "Director Zhang, this place is so impressive." According to the records, he worked at the Animal Husbandry and Agriculture Department, but it seems like no one from the agency is here. Exactly. Look around. There are so many small houses built here. They'll have them demolished later. These are illegal constructions. I wonder what's inside all these houses. Could it be rice? Are you stupid? If it were rice, they'd keep it inside the villa. Who would store it outside? But that house just now was so tall and large it looked like a warehouse. This family must be a big fish, well-resourced. Director Zhang waved his hand and quietly said a few words. Jing Dad, who was outside cleaning the drainage pipes of red threadworms, heard the voices and rushed over, shouting, "What are you sneaky people doing?" In the dim, heavy rain, the three men shone their lights onto Jing Dad, revealing that there were indeed other people below. "Ah, hello, comrade. Are you the owner of this villa?" "I am. And who are you?" The leader of the three was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. His balding head still had 2 tufts of hair that he stubbornly refused to cut. His natural oil was so greasy that even red threadworms disliked it. He pushed up his glasses and said, "I am Director Zhang, the residential allocation director for this area." "Oh, Director Zhang, hello. Jing Dad was perhaps a bit too enthusiastic, knowing that it's best not to offend government officials. After seeing the surveillance, Jing Shu hurried out and stood right beside her father, her brows gently furrowing. Director Zhang adjusted the few strands of hair on his head and adopted a stern expression. "Comrade, did you know you built these illegally? Now that Wucheng is submerged, millions are homeless. Do you know how difficult housing has become? These houses you've privately constructed in public areas cover such a large area. They can accommodate at least dozens of people." Another young man added, "Not only are these illegal constructions, but your 4 large water tanks also occupy space. Plus, the extra fencing around the villa takes up quite a bit of room. They all need to be removed." Jingdad realized the gravity of the situation. Before the floods, no one would have lived in these houses. But now that the city of Wucheng is submerged and so many people have nowhere to live, they can't all stay in waterlogged caves every day. With continuous heavy rains, the floods wouldn't recede easily. Even government buildings had to relocate. This time, it might be the second disaster settlement, meaning wherever they settle, they would stay until the floods subside. As a result, their community suddenly became highly sought after. "Director Zhang, look, our warehouse isn't built in a public area of the community. Strictly speaking, it's outside the community's boundaries. Although it occupies a bit more land, it's considered part of the hinterland. This barren hinterland won't have anyone living there, right? However, you mentioned that Coal House does occupy 4 square meters of public space. What should we do about it?" "As for the water tanks and the extra fencing in front of my house, since they are public, I can use them. According to previous laws, as long as they don't interfere with neighbors, it's acceptable." Jingdad had gone to the animal husbandry farm, dealing with difficult people every day. After half a year of experience, Jing Shu noticed significant improvement in him. His response was articulate and well-crafted, partly thanks to Jing Shu constantly instilling these ideas in him. The young man behind Director Zhang pointed to the tall and large garage and said, "With the current shortage of land, any construction is considered illegal, whether it's 4 square meters or 400 square meters. They're all houses and can accommodate people. Now, we're giving you 2 options. The first is to relinquish all these houses so we can allocate them to our personnel. The second option is to demolish them all." Jingdad frowned but restrained himself from getting angry. Director Zhang pressed the young man's hand down, saying, "Hey, young people these days are too impatient. Everyone will have to live together in the future. We leaders need to show more empathy towards the people. What you're doing is a bit inconsiderate." After laughing and adjusting his oily hair, Director Zhang continued, "Your water tanks can stay as they are. The sheds you've built are fine, and the extra fencing was originally for landscaping. Now that it's useless, you can use it yourself. It's no problem. We can compromise a bit since the new policy has just been released. For self-built houses, a new monthly rental fee will be imposed, charged per square meter in virtual currency. Whether it's in the community or the hinterland, it applies. However, the new policy isn't fully implemented yet, so for now, just pay a monthly rental fee of 100 virtual currency. If you don't speak up, no one will know about this. Director, If the higher-ups find out, you'll be punished. Isn't this too cheap for them? With the effect of one person playing the antagonist and the other the protagonist, Jing Dad almost believed the act. Director Zhang was genuinely trying to accommodate him. Regarding the illegal construction, Jing Shu had discussed it briefly with him yesterday, mentioning that they would pay some money to resolve it. Today, the issue had come knocking at their door. Are you really from the government? Jing Dad had the slightest doubt left. What do you mean? Suspect us? Open your eyes and take a good look at my position title in the big data system. One of the young men showed Jing Dad his phone. Look, this is our director's information, see? This is the QR code for paying the virtual currency for your illegal constructions. Scan it. You should know that only supermarkets can trade virtual currency. Individuals are not supported for such transactions. Jing Dad took out his phone and scanned the code, finding that it indeed followed the same process as supermarkets. He was convinced halfway because his balance showed 960 virtual currency. Since getting married, Jing Dad had never possessed such a large sum of money. If it weren't for the unavailability of the trading system, he couldn't have even saved up this much salary. Director Zhang and the other three men's eyes immediately widened. The man in front of them was truly a big fish. They couldn't fathom how a small manager from an animal husbandry farm could have accumulated so much virtual currency. Didn't he spend any? After all, even in their positions, the government provided daily meals, but they also had large families to support. Every day they needed to buy white rice and vegetables, all of which required virtual currency. Sometimes they even used virtual currency to exchange for paper and other daily necessities. They guessed correctly. Jing Shu's family didn't have much need for virtual currency at the moment. After all, virtual currency could only be used to buy food and simple daily necessities. Other things like electricity were limited and only available at 7 o'clock each day. Strategic resources like natural gas, oil, and coal had already ceased to be available to civilians. Therefore, it wasn't until the virtual currency system was fully opened up to support personal transfers and transactions that it might be useful for Jing Shu's family. Are you paying now or in a few days? The young man wiped the rain from his face and smoothed his shaved head. Since he had shaved it, he found it surprisingly convenient. Jing's father hesitated. We still need to discuss this matter at home. Jing Shu sneered from the side. Keep acting, and I'll see the true colors of these people. Director Zhang stopped the young man again. Don't rush them. At least give them some time to think. But whether you pay early or late, you have to pay the fee. If you pay in a few days, it's based on, occupying 200 square meters. Regarding the payment, you must issue a receipt as proof, right? Jing's father finally asked. Of course we will. Look, the internal documents already have policies requiring self-built houses to pay fees. By then, your documents will also show payments for illegal constructions and self-built houses, the young man explained. Although Jing's father felt it was a bit expensive, the regulations were clear. It couldn't be fake, right? Director Zhang smiled patiently, thinking that if he received an extra 100 virtual coins each month, with everyone getting a share and 2 people under him giving 10%, the rest would be just enough to marry a daughter-in-law. It wouldn't be tight anymore. Jing Shu saw that the show was over and stopped waiting for her father to hesitate. She stood up and said, Dad, let's wait until the official fee collection in a few days before paying. Hey, you ungrateful girl. In a few days you'll have to pay 200 virtual coins per month. The young man became anxious. Paying 200? If you have the ability, go ahead and tear them down. Jing Shu scoffed. These men had no concept of virtual coins and money, and couldn't bargain. If Jing's mother knew they had to pay 200 virtual coins, she would be furious. You think I really don't dare to tear them down? Wait and see, I'll find someone to tear them down cleanly. Another young man responded arrogantly. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. I didn't want to expose you guys. You're just housing allocators and distribution directors, assigning everyone where to live. Indeed, some people are asking you to allocate good places. But what authority and qualification do you have to collect virtual coins? Don't think I don't know. The country first opened up the trading system for a group of officials as a trial run. These overbearing clowns are trying to replace the state in collecting money? Trial run? Jing's father, also from the livestock farm, actually didn't know anything. Jing Shu covered her face. As a prophet, she felt a bit helpless, like knowing the principles of magic and then watching a magician perform tricks. At this point, you're not watching magic, but watching a magician seriously deceiving and acting. A thought flashed through her mind. Expressions are still a bit off. There's still a loophole here. If they fix it, it would be even better. Jing Shu nodded. Yes, they only opened the trading system in big data for people with certain official positions as a trial run. It won't be long before it's open to everyone. According to internal information, in the future, unfinished mortgages can be paid through big data automatically. Upon hearing this, the three were exposed. One of them knew the business and were extremely ashamed and angry. Director Zhang's face stiffened as he tried to sound tough but was actually timid. Even so, if you build houses in public areas, you still have to pay virtual coins. Do you think you can escape? Jing Shu was also angered to the point of laughing. I've never seen such shamelessness. You guys are managing the allocation for Banana Community, right? Inside the community, if you say it's illegal construction, then it is. The state says 1 virtual coin per square meter, we pay. As for the back hill, haha, can you manage that? Or else you go sue us? Sue? The courts are all overwhelmed now. The criminal courts don't handle cases anymore. People are directly taken by police officers to serve as free labor. So what? If I have the ability to build a house in a deserted area, you just go sue the police officers to come and arrest me. Meanwhile, building a coal house in the community must follow the rules. Coal houses naturally should be built next to villas, otherwise the fuel resources would be very valuable. If built in the back hill, people might pry the coal transport houses away. Jing's father opened his mouth in surprise. Sometimes he was puzzled why everything that wasn't their daughter's messages always seemed to be known by them as parents. At this moment, he realized, so, you mean paying 4 virtual coins per month for the coal house is enough? Jing Shu nodded. They can't reach the back hill? Well, consider that she has a lot of internal information. After all, it's already been said. Jing's father gritted his teeth in anger. He never expected these government officials would dare to rip him off. Aren't they afraid that we'll report them by doing this? Do you think paying 100 virtual coins and thinking you're getting a good deal will lead to them talking nonsense? Of course they won't talk, and the state has stipulated that 1 virtual coin per square meter is paid to the local government. But because the management is rather chaotic, they have set their own collections without crossing the line. So even if you find out and decide not to pay, they have no way to deal with it. In the second year of the apocalypse, many such things happened. There were also government officials who took opportunistic shortcuts. They do have a certain amount of power in housing allocation. Director Zhang was completely dumbfounded. How could someone know the inner workings so well? Come, you take this position. Fine. Originally you weren't in charge, but you have to manage now, right? You still want to collect more of my virtual coins? Today I'll make you manage properly. Damn it, I've been carefully hiding my 100 coins of private savings all my life and you guys want to steal it? Jing's father, with his sheep-like temperament, instantly transformed into a raging bull. He raised his fist, as big as a sandbag, and started swinging. With 1 punch, saliva flew. 2 punches, teeth were flying. With 3 punches, you can't recognize your parents anymore. 4 punches, he covered his head and fled. Jing's father also has his vulnerable spot. Whoever dares to try to steal his private savings is hitting the tender flesh of his heart. Which man doesn't hide some private savings? If the wife takes it, they feel like a deflated balloon, feeling life has no hope, not to mention being cheated and having it stolen. Jing Shu let out a hiss. It looked so satisfying. The spiritual spring is really good. Look how she transformed her dad into this little hot-tempered bull. The three were no match for Jing's father. At first they threatened, "Wait for me, I'll find someone." But later they were crying, "Woo!" The two young men ultimately ran away with Director Zhang. Sigh, it seems my virtual coins haven't even warmed up yet, and they're already being paid to your mom, Jing's father said resentfully. If only the trading system never opened. Sometimes just looking at the numbers is a kind of happiness. Regarding offending the corrupt distribution director, if you offend them, you offend them. They really have nothing against Jing Shu's family. But for such unscrupulous people, Jing Shu usually resolves it civilly. That is, remove them from their positions, then let them watch her family live well. Jing Shu just likes the look when you clearly hate me to death, yet watch me live happily and are helpless against me. I should be the big villain, right? It's now January 5th, 2024, 4 p.m., temperature 36 degrees C. For Jing Shu, it's been an extremely complicated and long day. Jing Shu looked at the bustling crowd at the villa's entrance and murmured, "Damn it, can you really bring 1,000 people here to cause trouble? What's going on?" Today has been a whirlwind of events. At 4 a.m. I couldn't sleep because I was suffocated by the burning red worms. At 6 a.m. I was ambushed and someone threw a grenade. If it weren't for Jing Shu's quick reflexes, our whole family would have been done for. Despite that, we still lost half a month's worth of chiseling on the huge stone. Fortunately, the arrival of the RV lifted Jing Shu's spirits considerably. Unexpectedly, we were extorted again at noon. Just when she thought the chaos was over and she and Jing's father had finished tidying up the drainage issues and could finally return to the villa to rest, the entrance and surrounding area of the villa were packed with people, creating a grand spectacle. Jing Shu's first reaction was to think of the young man who had threatened them earlier. He must have sent his people to cause trouble. Otherwise, why would there be so many people? Suddenly, she saw Wu Yui driving a flashy shark submarine, squeezing through the crowd and making its way towards them. Jing Shu's second reaction was, could these be the residents assigned under Wu Yui's command? But why are they all running towards her house? No, their target must be that shark submarine. So this is the shark submarine from that video. It's really cool. Wow, I didn't expect such an awesome person to be allocated to our community. Look, they're living in a villa area. Shi Juju was also excitedly live streaming with her phone. Hello everyone, I'm the lucky Shi Juju. During the housing allocation, I didn't expect to be assigned to Banana Community. Even more unexpectedly, the owner of the shark submarine that saved 1,000 people during the flood is also here in Banana Community. I'm really happy. The shark submarine slowly stopped in front of the yard. The sound of clicking echoed as a man carrying a waterproof camera and a female reporter rushed out. Hello everyone, welcome to Wucheng News. This is the shark submarine featured in Douying's hottest video, the one that saved thousands of people during the recent flood. We've been following it for a while, and it finally stopped. Now let's interview the mysterious individual. How did you come up with the method to save so many people? Jing Shu seemed to understand a bit. Wu Yui got out of the shark submarine, lowered his transparent mask, and placed the keys into Jing Shu's hand without anyone noticing. He then turned to the reporter with a helpless expression and said, I really don't know what happened. If you have questions, ask the person involved. He then turned back to Jing Shu and said, Today, I just came to take over a batch of new residents. I didn't expect so many people to come back with me. The reporter and the surrounding curious crowd only then realized, Excuse me, are you the owner of the shark submarine that saved so many people that day? Jing Shu nodded, then shook her head. What's going on? How do you know it's this shark submarine? The reporter looked surprised. Don't you know you've become famous? Look at this video. Jing Shu opened the video. This shark submarine is really cool and it's operated by a girl. Unfortunately, she was only here to pick up relatives. With so many of us, we might have died here. Oh my God, this girl said she came to relocate us. How exactly is she planning to move over 1,000 of us? After the video ended, Jing Shu's face darkened. Luckily, she was wearing a raincoat and didn't reveal her identity. Juju was excited in the crowd, originally wanting to jump out and thank the lifesaver. But Jing Shu said, "Who made this video and still wants to see me? Next time I see him, I'll kill him." Jing Shu had dreamed of becoming famous in her past life, but she never expected that saving someone inadvertently would make her famous in this life. Life is truly unpredictable. Juju. Woo-woo, that's scary. I'd better not go out. Juju was instantly scared to the point of wetting herself, attracting a flood of 606 in the live stream chat and comments like, "My fierce goddess is indeed awesome." Heh. It seems the mysterious person doesn't want to reveal their identity. Then we'll just ask a few simple questions. How did you come up with this method? After all, most people would be completely helpless in such a situation. Jing Shu. It was a wild idea. Female reporter. The female reporter held back. So you went to pick up your relatives, and how did you decide to save so many people? Jing Shu thought for a moment. For the sake of it. Seeing the reporter's face instantly stiffen, Jing Shu quickly added, as they say, use your abilities to do what you can. Since I have that ability, I naturally can't just sit by and do nothing for so many people. I saved everyone I could. Crowd. Just pretend we didn't hear that. Then how does an ordinary person carry so many climbing ropes in the submarine? Jing Shu. Naturally, it's for climbing. Going climbing in this heavy rain season, what great enthusiasm. The female reporter forced a smile. When you made this risky decision, did you ever think it might not succeed? A desperate attempt. The female reporter could hardly continue asking. This person was speaking the truth directly. Couldn't they at least say something nice or righteous? All right, then I want to ask, was it because you liked it that you bought such a cool shark submarine? Didn't you think it would play such a significant role one day? Jing Shu pondered for a moment. Just when the reporter thought she was finally hitting a topic of interest, Jing Shu said, "I only got it back 2 months ago. Others didn't want it." "What did you exchange it for?" "A few honeysuckle flowers." Female reporter. Either the person who traded for it is a fool, or they think we are idiots. All right, thank you very much for your interview. Please remember it's this mysterious person who didn't want to reveal their name that saved over 1,000 people. We hope that next time they face difficulties, everyone can help them out. The female reporter ran away with the cameraman. She was afraid that staying longer might give her a heart attack and was also irritated about today's news. Should she publish it? Publish? Why not publish? After all, the mysterious person didn't reveal their identity. After the reporter left, the crowd became enthusiastic, eagerly taking out their phones to take photos with Jing Shu and the submarine. Jing Shu had a severe headache. It's really a good thing she was wearing a closed raincoat and didn't reveal her identity. Otherwise, in this post-apocalyptic world, she would have become a celebrity. After all, now that people are fed and watered, there's very little entertainment and gossip to talk about. However, Jing Shu didn't expect that she would unexpectedly gain some fame. Saving so many people with a small submarine was the best promotion in the post-apocalyptic world. Even the government was promoting these videos to spread positive energy. Wu Yui shouted, "All right, the excitement is over. New residents who have just been allocated, come with me quickly. The rest of you find your home visit coordinators, or else there won't be dinner tonight." Whenever it came to matters involving their own interests, the onlookers quickly dispersed, running away in a flash. That evening, when Wucheng News was broadcast, the whole family sat in front of the TV in astonishment. After all, even the grandparents didn't know the detailed events of that day. Except for Jing Shu's family, the most shocked were her high school classmates because everyone knew it was she who traded for the shark submarine. Shi Zihao posted a video from Wucheng News in the group saying, "Everyone, take a look at this shark submarine. Wasn't this the one Su Mali exchanged for Jing Shu back then, and it was traded for honeysuckle?" Da2. From the sound, it does seem like it. The person in the video should be Jing Shu. Shirley. Wow, is it real? When I watched Du Ying back then, I thought it looked a bit like Jing Shu, but I couldn't be sure. I can't believe the person who saved thousands is my high school classmate. Da2. A lot of people have been looking for this mysterious person these past couple of days. Liang Xin. Last time you even asked where Jing Shu's home is. Turns out she's keeping a low profile, much better than some people's constant flattery. She lives in a villa area too. Did you notice? Her villa is covered with PVC plastic sheets from Yao Zixin's family. Despite the heavy rain now, her home hasn't been soaked. So enviable. Yao Zixin. Now that you mention it, I do see my family's PVC plastic covers. Jing Shu was foresighted, predicting heavy rains in the news during the drought to prevent issues. Didn't expect it to actually happen. Many people need PVC covers now, but unfortunately, there are no raw materials left. Mu Xiaoshuan. Anyway, watching the rescue video from back then makes me think Jing Shu is amazing. One person and a shark submarine are equivalent to a rescue team. Jing Shu was nibbling on dongpo pork, staring with dead fish eyes at the group. Fame can be as feared as a fat pig. That guy Shi Juju keeps making videos for no reason, making her so famous. The tangible benefits are minimal, and now all her high school classmates know her identity. This doesn't align with her low-key, luxurious, and profound personality. Su Mali. Haha, let me tell you all a little secret. Jing Shu's home is right next to mine in my villa. We're neighbors. Tonight my family starts moving and packing things. We'll move in tomorrow. Tomorrow noon we're hosting a swap meet, but we have to change the plan of treating everyone to a meal as before. Jing Shu let out a weary sigh. Su Mali is just like she was in her past life, top-notch at stirring up resentment. A couple of days ago, after quietly telling Su Mali the address, Su Mali got excited for a while, saying that someone who has traveled mountains and rivers must meet her, and insisted that Jing Shu bring a potted plant to Su Mali's house tomorrow. Jing Shu thought this might be an opportunity. Zhang Ling. Su Mali, what changed it to? Are you canceling it? Almost everyone's attention in the group instantly shifted. Although they were envious and jealous of Jing Shu's home, it wasn't as important as Su Mali's meal plans. Su Mali sent a voice message. It's not canceled. Because we're having a housewarming party and some friends are coming, I combined the swap meet with the party. This time, it's not just high school classmates swapping things. Everyone can bring items they don't need and exchange them together. Virtual currency trading is now open, so if you can't find something to swap, you can also purchase with virtual coins. I've upgraded it to a trading auction. Shi Lei. So it's not canceled after all. Anyway, boss said the time, we'll be there. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., everyone at Building 2 in Banana Community Villa. Just report your name. Jing Shu closed the high school group messages. She felt that when she meets her high school classmates tomorrow, she should explain without revealing her identity. Shortly after Wucheng News aired, Li Yuetian from Team Erji also called, saying her commendation had been approved, along with other miscellaneous awards, all recorded officially. Jing Shu didn't pay much attention. The only noteworthy thing was that Li Yuetian mentioned the higher-ups were very supportive of her actions, so they rewarded her with 6,000 virtual coins, which would be credited within 24 hours. All right, Jing Shu decided to retract her statement about not receiving substantial rewards. In the post-apocalyptic world, virtual coins represent real food supplies, though they weren't of much use to her at the moment. Maybe tomorrow I can check out what good stuff is at Su Mali's swap meet? Jing Shu's eyes lit up. Previously, she wasn't very excited about the swap meet because she didn't want to exchange too many of her own items. Not only would that expose her identity, but her items were also imbued with some spiritual essence, making them valuable. Now, with virtual coins, it was different. Whatever she liked, she could just buy it since she had plenty of virtual coins. Due to her bad mood, Jing Shu ate more. To avoid leftover food, she ate the remaining 10 or so flatbreads. But eating flatbread requires some meat, right? She chopped the braised meat finely, mixing fatty and lean parts with the braising sauce to make meat sandwiches. Without vegetables, it wouldn't do. So Jing Shu added some cold mixed shredded potatoes, cucumber slices, scallion strips, and chili strips. After thinking it over, she added 2 eggs. Thus, each flatbread became like a super burger. With her mind preoccupied, Jing Shu unknowingly finished all 10+ flatbreads. Burp, Jing Shu felt a bit too full this time. She decided to go out with Jing Nai to walk and digest. At 8 in the evening, the temperature in Wucheng dropped to 3 degrees, colder than before. Coupled with the icy rain, Jing Shu could feel the cold outside, even though she was wearing a cotton jacket with a raincoat. However, Banana Community unusually had its streetlights on, and since it was the first day of moving in, the government thoughtfully kept the power on. Next door, Sue Molly's house, along with 5 other buildings, was surrounded by large billboards. They were also constructing scaffolding like Jing Shu, with various sounds of pounding coming from inside. From the footsteps, it was clear a large number of construction workers were urgently rushing to complete the work. Jing Nai was oddly excited to go out for a walk. She heard that once the community was fully occupied, it would be lively, so she was thrilled. Older people still enjoy the hustle and bustle and like to gossip and chat with others. Jing Nai thought, living here is great, except there's no one to talk to. She hoped that with so many people moving in, there would be a few around her age to chat with. Unfortunately, it seemed destined for Jing Nai to be disappointed. The current survival rate for elderly people was extremely low, most having passed away from heat stroke last year. The surviving elderly generally had complicated family backgrounds and likely had nothing in common with Jing Nai. These houses aren't even lit up. Jing Nai walked around in a big circle, feeling the community was still very quiet. Sweetie, the first row of buildings from 6 to 10 has people arranged at the entrance. The others are still in the basement. Most houses are still shell properties and emergency lights need to be installed. Jing Shu and Jing Nai walked to Building 6. Sure enough, 3 buildings were densely lit, bustling with people's voices, audible from afar, full of life. Looking up from the ground, Jing Nai could still see many human shadows inside. Ah, I just counted. Some houses have at least a dozen people. It's a pity there are no elderly folks. Jing Nai searched for a while but couldn't find any. People who can live in Banana Community's apartment buildings usually own at least 1 or 2 properties in the city. It's normal for 10 or more people to live in a single house unless they are wealthy and influential enough to afford living alone. The shell houses are rudimentary. The doors have long been pried open and replaced with work points. Besides a light, there's nothing. No blankets, no clothes. Many people have been wearing damp clothes for several days. Well, this year, don't expect your clothes to dry. Even if clothes finally dry after a few days without water, they will become moldy. You have to choose between moldy clothes and damp clothes. Some people were even assigned to the 18th floor. Climbing stairs every day isn't the issue. The real problem is the waste of energy and food. Let's go. Check out the basement. Although Banana Community only has 1 underground parking garage level, the larger the community, the bigger the basement area. It has over 4,000 underground parking spots, each allocated to a family. Just the basement of Banana Community houses more than 10,000 people. In this life, Jing Shu once again witnessed a familiar scene from her past life. The once spacious basement now resembles a bustling marketplace. The basements of buildings 6, 7, and 8 are already filled with people. After installing emergency lights, you can see numerous bald heads or curled-up figures sleeping, sitting on the ground with vacant eyes, or scrambling for a board. There are loud noises, people crying loudly, and even arguments. Jing Nai was frightened by the sight. What used to be individual parking spaces were now cramped into these 8 square meters, with 6 people sharing 1 space at most and 2 at the least. Nameplates were hung above, indicating that these would be the people's future homes. The parking spaces were packed with people, turning the area into a massive spring festival travel rush scene. Oh, even worse. Since it was the first day of move-in, these people's homes had been flooded. Without luggage or blankets, it didn't look too crowded initially. After some time, some couples would start doing intimate things, using bed sheets, boards, and other materials to cover the parking spaces, forming real homes. Others would follow suit. Then, everyone would scavenge through the floodwaters for usable items, cluttering each parking space home with various junk. At that time, the basement was nearly impossible to live in. After seeing it, one would think such a life was worse than that of pigs and dogs. It's so pitiful. I don't even know how they'll sleep at night. Let's go, let's go. Jing Nai suddenly lost interest. With thousands of people sleeping in the echoing basement, even a cough could be heard from afar, not to mention the constant noises from various activities, and the cold nights made sleep impossible. Today was just the first batch of people. More would flood in tomorrow. Wucheng originally had 4 million residents. Even if tens of thousands died, there would still be that many people waiting to be relocated. What to do? Limited housing meant forcing people in. Eating and drinking could be managed collectively, but for other needs, you could only keep your eyes open. It wasn't like the streets were paved with gold, but it was almost the same, even if the number of toilets couldn't keep up with the increasing population. After returning home, Jing Nai vividly recounted what she had seen and heard. Tisk tisk, so pitiful. Fortunately, our house wasn't flooded and our food is sufficient. Otherwise, oh. Jingya tapped his cigarette holder. The water in the city hasn't receded. It's reached 2 kilometers away. I hope it doesn't spread to our area. Jingma asked Jing Shu, "Have you found the mechanic you were looking for? Our unit wasn't flooded. We need to go to work. Now with the ample rain, we need to make the most of it for planting vegetables." In the afternoon, Jing Shu explained the situation to Wu Yuai. Wu Yuai's mentor's home was also flooded, and they were busy moving. They said they would come over once they had time. During dinner that night, Jing Shu briefly told Wu Yuai and Jing Gu about what had happened today. This scared them both terribly, but fortunately nothing serious happened at home. It was just a false alarm. "Mom, let Dad drive the shark car to take you to work first. Let's wait on the energy car for a bit." At night, Jing Shu continued practicing the Rubik's Cube as usual. She found she was gradually getting used to the cube's sudden color changes. Overcoming this step brought her 1 layer closer to upgrading the Rubik's Cube. Tonight, she finally had time to nurture her 2 snakes. Jing Shu directly placed the snakes into the space, allowing them to absorb spiritual spring while also fostering a bond. Once the 2 5-step snakes entered the space, they immediately felt comfortable and became much more lively. If the first form of the Rubik's Cube space could simulate the optimal living temperatures and conditions for all creatures, then the second form could enhance mutual perception, making it easier for Jing Shu to build friendly relationships with them. The venom of the 5-step snakes was still potent. To increase her future leverage, Jing Shu decided to imbue the 2 snakes with spiritual spring numbered 4. Compared to the abrupt appearance of suddenly buzzing bees, the sudden appearance of 2 snakes in the dark would likely go unnoticed, making them perfect for ambushes. With the most suitable temperature and humidity, snakes can mate easily. Coupled with the spiritual spring, it wouldn't be long before there was a brood of baby snakes. Jing Shu planned to eat some, make batches of medicinal wine, and snake bile was also a delicacy. As for extracting snake venom, sources suggested doing it once every 1 or 2 months. With the nourishment of the spiritual spring, Jing Shu decided to extract venom once a week and stockpile it for future use. Thus, in addition to number 1, the fat chicken, and number 6, Zhongjiao frog, Jing Shu now had number 4, 5-step snake. Sometimes Jing Shu wondered if she should collect all 5 poisons. That would definitely be impressive. These past few days with the flooding felt exceptionally long for Jing Shu. She hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days. Tonight, damn it, she still didn't get a good night's sleep. Jing Shu was about to go crazy. The next door to Su Mali's house had been noisy all night with prying and drilling sounds. Jing Shu really wanted to punch someone. The next day, Jing Shu woke up with panda eyes. If the renovations continued tonight, don't blame her for not being polite. The villa had been unoccupied for days, without airing out or dehumidifying, resulting in much dampness. Jing Nai was busy taking care of the livestock. After eating, Jing Shu began various dehumidifying tasks, while Jing Dad threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine to clean and then dried them. Jing Ma had already gone to work. Wu Yuai also left early in the morning. She heard that Banana Community was about to welcome over 20 inspection officers. After arranging for people to move in, a new round of allocations would begin. Jing Shu's work location changed. Team Erji had moved to the commercial building at the entrance of Banana Community, so her future workplace would be there. At the same time, IGA Supermarket also moved to the first floor of the commercial building. Team Erji moved everything salvageable from the flooded IGA Supermarket, but many items were still washed away. Now, there were far fewer people to cook, and the government had just brought in a new batch of coal to supply for cooking. "We're all so busy," Jing Shu mumbled as she nibbled on an ice cream cone. She didn't know if Chanduoduo's silly son had finished his ice cream or if he would come to trade with her again. If he did, what should she exchange next time? Time flew by, and soon it was 12 noon. Jing Shu prepared a hearty lunch at home first, so that she wouldn't eat too much when she went to Sumali's house, which might scare others. At that moment, her phone started beeping incessantly. Jing Shu checked the surveillance and saw 5 or 6 people standing under the canopy of her villa, each carrying something. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than her high school classmates, Shilei, Wang Chao, and a few others. Shilei: "Jing Shu, we're at your doorstep. We accidentally arrived early but didn't expect Sumali to be absent. She said we could enter at 1 p.m. Embarrassed, Jing Shu was chewing on beef noodles, not the kind that takes an entire year for a cow to shed just one layer of skin, but a bowl full of beef brisket and a few strands of noodles. Wang Chao: "What a coincidence, I'm here too. Jing Shu suggested we all come to your place to sit for a bit since it's raining so hard outside." Shilei: "Looks like Jing Shu isn't checking WeChat. Should we knock on the door?" Yao Zixin: "You guys are overstepping. It's fine to hide under the canopy to avoid the rain. Why do you need to go inside, bringing all those bugs with you?" Nima sang: "Yao Zixin, we're all classmates. What's wrong with sitting at a classmate's house? Who doesn't have a few bugs on them? Sumali invites everyone to her villa for meals and doesn't mind if we have bugs. Can't she let people sit at her villa?" Jing Shu had a headache. She was genuinely annoyed that these people were covered in bugs. "How about I bring out a few stools and you guys can sit at the doorway to wait out the rain? Don't worry, that area counts as part of my home." "So is this considered sitting at my home?" No one responded. Jing Shu had finally brought out the wooden stools made by Jing Ye. She didn't expect that after setting up just 5 or 6 stools, the doorway would already be crowded with 10 or 20 people. Looking at the time, it was only 12:30. "Classmates, do you have to be so proactive?" Most of her classmates looked miserable. Although they had all tried to dress up, each was bald-headed, wearing damp clothes, and had been soaked in the rain for so long that they resembled drenched chickens despite their efforts to appear stylish. Thus, at the entrance of Jing Shu's villa, 2 rows of bald heads sat sheltering from the rain. Classmate 1: "Jing Shu, why are you wearing all those heavy clothes everywhere you go? Isn't it hot?" Jing Shu: "To avoid the rain." Classmate 2: "Jing Shu, why did you install an extra layer of glass on your walls?" Jing Shu: "It looks nice." Classmate 3: "What's the purpose of that pool at your doorstep, Jing Shu? We're not short on water now." Jing Shu: "High concentration salt water to eliminate red worms." Classmate 4: "Do we still need to soak in this when entering your house? Why are you so particular? With red worms raining down, who can avoid getting red worms on them?" Yao Zixin: "Don't think just because you don't care, others won't. Many wealthy families don't have red worms in their homes." Classmate 5: "Oh, wealthy families, huh? Before the apocalypse, no one wanted to take houses here even as gifts. A whole villa here is still worse than a half house in the city." Jing Shu was already very cooperative, trying her best to answer whatever was asked, but she still felt she couldn't placate this group of relatives. "All right, you guys can chat here. I have something to do. Remember, don't go around the railings." She slipped away, not wanting her beef noodles to get cold. At 12:40, all her classmates had gathered at the entrance of Jing Shu's house. Since they couldn't enter Sumali's villa yet, they could only shelter under the canopy. Even though Jing Shu's entrance was relatively large, so many people made it a bit cramped. Classmate 6: "How about going over to the railings? It's so crowded here." Classmate 7: "Jing Shu won't let us go there." Classmate 8: "Why won't she let us go? The more she says it, the more curious I become." Classmate 9: "Can't you show some courtesy at someone else's house?" Classmate 10. The host isn't coming out to greet us and won't let us into the house. What courtesy is there to show? I'm turning around. Splash. Ah! Help! Before Nima could finish her sentence, she slipped and fell into a trap, followed by screams. Nima sang. Ah! So many corpses! Help! At that moment, Jing Shu rushed over, the savory aroma of her juicy meat chewing wafting through the air. For those who hadn't eaten meat in a long time, it was overwhelmingly enticing, making everyone swallow their saliva. Jing Shu used a bamboo pole to pull Nima back up. When everyone looked into the pit, they couldn't help but gasp. So many corpses, Nima sang. Jing Shu, you've killed people. You've killed so many and are trying to bury the bodies. Wah, I'm calling the police. Nima cried breathlessly, genuinely terrified. Jing Shu. The people I killed were those attempting to break into the villa. There's surveillance footage to prove it. The new law permits this. If you don't believe me, you can call the police. The once lively group of classmates fell silent. Their glances toward Jing Shu were filled with mixed emotions. She was someone who could save thousands, but also someone who didn't hesitate to kill. Her voice was always so calm and steady, yet her actions were horrifying. Jing Shu wasn't as harmless as she appeared on the surface. Classmate 11. Is this corpse Joe Dafu's? Oh my God, why is his body so rotten, so cruel? Classmate 12. Yes, it's Joe Dafu's. How come there's a Joe Dafu corpse here? I told you we couldn't reach him suddenly. The surrounding classmates took a step back, terrified. Dead people aren't scary, but the fact that someone you know was dead, especially so horribly, is. From today on, Jing Shu's image among her classmates as a calm person would likely turn into that of a demon. Jing Shu. Because he brought people to steal from the villa. She shrugged. Look, there's the surveillance footage. Many classmates watched the surveillance video. Joe Dafu indeed brought some sneaky people who tried to break in, but for some reason, as they pried and forced the door, each one of them fell dead. The classmates swallowed their saliva again, utterly incredulous. They hadn't expected that Jing Shu's villa was equipped with traps and toxins that would kill intruders trying to break in. She lay, kneeling on the ground with weak legs. Good thing I didn't knock on the door just now. Faced with compelling evidence, it was clear that Joe Dafu and his group had come to break in, smashing and pounding on the door. Some classmates, looking at the villa again, felt it was unfathomable. Why were there always people trying to break into villas? It seemed Jing Shu's household was quite formidable. Just as everyone was stuck in this awkward situation, Sumali arrived. Although it somewhat resolved the tension, it also made many people incredibly embarrassed. She stepped out of her extended Lincoln, wearing a closed raincoat. Oh, everyone's here. You guys came really early. Perfect timing. Let's all go inside together. Wait, why are you all covered in disgusting bugs? My house doesn't allow bugs. The most dumbfounded was Nima. Just moments ago, Sumali had invited them all for a meal without minding their bugs, and now Jing Shu's house was acting so pretentious. Sumali suddenly slapped her face right in front of everyone. But since Sumali was the one inviting everyone to eat, it could be assumed that the food must be extremely valuable. Even if it was awkward, they couldn't just say they wouldn't eat. Zhang Ling awkwardly said, So, what should we do? We can't clean off the red worms. Sumali lectured, Having bugs on you is very unhygienic. I hate bugs the most, so you must soak clean in my saltwater pool before coming in. All right, let's go. By the way, Jing Shu, don't forget to bring the things you need. The incident with Joe Dafu was thus over. After all, eating was the most important thing. At that moment, another oil-burning Hummer entered the community. A man in a closed raincoat got out and told the driver, You go park first. He then turned to Sumali and said, Hi, dear Miss Mary, I'm here. Oh, these are... Sumali replied, you're here. Let me introduce you to my high school classmates. She turned to the group and continued, This is my friend Ayu. Let's go inside. Everything should be ready. That's great, the man said without any disdain or mockery, speaking so calmly it felt like he was ignoring ants. Jing Shu returned home, grabbed a potted plant, changed her clothes, and casually followed the group. She was actually quite curious about what Sumali's house was like. In her past life, she hadn't managed to visit for various reasons, but she didn't have any regrets about it. The group silently followed Sumali. Previously, they had been so excited about Sumali's invitation to dine that they lost their heads. Now, seeing them again was like a group of beggars mooching food and drinks at a landlord's house, while the landlord's class constantly mocked how poor and unrefined they were. Regardless, they were still much better off than those gathered at Sumali's villa entrance watching the spectacle. Today, the government had arranged for a large number of people to move into Banana Community. Only this area was brightly lit and playing music, creating a grand setup that attracted many residents to come and take a look. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, Sumali's main gate was luxurious and grandiose. 2 rows of uniformed greeters stood at the entrance, each holding a plate with a clean, long bath towel, making the surrounding onlookers' eyes widen once again. In front of the gate was a 3-meter-long swimming pool tunnel that had been hurriedly constructed overnight, steaming with hot air. Compared to the simple pool at Jing Shu's entrance, this one was clearly much more upscale. Sumali and Ayu were the first to walk out of the pool, passing through the tunnel. The red worms on their raincoats were gone. The greeters quickly offered them towels to dry their raincoats. Sumali then took off her raincoat, revealing a pink princess dress and dark princess curls looking exceptionally cute. The man who had taken off his raincoat had delicate features and was wearing a blue suit, appearing very gentlemanly. Everyone must soak in the pool to clean off the red worms before coming upstairs, Sumali instructed. The group walked out of the pool. Since Sumali had said they needed to clean off thoroughly before going up, they dutifully did so. From time to time, more people arrived in energy cars or luxury cars in small groups. Most were wearing closed raincoats to ensure they had no bugs on them. Seeing groups of people seriously bathing in the pool, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "The bugs are so layered, it's embarrassing." Did Sumali invite them too? Why are they so insistent? Yes, they're high school classmates. They look so pitiful. Sumali is still so naive. This time it's an auction event. She's inviting everyone, but what can they possibly bring to the table? All right, let's keep our distance from them later. It's not that we look down on them, but if bugs jump onto us, it'd be so gross. Shh, don't let Sumali hear you. She'll lecture you for half an hour. She's very sentimental. Jing Shu shook her head at the harsh sarcasm. Although some wealthy people were highly cultured and didn't gossip, most people didn't want to befriend those with vastly different backgrounds. They not only lacked common language, but also had different living habits. It was easy to imagine that some classmates handling their private redworm issues in the pool were mortified beyond belief. It felt like being a guest at someone's house where the host demands you wash your smelly feet while a group of people around you scorn your foot odor. However, no matter what, once they finally cleaned up, they quickly went upstairs, took dry towels, and comfortably wiped themselves clean. After each person stated their name, they were led inside. Inside the villa, after removing their raincoats, Jing Shu wore casual clothes, holding 2 potted plants, and followed everyone. The villa was brightly lit everywhere, devoid of any post-apocalyptic feel, making those accustomed to darkness feel a bit dazzled. The villa courtyard was vast, likely formed by connecting several villa courtyards into a huge U-shaped banquet area. 2 rows of tables were lined up straight, each table already set with some appetizers and nameplates. Every 3 seats had a server. In the middle were various items displayed, and at the front was a huge electronic screen listing the items for this auction. Sumali sat like an empress in the front seat, holding a microphone. "Everyone, please take a seat according to your name. Don't sit randomly. Sumali's housewarming and auction are about to begin." The young lady was very excited. "It's so high-end." "Wow, so much food. This is a set meal, 1 person per table. I thought it was 1 large table of food. We're using chopsticks to pick up the food, so I'd definitely grab a few bowls first and take some home." "So old-fashioned and unhygienic? Do you think those people would want to share a dish with you?" The group felt overwhelmed, almost like Granny Lou visiting the Grandview Garden, unable to keep up. They couldn't imagine why, Even in the post-apocalyptic world, there wasn't a shortage of food here. At the same time, they got a more intuitive understanding of Sumali for the first time. Each found their place at the end of the table line, but Jing Shu was seated at the first spot on the lower left, right next to Sumali. Jing Shu felt that Sumali valued her placement probably because her honeysuckle had saved one of Sumali's friends. But that couldn't be right. As soon as Jing Shu sat down, Sumali covered her mouth and giggled foolishly. She looked happily at Jing Shu and said, "You've raised them so well. Now I can watch you stream your eating." Look, Sumali treats Jing Shu differently. Sumali still looks down on us like everyone else. You guys shouldn't underestimate Jing Shu's capabilities anymore. As they walked along, Jing Shu counted the seats, a row of 30 positions, 2 rows totaling 60 seats. The people in the 2 rows were also distinctly different. One row resembled high-ranking officials before the apocalypse, dressed appropriately and formally. The other row consisted mainly of mismatched outfits and a uniform bald appearance. In the second year of the apocalypse, you could gauge someone's family background by whether they were bald. Generally, people who were particular and capable wouldn't tolerate having redworms in their living spaces, so naturally, they wouldn't be bald. Thus, one row was bald and the other had styled hair. By a certain time, the banquet tables were almost fully occupied. Sumali then announced, "I'm very happy that everyone could respond to my invitation. Now I declare the housewarming and the first Sumali auction officially open. Please enjoy your meal while we begin our auction and exchange event." The room fell silent, and the background music changed accordingly. Sumali continued, "First, I'll explain the rules. We're not following traditional protocols but instead setting prices based on the bidder's needs. Items can have a minimum price and you can directly bid with virtual coins or specify what you'd like to exchange for. Since the currency system is still in testing and only a few government personnel have the currency exchange function, I've invited our internal government official, Yu, to handle the virtual coin transactions for everyone." Today, Jing Shu saw Yu, a handsome young man she had met once, stand up and bow to everyone. "Miss Mary, have you finished explaining the rules? I have a few words to say." Sumali gestured for Yu to speak, and he presented a gift box from beneath his feet. "Today is also Miss Mary's housewarming celebration. I happen to bring a gift and hope she likes it. Everyone who has prepared a gift, please send them over quickly or they might go stale soon." A wave of friendly smiles filled the room. In these times, what was most valuable? Food. However, these families had stored ample food before the apocalypse, making it ordinary for them while it might be precious for others. So what was the rarest? Fresh fruits and live bento boxes were undoubtedly more scarce than any storable food. Yu had prepared 2 fresh ginseng fruits molded into the shape of gourds, surrounded by red grapes, looking very attractive. "I know you love strawberries. Here's a bouquet of strawberries." It was in the form of a flower bouquet filled with fresh strawberries. Others brought sugar-coated haws arranged into various patterns, and so on. It was just like the 8 immortals, each showcasing their unique talents. Throughout the group, they had essentially gifted all the fruits available before the apocalypse. What made Jing Shu feel the class disparity even more was that these people, like Nima, seemed to have coordinated their gifts perfectly. Most impressively, everyone brought different items. Soon, Sumali was surrounded by an array of fresh fruits and even a cute little white goose. The white goose was also very valuable, especially since it was a female goose. The classmates stared wide-eyed at the mountains of fresh fruits and food, their mouths watering. Look, Sumali hosted a housewarming and collected so many items. It was truly enviable. Wait a minute. They hadn't brought any gifts? Everyone had thought that just showing up to eat would be enough. The people in the opposite row had finished their gifts. Although no one said, "Now it's your turn." They looked at them with eyes that seemed to ask, "Are you going to bring gifts or not?" Jing Shu calmly sat next to Sumali. After all, since some classmates were bringing gifts, she would too. If no one brought her a gift, she wouldn't make a fuss. Otherwise, she'd offend the entire class, which would be too embarrassing. Seeing the situation stalemate here, Yu said, "Looks like we're stuck here. Should we move on to the next part? Sumali pouted her little lips. Growing up with etiquette meant that when visiting someone's home, especially during a housewarming, you should bring a small gift. Even something like a handkerchief or a pen, not necessarily expensive, but as a courtesy. Jing Shu found Sumali's expression amusing. The young lady was truly detached from the mundane world, unaware of the hardships her high school classmates were going through. She had long abandoned the habit of bringing gifts to housewarmings. Sumali's high school classmates were all dumbfounded. However, since she had already started giving gifts, they couldn't just refuse, right? But if they did, they wouldn't know what to offer. At least a few people had prepared gifts. Zhi Zihao brought a box of assorted nuts, a large gift package. Although it was a storage item, it was still valuable in the apocalypse. Yao Zixin brought a PVC foldable rain shelter house, which could be easily opened and closed, quite convenient. Sumali expressed her liking, finally showing a smile. Mu Xiaoshuan brought a peach seed, packaged in a small gift box. With the ample rain now, it should grow next year, but it might take 3 years to bear peaches. Thank you. I'll plant it in the villa's courtyard. I really like it. Sumali smiled happily. She cared more about the thought behind the gift. Although she was naive, she liked giving and receiving gestures of goodwill. Jing Shu looked at Mu Xiaoshuan. Does her family plant fruits? They had all sorts of seeds? She should ask her about other rare seeds. When she went to wholesale seeds, she had bought various medicinal and edible seeds in bulk. Not other plants, but now she realized many plants could play significant roles in the apocalypse. Others also brought their exchange items in small groups. Some brought vases, some brought gold, and others brought hair clips. For these, although some might seem laughably awkward, at least they brought something. Jing Shu noticed the strange looks from the opposite row as her classmates presented their gifts. Some even came empty-handed. They could only bow their heads, saying nothing. Thus, the turn came for Jing Shu. First, the potted plant couldn't be gifted because it contained medicine. Without the spiritual spring to nourish it, Sumali couldn't keep it alive. It would be a waste. Jing Shu thought hard for a long time, trying to decide what to give. Should she gift fruit? The opposite row had almost given every kind of fruit they could offer before the apocalypse. Should she give food? They had already stocked up plenty of long-lasting food. What about poultry? She did have some, but they were large. She couldn't just pull them out from her waist, nor could she say, "Hey, wait a minute, my house is next door, I'll go get it for you." That would be even more embarrassing. She could only offer something small, but still decent. Jing Shu was tossing and turning in her Rubik's Cube space, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She knew what to give. Among our group, Jing Shu has the best qualifications. Let's see what Jing Shu can give us. Is she going to gift those 2 flower pots? Flowers? Actually, that's not bad. Sumali isn't short on food. Look, everyone has already given what they could and there's nothing left. What's the use of potted flowers in this post-apocalyptic world? They're not as useful as something edible. If she really wants to give potted plants, that would be embarrassing. Now that we have water, there's nothing we can't grow. They're just grass, right? Giving grass would be even more embarrassing. Sumali blinked her eyes as she looked at Jing Shu. Jing Shu, I have a feeling you're going to give me something I really like. Jing Shu took a small mineral water bottle out of her pocket and handed it to Sumali. What is it? What did Jing Shu give us? Can't see clearly? It looks like a bottle of mineral water. No way! Why would she give us something so insignificant? After all, her family has a villa. Everyone around curiously looked at the mineral water bottle. Those close enough could even see the dark lump inside. Jing Shu then said, "Lobsters are referred to as dragons in our northern region, symbolizing protection and good fortune. I'm giving you a pair of small lobsters to guard your home. These lobsters are about to spawn. Their abundance symbolizes prosperity and safety for you." Sumali blinked her eyes. After receiving so many gifts today, she had only smiled in response, but this time she was genuinely surprised. Wow, Jing Shu, you're truly my lucky star. I was just thinking about having some spicy little lobsters a few days ago, and you gave me a pair that are about to spawn. I absolutely love you. Sumali jumped up and hugged Jing Shu tightly, extremely excited. "This is great! In the future, I'll have so many little lobsters to eat. Today you gave me a pair of lobsters, and another day I'll have a whole pond of them." At this moment, people at the banquet whispered among themselves. They didn't expect anyone could still obtain a pair of spawning lobsters. It was just too precious. Before the apocalypse, everyone had stored a lot of food, various kinds. Some even kept live poultry, but no one expected the world to end, so seafood was all frozen, and no one thought of raising live poultry or seafood. Everyone thought the best approach was to stockpile more food and wait for things to recover, believing that species extinction wouldn't occur. Now it was the second year of the apocalypse. Seafood was still consumed as frozen goods, and live ones had mostly died due to last year's drought. It was said that more than half of the sea creatures had died, leaving behind nothing but carrion insects. Who would dare to dive into the sea to catch seafood anymore? Little lobsters? Nonsense. Anyway, those present had never seen them before. "Who is she?" someone asked. "She's also Sumali's high school classmate." Getting a pair of spawning lobsters isn't easy. Last year was a year of drought. Jing Shu thought, "I was just casually giving something ordinary, didn't expect it to set off the whole scene." "By the way, Jing Shu, are there any precautions for raising little lobsters?" Sumali shook the bottle, inside which the two little lobsters clumsily pinched the caps. She had never been this excited when she received the little white goose. Sumali's thought, "The little white goose can only be eaten once, but little lobsters can be eaten many times. Before they hatch into little lobsters, it's best to use pure water. After they grow up, you can use anything. Water with red worms has worm eggs that will eat the lobster's eggs." Now even little lobsters are so delicate. Not as lively as the little lobsters. As expected, Jing Shu, sitting in the bottom left closest to Sumali, gave gifts that matched her status. Her attire was appropriate, and many present had already categorized her as one of their own. Many people were also thinking about whether they could ask Jing Shu to get more little lobsters. I'm wasting everyone's time. All right, I hereby declare the trading fair officially open. Let's start with the first appetizer. Everyone can start eating. Sumali clapped her hands, and the servants quickly brought out the first appetizer. Many classmates had swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Each person had a seat with 3 small dishes: cold tossed enoki mushrooms, cold tossed vegetables, and candied garlic. Unfortunately, they could only look at them, not eat. Now the meal finally began with the first appetizer, a soup. Each person had a small bowl of soup in front of them. Cream of mushroom soup melts in your mouth, rich and delicious. Several classmates devoured it like pigsy eating ginseng fruits, swallowing it in one bite. The rich, sweet, creamy flavor was so delicious it almost burned their tongues. Even Jing Shu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Very tasty. The first item is a set of housing on the 3rd floor of Building 21 in the Banana District, auctioned by AU. Minimum bid is 1,000 virtual coins, or you can trade with food and oil. Jing Shu's classmates silently picked up the cold dishes, eating one bite at a time. The first item was so explosive they couldn't afford it. In fact, 1,000 was already low. AU was clearly saving face for Sumali. In the end, the house was sold for 1,200 virtual coins. The second dish arrived as scheduled. A pan-seared silver cod exquisitely presented on a large plate, brushed with a bit of sauce. Each portion was only about the size of a palm. Several classmates ate it all in one bite, tender and fragrant, eventually licking up the sauce. The food is delicious, but the portions are a bit too small, aren't they? This is authentic French cuisine. Although the portions are small, there are many varieties. Looking at others, everyone picked up their knives and forks, cutting and eating bit by bit. Jing Shu finished her portion in one bite, and suddenly remembered that she also raised cod in her space. It seemed she could fry some to eat when she got back. Frozen goods were indeed not as good as fresh. The second item is a luxury car auctioned by Chen Nan. All are pre-apocalypse modified with bulletproof features, tracking systems, and hybrid systems. Now they're being sold off like junk. One car is 200 virtual coins, 5 for a package deal at 800 virtual coins, 10 for 1,400 virtual coins, or you can trade with oil and food. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. Su Mali explained that Chen Nan used to be a luxury car dealer in Wucheng. Naturally, she had many luxury cars. Post-apocalypse, luxury cars weren't valuable. But the bulletproof and modified advanced systems, some modified parts, and energy vehicles were still relatively valuable. Jing Shu happened to need a battery and some inverters to install in her RV. She also needed bulletproof glass and various other modification parts and systems. There were many things needed for modifying an RV. Chen Nan was the girl who gave strawberries and had a good relationship with Su Mali. These luxury cars were priced very low, making even unusable cars valuable for their parts. Energy vehicles were also valuable. 200 virtual coins were very low, probably cheaper than Jing Shu directly sourcing the parts. Despite the low prices, hardly anyone wanted them because those present didn't lack luxury cars at home, and those who needed them couldn't afford them. It was like someone giving you a 1 million coupon for a 3 million car. You'd still have to pay 2 million out of pocket. Jing Shu coughed slightly. I'll take 5 cars at the package price first. Requesting 5 cars up front is because Jing Shu knows it definitely won't be enough. If more are needed later, she'll make up for it. 10 cars, though. Cough, cough. 5 cars? Is she crazy? Why would she need so many cars? This is another case of the rich not needing it and the poor not being able to afford it. Nowadays, each time you charge an energy vehicle, it costs several virtual coins. If something breaks, you can't even fix it. Who has so many virtual coins burning through them? Why would anyone buy? The problem is she wants so many fuel-consuming cars. How much fuel does her family have? Despite Jing Shu's soft voice, everyone present was still quite surprised. Chen Nan was even more stunned. She had anticipated that none of the attendees lacked cars, and that the cars were only being offered to give Su Mali a good impression. Considering that no one wanted the cars, she had specifically released an energy vehicle at a very low price, essentially half selling and half gifting them. But she hadn't expected someone to ask for 5 cars outright. Chen Nan felt as if her heart was dripping blood. Su Mali let out a snicker. Just yesterday, Chen Nan had threatened that even if she sold them in bulk, they wouldn't sell. Who would buy so many cars at once? Even if they were to resell, it would have to be to save face for Miss Chen Nan. What's wrong? Aren't you going to sell them? Jing Shu whispered. No. I just wanted to ask if you're going to drive all these cars yourself, Chen Nan asked. Jing Shu gathered everyone's attention for the second time. After thinking about it, she realized that RVs require extensive modifications and various materials. With the connections present, they could help her find the necessary materials. So she said, I need to extensively modify the RV to enhance its functionality and safety. This requires a lot of parts and advanced vehicle systems. Only then did many people realize that without professional materials, and with all the car factories closed and not open to the public, they could only scrape by. The discarded parts from junk cars were useless and couldn't be matched to the RVs. I didn't realize before, but now I see Jing Shu is truly a tycoon. The luxury cars bought for 800 virtual coins aren't meant to be driven, they're just for modifying RVs. Damn, she's so extravagant. Jing Shu already has a Shark submarine and a red BYD. She also has an RV at home. Yesterday I drove around her villa and found a super large warehouse at the back. Not sure if she's storing various vehicles there. Chen Nan let out a sigh of relief. I see. It's time to prepare an RV. Otherwise, it would be easier to escape if another disaster happens. How about this? My family happens to have a modification workshop. I'll cover all the materials you need for your RV modifications. It's better than piecing together random parts, right? When the time comes, you can come directly to the workshop and pick whatever you need. Of course, I'll only provide the materials. You'll have to handle the labor yourself. Chen Nan calculated that this would cost her less than selling out the modified cars directly. Jing Shu's face turned strange and she coughed slightly. That's not ideal. My RV is quite large and requires a lot of materials. If it's not enough, we can just calculate based on the material prices. Chen Nan waved her hand dismissively. How many materials do you need? Do you really need more than what 5 cars worth of materials would provide? Then how about this? Charge me the package price for 10 cars. I really need a lot of materials, and if it's not enough, I'll compensate you later. Since the existing modification workshop had professional tools, Jing Shu didn't hold back. Her ideal 2-story villa RV could now become a reality. Hearing that Jing Shu wasn't holding back, Chen Nan finally asked, "By the way, what kind of RV is that of yours?" "It's a German Man Amodiro Conqueror FRV." "Conqueror? What kind of RV is that?" "Old-fashioned. It was a top-of-the-line RV worth 10 million before the apocalypse, several times larger than a regular RV." The classmates gasped in unison. Chen Nan's mouth dropped open. It wasn't that she was shocked by the 10 million price tag. None of the attendees were worth less than 100 million before the apocalypse. It was the RV itself that was truly massive. The materials required were indeed not ordinary. "I don't think Wucheng had that kind of vehicle." Chen Nan almost cried. Jing Shu coughed. "I just got it from the United States a few days ago." "How can you go back on your word, Chen Nan? It's only 800 virtual coins. I've covered everything you need for the modifications." Even if she was losing a few thousand virtual coins, it was just pocket money for her. She couldn't afford to lose face. "All right, thank you then." Seeing Chen Nan insist, Jing Shu had no choice but to agree. She could only say she'd see how much material she needed later and return it as a gift. Debts of favors were hard to repay. With most of the materials for the RV modifications secured, Jing Shu's mood improved. It seemed that today hadn't been a wasted effort. The third dish arrived. Caviar steamed eggs. The eggshells were carefully carved with gear teeth and patterns. The seasoned egg mixture was steamed inside the shells, and finally topped with a fingernail-sized dollop of red caviar. Using a delicate little spoon, a bit of caviar and steamed egg was scooped together and eaten. Slurp. Delicious. It was reported that eating this dish with exactly 13 spoonfuls of steamed egg and caviar allowed the rich flavor of the caviar to linger on the palate the longest. As Jing Shu savored the second spoonful, her classmates had almost eaten through the eggshells. Jing Shu squinted her eyes, thinking maybe she could make some caviar herself. This caviar was so tasty. The third auction item is a batch of leftover steel from when the artificial sun was being made. Not much left, only a few dozen tons, includes cutting and processing technology. Fixed price is 4,000 virtual coins or a trade for oil. Su Mali introduced it again, explaining that it was being sold by a friend who just wanted to get rid of it quickly. The price is pretty cheap. It's just not useful anymore. Even if resold, it wouldn't sell. My family has already switched to agriculture. We're planning to plant more fruits and vegetables this year. Steel has many uses, but unfortunately, factories have all shut down. Besides what was needed for the artificial sun back then, there's basically no other construction going on. After all, even getting food has become a problem, let alone anything else. Seeing that the auction was about to fail, Jing Shu timidly said, "If no one wants it, I'll take it." Jing Shu truly didn't want to release this asset, but with over a dozen giant stones in her space all damaged, a month's hard work had gone down the drain. Based on the experience from the day they were bombed, giant stones as secret weapons for defense and bombing were still very effective. Steel is much better than giant stones. Not only is it harder, but it can be used multiple times without damage. Its destructive power is also greater than that of giant stones. This might really be the last batch of steel produced, making it a rare gem.
A tycoon. She's really rich. What's she going to do with the steel? She definitely has a use for it. Damn, she's asking for 4,000 virtual coins without batting an eye. Her family definitely isn't short on food. Nonsense. She probably has a pond full of little lobsters. Do you think she'd be short? The fourth dish arrived. Bovendon red wine braised beef. I counted 3 pieces of beef in total. I chewed each piece 49 times before they were gone. There were 2 pieces of carrot, 1 sprig of cilantro, 1 clove of garlic, and 1 sip of red wine. I dipped the beef in the sauce and slurped it down more than 10 times before I dared to eat it. Since it was the 4th dish, everyone stopped wolfing down their food and began eating in a different manner. All right, you win. Jing Shu's high school classmates completely disregarded how the people across from them were staring at them with strange looks. They decided to let it go. Not only was the food exceptionally good before the apocalypse, but in the post-apocalyptic world, they might never get to eat it again in their lifetime. The 4th auction item turned out to be aloe vera. Aloe vera is an extremely hardy plant. You can easily propagate it by taking a cutting. Unfortunately, many died in the first year due to the drought, leaving very few survivors. The benefits of aloe vera need no introduction. It's great for beauty and skin care, can be used as a bandage for cuts, and is highly effective for treating inflammation and chilblains. Jing Shu wanted to plant some for backup in case temperatures dropped to -70 degrees. The biggest advantage of Jing Shu's yard was its constant temperature, allowing her to grow many things. Constant temperature was the most luxurious condition in the post-apocalyptic world because the drastic temperature differences between day and night made it impossible for many crops and plants to grow. 1 aloe branch is 200 virtual coins. Taking it home to cultivate for a while can also be used medicinally. Jing Shu. Then, I'll take one. The 5th auction item was premium cigarettes, priced at 50 virtual coins per pack. It was said that her family owned a tobacco company. Jing Shu wanted to ask if there were any tobacco plants available for cultivation before the auction ended. After all, Jing Ye was a cigarette enthusiast. Jing Shu. How about, give me 10 packs. Before the apocalypse, she couldn't afford them, and she didn't expect that after the apocalypse, she'd be lucky enough to save her premium cigarettes. Moreover, Jing Ye could no longer get cigarettes from Jing Dad. Jing Ye had been in poor spirits lately, constantly arguing with Jing Dad. Therefore, Jing Shu thought it was best to return to the old routine. Seeing that people around her were staring at her with odd looks, Jing Shu decided not to buy anything else. She was someone who could spend all her money as soon as she had it. Fortunately, the subsequent auction items didn't include anything Jing Shu was interested in. Most were expensive furniture, luxury items like perfumes and face masks and other strange items, all requiring virtual coins, food, oil, petroleum, or coal. A very small number were precious foods and poultry. A white goose was auctioned for 1,000 virtual coins, a hen was also sold for 1,000 virtual coins, and 10 kilograms of frozen beef fetched a high price of 2,000 virtual coins. Jing Shu couldn't help but ponder silently. She wondered how much a live black pig could fetch nowadays. Speaking of black pigs, Jing Shu thought of her eldest aunt Jing Pan's family. After checking their location recently, she found that her aunt's house was situated on high ground and likely hadn't been flooded, so they hadn't been evacuated. A few days ago, Jing Nai called. As expected, nothing happened. They had even saved many livestock from the nearby farm, earning merit. Now they could fully rebuild the farm, and future days would surely be better. After all, with a sow that could produce piglets, Jing Shu could easily support the farm. She had to admit that her uncle was impressive. It seemed that the lives of the wealthy weren't as good as Jing Shu had imagined. They were all exchanging their excess stockpiles for food, indicating that everyone was pessimistic about the future and wanted to store more provisions. This is the 14th dish. Burp. I'm actually full. This is the dessert after the meal. Wow, is this the legendary macaron? So sweet. Dummy, macarons are meant to be eaten slowly. It takes at least half an hour to eat one. As the meal neared its end, all the auctionable items had been sold, with 3 or 4 failing to find buyers. Well, this concludes the auction segment. Next, we'll proceed to the free exchange session. Everyone can look at the list of items on the big screen and choose the ones you're interested in exchanging. If you need appraisals or want to trade virtual coins, you can talk to Ayu. By the way, before that, please have everyone settle their auction transactions with Ayu first, Sumali announced. Since only Ayu had access to the trading system on site, everyone who wanted to trade virtual coins had to go through her. However, it was much more convenient than going to a supermarket. Who's first? Let's start with the highest transaction amount buyer. Jing Shu, your car materials are 800, steel is 4,000, aloe is 200, cigarettes are 500, totaling 5,500 virtual coins. Yu showed a QR code on her phone. Just scan it. Everyone around eagerly gathered, especially Jing Shu's high school classmates. For them, 20 points meant over 10 days' worth of meals, and Jing Shu had just spent 5,500 virtual coins in the blink of an eye, a sum equivalent to millions before the apocalypse. Jing Shu hesitated for a moment. Last night, Li Yuetian said the payment would arrive within 24 hours, and there were still 3 hours left until the 24-hour mark. The virtual coins should be credited by now, right? She hoped the payment had gone through, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Jing Shu scanned Ayu's QR code. Murphy's Law had struck. Exactly what Jing Shu didn't want happened. Ayu coughed softly and said, "Your virtual coin balance is insufficient." A huge commotion erupted around her. Nima-san loudly exclaimed, "What? You bought so many things and don't have enough virtual coins?" "Yeah, luckily you didn't trade anything first. Can you still back out now?" Yao Zixin, "Stop shouting. Maybe they're still with her parents." Nima-san maliciously remarked, "Look at Jing Shu. The higher you hold her up, the harder she falls. Let's see how she handles this. The things she bought can't be returned." Su Mali immediately stepped in to defuse the situation. "Jing Shu, I still owe you 5,000 virtual coins for the traditional herbs you found for me last time. I'll transfer it to you right away." In reality, there were very few who were truly upset, especially the buyer Chen Nan. "Oh, it's no big deal. I'll just drop the 800. You can keep the steel, or how about getting me a pair of lobsters? I'll compensate you with an additional 1,000 virtual coins." All right, it wasn't as awkward as Jing Shu had initially feared. Instead, it revealed the true nature of some people. Perhaps Jing Shu's personality had matured, or her inner strength had grown. In her past life, this would have been a humiliating ordeal, but now, experiencing it in this life, she didn't feel as bad as she thought. After thinking for a moment, Jing Shu realized the reason. With her magic cube space, she had enough food and supplies and wasn't panicking. Even if the 6,000 virtual coins didn't go through, she could offset it by fetching a few hens from her space. It was just that impressive. "How about you collect everyone else's virtual coins first? I estimate it will take another hour or two for mine to arrive. Don't worry, I still want all your items and won't back out." She thinks she's someone important. Is there still bank transfer services now? Nima-san whispered. Initially, she had thought Jing Shu was just getting too close with Yao Zixin, but it turned into pure female jealousy because Jing Shu's performance was too perfect. They wanted to tear her down completely. Of course, most importantly, Nima-san saw the concern and affection for Jing Shu in Yao Zixin's eyes, which drove her into a frenzy of jealousy. A person's status determines her thoughts and manner of speaking. People like Nima-san, the lower-class survivors in the apocalypse, are actually the most pitiful. But Jing Shu is not the open-minded and generous type. When it comes to such nuisances, people who aren't even worthy of being called villains, Jing Shu usually stands up and directly asks, "Why do my virtual coins matter to you? What's it to you? Do you need me to inform you that even after saving 1,000 people and receiving a reward of 6,000 virtual coins, the payment hasn't come through yet? Ignorance is truly terrifying. Don't embarrass yourself here. You can gossip about me, but don't let me hear it, or else you might be the next corpse at my doorstep." Wow, she's been rewarded 6,000 virtual coins. Saving so many people deserves that reward? Nima-san's teeth trembled, her face turned pale, and she plopped down onto the ground. Yes, how could she forget that the person in front of her was a killer? She dared to kill even her high school classmates. I only said a few random words. Nima-san burst into tears. Adults must take responsibility for their words and actions. The little episode quickly passed. Even after Ayu checked Jing Shu's records, she said, "Big data shows that there is indeed a reward. It should be arriving soon.
I'll transfer the virtual coins to others first. The villa's courtyard buzzed with people, becoming much livelier. While Ah Yu was helping to transfer virtual coins, the central area of the U-shaped banquet began exchanging various items. As expected, people from the same social class shared common topics. Now it was Jing Shu's high school classmates who shone brightly, bringing all sorts of strange daily necessities that could be exchanged among themselves. Meanwhile, the wealthy second generation sat on one side watching. Of course, for landowner Sumali, she still had a lot of unused items. In her eyes, there's no such thing as price, only useful and useless items. Therefore, half of the piled-up things belonged to Sumali. They were either sold at low prices or bartered away. The man with an eternally grim face sipped his coffee in small sips, frowned as he watched the monitor, and couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. "Joe Boppy, stop transferring. It's so annoying." "You old jerk. You're so bad. You tricked me into coming here early but wouldn't let me see that astragalus being kept in the potted plant. The spot in the video was just a blind spot. I don't even know if that girl did it on purpose. And a few days ago I wanted to come, but you blocked me. You wouldn't let me come." Joe Boppy puffed his beard and glared. "Ah, about that girl I actually wanted to confirm something." "Have you confirmed it yet?" "No, I can only leave it to fate." The grim-faced man showed no sign of relief, letting out a long sigh. "You're so superstitious. Does that girl have something you admire about her?" Joe Boppy continued. "I'll make it clear. If she can really cultivate medicinal herbs in this apocalypse, I want her. As you know from internal sources, red worms have been detected, and this year we probably won't be able to grow much." The man's thoughts drifted back to over 20 years ago. "Your daughter is blessed by heaven, hiccup, with the luck of wishes coming true, hiccup. Whatever she wants or wants to do, she can accomplish it. But such luck will incur heaven's envy, hiccup. Those envied by heaven will face calamities." "Oh, but someone will inherit your children's luck and then cause calamities for your daughter. It's easy to identify that person." 20 years flew by in the blink of an eye. The man was about to forget the drunken words of Master Zhang who had casually spoken to Sumali. Could it really be this person, using my daughter as a stepping stone to inherit her luck? Then the man thought he was overthinking. Fortune-tellers couldn't predict such detailed matters, right? They could inherit luck, but inheriting a person's luck? They heard of inheriting properties or bodies, but not luck. When the exchange meeting ended, Jing Shu's 6,000 virtual coins finally arrived. Thank heavens she didn't have to go home and use the old hens to settle the debt. Jing Shu also added these people as friends. A few others who acknowledged her did the same, thinking they might be useful in the future. I'm very happy that Sumali's trading fair was very successful this time. It seems everyone has gained a lot. My own gains are also plentiful. The big data has already tendered the online auction. I've already secured the ownership, but there will be a handling fee later. I still hope everyone will support it." The classmates felt a bit disappointed. They thought they could come once a month, but didn't expect it to be held online. However, this time was really satisfying. "Sumali, look at all the leftover dishes on the tables. Can we pack them up to take home? Otherwise, they'll go to waste." The servants standing behind rolled their eyes. They didn't expect anyone to even fight over their leftovers. Sumali thought for a moment. Her high school classmates were quite pitiful, so she nodded. "All right. I originally wanted to take away everything from the pots, but since that's not possible, you can pack up what's here." Although a few classmates felt a bit regretful, they followed the plan. It was as if they had secretly agreed beforehand, targeting their own leftovers. Before long, all the remaining dishes were cleaned up, just like washed plates. The servants who had served all afternoon were exasperated. After struggling to enjoy a good meal, this group didn't even leave any soup or sauce behind. Fortunately, at this moment, Sumali spoke up. "You've worked hard all afternoon. Eat up the leftovers in the restaurant." "Thank you, miss." "Thank you, miss." Jing Shu didn't have time to watch this scene unfold. Anyway, her dining spot was clean, and as the trading fair had just ended, Wu Yui called her. Jing Shu, building number 1 is now processing check-ins. Wang Dazhao is your friend, right? His house has been allocated by the assignment officer, and I've been reassigned to manage other buildings, so I can't oversee that area anymore. Upon hearing this, Jing Shu was furious. Someone was blatantly trying to embezzle a house that someone lived in. Without saying a word, Jing Shu immediately followed Wu Yui to building number 1. Damn it! How could you forget about Wang Dazhao's situation? Jing Shu knew that Wang Dazhao and Yang Yang were about to return, so she didn't expect anyone to actually dare to lay claim to his house. Only the houses of the deceased would be reclaimed by the state, and Wang Dazhao's case was registered in Wu Yui's big data system. It didn't count as death, not even as missing. In this situation, someone was blatantly declaring Wang Dazhao dead and then blacklisting his house? They were really going to change the name on it. By then, even if Wang Dazhao returned, the name would have already changed. When Jing Shu and Wu Yui arrived, building number 1 was already overcrowded. Just like the allocations in the caves, it was divided by community blocks. Those assigned to building number 1 had to accommodate all residents of a certain community. If the community was too large, they had to cram as many people as possible inside. Building number 1 had over 200 units but was assigned to more than 3,000 people. Each unit had to house roughly 15-20 people. This was an experience even more cramped than New Year's celebrations, with kitchens, dining rooms, living rooms, and bedrooms all packed with people. Government-mandated bare houses had to have toilets installed. Otherwise, with so many people living in one house, the amount of waste would be enormous. Fortunately, water was still sufficient this year, but toilets were submerged in the city. Soon, groups of people would first go to the city to transport toilets. Otherwise, with gold everywhere, every step would sink into softness. This is why Jing Shu constantly wore raincoats and rain boots. When they arrived at Wang Dazhao's house, the door had already been pried open, and 3 couples had moved in, bringing along 2 troublesome children. It goes without saying that a house only housing such a few people must have some connections. At this time, they were dividing the remaining usable living supplies left by Wang Dazhao, such as bedsheets and blankets, and had already treated these as their own home. Sister-in-law, I'm talking about you. You took all the blankets from your house. What's wrong with letting my family take the duvets? Old Lu, old Zhang, your families each took 1 bed. Shouldn't you give me the duvets? Little Li, you're young. Just bear with it and move on. Besides, don't you have a sofa? It's so soft, what else do you need? Some people were telling others off without allowing any retaliation. I only moved in after contributing 300 work points. You need to be reasonable. I also gave a bottle of wine and a bag of rice. Isn't everyone paying a high price to move in? This house was arranged by my uncle. What does it matter if you gave gifts? Behave yourselves or I'll kick you out. You dare? This house will have our names written on it. While the adults were arguing without end, and the troublesome children were playing with bowls and collecting red worms, Jing Shu and Wu Yui rushed in. Who are you guys? Don't you know you can't barge into other people's homes? Could this be another arranged move-in? Oh my God, there's nowhere left for them to stay. My uncle said it's only our 3 families. The man frowned and looked at the approaching people, asking, What are you guys doing? Jing Shu clenched her fist loudly, restraining the urge to strike, suppressing her anger, and said, Why do my virtual coins matter to you? What's it to you? Do you need me to inform you that even after saving 1,000 people and receiving a reward of 6,000 virtual coins, the payment hasn't come through yet? Ignorance is truly terrifying. Don't embarrass yourself here. You can gossip about me, but don't let me hear it or else you might be the next corpse at my doorstep. Wow, she's been rewarded 6,000 virtual coins. Saving so many people deserves that reward. Nima's teeth trembled, her face turned pale, and she plopped down onto the ground. Yes, how could she forget that the person in front of her was a killer? She dared to kill even her high school classmates. I only said a few random words. Nima burst into tears. Adults must take responsibility for their words and actions. The little episode quickly passed. Even after Ah Yu checked Jing Shu's records, she said, "Big data shows that there is indeed a reward. It should be arriving soon. I'll transfer the virtual coins to others first." The villa's courtyard buzzed with people, becoming much livelier. While Ah Yu was helping to transfer virtual coins, the central area of the U-shaped banquet began exchanging various items. As expected, people from the same social class shared common topics. Now it was Jing Shu's high school classmates who shone brightly, bringing all sorts of strange daily necessities that could be exchanged among themselves. Meanwhile, the wealthy second generation sat on one side watching. Of course, for landowner Su Mali, she still had a lot of unused items. In her eyes, there's no such thing as price, only useful and useless items. Therefore, half of the piled-up things belonged to Su Mali. They were either sold at low prices or bartered away. The man with an eternally grim face sipped his coffee in small sips, frowned as he watched the monitor, and couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. "Joe Boppy, stop transferring, it's so annoying." "You old jerk, you're so bad. You tricked me into coming here early but wouldn't let me see that astragalus being kept in the potted plant. The spot in the video was just a blind spot. I don't even know if that girl did it on purpose. And a few days ago I wanted to come, but you blocked me. You wouldn't let me come." Joe Boppy puffed his beard and glared. "Ah, about that girl, I actually wanted to confirm something." "Have you confirmed it yet?" "No, I can only leave it to fate." The grim-faced man showed no sign of relief, letting out a long sigh. "You're so superstitious. Does that girl have something you admire about her?" Joe Boppy continued. "I'll make it clear. If she can really cultivate medicinal herbs in this apocalypse, I want her. As you know from internal sources, red worms have been detected, and this year we probably won't be able to grow much." The man's thoughts drifted back to over 20 years ago. "Your daughter is blessed by heaven, Hiccup, with the luck of wishes coming true. Hiccup, whatever she wants or wants to do, she can accomplish it. But such luck will incur heaven's envy. Hiccup, those envied by heaven will face calamities." "Oh, but someone will inherit your children's luck and then cause calamities for your daughter. It's easy to identify that person." 20 years flew by in the blink of an eye. The man was about to forget the drunken words of Master Zhang, who had casually spoken to Su Mali. Could it really be this person, using my daughter as a stepping stone to inherit her luck? Then, the man thought he was overthinking. Fortune tellers couldn't predict such detailed matters, right? They could inherit luck, but inheriting a person's luck. They heard of inheriting properties or bodies, but not luck. When the exchange meeting ended, Jing Shu's 6,000 virtual coins finally arrived. Thank heavens she didn't have to go home and use the old hens to settle the debt. Jing Shu also added these people as friends. A few others who acknowledged her did the same, thinking they might be useful in the future. I'm very happy that Su Mali's trading fair was very successful this time. It seems everyone has gained a lot. My own gains are also plentiful. The big data has already tendered the online auction. I've already secured the ownership, but there will be a handling fee later. I still hope everyone will support it." The classmates felt a bit disappointed. They thought they could come once a month but didn't expect it to be held online. However, this time was really satisfying. "Su Mali, look at all the leftover dishes on the tables. Can we pack them up to take home? Otherwise they'll go to waste." The servants standing behind rolled their eyes. They didn't expect anyone to even fight over their leftovers. Su Mali thought for a moment. Her high school classmates were quite pitiful, so she nodded. "All right, I originally wanted to take away everything from the pots, but since that's not possible, you can pack up what's here." Although a few classmates felt a bit regretful, they followed the plan. It was as if they had secretly agreed beforehand, targeting their own leftovers. Before long, all the remaining dishes were cleaned up, just like washed plates. The servants who had served all afternoon were exasperated. After struggling to enjoy a good meal, this group didn't even leave any soup or sauce behind. Fortunately, at this moment, Su Mali spoke up. "You've worked hard all afternoon. Eat up the leftovers in the restaurant." "Thank you, miss." "Thank you, miss." Jing Shu didn't have time to watch this scene unfold. Anyway, her dining spot was clean,
and as the trading fair had just ended, Wu Yui called her. Jing Shu, building number 1 is now processing check-ins. Wang Dazhao is your friend, right? His house has been allocated by the assignment officer, and I've been reassigned to manage other buildings, so I can't oversee that area anymore. Upon hearing this, Jing Shu was furious. Someone was blatantly trying to embezzle a house that someone lived in. Without saying a word, Jing Shu immediately followed Wu Yui to building number 1. Damn it, how could you forget about Wang Dazhao's situation? Jing Shu knew that Wang Dazhao and Yang Yang were about to return, so she didn't expect anyone to actually dare to lay claim to his house. Only the houses of the deceased would be reclaimed by the state, and Wang Dazhao's case was registered in Wu Yui's big data system. It didn't count as death, not even as missing. In this situation, someone was blatantly declaring Wang Dazhao dead and then blacklisting his house. They were really going to change the name on it. By then, even if Wang Dazhao returned, the name would have already changed. At this moment, building number 1 was bustling with activity, and Shi Juju had also gathered to watch. Hello everyone, I'm Shi Juju. I just shared the environment of Banana District, which has garnered a lot of envy and jealousy from many of our little friends. Actually, building number 1 is the most crowded in Banana District. Our house accommodates 15 people, and I'm fortunate enough to live in a single-room kitchen. The government installed lights and connected outlets to each unit yesterday, and the supermarket downstairs has been moved here, making meals very convenient. However, using the bare house for toilets is very inconvenient. What I mean is, we'll go to the city in a few days to find some toilets. Now, building number 1 is bustling with activity. Let me show you. Oh my god, it's my goddess, how is she here? Shi Juju, who had just arrived at the scene, was too excited to speak. Let's see what's happening. Turns out the owner of this house isn't dead. This allocation officer assigned the house to these people. Such a large house is only allotted to 6 people by this officer. I feel something fishy inside. As for the allocation officer saying that the goddess deliberately wants to tarnish the house to sell it to others, I think the possibility is very small. After all, she lives in a villa area, and with submarine conditions in this world, her resources must be good. Would she go through all the trouble and risk being reported to swallow the house? Jing Shu also took out her phone and directly called Li Yuetian. Of course, she had many other methods, but Li Yuetian was definitely the fastest and most effective. Since this Director Zhang had so arrogantly transferred the house name to others, she wouldn't hold back. Hello, is this Jing Shu? What's the matter? I'm Li Bailong, the nephew of Li Team. Jing Shu frowned. Hello, Li Bailong, where is Li Team? I urgently need to speak with him. Ah, he's been suspended and is in the interrogation room taking statements from above because of the recent floods. Many people went missing in the petroleum district, the area with the most missing persons in Wuchang. Now, the Banana District matter is being managed by the second-in-command. If you have something urgent, you can tell me, and I'll see if I can help. All right, I don't have anything here. I hope your uncle passes safely. When the incident occurred, there was no time for settlement. Now that the people are settled, it's time to start accountability and rewards. However, this is also a time to rely on connections. If you have relationships, things might pass smoothly. Without connections, especially if encountering opponents trying to arrange things, Li Yuetian's situation was doomed. It seemed Li Yuetian was now like a mud Buddha crossing the river, unable to protect himself, and things happened at just the right moment. At this moment, 4 uniformed officers armed with electric batons approached. Step aside! Step aside! Who forcefully seized a private residence? Who reported it? Hello, comrades. I'm the allocation director of Banana District. I reported to the police. It's them, those 2. Look at how they've beaten the people on the ground, they can't even get up. Director Zhang hurriedly brought the people over, still adding some colorful remarks. The officers understood the situation. Jing Shu squinted her eyes, thinking they were part of the same group. She didn't expect this director to still have some clout. Knowing that she couldn't reason with them directly, she resorted to insinuations. Even if she now had thousands of ways to make Director Zhang hand over the house, she herself was in trouble. She had initially planned to rely on Li Yuetian for backup, but didn't expect him to be suspended. What to do? Jing Shu narrowed her eyes, surveying the entire scene.
Perhaps due to drinking the Ling Quan for a year, she became even calmer when faced with problems. She still showed no sign of panic. Seeing Shi Juju among the crowd, her eyes suddenly lit up. All roads lead to Rome. As long as the goal is achieved, any method is good. It seems I can only use this tactic. Hello. I'm a native resident of Banana District and the visiting specialist, Wu Yui. This is my big data. Wu Yui stepped forward first, revealing her face. What's going on? The leading officer impatiently asked. If not for being government personnel, he would have already arrested them. Suddenly, Jing Shu ran out, grabbed the officer's arm and protested, "Here's the situation. The owner of this house is our lifesaver. The true identity of our lifesaver is a special police officer. He has been on a secret mission and hasn't returned for a long time. Recently, we finally received news that he's about to come back. But Director Zhang still transferred the house to these people who gave him gifts." My sister and I explained the whole situation. We asked Director Zhang to move them out, but he said the house has already been transferred to others. Even if the house owner comes back, it's useless. The officer replied impatiently, "Without evidence, we can't handle the house matter. I'm asking who injured the people?" Director Zhang sneered from the side. Jing Shu pitifully said, "Officer, do you think 2 weak women can beat 5 or 6 people? I clearly heard them talking. One said they gave 500 virtual coins, another gave 5 bags of rice. Bribery was needed to move in. The younger one said it was through Uncle Zhang's connections. When I said I wanted to expose them, they planned to fight each other to make it look like they attacked me to report and arrest me." "You're talking nonsense. We're sick. You're beating yourselves." Jing Shu pulled a few children, took out some candies, and said, "Tell your sister. Did you say it that way? If you say the right person gets candy, and the well-spoken ones get 2 rewards." The mischievous children blinked fearfully and said, "No, you're wrong. You clearly hit them. I saw you punch, and Uncle Lu fell to the ground." A wave of boos echoed around. Director Zhang became even more pleased. "See, officer, she's even trying to bribe the children with candy. But the children know better. They won't lie. What they're saying is true. Quickly arrest these 2. Jing Shu handed candy to one child. Another child eagerly confirmed his observations and said, "Also, Uncle Lu only gave 300 virtual coins to move in. Our family doesn't have 5 bags of rice. It's the rice and white wine we got from another district last year. We usually can't spare it. Little Bao is so greedy. Uncle Zhang is really bad, asking for so much, and saying that even if the house owner has a master, he's not afraid. He has the means to forcibly seize the house and says the house owner is nobody." Jing Shu turned her head and asked, "See, even the children know that this house is forcefully seized. Officer, do you have anything else to say? And Director Zhang, the children are telling the truth." The officer waved his hand. "Since you're the one who beat them, just take them away." Jing Shu handed 2 candies to the children. "You did a great job. Even the kids know the house was forcefully seized. With such solid evidence, officer, shouldn't you address the house issue first?" Director Zhang furiously retorted, "How can you trust what children say? What do they understand?" Another round of boos echoed around, and even the onlookers couldn't bear to watch any longer. Jing Shu took a deep breath and said, "Previously, you clearly stated that the children are reasonable and what they say is true. Now you're saying you can't trust the children's words. During the incident, as for both parties, only the children can testify. Are you saying we should trust the children or not trust them? Or selectively believe what benefits you and disregard what doesn't?" Shi Juju, having watched the scene unfold for so long, felt it was time to stand up for his goddess. He stepped forward and asked, "Yeah, for the sake of fairness, either all the children's statements are valid or none of them are. You can't just decide which statements are true and which aren't." Director Zhang fell silent, subtly extending 2 fingers toward the hesitant officer. The old officer gritted his teeth and said, "I've already said that the house issue is too complicated. Public can have their reasons and private can have theirs too. We can't just determine the house was forcefully seized based on a few children's words. If she is truly the special police officer who was on a secret mission, then we'll handle it when she returns. Right now, I'm here to manage malicious harm incidents. I'm taking them both away." Others began to tug at Jing Shu and Wu Yui, but Jing Shu quietly shook her head and then shouted loudly, "Brave warriors wrapped in horsehide, don't make broken hearts. Heroes return. Yet you've forcefully seized his home. Isn't this disheartening for the hero? Doesn't the country let you do whatever you want?" Shurjuju raised his phone and perfectly live-streamed the scene, causing the entire live-stream room to explode with viewers who were infuriated. After hiding his phone, Shurjuju rushed forward. "You're clearly colluding. It's as obvious as lice on a bald head that these people have forcefully seized someone else's house, and you're ignoring it while focusing on trivial matters like beating people. What a slapdash approach. We're taking them back for questioning. We will definitely get to the bottom of this." The officer, seeing so many people watching and not wanting to make a scene, swallowed his anger and said, "If you investigate, you'll take away everyone here. Why only take these two? Don't you want to question the rest about how they seized others' houses? This is too perfunctory." The officer finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "These people are obstructing public duties and insulting officers. Take them back for 10 days of labor re-education. If others still have objections, take them all back for labor re-education." Seeing that the surrounding crowd was about to quiet down, labor re-education? Oh my God, were they going to handcuff people to light bulbs, clean up while being shackled like slaves, working day and night without rest? As he spoke, he also grabbed Shurjuju, and Shurjuju exclaimed, "You can't do this! Do you know who you're arresting? This woman saved over 1,000 lives by operating a shark submarine at Ajia supermarket on the day of the flood. She's doing this for justice." Upon hearing about the shark submarine, some people around had recognition. "It's her? I saw that video too. Amazing." The atmosphere became lively again. The old officer squinted his eyes, not expecting things to turn out this way. It was because this woman had shielded Li Yuetian from a disaster. Otherwise, Li Yuetian would have already been ousted. As a subordinate of the second-in-command, he had been suppressed for a long time in the second branch. This might be an opportunity. Thinking this, the old officer didn't hesitate to call Team Hu. "Yes, it's that woman who earned merit for Li Yuetian. The public reaction is quite intense. I'm afraid arresting her will cause bad repercussions." "All right, I'm taking her back now." Waving his hand with support from above, he became more unrestrained. This woman just happened to be caught in the power struggle between the top and second-in-command. "Take her back. Prince Fanfa, criminals are equal to commoners. Since she beat someone, she must face the consequences." Ignoring the surrounding discussions, he forcefully took the three people away. In the post-apocalyptic world, they didn't care about appearances like before. These people couldn't even manage to eat properly. What kind of trouble could they possibly cause? Director Zhang's face displayed an old, wrinkled smile, like that of a wilted chrysanthemum. "Do what you need to do. If you cause more trouble, I'll assign you all to the garage." Onlookers dispersed without making a fuss, not causing any waves. Director Zhang comforted those who were beaten. "Don't worry, I'll make sure justice is served for you." He hurriedly left. Although there was a slight mishap, it still followed his plan. Where did he go? He went to knock on another villa's door. This time, Director Zhang didn't believe it. His daughter was already arrested, and he couldn't extract his over 900 virtual coins. Meanwhile, Jing Shu, Wu Yui, and Shurjuju were successfully taken to the marketplace in front of Banana District. Due to inadequate measures, they were roughly handcuffed in what seemed to be a warehouse area, and their phones were confiscated. "Stay here quietly." The old officer left, not fearing they could escape unless they could break through half a wall. Even if they escaped, being wanted nationwide in the big data system, where could they run? Director Zhang had completed his mission. He didn't know how Team Hu would handle this person, but he intended to completely undermine Li Yuetian by erasing this woman's contributions and bestowing her with a severe crime. In the darkness, Jing Shu surveyed her surroundings. This was a large, closed-off warehouse filled with scattered items, likely salvaged from the submerged second branch's materials. The entire warehouse, except for 2 guards at the main entrance, had no windows or other exits, making it perfect for storing supplies. In the dark, Jing Shu meticulously examined everything in the warehouse. Being handcuffed wasn't the worst. Being handcuffed in a warehouse was incredibly awkward. "Where is this place? Why did he handcuff us in this creepy spot?" Shi Juju shouted, his voice echoing. "Because we must remain hidden." Wu Yui simply found a comfortable position to sit down. "Why?" Jing Shu replied. "The first floor is the cafeteria with a lot of foot traffic. The second floor is their police station area. If we encounter Li Yuetian's people, it would be troublesome. If I'm not mistaken, the third floor probably houses various weapons. After considering everything, this is the only place they could put us." As she spoke, Jing Shu took out her phone. "What's your Douyin number? Log in quickly." Shi Juju was astonished. "Aren't all our phones confiscated?" "I have 2 phones." "Oh, it's logged in. Then what?" Shi Juju asked, while the live stream exploded into a frenzy as he suddenly disappeared from view. Jing Shu took the phone, began editing the live stream recordings into a video, added live comments, and included a catchy title. "Shocking. Hero returns but forced to seize another's nest." "Astonishing. Shark submarine savior of 1,000 lives arrested for home invasion." "Incredible. Wucheng officer upholds the law. Let's make him trend." Is it moral decay or the distortion of humanity? Shi Juju brutally treated for exposing the truth. Is there truly no law in the apocalypse? An engaging title determines how many people will pay attention to the matter. The enraging content decides how much it resonates with people. The first person to express an opinion steers the direction of the event. Both are indispensable. Jing Shu created several more secondary accounts, began tagging various relevant departments, and uttered representative statements to provide material for those who only liked the video. At the same time, it was crucial for her to be the first to declare a stance. She needed to maintain her momentum. Shi Juju watched her familiar methods and seasoned operations in awe, his eyes widening in astonishment. Suddenly, Jing Shu's demeanor seemed to change. Perhaps she was truly a powerhouse? If previous videos could be laughed off, these titles and sharp commentary could stir deep-seated feelings of tenderness and anger. The hero who saved lives was now being arrested for justice, further enraging those he saved and their families. They flocked to comment, demanding a thorough investigation by the local government. Although nothing could be done immediately, likes and angry comments still served their purpose. When every individual in Huaxia spits, it's enough to drown people. Once the video was edited and posted, likes and various comments surged by thousands every minute. Before long, it hit the trending recommendations, escalating from a locally popular video in Wucheng to nationwide attention. Within a short time, likes surpassed hundreds of thousands. By the time the government attempted to block it, it was already too late. The Wucheng government was tagged over 100,000 times, the massive impact forcing the government to take notice. Without a good explanation, they risked being condemned by the entire nation. Shi Juju couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Then what? Then, just wait. The harvested reputation was now ready to be put to use. Making the most of what they had was essential, especially while Jing Shu was still gaining momentum. Otherwise, who would remember her after a few years? Regarding solving this matter, Jing Shu had many methods. However, upon learning that Li Yuetian couldn't protect himself, she ultimately chose to resolve the issue through public opinion. Using the least cost for the greatest benefit was, in a way, another form of assistance for Li Yuetian. The captain of the second branch, Li Yuetian, was now a senior colonel. At his age, his promotions were relatively swift, and he had the potential to rise to a major general in the future. Based on his performance during the last evacuation at Hongshan Ecological Park, he was a valuable ally worth cultivating. Especially in the post-apocalyptic world, having an ally with the potential to be a major general in Banana District meant he could wield significant influence. A major general in Huaxia typically required at least 20 years of military service, making early investment crucial. I hope this matter also helps him overcome his difficulties, Jing Shu moved her hand, freeing her bound hand, but her eyes were still fixed on the items in the warehouse. She muttered under her breath, "Second form." Her magic cube space, Mofang Kongjian, unfolded flat, displaying a dazzling array of supplies. Jing Shu began organizing the cramped space while scouting for items to transfer into her space. With her phone's light now gone, the warehouse returned to darkness. Shurjuju felt a surge of excitement. Facing his lifesaver, he had always wanted to say thank you, and now he finally had the chance. In the dark warehouse, Shurjuju's questions echoed intermittently, met with Jing Shu's lazy responses. Meanwhile, Jing Shu was tying ropes to bees. By controlling the strings, she directed the bees to touch objects, thus transferring items into her space. There was still time to tidy up the warehouse. Although some items piled up like mountains, most were useless to Jing Shu, like bedding, daily necessities, and furniture. However, there were items Jing Shu was interested in, such as aramid helmets. Washia's aramid helmets were exceptional, surpassing the American Kevlar helmets in performance. Their bulletproof capabilities were undeniable. They were highly stable, providing excellent brain protection. During past military campaigns, they could even double as pots and bowls. In the desert, when water was scarce, they could be used as water collection devices. Truly versatile. Jing Shu intended to maximize their use, not only for bulletproofing but also to prevent future natural disasters. They could be used to shield against hail, which could be deadly when shaped like cones. Imagine the force of a free-falling body from the sky. Who would dare to keep their bald heads up? Everyone would prefer to grow some hair or even carry a blanket or plastic basin when going out, fearing a hailstone could shatter everything in minutes. Additionally, after next year's earthquake, mudslides and severe thunderstorms caused by heavy rains would become a headache, especially for Banana District located at the mountain's base. Hailstorms would be manageable, but lightning-struck stones would be particularly troublesome. Perhaps due to offending the gods of thunder and wind, they had intensified their mountain carving, producing thunderous sounds accompanied by flying rocks. According to scientists, since Earth had deviated from its orbit in recent years, it couldn't adapt, leading to increased tectonic movements and such dramatic reactions. Regardless, possessing such a highly secure helmet was undoubtedly a blessing. There were many helmets, but Jing Shu didn't take too many. She grabbed about 10, enough for her family, and planned to modify them in her space, changing their colors slightly. She also took a few bulletproof vests. Due to their limited quantity, Jing Shu grabbed 3 sets. These were quite heavy and cumbersome to wear. Huaxia troops rarely issued bulletproof vests, but if a conflict arose, they could urgently produce hundreds of thousands. Professional gas masks are also here. Perfect. Jing Shu felt a surge of excitement. Unlike the few 101 masks on Taobao that only protected against paint fumes, these were entirely different. Although she didn't know their exact grade, preventing toxic air and foul odors in the apocalypse would always be useful. Trust me, you absolutely don't want to smell like flatulence all year round. Not just the same old stink, but randomly changing odors based on the weather's mood. Apparently, Earth had a terrible stomach this year. This time, Jing Shu took over 50 gas masks. Since she didn't take them, they would likely deteriorate after many years. She placed them in her space for proper maintenance, planning to offer them to those in need in the future, of course, for a fee. Director Zhang walked with a swagger, humming a song all the way. By the time he knocked on the door, he looked fully confident. The person opening the door was Jing Dad. "Is that you?" Jing Dad said as he was about to close the door. "Wait, your daughter did something serious. She's already been arrested and sentenced." Director Zhang recounted the events and hinted, "This matter is very serious. Labor re-education for a year and a half. Think about it, sleeping in mixed-gender bunks, your delicate daughter watched by a pack of hungry wolves. But there are solutions. After all, it's the house I allocated." Jing Dad looked at Director Zhang skeptically. Would his daughter, given her personality, be arrested? Even if she was, honestly, with her terrifying strength and a single punch. Seeing Jing Dad's disbelief, Director Zhang took out the 3 of Jing Shu's phones. All 3 phones have been confiscated. One of them must belong to your daughter, right? Finally, Jing Dad became nervous. Do you have a way? Director Zhang displayed a deep, inscrutable smile, and in the next few minutes, kept hinting to Jing Dad. You don't know, the second branch has had a change in leadership. Previously, Li Yuetian was ousted. Now it's Captain Hu is notorious for plucking feathers from geese. Tisk tisk. So you should get her out before she's taken in. Jing Dad, with a nervous expression, asked, Then Director Zhang, please help us? Of course, of course. Director Zhang showed a satisfied smile and rubbed his hands. Thank you very much. Jing Dad expressed his gratitude. Director Zhang. I haven't agreed yet. Don't you know the rules, hey? No, this requires establishing connections. Director Zhang rubbed his hands, trying hard to hint. Then thank you for helping establish connections. Director Zhang gritted his teeth. This person really didn't understand, or was pretending not to? On what grounds should I help you out of the blue? Are my hints not clear enough? Director Zhang, you clearly said you would help me earlier. Why are you saying this now? Jing Dad looked surprised. Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. Bring 1,000 virtual coins, and I guarantee your daughter will be released safely. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for your daughter to become a casualty in the struggle between Li Yuetian and Captain Hu. Director Zhang couldn't hold back any longer. Fortunately, he had overheard things in the corner today, knowing the situation, and now could provide some leverage. Suddenly, a long beep sounded. Jing Dad exhaled. Your timing is perfect. It's finally recorded. Director Zhang, with a menacing expression, said, You're messing with me? Even if you recorded the audio, what can you do? He was careless. All these years of accepting bribes, everyone had eagerly come to offer gifts. Even if they weren't sharp, as long as he hinted, the other party would understand. He had never encountered such a situation. So what? Jing Dad attacked Director Zhang with fists and kicks. After beating him, he even tied him up. This was just after calling his daughter. Of the 3 phones earlier, one was Jing Shu's old phone, so her phone was still in her possession. Shocking! Police station run by his family? After the recording video went online, it stirred up another wave of uproar, making onlookers feel like watching an ongoing blockbuster. Videos that expose scandals on the spot often incite the most anger. The crowd demanded what would happen next, but there was no further movement. Many people were complaining that the Wucheng government was too slow to respond, letting people be almost killed without stepping in to solve the issue. Meanwhile, the warehouse was large. Jing Shu searched many places. Just as she was happily browsing Taobao, looking for useful items, the main door suddenly swung open, and a group of people hurriedly walked in. They came so quickly. Jing Shu's lips curled into a slight smile. Their work efficiency was still very high. Unsurprisingly, Jing Shu and the other 2 were immediately unshackled and invited into the current office. Tables were laid out with hot milk and boiled eggs as tokens of consolation. Leaders personally handed them to the crowd, displaying a harmonious scene. We're truly sorry for what you've been through. It was our negligence that led to your suffering. Rest assured, we will severely punish the responsible parties. Click, click, camera sounds echoed. Jing Shu saw old acquaintances. It was the female reporter who came to interview her yesterday? Undoubtedly, with the attention from above, things were handled efficiently. Within 10 minutes, the forcefully seized house was cleaned up, people were cleared out, and some daily necessities were added. The house was thoroughly cleaned, becoming neat and tidy. Moreover, the implicated allocation director was caught and taken to the office by a kind citizen, Mr. Jing. The corrupt officer who accepted bribes was also fired. Half an hour later, Jing Shu again posted a new video on social media, documenting the police-citizen unity, joint efforts to fight criminals, and a happy ending. Thanks to the Wucheng government, and thanks to the relevant leaders' attention, this matter has been perfectly resolved. Thank you all for your attention to Shijuju. From beginning to end, Jing Shu never appeared again. But Juju knew that it was she who led and stirred the public opinion, not him. For a moment, Juju's admiration for Jing Shu reached a new height, and a small seed began to sprout in his heart. If I could follow a big boss in the future, guiding public opinion for her, how great would that be? Meanwhile, Captain Hu, a new official ready to make big moves, was suddenly told, "Your promotion plan has been cancelled. Your position remains unchanged." Captain Hu. What's happening? I just finished drafting the promotion plan. As for Li Yuetian, who was suspended, he was informed, "This time your annual bonus is docked and your position is reinstated." Li Yuetian. What's the situation? Zhou Bapi had been staring at the 2 potted plants for 2 whole hours. He even tasted the soil's flavor. Strange, there's nothing special here. How is it possible? How can these potted plants grow astragalus in such an environment? Uncle, when are you going to live stream eating shit? Sumali sipped strawberries, not very satisfied with their taste. You kid, for such a big issue, other uncles should be present. Zhou Bapi coughed. It was all because he spoke too much at that time, and now was being slapped in the face nakedly. Then I'll call everyone to watch you live stream eating shit tomorrow, okay? They must have time. Sumali excitedly said, "Oh, Jing Shu is here. Look, Jing Shu is finally here. Where have you been? What were you doing? Making me wait." Zhou Bapi finally changed the topic forcibly, enthusiastically running towards Jing Shu. "You might not believe it, but I was just arrested." "Wait, who are you?" Jing Shu initially thought he was an old acquaintance. After all, the person greeted her so warmly, so she instinctively responded. But after speaking, she realized she didn't know this person at all. Zhou Bapi warmly welcomed Jing Shu over. The old man's face was wrinkled from smiling, and she watched as he carefully examined Jing Shu, as if searching for treasure. If it weren't for Sumali being present, Jing Shu would have punched him on the spot. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Zhou. You can call me Zhou Yaoshi," he began. Sumali burst into laughter. "Yaoshi? He's the Zhou Bapi who doesn't believe you can grow potted astragalus. He said if you manage to grow it, he'll live stream eating shit." "Nonsense! My name is Zhou Baki. Zhou Baki. Don't call me Zhou Bapi anymore," Zhou Bapi protested. He felt that on their first meeting, he needed to make a good impression on this girl. Sumali always knew how to undermine him. Jing Shu understood immediately. So that was him. She said, "I came to the meeting today but didn't see anyone. Zhou Baki? Zhou Bapi?" Zhou Bapi felt he couldn't lose face, so he introduced himself grandly. "Miss, your astragalus has grown well. I am Zhou Baki, the vice president of the Huaxia Herb Association and the Wucheng Herb Association." He thought the title would impress Jing Shu, as associations typically sounded impressive. Sumali couldn't contain her laughter. "If an association only has 7 members and 3 vice presidents, then I have nothing to say." Sumali instantly transformed into the prince of undermining. Jing Shu thought, "It feels like I've been deceived. In my past life, the Herb Association seemed pretty formidable. How come it only has 7 members? Wucheng actually has quite a few famous herbs. Could it be the legend that gathering 7 people can summon Dragon Balls?" Seeing Jing Shu's suspicious gaze, Zhou Bapi cleared his throat. "Ahem, Sumali was referring to the official structure, which only has 7 members. There are many others who want to join but can't. Jing Shu, I'm here to ask, did you really cultivate these astragalus and honeysuckle after the apocalypse?" Jing Shu nodded. "Yes." Zhou Bapi's hands trembled. He was clearly excited. He rubbed his hands together. "Oh, that's wonderful, Jing Shu. I don't know if you're interested in joining our herb association?" Jing Shu had been wanting to join the herb association. Although she didn't know much about traditional Chinese medicine and only understood farming, Sumali's words made her feel the herb association might be a bit weak. Seeing Jing Shu hesitate, Zhou Bapi became anxious. "Don't worry. Once you join, you'll be part of the official structure. We also have hundreds of informal members. Recently, the government wants to unify regional herbs, and the association will expand by integrating herbs from other cities. So, how do we work normally? Are there any strict regulations? Jing Shu was a fortunate child. She had never worked a formal job before the apocalypse struck. Freedom. We're very free here. As long as each month you ensure some herbs don't die, it's fine. You can even grow them at home without any issues. As for benefits, they're definitely better than those of other official civil servants. For higher-level members like our president, it's a technical matter. If some herbs encounter pests or other problems, they need to come out to solve them. For your level, just ensuring the herbs survive is enough. Now that the country is in an apocalypse, herb cultivation is even more challenging. The previous cultivation methods have all been changed to extremely inefficient personal modes, but there's no choice. The apocalypse introduces many other factors. Zhou Bapi continued to sigh. Fortunately, Wucheng still has some reserve herbs, but those are for life-saving purposes. If they run out, survival rates in the future will be lower than in ancient times. Indeed, colds and fevers relied entirely on toughing it out. If you could endure, you'd survive. If not, you'd die. Not to mention chronic illnesses in the elderly. Heart disease and hypertension could only rely on fate if medications weren't taken for a long time. Zhou Bapi's wrinkled face broke into a smile. How about this? I'll take you to our herb association tomorrow so you can see it for yourself and decide. Jing Shu emerged from her contemplation and nodded. Okay. If nothing special happened, joining the herb association would be good. At least Jing Shu's proud mother could say to others, "My daughter is part of the official structure of the herb association." All right, it's settled then. I'll spend the night at Mary's house tonight. Under Su Mali's numerous pleas to have dinner, Jing Shu only left with her potted plants and went home. Zhou Bapi said he would sleep with the 2 herb pots tonight and take them to the herb association for further study in the morning. Jing Shu wasn't afraid of her Ling Quan being exposed at all, because back then, Qian Duo tested it in ice cream for her silly son's sake and couldn't detect anything even after a long time. She wasn't worried Zhou Bapi could find anything either. In fact, Ling Quan only affects these organisms by increasing some active molecules and functionalities. As long as it's not directly tested, she wasn't afraid. Back at the villa, Jing Shu arrived just in time for dinner. She wolfed down her meal while watching Jing Nai worryingly inquire about the afternoon's events. Wu Yui was holding her returned phone, watching comics and half-heartedly responding to Jing Nai. Fortunately, her family didn't watch Du Ying and were unaware of the major battles happening. All done, Mom. Look, they're both fine, and some reporters even came to interview me this afternoon. Jing's father couldn't help but advise. He was Mr. Jing, a passionate citizen who seemed quite nice. Quick, watch the news! Africa has been flooded. So many people died. Everyone's attention shifted over. That's terrible! Africa is so high in elevation and even the great grasslands are submerged. Tsk tisk, so pitiful. Those people didn't have time to escape through the underground tunnels, Jing's mother said sympathetically. Last year's super high temperatures led to digging tunnels over 10 meters deep, which was comfortable. Hainan in Huaxia was also supposed to learn from that, but our leaders forced migration. At least our country was foresighted, Jing's father added. How many people died? It's a catastrophe. Jing Nai sighed. The water that submerged the island nations was due to the sea level rising directly. Except for Mount Fuji, which wasn't submerged, the rest were underwater. The water was so deep that people couldn't be seen, and entire cities were submerged. Another dozen or so islands were also submerged, completely disappearing from the map. Taiwan in Huaxia, being high in elevation, was half submerged. Although there were casualties, it wasn't severe. These were nothing compared to Africa. Because Africa has high elevations, it wasn't entirely submerged but was flooded, drowning many people. Originally, they could have evacuated earlier, but their blind confidence prevailed. After all, that area was the most water-deprived place in the world. They thought it was impossible to be flooded. Who would have thought that after just a few days it was indeed submerged? If other places vanished quietly without causing much of a stir, Africa was undoubtedly a scene of disaster. Now that everyone had been relocated, with nothing to do for a day, they were just browsing news and social media. Every day, one place was flooded after another. However, the casualties in Huaxia were relatively minor. Except for the day the floodwaters submerged a portion of the population, other casualties were minimal. The government hadn't officially counted how many people had disappeared, but according to high-level big data, approximately 2 million people vanished across all regions of Huaxia on that day. In Wucheng alone, including those high-level officials who refused to relocate at night, tens of thousands disappeared. Considering that Huaxia normally saw 20,000 deaths daily and an average of one newborn every 2 seconds, the death rate during such a massive disaster was still relatively low. Island nations faced a 95% mortality rate, Africa around 60%, and other regions about 20%. Of course, the birth rate had also plummeted significantly. In the entire banana district, with a population of tens of thousands, there were only a few dozen pregnant women, a 100-fold decrease from before the apocalypse. This was due to malnourished bodies, a decline in relationships, and fears of being unable to bear children in the post-apocalyptic world. Speaking of which, Zhang Bingbing was about to give birth. Under these apocalyptic conditions, it was uncertain whether the delivery could proceed smoothly. Although the government provided the most support for pregnant women, allowing them to go to hospitals until recently, the floods had inundated the hospitals. It would take at least a week to restore them. The hope was that Zhang Bingbing could hold on until the hospitals were operational again. However, it had only been a little over a week since the flood. Most people had gone from panic to numb acceptance. One couldn't help but marvel at human adaptability. Half of the news reported on how terrible Africa was, how backward their policies were, and even covered Huaxia's evacuation of over 3,000 volunteers from around the world. In times of national crisis, we must defend our homeland. Additionally, the country must protect the safety of volunteers. Until the apocalypse ends, Huaxia will no longer send out volunteers. However, for the sake of allied nations, Huaxia is willing to donate a small amount of food. This profoundly demonstrated that the lives of Huaxia's people were paramount above all else, earning applause from the citizens. The latter half of the news reported on the organized and orderly post-disaster reconstruction efforts across various regions. What surprised Jing Shu was a segment showcasing various quirky rescue incidents. Among them, a video of a shark submarine saving 1,000 people was included. Although only 10 seconds were captured, it was enough to excite Jing Shu's entire family. "Awesome! My daughter made it to the news!" She really made it to the news. "Isn't that our family's shark submarine?" Seeing her family so excited and joyful, Jing Shu also smiled brightly. Scenes of the family gathering for meals and living together warmly in their villa were truly heartwarming. Even in her classmates' group chat, everyone was tagging Jing Shu. Truly impressive. But Jing Shu still told everyone, "You all need to keep this as secret as possible, otherwise, it'll be troublesome for me." Today was still a day full of trivial troubles. That evening, Jing Shu took out the hot pot from her space and treated herself to a meal. She initially just wanted to eat some stored food but then craved fresh vegetables, followed by fish and shrimp. Finally, she wanted grilled oysters, scallops, and vermicelli. Damn it, she decided to make it all, just to reward herself for the emotional wounds of the day. Jing Shu didn't have any downtime. While eating, she took care of the 2 snakes in her space, noticing that they always did something embarrassing, almost 24 hours a day. Ahem. She also reworked the bulletproof vests, helmets, and poisonous masks she had taken from the warehouse today. She removed the original logos and sewed new patches on them, her current solution. By the time Jing Shu finished taking care of the poultry and seafood in her space and inspected the fields, it was already 2 a.m. "Tonight I can finally have a good night's sleep, right?" Jing Shu thought happily. What a surprise. Jing Shu didn't know what kind of misfortune she had created. She just wanted to have a good night's sleep without being disturbed. Was it really that difficult? At 4 a.m., Wu Yui pushed the door open. Just as Wu Yui hesitated whether to call out to Jing Shu's deadly eyes had already fixed on her. Wu Yui received a death stare one. Due to her past life habit, Jing Shu could hear even the slightest noises while sleeping. Not to mention that after drinking Ling Quan in this life, her ears were incredibly sensitive. When someone approached the door, she had already heard it. While she was silently begging in her heart not to open the door and find her, Wu Yui had already pushed it open. Speak, Jing Shu, with dark circles under her eyes, thought. I've only slept for 2 hours. Zhang Bingbing's water broke. It seems she's about to give birth. What should we do? There are no doctors right now. By the way, why does your house smell so deliciously like hot pot? Wu Yui was a bit at a loss. She didn't know when Jing Shu had become the backbone of the family. Whatever the issue, it had to be handled by her. But delivering a baby? Jing Shu really wasn't skilled at this. It had only been a few hours since she thought about Zhang Bingbing giving birth, and she didn't expect it to be so soon. That's because you wanted to eat hot pot. We can eat it tomorrow. Do we need to burn something, heat water, grab scissors? All right. Take a deep breath, exhale. Take a deep breath, exhale. So, they say the cervix needs to open 1 finger at a time, and after 10 fingers, the baby can be born? While carefully putting on her clothes, Jing Shu said, if it takes more than a day or 2, she might not make it. Let's go check the situation first. If it's not going well, I'll find someone else. After all, this is our Banana District's first baby in the apocalypse. Jing Shu and Wu Yui, dressed in heavy layers, left the house with scissors in hand. On the way, they pondered how to handle the delivery and actively researched the matter. You never know until you look. It's terrifying to give birth. If she can't make it, do we still need to make a cut? Ugh, terrifying. Remember in the zombie movie where the protagonist's wife gave birth? She was bitten by a zombie and they had to cut her open to extract the baby. If the mother doesn't survive, do we have to do the same? Wu Yui had a wild imagination. A C-section, huh? Zhang Bingbing's situation isn't that bad. We can give her some anesthesia and then extract the baby. Good idea. Everyone step aside, let me perform the C-section. By the way, should we call in some experienced moms? We're just 2 unmarried girls. Wu Yui felt a bit strange, but the moment the topic of dissecting arose, she became very interested, especially the part about extracting the baby. I heard adding a new baby grants the pregnant woman 100 virtual coins, and the administrator gives 10 virtual coins. The 10 virtual coins would cover my surgery fee. What do you think? Do you know whether to cut horizontally or make sequential cuts? The fat has 7 layers. You need to cut it layer by layer. And there are cosmetic needles too. Do you know how to stitch the needles? Jing Shu said disdainfully. I don't know. I have to learn. Maybe I'll become the midwife of this area in the future. If it doesn't go smoothly, I'll just make a direct incision to get the baby out. Thinking about it is so exciting. I really regret not signing up for medicine and having formalin body pools as companions. Instead, I studied some crappy agriculture, and now I'm following a biology mentor. Sigh. It's all fate. Or you handle the cutting and I'll handle the stitching? Look, with this stitching technique, in the end, when you pull, you can't even see the thread. It's all wrapped under your skin. Jing Shu's eyes brightened. In the next couple of years, besides the earthquake-damaged and dilapidated corpses, there would be another type, those that are smashed. At that time, they would really need her stitching skills. Dear, I suggest you use cosmetic needles so there won't be scars after stitching. Fine, it's settled then. The two were excitedly discussing how to dissect and stitch along the way, both wanting to take a baby to practice on. Anyway, Jing Shu had the spirit spring and anesthetics, so no one would die. If she doesn't deliver smoothly, we'll just cut open, Jing Shu said. Not sure if it was because Jing Shu's words were too impactful, or if the already mentally unstable Zhang Bingbing heard this and sensed its power, or maybe Zhang Bingbing's unborn child sensed the full malicious intent from both Jing Shu and Wu Yui. Anyway, when Jing Shu and Wu Yui arrived at Zhang Bingbing's residence, before even asking about the situation, Wu Yui hadn't even had time to say,
Take a deep breath, inhale and exhale, as an introduction. Jing Shu had already seen Zhang Bingbing spreading her legs and a small head protruding as if to say, "No need for you, I'll come out myself." Use force," Wu Yui hurriedly shouted, performing the final delivery work, at least to prove that she had delivered before. Then they heard a sound, the baby's head being pulled out, along with the body, by Zhang Bingbing's husband. "Wah wah!" The loud cry of the baby sounded, without even needing to pat the soles of its feet. Jing Shu. Wu Yui. It's just delivered? Just came out? So simple? It seems so, yes. He's a boy. Don't know if it's yours or mine. The old man was somewhat melancholic. If it's his, then he has a son's younger brother. If it's his son's, then this is his grandson. Dad, just consider him as ours. The extremely bizarre dialogue made Wu Yui think about sending these two to labor reform after the baby is a month old. Anyway, without the stubbornness over the child, how could they talk further? Jing Shu raised the scissors. She wasn't there to deliver, but to hand over the scissors to cut the umbilical cord. Anyway, after all, Jing Shu could confidently tell people in the future, "I have delivered babies before, and I have cut umbilical cords for infants." Jing Shu calculated the time. It took less than 20 minutes to deliver the baby, making her a bit suspicious whether the horror stories online were teasing her. But some people have babies as if it costs their life. Some ride motorcycles and give birth. Others go to the bathroom and deliver in the toilet. In short, everyone is different. It depends on fate. Ugly. Babies are so ugly when they're born. All right. As the first baby born in Banana Community, naming was also an important matter. Zhang Bingbing's first and second husbands recognized Wu Yui's authority. "You are the manager of our area. You name the baby." Wu Yui looked at Jing Shu. "Or you name it, and I'll input it into the big data." Jing Shu pondered. "Surname Zhang, name Zhang Dada, hoping he can grow up safely in this apocalyptic world." "Surname Zhang is good. Follow the mother's surname. Zhang Dada is easy to remember." "Let's name him Zhang Dada." Wu Yui rolled her eyes, thinking Jing Shu couldn't come up with any meaningful name. "Fine, let's name him Zhang Dada." Wu Yui collected baby-related items in the group. The "Less Milk I Have a Baby" group sent over unused stuff, finally solving Zhang Bingbing's difficulties. By the time Jing Shu finished dealing with things here, it was already 6 in the morning. Jing Shu still wanted to go back and catch up on some sleep, but who knew Joe Boppy was already waiting at the door driving his Alpha, showing his big yellow teeth and smiling, "Go early, the road is far." Jing Shu's teeth clicked. Fine, then tonight she must sleep well. Jing Shu thought Joe Boppy's "road is far" was just a polite way of speaking, but didn't expect it was really far. The mountains of Wucheng were horizontal, so they crossed one after another, finally arriving. Fortunately, the terrain here was high. Otherwise, the cars couldn't come. According to the distance, Jing Shu estimated about 20 kilometers. Because the water was knee-deep and driving at night was slow, it took more than an hour to reach the place. Here used to grow snow lotus. That area is all ours, planted with common things. 2 months before the apocalypse, we catalyzed a batch and later moved to greenhouse planting. Now, with the ghostly weather, nothing can be grown. This is the old pharmaceutical factory of Wucheng for over 20 years, very comprehensive inside. Over there is the drug refining area. Oh, and there's a processing plant dedicated to Chinese medicine. Look, there's also a warehouse over there. Previously, Wucheng sent medicinal materials to other provincial capitals, but now it's all empty, secretly moved by the government. This area has evolved into a self-sufficient township. Before the apocalypse, there were over 10,000 people here. After the shutdown, most were disbanded. Last year, after the water shortage, they scattered, leaving only us. If we can't grow crops, at least try to plant. If no grain, eat other things. If sick, no medicine is a problem. Jing Shu deeply empathized. Only that the few medicinal materials grown could only supply a few people, and among these few, those who had the ability got them. This was the cruelty of the apocalypse. Joe Boppy parked the car at a newly built high-rise house.
Though only 3 stories, each floor had a height of about 5 meters, looking grand. Joe Boppy proudly said, "This was specially built before the apocalypse for the Provincial Capital's Medicinal Association. It contains a lot of high technology and can simulate weather systems, but it consumes a lot. So there's only 1 in each provincial capital and only 26 nationwide." Jing Shu nodded. Indeed, it was very high-end. "All right, you need to press your handprint to get in." Joe Boppy pointed at the fingerprint scanner at the door. "Beep, beep. Data for person Jing Shu. Recorded successfully, linking to big data. Please input iris." Jing Shu felt something was odd, but still input her iris. "Beep. Successfully employed." Joe Boppy chuckled. "All right. From now on, you are a member of the Wucheng Medicinal Association." Jing Shu. "You old bastard, you're really bad," Jing Shu thought to herself. To get her job quickly, he used this method. "Even if you don't need it, I'll take the initiative." Really. Everything went smoothly, but the more it went this way, the more Jing Shu felt uneasy. Originally, her intention to join the Medicinal Association was to pull the tiger's skin, but why did she feel this tiger skin was actually a fox's? Seeing that Jing Shu didn't object and took it as approval, Joe Boppy flashed his big yellow teeth again, smiling happily. He had struck gold. "Our president has sealed himself in for seclusion." Joe Boppy began introducing the members of the Medicinal Association. Jing Shu. "Who is the president? Why is he secluding himself? Is he reliable?" "Others are scrambling to go to the countryside to recruit people. We need to consolidate everyone here who can cultivate medicinal herbs, and there will be competitions eventually." Joe Boppy led Jing Shu inside and introduced, "Right now, what we're cultivating here are the easier-to-grow varieties. This section has got water lilies. We planted them last year for clearing heat and detoxifying. Since the weather isn't hot anymore, we plan to harvest the last batch soon and stop planting them. After all, too many resources are wasted. There are some Ophiopogon here which can regulate the spleen and stomach. Mainly, they're grown thanks to sponsorships providing energy. Look over there at the honeysuckle. Honeysuckle is a widely used medicinal herb, but unfortunately it's only growing leaves and not flowering, so it doesn't meet the medicinal requirements. This is aloe vera. Many planted last year have died. Only the drought-resistant aloe vera survived." Jing Shu. "Damn it, I just spent 200 virtual coins to buy a pot of aloe vera. If I had known there was aloe vera here, I wouldn't have bought it." Joe Boppy enthusiastically told Jing Shu, "Even though we can simulate photosynthesis with sunlight here and adjust temperature and humidity through the fresh air system to slightly mimic weather and climate, we still can't simulate the 4 seasons properly. Some herbs need to be planted in spring and harvested in winter, some in autumn, but the current disordered seasons mean that herbs either stop growing halfway or only flower without producing fruits due to temperature and seasonal mismatches." Jing Shu completely agreed. You can't plant something in summer and expect to harvest it in spring, right? Ignoring seasonal planting causes plants to fail to grow due to temperature and other factors, resulting in wasted cultivation. Those hundreds or thousands of winter varieties were perfected through years of optimization. So, how exactly are you managing to cultivate them? How are you overcoming the weather and seasonal issues? This was a question Joe Boppy couldn't figure out. He pondered it all night but couldn't come up with an answer. Everyone else was maintaining a constant temperature, even simulating night and day temperatures and humidity. But it still didn't work. Facing such a profound philosophical problem, Jing Shu, who knew nothing about it, pondered, "It's a secret." She was really just randomly planting and successfully growing herbs, just watering them daily with diluted spirit spring water 100-fold, and that was it. It was that simple and straightforward. Now, Jing Shu truly felt that her magic cube space was like an extraordinary hack. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one else could cultivate anything, but with her magic space and spirit spring, she could grow plants. Having activated her second form, compared to these withered and twisted plants on the ground, Jing Shu looked at the one-by-one robust eggplants, feeling immensely happy. Unfortunately, with only a small amount of spirit spring produced each day, Jing Shu could only ensure her family's vegetables and fruits were sufficient, unable to save the entire country. This medicinal herb cultivation base was still quite large with many varieties, though some didn't survive, and some were wilted. Every time someone passing by saw Joe Boppy inspecting the work, they would respectfully call out, "President Joe!" These people were all unofficial staff, but a daily wage of 4 virtual coins was quite high. How's the Baiji over there? Still the same as always, sigh. All right, I'll think of another way. You go ahead. Only here could Joe Boppy's authority be felt. Joe Boppy walked ahead with his hands behind his back. So you're now a junior horticulturist of the Medicinal Association. As long as you can cultivate new varieties, you can advance 1 level. If you can grow 5 varieties and solve 3 problems, you can be nominated as vice president. Does my pot of Huangqi count? Joe Boppy shook his head. It has to be cultivated here and be medicinal. If you could count any random one from anywhere, we'd have countless vice presidents. Keep working hard. The vice president position comes with high-level permissions from big data, allowing you to exercise many rights and enjoy immunity. The police and government can't control us. Only the Medicinal Association can regulate us. This is a really awesome privilege. You mentioned yesterday that a junior officer arrested you, but if you're the vice president, he can't arrest you anymore. Jing Shu's eyes squinted. Joe Boppy was painting a grand picture for her, but she really wanted it. This meant the Medicinal Association was considered a more special sector among all departments, superior to food and other essential services. In chaotic times, doctors were even more precious than antiques in prosperous times, not to mention how valuable medicinal herbs were. Moreover, the high-level permissions from big data were only available to the superiors of Director Jing's mother. Currently, Director Jing's mother's direct superior was Niu Mu, a minister-level official. Above the minister level was the power that only a major general like Li Yuetian could possess with high-level permissions. So, could it not be impressive? In other words, although there were few people in the Medicinal Association and they regulated little, their status was higher. Thus, the vice president position was equivalent to that of a major general. The most important thing was that the path Jing Shu chose was really easy to advance, and it was something she was good at. Farming. Especially with the freedom at work, only having to meet performance targets each month, Jing Shu loved it the most. However, position equivalence did not mean power equivalence. Based on the current displayed powers, Major General Li Yuetian's authority to manage the military was far greater than Minister Niu Mu's management of agricultural cultivation, and even more so than the Commander-in-Chief Guangguan, surpassing even Vice President Joe Boppy's high title. This was similar to ancient ministers where some positions were low but held real power, making them formidable, while others were high in title but held no real power. But you need to hurry. This year is the last batch to open up vice president positions. Soon, planting personnel from the entire provincial capital will flood in, making the competition fierce. This opportunity is rare, so seize it well. Jing Shu finally nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. She had reserved the vice president position of the Medicinal Association. Now let me cultivate the first new variety, Huangqi. The experimental field was only 10 square meters, but it had 7 or 8 layers of racks. This scientific cultivation method indeed saved a lot of resources, which was why the ceiling was so high. Oh no, that batch of Tianma has so many insect eggs. I don't know who irrigated it with unfiltered water. Now the stems and leaves of Tianma are all being eaten. Fortunately, when establishing this medicinal herb cultivation base, they had an ultrafiltration system, which neither the livestock factory nor the agricultural department possessed. As a result, the agricultural departments that recently started using rainwater for planting were in dire straits. A few days ago, everyone was excitedly preparing to grow fresh vegetables for the entire city. The citizens were all looking forward to the future. All the people of China thought that water scarcity was no longer an issue and that they could finally cultivate crops. However, since yesterday, Jing Ma had been complaining that the planted vegetables were infested with numerous insect eggs and was trying to find ways to eliminate them. Yet, insect infestations were still quite common. She probably would have to cry and complain after work today, saying she had tried many methods but couldn't get rid of the insect eggs. Originally, everyone thought that ordinary pesticides would effectively eliminate the problem, but they were completely useless. The resilience of the red threadworms surpassed that of many other organisms. After all, these pests had evolved from bacteria. The medicinal herb base was purely a case of a lucky cat meeting a dead rat because, with its built-in ultrafiltration system, the water used for irrigation was always filtered and no issues had arisen. Until recently, when other places started using regular water. This led to the emergence of numerous red threadworm eggs, which slowly spread as word got around. However, the government didn't give it enough attention. It wasn't until these pests couldn't be eradicated by any means that the issue gained serious attention. What are you yelling about? Isn't it normal to have pests? Let's go take a look, Joe Boppy said, being a seasoned veteran. He wanted to showcase his prowess to the newcomer, Jing Shu. Jing Shu followed Joe Boppy to the third floor, where the Tianma, Gastrodia elata, was being cultivated. It was still a small experimental field, with only about 5 layers of racks. The Tianma in the field were entirely covered with white insect eggs, tiny and densely packed, as if the plants were wearing a layer of white clothing. At this rate, by today or tomorrow, live red threadworms would hatch. Great. Seeing this situation, Joe Boppy felt both distressed and shocked. How long have these pests been here? They definitely didn't appear just today. Who's responsible for this batch of Tianma? It was President Tai's assistant, Xiao, a burly man said, lowering his head. It was fine before I went on a business trip. When I returned, it turned into this. You all are responsible. Xiao crossed her arms, rolled her eyes, and pointed at the people in front of her. That was on the day of the heavy rain. You said the Tianma were going to die from the drought and couldn't wait for the filtered water to reach the third floor. Instead, you went out to irrigate with rainwater, another plump woman retorted. What does rainwater have to do with it? My uncle's crops were irrigated with rainwater, and that's why these insect eggs appeared. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Joe Boppy intervened. First, explain the situation, and we'll handle the accountability later. The plump woman continued. Since the day before yesterday, this batch of Tianma has been covered in these dense things. We initially tried to solve it ourselves, but... Joe Boppy frowned and bent down to carefully inspect the insect eggs. Another young man said, This is really messed up. We've tried pesticides and all sorts of methods, but nothing works. These eggs are like they're growing inside the stems and leaves. They're hard to remove even by pulling them out. We even used blades to scrape some off, but there are still more inside the stems and leaves. It's like blackheads. You have to squeeze hard to get them out, and even if you do, you don't know if they'll grow back. Anyway, my uncle hasn't solved this problem either, the plump girl said angrily. Joe Boppy remembered that near Sumali's house there was a salt pond. His eyes lit up. Go get a bowl of high-concentration salt water. Jing Shu shook her head. High-concentration salt water only works on hatched red threadworms by increasing the water content in their bodies, causing them to curl up. But for the eggs, it had no effect at all. It might even serve as nutrients for them. Joe President is still the best, Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Finally, there was hope. Otherwise, if the Tianma died, she'd be in big trouble. At the same time, she rolled her eyes at Jing Shu, thinking, Who is this person? Always shaking her head like she knows everything. It's so annoying. Jing Shu glared at Xiao. This woman was so inexplicable. The high-concentration salt water was quickly brought over. Joe Boppy first tested it on a single Tianma plant, but after a few minutes the insect eggs remained unchanged, still sticking to the stems and leaves. Joe Boppy tapped his fingers in frustration, but there was no reaction. Add more salt. Joe Boppy repeatedly experimented, but it was useless. He frowned, took some rainwater, and the red threadworms immediately curled up into a lump. Looks like salt water doesn't work on these insect eggs. Joe Boppy was very disappointed. The plump girl said, It's useless. These are red threadworm eggs from the heavy rain. My uncle's crops have already hatched, and this is Xiao Xiao's responsibility. If I'm held accountable, you all can't escape either. You've been taking care of this for the past few days. Try some folk remedies, Zhou Bapi suggested, being experienced and knowledgeable. He began experimenting one by one. Jing Shu shook her head, watching them try solutions as if solving a simple math problem like 2i204. They had tried methods 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, but neglected method 4, which was frustrating. She still hoped that Zhou Bapi, with his rich experience, might find a solution. Should she remind him? Conventional methods don't work to eliminate insect eggs. Seeing Jing Shu pretending to be clueless, Xiao Xiao couldn't stand it and asked, "Who's this beside you, President Zhou? So impressive. Is she some rich kid from a powerful family?" "Oh, she's our new horticulturist, Jing Shu. She just joined the association today and has a great talent for cultivation." Zhou Bapi couldn't help but praise Jing Shu. The surrounding people couldn't help but gasp. This person was amazing, advancing 3 levels at once. Upon joining, she became a formal staff member. Considering the entire medicinal association had over 100 people, with only 7 official positions, now there were 8. Hearing that she was a newcomer, Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes again. "Are all the newcomers so arrogant now? You shake your head disrespectfully when superiors speak. When we first joined, we were humble and submissive. As newcomers, you shouldn't be this arrogant. President Zhou is kind and easygoing, but you can't bully others like this." Seeing that Zhou Bapi wasn't responding, Xiao Xiao tried to please him, hoping to reduce her own accountability and at least involve the others. Jing Shu rolled her eyes big time. "What?" She just shook her head. And that wasn't enough? It was already wrong from the start. "Since this newcomer is so dismissive, do you have any good methods? Don't keep them hidden. If you don't have a good way, just stay aside and humbly learn," Jing Shu said. The plump girl snorted. "Xiao Xiao, you're enough. Every time a newcomer arrives, you make them do this and that, always thinking others aren't doing well enough, trying to assert your seniority. It's annoying." "I was the one who officially joined, not you, Wang Danai," Jing Shu retorted. Wang Danai's chubby face turned bright red with anger. "Who said I don't have good methods? It just doesn't count as a performance for nominating a vice president." "Nominate a vice president? So it's about selecting another vice president from the official ranks as mentioned earlier?" "It seems there are other cities involved, so with so many people competing for one spot, it's going to be tough." Zhou Bapi puffed out his breath. "I really don't know what to do now. As long as you can fix this, you'll definitely be considered, and you'll also be responsible for these Tianma from now on, as if they were your own cultivation." "Why? Why should I? I've worked so hard for half a year cultivating these plants," Xiao Xiao urgently responded. Zhou Bapi shrugged. "Then you'll just have to watch these Tianma die. Or you can go find President Tai to resolve it. Anyway, it's clear now that these are red threadworm eggs, directly related to your heavy rain irrigation. You'll be held fully responsible." Xiao Xiao stared at Zhou Bapi in disbelief for a long time before stubbornly saying, "Then just fix it. There's no other way, only you can. Let's see how you manage to save all these Tianma." Xiao Xiao was genuinely conflicted inside. She hoped someone like her wouldn't have a solution, but she also wished there was a way to avoid being held accountable. However, she wasn't willing to let the Tianma go to waste. Jing Shu's lips curled slightly upwards. "Only those who are incompetent would lecture newcomers like old-timers. Let me show you how it's done." In fact, her method was very simple, derived from continuous experiments by the people of Huaxia. Moreover, this method wasn't developed by the prestigious Shu family researchers, but by an ordinary person. At the time the red threadworm egg incident was brewing a few days ago, Huaxia began mass cultivation. Recently, despite meticulous care, 8 hours of simulated lighting, 24-hour temperature control, ample water sources, etc., the plants were covered in white larval eggs, which looked terrifying. Most importantly, pesticides were completely ineffective. The entire nation plunged into a frenzy, searching desperately for ways to eliminate the insect eggs. During this period, countless methods were tried, including water filtration. Jing Shu didn't want to publicize this method because that ordinary person would receive his deserved reward within a few days by using it, so she used it in advance but ensured not to take away others' benefits. Therefore, Jing Shu was cautious this time and did not disclose the method to the public. Additionally, the method wasn't universally applicable, so it wasn't popularized or promoted. It could only be used in emergencies. An ancient Huaxia saying goes, "Where there is extreme poison, there must be an antidote." Red threadworm eggs must have their nemesis, and using poison to fight poison is the best method to eliminate them. When interviewed about how he came up with such a method, he said, "I thought clearly only half of the red threadworms are in the heavy rain. Why does the irrigation water hatch so many red threadworm eggs?" Experts tried various methods, but nothing seemed to work. "I believe the red threadworm eggs must be eaten by the red threadworms themselves." After detailed observation and numerous experiments, that person discovered that adult red threadworms do not eat the eggs. However, the large, elongated elderly red threadworms in the rainwater, which had lost their mating capabilities, rely on eating the eggs to survive. Especially after being soaked in salt water, these red threadworms would frantically consume the eggs. So he spent half a day searching through tens of thousands of worms to find a few thousand adult old worms. After soaking them in salt water, he released them into the vegetable fields, and they completely ate all the insect eggs in large areas of the vegetable fields. During the process, you must avoid picking any adult red threadworms, otherwise everything would be in vain. Therefore, this method can be used in emergencies but cannot be used daily. If used every time water is irrigated, it would result in the continuous hatching of dense insect eggs, requiring daily removal of old worms, soaking them in salt water, and then spreading them in the vegetable fields. Most importantly, vegetables cannot withstand such torment. This method is too time-consuming and labor-intensive to be widely adopted. Thus, the government aimed to address the root cause of irrigation water containing insect eggs. "Help me find 2 large barrels, one with a net and one to hold pure salt water." Soon a barrel of filtered salt water was brought over. Then Jing Shu took another barrel with a net, put on a raincoat and went out, saying, "Wait for me a moment." This method might be time-consuming and labor-intensive for others, but with Jing Shu's magic cube space, she could place all the red threadworms from the heavy rain into the space and identify them mentally. Any red threadworm over 10 centimeters and isolated without mating was considered an old red threadworm. What would take others at least 7 or 8 hours to sort out, Jing Shu did it in just 10 minutes, filtering out most of the red threadworms. Inside, the people were incredibly curious. Unable to wait, they came out to see what Jing Shu was doing. They saw Jing Shu scooping red threadworms under the eaves with a net, occasionally shaking them as if selecting something. Onlookers thought Jing Shu was just scooping red threadworms. "Damn, why are you spending so much time just scooping red threadworms? Is it necessary?" Zhao Xiao felt unfair inside. "All right, let's go," Jing Shu said, holding the bucket with seemingly inactive red threadworms, slightly smiling as if she had set a trap. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Jing Shu scattered the old worms into the salt water, and they immediately curled up. Everyone watched with wide eyes, curiously asking, "What are you doing? We already know how salt water affects red threadworms. Didn't President Zhou soak them in salt water earlier?" Next, Jing Shu took half a bucket of curled red threadworms and sprinkled them onto the tianma, scattering about 10 or so in one area. Soon, all 5 racks were covered with curled red threadworms. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. These seemingly dead red threadworms began to frantically devour the insect eggs as if they smelled a delicious treat. The red threadworm eggs on the tianma disappeared at a visible speed. At this rate, all the eggs would be gone in less than half an hour. These aging red threadworms were doomed to die soon. After eating all the eggs, their lives would come to an end, and they couldn't survive even if placed back in water. Surprised whispers spread around. "Can't believe it's so simple." Zhou Bapi was ecstatic. "You're still amazing. I wasn't wrong about you. How did you come up with this method?" Jing Shu continued to sprinkle salt water on the tianma, accelerating the red threadworm's consumption of the eggs. She said, "This method was discovered by a friend after many experiments. It's not as simple as you see. There are other steps involved. Don't attempt it recklessly. He will publish the detailed method in the next couple of days." That's right. Whoever invented it has the right to speak. Saving the tianma is a great achievement. At that moment, Jing Shu saw that Zhou Bapi had already thought of using salt water. She was only missing 2 more steps to complete the process, which was incredibly urgent. But now, fortunately, it was her who finally solved the problem. However, the results were also pleasing. Jing Shu clapped her hands and said, "So, this solves the difficult problem with the tianma, right? This batch of tianma will now be under my responsibility?" Zhou Bapi gave her a thumbs up. "Yes, I'll record it in the archives. By the way, you can choose 5 assistants to help you regularly." Jing Shu waved her hand dismissively and recruited the plump girl. "Wang, Danai, then please continue to help us." "Of course." The girl smiled slightly, revealing her dimples. Sneakily glancing at the girl's ample chest, Jing Shu couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that naming something determines its appearance? People always envy what they don't have. At that moment, Jing Shu decided she would plant 1 square meter of papaya and eat 1 papaya every day. Whether it would enhance her bust was irrelevant. The key was that papayas tasted delicious. People really do have some talent. She arrived and immediately solved the problem that was troubling President Zhou. Judging by her appearance, she's no ordinary person. Haven't you seen how President Zhou treats her so politely? Although President Zhou is kind, he's never treated anyone like this before. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao initially wanted to argue back, but then fell silent, covering her face and turning away. We'll just have to wait until President Tai returns to see where this person comes from. The turmoil was finally over. Jing Shu returned to her experimental field and began planting huangqi, astragalus. She wasn't afraid of Xiao Xiao's thoughts about the field because, for better management of medicinal herb cultivation, it was monitored 24/7 with no blind spots. Just as she finished planting on one side, she received a call saying Yang Yang had returned and was waiting for her at the villa entrance. Good grief, these people originally said they'd be gone for a month or 2. How long did it take them to come back? The incident of the American goods theft had already passed over 2 months. Jing Shu was hurriedly sent back to the villa by Zhou Bapi. "Anyone who says this person has no background, I swear I'll kill them. Look, even President Zhou personally escorted her here." For someone who was treated differently on her first day of joining, everyone had an added layer of respect for Jing Shu. This also broke the record of not attending work for over 10 days. It was reported that this was a special treatment from President Zhou. 5 bald men were crouched under the villa's greenhouse, each taking turns to puff on a cigarette. Yang Yang, meanwhile, wrapped her hair tightly, pressed her long boots onto a pool, and used a syringe to suck water from the pool. How about making a bet? Whoever can guess how long Jing Shu will take to arrive gets to inject a saltwater solution. Are you crazy? Who would make such a bet? As they were talking, Jing Shu arrived by car. Zhou Bapi rubbed his hands together, flashing his big yellow teeth. "Jing Shu, when you have time, think of a way to save our honeysuckle. If you can fix it, that batch of honeysuckle will be your responsibility too." Zhou Bapi had worked hard to bring Jing Shu in and painted such a grand picture. It was simply that Jing Shu could cultivate such excellent medicinal herbs. He had a strong feeling that the Wucheng Medicinal Association would truly rely on Jing Shu in the future. "All right, I'll think of a solution the next time I go there, but it might not be effective," Jing Shu replied modestly. This made Zhou Bapi even happier. Despite Jing Shu's humble words, he knew that the honeysuckle was now saved. Although the girl pretended to know nothing, she had real skills beneath the surface. Zhou Bapi turned around to go find Sumali. Jing Shu noticed that several men at the entrance were staring at her. She also looked over at Yang Yang and the others. Except for Yang Yang, the others had changed significantly. One was missing an arm, and another now had a gruesome scar on her face. "Hey, miss, you've been doing well these past 6 months. We all know about you helping Wang Dazhao secure the house yesterday. It was worth the risk Wang took to get things back for you," Yang teased. Wang Dazhao lowered his head and said, "Jing Shu owes us a favor for rebuilding. These aren't much, and everyone contributed to bring her the special medicine as a thank you." Jing Shu looked utterly confused. "What exactly is it? Is it something from America?" Yang waved her hand, and 2 people went to the back of the pickup truck, bringing out a hefty device. Yang said, "If it weren't for your special medicine, the one without hands and the one with a missing piece on her face would have died from infection. Our task in this part of the operation wouldn't have been completed. After seeing this, I thought only someone with your strength could handle it perfectly." She then started operating the device. It was an incredibly cool mech suit. Just like the armored warriors in movies, it looked super impressive. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. "This is an incomplete exoskeleton mech system, the latest product developed by the American Loma Company. It costs $800,000, weighs 70 kilograms, and uses a hydraulic actuator system with a graphite selenium shell and tritium battery power. No matter how extremely cold or hot it gets, the sealed exoskeleton system has excellent temperature regulation, ensuring normal performance in any extreme conditions. Of course, it's bulletproof, but it won't protect against missiles or nuclear bombs. On the left side is a mechanical claw with immense strength. You can use it like an excavator. On the right side are various machine gun mounts and heavy weapon brackets. However, we didn't steal the weapons for this mech, so you can only use it as protective gear. But there's one drawback." Yang coughed loudly. Jing Shu's eyes were sparkling with excitement. In her past life, she was killed without any sense of security. Seeing something that could help her survive in the post-apocalyptic world, she couldn't help but want it. Moreover, wearing this would make her unafraid of extreme cold in the future. This kind of equipment frequently appeared in sci-fi movies. In China's first epic sci-fi film, The Wandering Earth, characters wore similar powered mech suits, though there were slight differences. What drawback? It needs to be charged. Once fully charged, it can only be used for a few hours. You know, science hasn't advanced to that level yet. Jing Shu pondered for a moment but found it acceptable. If she encountered life-threatening situations, she could charge it in her space and always keep it powered. "No worries. I like it. No weapons? No problem. It's good enough as defensive gear. Thank you all." Jing Shu felt like her arsenal had just gained a new chapter. At least if there was real danger, she could instantly don the mech suit, which was much more reliable than throwing rocks. "All right, I'll take them back to arrange things first. My grandfather's 88th birthday is coming up. I'll invite you all to a meal. Then, along with old New, we can discuss things properly." Throwing an 88th birthday banquet in the post-apocalyptic world? If they can still manage such a thing, it's clear that Yang's family is far from ordinary. Wait a minute, Jing Shu suddenly remembered. Why not brew some wine? Whether it's red or white, it's perfect for gifting, maintaining relationships, or enjoying on cold days. Especially in extreme cold, drinking a little wine daily keeps the body warm and cozy. As Jing Shu was contemplating whether to plant a new batch of grapes or use fragrant roses for her brew, Yang said, "Don't worry about Wang Dazhao. He's performed excellently, and we're going to apply for a first-class merit award for him. He'll be officially inducted as a second lieutenant in our armed police unit. I'm also being promoted from major to lieutenant colonel." Yang was only in her 20s. With her family's connections and her own abilities, she had risen quickly, nearly catching up to Li Yuetian. "All right, I won't keep you any longer," Jing Shu said, her competitive spirit piqued. Without thinking, she exposed her strength by casually lifting the mech with one hand and carrying it on her shoulder as she headed back to the villa. The rugged men behind her swallowed hard. The mech, which took 2 of them to carry out, was effortlessly hoisted by this small woman with just one hand. Wang Dazhao watched Jing Shu's retreating figure with a complicated expression. "Why didn't you tell her we didn't get the machine gun and heavy weapon? I think giving it to her would be fine. She's the only one who can fully utilize the mech's power." Yang turned back to the car.
We'll give them to her when she needs them. Otherwise, it would just attract unwanted attention and bring trouble. Our biggest mistake this time was letting Zero escape back to Huaxia. Now that he knows where these weapons went, what do you think will happen? Back home, Jing Shu polished the mech to a shine with a towel while talking about her day at the Medicinal Association. Grandpa Jing clicked his tongue and shook his head. Though the mech looked cool, he didn't see much practical use for it. In the old days, warriors hung their armor. I'll make you a hanger for your mech, Grandpa said. Great. Thanks, Grandpa. I'll display it in my bedroom. Having a handy grandpa who could craft anything felt incredibly useful, especially in the post-apocalyptic world where there was no production capacity. You had to make everything yourself. Although the family didn't fully understand the purpose of such a sci-fi-looking item, their curiosity remained unabated. When Jing Shu put it on, it truly felt incredible. Her strength increased significantly, making her feel like a one-person tank with combat power off the charts and excellent defensive abilities, providing her with a tremendous sense of security. The more satisfied Jing Shu was with the mech, the more troubled she became about what to give Yang Yang's grandfather. Giving something too cheap would feel inappropriate, but something too expensive might overshadow the host. While Jing Shu was still contemplating an appropriate gift, her mother returned home with a heavy sigh. Jing Shu didn't need to ask. She knew it was because of the red threadworm egg issue. On the second day after the worm egg outbreak, the problem finally gained everyone's attention. The fact that none of the methods worked to eliminate the eggs meant that crops couldn't be grown. The higher-ups have issued an emergency stop on all farming projects. No more planting is allowed until the red threadworm issue is resolved. Other agricultural management departments have switched to cultivating mushrooms since mushrooms aren't affected by red threadworm eggs. It's estimated that the eggs will hatch in 3 or 4 days. But our development zone's management is responsible for supplying vegetables to the government. The vegetables that are halfway grown are now all dying, Jing's mom lamented as she snacked on apricots without her usual enthusiasm. Cutting off vegetable supplies to the leadership would have serious consequences. At noon, the government posted a reward. Anyone who finds a solution will be promoted to a formal employee, and formal employees will get a level up. Daughter, you're full of clever ideas. Help your mother figure something out. If we can't supply these vegetables, even Minister Niu will be implicated. Jing Shu thought for a moment and said, Mom, I'll go with you tomorrow. I have a friend with a potential solution. We tested it at the Medicinal Association today and it worked somewhat. Oh, my dear daughter, you're always full of solutions, Jing's mom said, feeling relieved. Sure enough, the evening news mentioned the outbreak. Now, the entire nation was searching for solutions, as it was a major issue affecting everyone's livelihoods. Even ordinary citizens were concerned, hoping that crops could be grown so they wouldn't have to eat red threadworms every day. After more than a week of it, people were getting sick of the taste. The Wucheng government had finally managed to settle the population, cramming people into every available space in the banana community. The once quiet neighborhood was now constantly noisy. Jing Shu could see through the surveillance cameras that people frequently passed by the villa, some curious, some scrutinizing, and even a few relieving themselves under the greenhouse roof. After all, compared to doing it in the rain, a dry spot was more comfortable. And with the dark weather, who would notice? When Jing Shu mentioned this, it infuriated her father, who grabbed a stick and chased the offenders away. That same day, Grandpa Jing raised the villa's fence even higher. Since Jing Shu ousted the previous distribution director 2 days ago, the position had remained vacant. This was because all 3 government zones wanted to place their own person in the role, but the other 2 zones weren't willing to accept that. Eventually, a compromise was reached. They would use an election system. Whoever got the most votes would become the new distribution director for Banana Community. In the interest of fairness, everyone was allowed to run, provided they had the recommendation of at least 3 civil servants, a requirement that made the process a farce. It was the same old trick of rigging things behind the scenes, and it was now a contest of which government zone had the most influence.
The banana community was expected to be quite lively in the coming days, with different parties likely offering food as incentives to gather support. History had changed at this moment. In her previous life, Jing Shu didn't have the influence she had now, so nothing like this had happened. The distribution director position had been filled normally. This time, however, Jing Shu had secured some benefits for the community. It didn't matter who took the position as long as they didn't cross her. Otherwise, they would be removed just as easily. Unexpectedly, Wang Qiti had his eyes on the position. That evening he came over with a collection of cutting tools and specialized equipment he had sourced from an old factory. Jing Shu couldn't help but laugh. "I know you're not short on food, but these tools won't be produced anymore. Your grandfather's craftsmanship will come in handy, so I brought them for you. You know, even with our family's recommendation, all it does is allow you to sign up. The 3 government zones are all vying for the position," Jing Shu said. Wang Qiti responded seriously. "Now's the perfect time to strike while they're fighting. If I can seize the opportunity, it's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Life is too tough right now, and I have to secure this. Otherwise, I can't even get enough vegetables to eat. And for you, a small investment in me could lead to a big return. At the very least, your influence in the banana community will grow even stronger." "All right, I'll back you," Jing Shu agreed. Wang Qiti took the recommendations from Jing Shu and her group, beginning his tough journey toward gaining the position of distribution director. Although Jing Shu believed Wang Qiti's chances of success were slim, given his lack of resources, she could still offer assistance at key moments. After all, having someone trustworthy in that role would be far better than having anyone else, especially in the future, when migration and disaster relief would inevitably involve resource allocation. If Wang Qiti were the director, their group's position would be much more favorable. Thinking about it this way, investing in Wang Qiti seemed like a wise decision. Among the items Wang Qiti brought, the steel cutter was the only thing Jing Shu could use immediately. The rest of the equipment was handed over to Grandpa Jing. Jing Shu planned to use the cutter to craft versatile weapons from the steel she had traded from Sumali. Soon, instead of throwing rocks, she would be launching massive steel arrows, a thought that made her quite excited. Meanwhile, in their old chat group, Wu Yui posted an announcement. "Everyone, the government will begin salvage operations tomorrow. Anyone can sign up to participate. Transportation is free, but renting a life vest costs 1 virtual coin. The surface of Wucheng's flooded areas is full of valuable items, all exchangeable for virtual coins. This is your chance to earn some, so if you're interested, sign up quickly. Life vests are limited. It's a good way to make some money without losing out." "What? We have to pay? What if we're good swimmers? Can we go without a vest?" Wu Yui: "Yes, you can swim, but it's at your own risk. If you have a flotation device like an inflatable ring, feel free to bring it." Less milk eye, Mom. "I'll rent an inflatable ring for 0.5 virtual coins. Who wants one?" Wu Yui: "Also, Big Data has been updated with a list of salvaged items and their corresponding virtual coin values. You can exchange based on the official price list, but don't bring back garbage expecting to get a payout. You'll just be laughed at." That night, Jing Shu cleared out space in her underground storage, putting away items she wouldn't need immediately. She buried all the giant stones in the backyard and stored the steel in the villa's back garden. This freed up about half of her space, and she hoped tomorrow's salvage would be fruitful. On January 8th, at 4 a.m., Jing Shu was woken up by her mother to get ready for work. They drove off in the shark submarine. Since her deal with Chen Nan had switched to RV modification materials, the luxury car was no longer available. Their family's energy car couldn't be risked, but they had scheduled a meeting with Wu Yui for the next day to discuss it. Great. Another day with just a few hours of sleep. "Dear Mom, dear Mom, dear Mom," Jing Shu muttered as she hit the gas and drove out of the banana community. The underground garage was now crowded with people, so they couldn't use it anymore. Jing Shu quickly munched on a wrap stuffed with lettuce, grilled sausage, chicken fillet, fish steak, beef sauce, and duck egg, washing it down with some fresh milk. Breakfast had to be simple today. The floodwaters in the development zone had receded somewhat.
Where power poles were previously submerged, they were now visible, but the floodwaters in the urban area showed no signs of receding, quashing any hope people had of returning home soon. After settling the population, the Wucheng government had begun encouraging everyone to join the salvage operation in the urban center. Starting today, everyone became busier than ever. While disasters hit fast, recovery and rebuilding were slow and difficult. At the Agricultural Management Division, things were as bad as ever. After using rainwater for irrigation, all the vegetables were infested with worm eggs. Some people were manually trying to remove them, but it wasn't effective. Jing Shu immediately got to work, extracting the old worms from the rainwater, soaking them in salt water, and then releasing them into the vegetable field. She spent half the day working, and by the end, she was dizzy and felt like she was hallucinating. The sensation reminded her of overplaying with her magic cube. Lately, Jing Shu had noticed something strange about the cube, ever since it reset itself. She couldn't quite pinpoint the problem, but she suspected she'd get answers once it upgraded again. The anticipation of unlocking its secrets only made her more eager for the upgrade, but the technology just wasn't there yet. Seeing Jing Shu's exhaustion, her mother felt terrible and insisted that she shouldn't do such hard work again, saying they could have others handle it. Good thing it was you doing this. Anyone else would have taken at least 10 days to finish, by which time the crops would have been ruined. All right, Mom, these vegetables are almost ripe, so stop watering them. Otherwise, the eggs will return. The solution should be ready for the next batch. This method is too much trouble. If we have to do this every time, it'll waste a lot of time. Jing Shu's goal wasn't to make things easier, but to push people to find ways to mass-produce crops cheaply. Once her mother filtered the water and grew the crops using simple methods, it would boost her career significantly. In a few days, the timing would be just right. Where are you rushing off to without finishing your meal? I'm going out for a bit. It's so dark outside and there's water everywhere. Where are you going? Rain poured down over Wucheng as the government dispatched salvage ships to the city center to recover various materials. Jing Shu couldn't let the opportunity pass. Her magic cube space needed to be filled. If she waited too long, all the valuable items would be gone. Before the flood, these areas were heavily guarded. Now that the floodwaters had claimed everything, it was all unowned. Well, in a sense. The tallest buildings in Wucheng Center were still submerged, their tips barely visible. Helicopters hovered overhead, shining floodlights across the water. Dozens of salvage boats crisscrossed the water's surface, manned by newly recruited government salvage workers. Each of them was highly skilled in water, having passed rigorous tests, and was equipped with professional gear. Some salvage boats were advanced, using computer-controlled hooks, while others were more basic, relying on manual labor to pull in objects. There were even boats where workers did it the old-fashioned way, diving in with nothing but ropes to tie objects for retrieval. In the post-apocalyptic world, human labor was cheap. Since food was always distributed to the population, the government decided to allocate it to those who contributed value. Thus, many of the workers relied on diving to salvage anything they could. Items that were worthless before the apocalypse had suddenly become essential in this new world. Today marked the first day of salvage operations, and it was bustling with activity. Some people couldn't understand the need to salvage now, thinking it would be easier once the floodwaters receded. But as long as they were fed, they were content to follow the government's orders. What they didn't know was that the authorities had already predicted that the floodwaters wouldn't recede for at least half a year. This is why they pushed for urgent salvage operations. Anything left submerged too long would be ruined and become worthless. The salvage workers had to surface every minute or two, each time pulling up various items attached to their ropes. Meanwhile, many people in life vests were floating on the water, hoping to fish out something they could exchange for virtual coins. Even if they couldn't trade it, they could always take it home for personal use. Floating on the water were various pieces of debris and usable items. Things like plastic basins, hangers, and boxes weren't worth virtual coins, but they were still useful. Larger items like floating cabinets and doors could be exchanged for a small amount of virtual coins. In short, The one virtual coin for renting a life vest was definitely worth it. If they provided life vests for free, who would get them first? If they got damaged or people kept them, how would the government track them down with so many people involved? Charging a rental fee avoided all those issues. People tend to be more careful with things they pay for. That said, with half the city submerged, there was a wealth of items waiting to be salvaged. Displaced people viewed everything as useful. Even a cup could be valuable, allowing them to drink water without having to stick their heads out into the rain. When Jing Shu saw the scene, with so many people floating on the water salvaging items, it was even more spectacular than the Titanic sinking. People were gathering whatever they could like scavengers. In her previous life, she had started searching for materials too late. By then, most valuable items had already been salvaged. The shark submarine naturally attracted attention as it moved through the water. Jing Shu, now fully equipped with her diving gear and personal survival equipment, piloted the submarine below the surface. She turned on the floodlights, navigating slowly underwater. This was the city center, a bustling area, so she had to be careful not to crash into any buildings. She wasn't necessarily searching for anything in particular. There was so much material out there, something useful was bound to turn up. Jing Shu steered the shark toward one of the largest nearby buildings. Given the size of the submarine, smaller areas were inaccessible. In her previous life, when the floodwaters claimed her home, she had dreamed of diving for materials underwater, taking whatever she needed without worry. She never imagined that in this life she would fulfill that dream. Jing Shu was both excited and thrilled. She couldn't help but recall the various rewards posted in the big data system. Many parties had posted bounties. It wasn't just the government that had lost valuable items in the flood. Many wealthy individuals hadn't had time to relocate their possessions either. As for food reserves, those were safely stored in secret granaries located in disaster-proof areas, so there was no need to worry about them. If possible, she could also complete some of the bounty tasks while she was at it. Jing Shu entered the building through a window with her shark submarine. It didn't seem like an office building, nor was it a commercial or residential complex. The underwater visibility was poor, limiting her view. Fortunately, the building was large enough for the submarine to navigate freely. Before the flood, this building had been occupied, with many items left behind when the water surged in. Unfortunately, there wasn't much worth putting into her space cube just yet. As she explored further, Jing Shu discovered what appeared to be a private office belonging to a high-ranking official. There was a storage room connected to a wall, with a hidden compartment built in. It wouldn't have been noticeable without careful inspection, but the flood had displaced some items, revealing the compartment to Jing Shu. Could there be treasure inside? Gold? Cash? Jing Shu didn't need to force the lock open. Using her special ability, she simply transferred everything inside the hidden compartment into her space cube for later inspection. When she checked, her eyes widened. Along with pots and bowls, there were several cases of solid fuel alcohol packed in metal containers. Her mind was blown. She had expected something more valuable, but instead, the safe was filled with fuel cans. Still, she couldn't complain. This stuff was useful. Solid fuel alcohol was handy, particularly for cooking on the go. It was convenient and efficient, and Jing Shu was always in need of more fuel resources. She tossed the other random items aside and kept the fuel alcohol, continuing her treasure hunt with renewed enthusiasm. There was something deeply satisfying about being able to take whatever you wanted from an entire city. As she explored further, Jing Shu found many useful household items, and she diligently stored everything in her space cube to avoid waste. Just as she was about to finish exploring this floor, she came across a large suite. After hesitating briefly, she decided to check it out. Who knew what valuable items might be hidden inside? After a quick tour, she didn't find anything worth taking, but the yellow bed in the suite looked oddly familiar. Taking out her phone, she checked the big data system and found it. This was the bed listed in the reward board at number 7, offering 1,000 virtual coins for its retrieval. The note in the listing read, "Been sleeping on this bed for 30 years. Can't sleep without it." The 1,000 virtual coins didn't matter much to Jing Shu.
She just enjoyed helping others. With that thought, she stored the mustard yellow bed in her space cube. When she turned in the bounty, she would simply pull the bed out from the back of the submarine. Having found little else of value in the building, Jing Shu set course for her next destination, the government building, which was rumored to have many valuable materials left inside. The government building comprised 3 high-rise towers, and at this moment, a dozen salvage boats were already operating there, making it a busy area. "Hey, you in the shark submarine! No private salvage boats allowed here. Go somewhere else!" Someone shouted through a megaphone from one of the salvage boats. Jing Shu glanced around, seeing the area crowded with people salvaging all sorts of items. Why were they singling her out? Suddenly, the shouts turned to chaos. "Someone's dead. Lots of people have died. 3 people got tangled up and can't get out." The situation immediately became chaotic. "Hurry, get down there and save them." "I can't. It's too deep. I tried going down, but I couldn't pull them out and I couldn't cut them free. They're all tangled up. I'm not going back down." "So what do we do?" Several people turned their eyes toward the slowly descending shark submarine. Liu Xing shouted through his megaphone, "Hey, stop! Stop that shark!" Jing Shu sarcastically replied, "You don't allow private salvage boats in here. You want me to stop and get caught?" Liu Xing immediately turned around and hit the man who had spoken earlier on the head with his megaphone. "Just ignore him. I'm the supervisor here. We're worried about leaking confidential files, but now, with everything submerged and the state of the world, who cares? You're free to salvage here. Whatever you find, you can either keep or exchange for virtual coins at my station. We settle on the spot." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. "So, why were you calling me?" "We need you to help pull out the people trapped below. It's a mess. If we lose a few on the first day, it'll scare everyone away. Plus, it looks bad," Liu Xing said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Jing Shu frowned. People trapped underwater usually didn't stand much chance of survival, but she had no idea what had ensnared them. "All right, saving lives comes first. Let's go," Jing Shu said without hesitation, following Xiao Wang. On the salvage boat, people were nervously whispering about what had happened. Jing Shu followed Xiao Wang to the top floor of the government building, broke through the glass, and piloted the shark submarine inside. Before long, they reached the site. With the submarine's floodlights on, Jing Shu saw a mass of tangled debris in the corner, ensnaring 3 people. One of them was still twitching occasionally, but the other 2 were completely motionless. Xiao Wang pointed at the area, unwilling to get any closer. He attached the rope to the mass, and Jing Shu revved up the submarine, yanking the entangled people to the surface in one go. The whole process took just over a minute, incredibly fast. The shark submarine shot out of the water, dragging the rope with it. The 3 people were flung onto the boat with a thud. The spectators gasped at the sight. In the strong lights, everyone could see that the 3 individuals were covered in blood-red worms, which wriggled as they contracted and expanded, slithering over their bodies. The scene was horrifying. A walking mass of leeches, their bloated bodies clearly having drunk an alarming amount of blood. Some leeches, flung off by the force, sent people screaming. The tangled mess turned out to be clumps of red threadworms. A terrifying situation, and this was exactly why Jing Shu had avoided salvage operations in her previous life. Salvaging in floodwaters was dangerous. Running into leeches or red threadworms was a nightmare. The worst-case scenario was getting caught in a fight between leeches and threadworms. If you got too close, you could imagine the consequences. A single threadworm posed no threat, but in large numbers they were far worse than seaweed. "Quick, doctor, is there any chance they can be saved?" Liu Xing stomped his feet in frustration. A disaster like this on the first day was a nightmare. The doctor rushed over, wearing a sealed raincoat. After a quick examination, he said, "This one can still be saved. Get some salt, sprinkle it over him. Don't try to pull the leeches off." "And don't throw away those leeches," the doctor shouted as someone moved to dispose of them. "They're valuable. Collect them." 2 of the men were beyond saving, their blood completely drained by the leeches. The third was saved for the moment, but whether he would survive was uncertain. The chances were slim given the poor medical conditions. This is way too dangerous. I'm quitting. If I die, what happens to my kid? I'm quitting too. With all this down there, it's too terrifying. Liu Xing grabbed the megaphone and shouted, "Listen to me, everyone. Today I'm giving everyone an extra meal of rice for free. This job will only last a few days, and when it's done, you won't find work this good again. I promise you, this was just an isolated incident. It won't happen again." Gritting his teeth, Liu Xing decided that if anyone went missing in the future, it was better not to look for them. Otherwise, it would just cause more panic. Better to let them stay down there. For the sake of a free rice meal, the workers reluctantly decided to carry on, reminding themselves to be more cautious. Jing Shu turned and re-entered the government building, returning to the spot where the leeches had appeared. After a thorough search, she discovered several blood-red mushrooms growing in the corner. In her previous life, Jing Shu had heard rumors about these so-called blood mushrooms. They were said to grow wherever leeches and red threadworms clashed. Blood mushrooms were considered an evolved species of the famed red mushroom, known as the king of mushrooms in Huaxia for its incredible nutritional value and health benefits, especially for women. It was prized for its cancer-fighting and blood-enriching properties, though it couldn't be cultivated artificially. The blood mushroom, on the other hand, was even more potent, with medicinal properties that were said to extend life. In the post-apocalyptic world, this mushroom became one of the most sought-after supplements, and by the second year, it was classified as a rare item. After the floodwaters receded, it eventually became extinct. Anyone lucky enough to find and harvest wild blood mushrooms was considered to have struck gold. Jing Shu decided to try cultivating these mushrooms in her space, even though they were notoriously difficult to grow. Cultivating mushrooms wasn't the same as planting seeds, and the conditions she knew of involved either spore separation and lab cultivation, techniques that were out of reach, or a method of sterile reproduction involving careful nurturing. Well, it was worth a shot. If it worked, she'd have a gold mine. Of course, Jing Shu planned to save one mushroom for Yang Yang's grandfather. Longevity mushrooms were always a prized gift, and even though it was rare, she felt she could easily collect more using her shark submarine in the future. "Looks like I'll be doing a lot more rescue missions," Jing Shu mused. Her new plan was to hang around the salvage area, watching for opportunities to save people. Maybe she'd get lucky and find more blood mushrooms. After all, Wucheng was too large to explore thoroughly on her own. With the highly sought-after blood mushrooms, Jing Shu could now indulge in a nutritious dish: chicken stewed with blood mushrooms. It would be incredibly nourishing. Days later, Liu Xing would beg her, "Please, no more rescuing people." Jing Shu would respond, "No, you want this." The government building was enormous, with 3 towers. Jing Shu had only searched a few floors and hadn't found much else of interest. The one exception was a safe she discovered, which contained several kilograms of gold bars. Although gold wasn't worth much in the post-apocalyptic world, seeing that much gold still made Jing Shu's eyes sparkle. Hiding gold in the government building, whoever did it clearly believed in the principle that the most dangerous places are often the safest. Impressive. Jing Shu thought about having Grandpa Jing make her some jewelry from the gold. It would be nice to feel like a rich person, at least once. As the day drew to a close, Jing Shu answered her mother's call and headed home, thinking, "Finally, I'll get a good night's sleep." Jing Shu had been wondering when the blood mushrooms would become widely known. That evening, the news reported that various regions had begun salvaging blood mushrooms. After research, experts confirmed that besides their other known benefits, they contained abundant trace elements that could extend life. Along with this news, a big data auction was officially announced, with blood mushrooms set to be auctioned at a starting price of 500 virtual coins per mushroom. Suddenly, blood mushrooms became a trending topic across Huaxia. The negative press surrounding missing salvage workers began to fade, replaced by excitement. Salvage workers were now more motivated than ever, hoping to find these mushrooms. A cluster of 7 or 8 mushrooms could fetch thousands of virtual coins, enough to risk their lives for. With this development, the price of blood mushrooms surged. In a way, this was beneficial, as it helped stimulate the economy, giving the public a chance at a jackpot, and offering the wealthy a reason to spend their money. That night, the family enjoyed an unusually lavish dinner. Garlic scapes stir-fried with cured meat, smoked duck, fragrant fried rice, and a pot of chicken stew with mushrooms. These mushrooms, however, looked different from the usual ones. Grandma Jing, watching the news about blood mushrooms, gasped, "Jing Shu, don't these mushrooms you brought back look just like the ones on TV?" Everyone turned to look, comparing the mushrooms. Indeed, they looked quite similar. "Oh, they are the ones from TV. I found some while out with the shark submarine today and brought them back," Jing Shu said casually, sipping her chicken broth and biting into a blood mushroom. The flavor was incredible, far richer and more fragrant than ordinary mushrooms. "Such a waste! You should have made a big pot and saved it to drink a bowl every day. These things can extend your life," Grandma Jing lamented, not realizing how precious the spring water she drank daily was. "We just ate half a house in one bite?" That night, not a scrap of chicken stew was left, not even bones. Even the fat chicken, their pet, was displeased. No meat was left for it. It chirped mournfully as if it had lost its place as the family favorite. After checking on the space, Jing Shu planted a new batch of papayas and tended to the greenhouse's fruits and bees. She then practiced with her magic cube for a while before dozing off, thinking she would finally get a good night's sleep. But it seemed that fate liked to play tricks on her at 4 a.m., as if to give her some kind of message. This time, the deafening sound of an engine woke her. Recognizing the familiar rumble, Jing Shu knew that Wu Yuai's mentor, Chu Zhuohua, had arrived. You can never truly understand what goes on in a biologist's mind. "I just had a dream, and it sparked an idea. I need to delve deeper into my research," Chu Zhuohua explained, despite arriving in the middle of the night with dark circles under his eyes. Wu Yuai, standing with her hands on her hips, gave him a deadpan look. "My grandpa's frog isn't going to let you dissect it. The hen won't let you investigate how many eggs it lays before it gets saggy, and my grandpa's teeth didn't grow back because of some miracle cure. Give it up." Chu Zhuohua looked devastated. What a shame. Such a grand experiment. Jing Shu. What on earth were they talking about? Despite the odd conversation, they made their way to the garage to check on the RV modifications. The energy car needed some minor repairs but was still functional. The RV modification was a significant project, and even the usually indifferent Chu Zhuohua seemed intrigued. His passion for exploration and transformation wasn't limited to biology. It extended to anything he could tinker with. Jing Shu brought out the floor plan she had been working on for days and began explaining the modifications she envisioned for the RV. The first floor was divided into 3 sections: a lounge area in the front, a kitchen and bathroom in the middle, and a master bedroom at the rear. Starting with the front of the RV, Jing Shu explained, "The co-pilot's seat has been removed, creating a passageway. The original circular sofa in the lounge area is damaged, and the co-pilot seat is useless now, so I want to turn it into a folding single sofa bed. When not needed, it can fold into the wall, but when someone needs to sleep, it can be folded out." Chu Zhuohua thought for a moment. Based on ergonomic comfort, an 80cm wide by 180cm long bed would be ideal, but to fit it, you'll have to sacrifice part of the circular sofa behind the co-pilot seat. Jing Shu nodded. That works. The remaining portion of the sofa, about 1.6 meters wide and 2 meters long, can be transformed into a closed double tatami bed. There will be a storage cabinet in the middle that can be raised or lowered. When not in use for sleeping, the area can serve as a living room with people sitting around the edges. This way, it won't interfere with the overhead cabinets or the passageway. That's doable. The RV already has a liftable table, so we can repurpose the existing materials. But sourcing the remaining materials might be tricky. You'll probably need to check government warehouses or find buildings that have already been flooded for salvage. The co-pilot seat in most RVs was practically useless, uncomfortable for sleeping, tiring to sit in during the day, and entirely separate from the main part of the vehicle. This design isolated the driver, making communication with the rest of the RV passengers difficult. By turning the co-pilot area into a foldable single bed, Jing Shu could preserve the interior layout without sacrificing functionality. However, modifying the vehicle at that connection point will be tricky. We'll need other materials to reinforce it, but it won't affect the car's overall performance. The circular sofa in the front would be transformed into a double bedroom, complete with a television, and would be separated from the single bed. Both areas would be private and functional. Jing Shu had a small personal motive. She planned to put her parents in the double bed at the rear of the RV, while her grandparents would sleep in the front. The distance would provide everyone a bit of privacy and avoid any awkward situations if someone made too much noise. This modification added both a double bed and a single bed. The remaining seating and table wouldn't need further changes, serving as a dining area. Though it was a bit cramped, they could always squeeze in a few stools for meals. In the middle of the RV, the left side was the kitchen area, equipped with a complete set of appliances, including an electric stove, an extractor hood, a sink, and a refrigerator. There were also cabinets and drawers for storing dishes and utensils. Even on rough terrain, the kitchen wouldn't be damaged. Considering how many people would need to be fed, and the fact that cooking for a large group was a major task, Jing Shu knew this area would need some upgrades. Jing Shu explained, "I want to add a natural gas system. We can place a compressed natural gas tank on the side of the RV and use it to cook inside the vehicle directly." That's doable. The RV's bathroom was designed with a dry-wet separation system. It featured an automatic thermostat mixer, a 40-liter water heater, and a 950-liter water tank. The bathroom included a wash basin, a ceramic electric toilet, and an electric waste valve. I also want to install an ultrafiltration system, and I want to add an additional water heater next to the thermostat. The water heater's pipes will connect to the 2 double bedrooms, keeping the rooms warm. It'll share the water system with the bathroom, ensuring 24-hour access to hot water. When the RV would eventually be put to use, it would most likely be during a migration, when the Earth would have grown extremely cold due to the prolonged lack of sunlight. Even though the RV had a dual air conditioning system, Jing Shu wanted to ensure it stayed warm by adding extra heating measures. Chu Zhuohua's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "You're thinking ahead, aren't you?" Our family has issues with cold weather. We all have bad knees." As the world continued without sunlight, it was only going to get colder, no matter how extreme the initial heat wave was. The apocalypse left scientists baffled about how long humanity could survive under such conditions. The first floor of the RV was mostly set, and next, they moved on to the second floor, accessible by an Armadillo 5-step aluminum alloy automatic staircase. The front part of the second floor was an open-air deck, while the back portion was dedicated to solar panels. The rooftop deck could be hydraulically elevated, transforming into an open lounge area with an electric lift table that could easily seat more than 10 people. "I have a batch of lightweight steel, and I want to enclose the second floor deck to make it a sealed, liftable room. I'm also planning to add a space capsule. I'm working on acquiring one." For reasons only Wu Yui understood, she was obsessed with living in a space capsule. She claimed that the closed, confined space made her feel particularly safe. Lately, she had even started collecting capsule-themed gadgets for her future living space. Chu Zhuohua waggled his finger. "What a coincidence! I happen to have a decommissioned space capsule lying around. It even has a far-infrared feature, so you could get a sauna in it from time to time." Jing Shu. You want to use the second floor as living quarters, or are you planning something else?" "It'll be multifunctional. When we're on the move, we'll need to bring chickens and ducks along too. Oh, and I'd like to add a greenhouse with extra lighting." As Chu Zhuohua studied the map and glanced at the RV, he remarked, "Why not remove the solar panels entirely? Without sunlight, they're practically useless now. Forget about raising or lowering anything. I'll turn the back half into a sealed livestock area and the front into living quarters." That would effectively turn the RV into a 2-story vehicle. It might impact the driving experience, but your RV, while not the most expensive model, has exceptional load-bearing capacity. Jing Shu nodded. "That works. I do want to transfer the UBC bacterial solar panel over, though.
Can we leave space for that on the roof? As for the resource allocation inside the RV, I want to divide it like this. The electricity system will run on the UBC bacterial solar power, cooking and heating water will use natural gas, and the driving system will be hybrid, with both fuel and an electric battery. I know this will reduce performance, but fuel is hard to come by. This RV is too big for a regular battery to suffice. Even with a top-tier battery, the horsepower might not be enough. I suggest installing several batteries, but materials are scarce. When Jing Shu mentioned that Chen Nan's modification shop had a full supply of materials, Chu Zhuohua's eyes lit up. Jing Shu, those modification materials sound perfect for my next vehicle project, don't you think? Yes, they do. Chu Zhuohua's price for his services was simple. Jing Shu would supply the materials for his next modification project. Talented people like him needed to be treated well, and besides, there was no way Chu Zhuohua planned to build something as massive as her RV. It seemed like a fair deal, but Jing Shu had underestimated the sheer difference in thought between her and someone like Chu Zhuohua. She couldn't have predicted what his true plans were. Her lesson of the day? Never try to understand the mind of a biologist. Energized by his new goal, Chu Zhuohua fixed the energy car that same day. He planned to drive it to the modification shop the next morning. Despite the family's curiosity as to why a biology professor could repair cars, they were grateful and invited him to stay for a meal. Surprisingly, Chu Zhuohua turned out to be more polite than expected. He didn't attempt to dissect Jing Shu's frogs, nor did he examine the fat chicken's rear end. He ate his meal gracefully, even offering advice. According to biological principles, chewing each bite 28 times aids digestion and increases satiety. It's also great for weight control and maintaining an ideal figure. Knowledge is truly power, Grandpa Jing said, giving him a thumbs up. However, Chu Zhuohua's gaze lingered on Grandpa Jing's mouth, sparking his curiosity. Wu Yui swiftly stomped on his foot, making him wince. Mentor, have some milk, Wu Yui offered. No, thank you, Chu Zhuohua declined. Come on, have a glass. Milk is hard to come by these days, Grandpa Jing insisted, eager to thank him for helping with the RV modification and for taking care of Wu Yui. Chu Zhuohua awkwardly sipped the milk, but within moments, his face turned purple. Suddenly remembered I left something on the stove. I must go, he exclaimed, clutching his mouth and fleeing. It wasn't until much later that the sound of his engine revving signaled his departure. The whole family was left baffled. Did he say he was cooking clothes? Someone asked. He meant he left something cooking and needed to bring in the laundry, Wu Yui explained. Jing Shu quietly asked Wu Yui, Does your mentor have trouble with milk? He's lactose intolerant. And you still gave him milk? I thought he wanted to challenge himself. Jing Shu was beginning to believe she was cursed, specifically a 4 a.m. curse. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. Why was she always woken up at exactly the same time? Was it fate's doing? Today, she was called to the government office to inquire about the issue of removing red threadworms. Yawning, Zhou Bapi drove Jing Shu to the government building in the dead of night. Jing Shu had no idea what was happening until it was explained. Apparently, Xiao Xiao from the Medicinal Herb Association had been accused of fraudulently claiming reward money, but what did that have to do with Jing Shu? Wait a minute. Side note, tomorrow, 3 more updates. Please support with your monthly votes. It turned out that this issue did have a bit to do with Jing Shu. When she implemented the old bug trick, using older worms to remove the eggs, she had intentionally kept the details under wraps. While everyone had seen the method, no one knew the full secret behind it, which meant they couldn't fully replicate it. When Jing Shu and Zhou Bapi arrived, Xiao Xiao was furiously defending herself. I didn't falsely claim the reward. I was collecting it on behalf of our Medicinal Herb Association. Jing Shu immediately noticed a young man standing nearby, Zhu Chuangshi, someone she remembered from her past life when he was interviewed. His name stood out because, unlike common names like Jiang Guo, meaning nation building, or Chenglong, meaning to become a dragon, his father had chosen to name him Chuangshi.
meaning creator of worlds. Nearby, officials were explaining the situation. Last night, Zhao Xiao had brought some treated gastrodia, a type of medicinal plant, and claimed to have discovered a method for removing the threadworm eggs. She had provided a detailed explanation of the process and conducted experiments with other plants, but without success. After several failed trials, she insisted that her method required half a day to work, and that the gastrodia she presented had been treated using this process. She urged the officials to recognize her as the first person to discover the solution. The reward for this discovery was quite significant, with not just various food supplies and virtual coins, but also honorary and career advancements. Naturally, this attracted a lot of attention. After waiting half a day without hearing anything from Jing Shu's friend, Zhao Xiao decided to claim the reward herself. The officials weren't convinced. They told her they would wait to see if her method produced results, but after several hours, it was clear that it didn't work. Just as Zhao Xiao was running out of excuses, Zhu Chuangshi arrived with a bucket of red threadworms. Using the same method as Zhao Xiao, he successfully removed the worm eggs. Immediately, the government recognized Zhu Chuangshi as the first person to solve the problem. But Zhao Xiao, desperate for the reward, asked if Zhu Chuangshi was connected to Jing Shu's friend. When the answer was no, she tried to claim that the Medicinal Herb Association had actually developed the solution days earlier, hoping to secure a portion of the reward for herself by involving Jing Shu. However, as Zhao Xiao kept changing her story, first claiming the idea was hers, then saying it was from the association, the officials decided to call in law enforcement to investigate. Based on your actions, this qualifies as an attempt to fraudulently claim a reward under someone else's name, the police officer explained. Even if the method had been used earlier, it wasn't Zhao Xiao who had come up with it. Because Zhao Xiao was a member of the Medicinal Herb Association, her status was more complicated. The police decided to bring in the association's representative, which turned out to be Zhou Bapi, since the other leaders were unavailable. Jing Shu finally understood the situation. Xiao Xiao had tried to claim the reward by half understanding the method, and failed. Unwilling to let the reward slip through her fingers, she implicated the entire association and even Jing Shu herself. Xiao Xiao's actions were self-destructive. Not only did she embarrass herself, but she also exposed Jing Shu's secret, making it impossible to back out of the situation gracefully. The Medicinal Herb Association wasn't about to take the blame for something like this, nor would they steal a reward that rightfully belonged to someone else. After reviewing Zhu Chuangshi's method, even Jing Shu applauded, confirming that his solution was legitimate. Zhu Chuangshi was rightfully awarded the reward. The government officials quickly moved on, busy publicizing the new solution. As for Zhao Xiao, she was taken back to the Medicinal Herb Association. Given the severity of her actions, Zhou Bapi stripped her of her official position, sparking a huge uproar within the association. News of Zhao Xiao's attempt to fraudulently claim the reward spread quickly. Now, whenever people looked at her, they had a strange expression on their faces. And as for Jing Shu, whom they had only met briefly, they began to regard her with a new level of respect. In the end, people who bring about their own downfall always face consequences. Jing Shu had seen plenty of self-destructive behavior like Zhao Xiao's before, and she had a feeling this wouldn't be the last time Zhao Xiao sabotaged herself. With the matter settled, Jing Shu returned to her busy life. Chu Zhuohua had already moved the RV to Chen Nan's modification shop, and the large-scale transformation of the RV had begun. Jing Shu spent the day transporting lightweight steel from Li Yitian and coordinating with Chen Nan to confirm which materials were available and which ones were still needed. After making a note of what was missing, she planned to search the flooded city for additional supplies. The place was a veritable treasure trove. Jing Shu still remembered Chen Nan's pained expression when he saw the material list. But for the sake of maintaining face in front of Big Sis, he managed to smile when Jing Shu mentioned wanting to modify a second vehicle. To make up for it, she gave him 600 virtual coins as compensation for the materials used in the first RV modification. Suddenly, Jing Shu felt a little poor.
If it weren't for the virtual coins she had earned from salvaging that yellow bed the other day, she wouldn't have been able to afford the materials for the modifications. Now that virtual coins could be traded through the big data system, currency was flowing again, and Jing Shu needed to speed up her efforts to earn more. Speaking of which, the items she had won at Sumali's auction had arrived the day after. She had transplanted the aloe vera into the villa's garden, where it had already taken root. As for the cigarettes, Grandpa Jing and Jing Shu's father had already split them between themselves. With the cigarettes, the two argued less, which made Jing Shu wonder if she should consider growing a batch of tobacco. Jing Shu also planted a batch of grapes in her magic space. She planned to make some wine, which would be easier to explain if she said it had been stored away for a while, rather than suddenly producing fresh grapes with no explanation. Life had been so busy lately that Jing Shu had almost forgotten that she technically worked for the Medicinal Herb Association. It wasn't until someone at the birthday banquet asked her what she did that she remembered. Oh crap, I work for the Medicinal Herb Association, but I haven't been there in ages. Of course, that's a story for another time. Each day, Jing Shu would drive her shark submarine to Chennan's modification shop to discuss the RV's progress with Chu Zhuohua. After that, she would dive into the flooded city to search for useful materials. Since the discovery of blood mushrooms, salvage workers had become even more enthusiastic, despite the increased death toll. The lure of food in the apocalypse was strong, and many were driven by the hope of finding valuable mushrooms. Meanwhile, with the release of the first batch of red threadworm mushrooms and Zhu Chuangshi's method proving ineffective for seeds, Jing Shu's mother's vegetable farm faced significant challenges. The government was once again encouraging people to experiment with new methods. Try boiling the water before using it for irrigation. Boiling can kill 99% of bacteria, but the red threadworm fungus falls into the 1% that isn't affected by heat. I've applied for an ultrafiltration system, but with the materials flooded, who knows when it'll be installed. Until then, we might not be able to grow any vegetables. The only way to solve the worm egg problem at its root was through a filtration system, but the problem was that all systems had been submerged. Before the apocalypse, this would have been an easy fix. A batch of ultrafiltration systems could have been quickly manufactured, like the ones used in the US where every household had drinkable water, pre-filtered in factories. But now, producing these devices was nearly impossible, especially with the difficulty of sourcing the necessary raw materials. Filters and filter membranes weren't produced together, and the equipment required hundreds, if not thousands, of different components. So the only option was to recover existing systems. But the problem was that there simply weren't enough filtration devices to go around. With so many people and too few systems, most would have to make do without. For now, drinking water with worm eggs wasn't causing too much harm. But soon, as the eggs evolved and multiplied, drinking the contaminated water would lead to daily stomach cramps, dehydration, and diarrhea. In the future, the ground wouldn't be littered with solid waste but covered in liquid. The news even reported that bacteria in the water were reacting with people's digestive systems, much like food poisoning, leading to a mass outbreak of gastrointestinal issues. At that point, ultrafiltration systems or clean water would become invaluable. Those with access would live in comfort, while everyone else would suffer. Eventually, some clever people started experimenting and managed to filter out a portion of the worm eggs. Mom, if filtration systems can remove worm eggs, then traditional methods used by our ancestors should work too, Jing Shu said slowly. What method? Our household filters can't handle the amount of water we need to irrigate the crops, her mother replied skeptically. I'm not talking about modern filters. People have tried wilderness survival methods to filter water, but they haven't been very effective. According to researchers, worm eggs are microscopic bacteria. Can we really filter out something so small? Finding a way to kill the worm eggs had become the hottest topic of the day. Zhu Chuangshi, the one who found the initial solution, was now a celebrity, constantly interviewed by TV stations and invited to help remove the eggs. However, his method wasn't a permanent solution and was difficult to implement on a large scale. People had tried ultraviolet light, chemical disinfection, and other methods, which only removed a portion of the eggs. The remaining eggs were still affecting crop growth.
Come with me to the back hill to collect some materials. Tomorrow I'll show you at work, Jing Shu said, a bit mysteriously. Her mother was skeptical. How could ancient methods, with all the advancements in modern technology, be useful? They certainly wouldn't meet today's drinking water standards, but they didn't need to meet those standards. They just needed to be good enough to grow crops, right? Jing Shu spent the entire afternoon rummaging through the back hill with her mother, collecting various minerals, stones, and even yellow clay. After filling a whole cart, Jing Shu's mother woke her up at 4 a.m. the next morning, eager to try the method at work. First, Jing Shu attached a series of cloth-wrapped soil filters to the faucet in decreasing sizes. The water passed through the layers of soil, with each layer trapping more worm eggs. These filters would need to be changed daily. Next, Jing Shu spent the entire day constructing a large pool. After the first filtration step, the water flowed into a AO-shaped pool. The first compartment contained large stones, gravel, sand, and clay. After the water settled here, it flowed into a second compartment made of bricks, filled with charcoal and fine sand. Jing Shu's mother hesitated. They had tried similar methods before, but they hadn't worked well. However, by the third compartment, most of the worm eggs were already filtered out. The water then flowed into a fourth compartment, where any remaining eggs would be trapped as they grew larger over the next few days. While the world's smallest known bacteria were larger than 0.1 micrometers, the worm eggs would grow quickly within a couple of days. If they couldn't be filtered out right away, they could at least be removed after growing a bit bigger. The trick was to introduce older worms into the third and fourth compartments to clean up the larger eggs. The only downside is that the filtration process is slow. It'll probably take a day to filter one pool of water, but that should be enough for your crops, right? Yes, it's more than enough. My daughter may not have been great at school, but she's good at everything else, her mother praised. With the system in place, Jing Shu's mother was able to maintain a steady supply of clean water for the crops. They began planting a new batch of vegetables, and Jing Shu had a feeling that her mother would soon become a model farmer for the city. While the other districts were struggling to grow simple mushrooms, her mother's district stood out by using this ancient filtration method to successfully grow crops. Even though the process was slow, it was still a significant achievement. In the meantime, food for the general public had also improved somewhat. Although the government couldn't grow many crops, they still managed to cultivate a batch of mushrooms, albeit covered in worm eggs. The mushrooms looked terrifying. Each one was covered in layers of white worm eggs, like little blackheads embedded in the flesh. When cooked by the cafeteria staff, the texture was springy, and biting into them felt like popping tiny exploding eggs, just like eating fish roe. Mushroom soup with worm eggs was 0.2 virtual coins per serving. Add some noodles, and it was 0.5 virtual coins. If you voted for Zhao Shupi to be the next distribution manager through the big data system, you'd get a free serving of noodles. Suddenly, Zhao Shupi's popularity in the banana district soared. Long lines formed at the noodle window as people queued up to cast their vote in exchange for a meal. That day, Wang Qiki came to Jing Shu with 500 virtual coins he had borrowed from others. How can I maximize the impact of these 500 coins? Wang Qiki had long been prepared for this moment. Over the past few days, he'd been gathering support, not just among the original residents, but also many of the new arrivals, making countless promises along the way. However, despite his efforts, most people weren't optimistic about his chances. After all, Zhao Shupi didn't need to actively campaign. Just offering free porridge was enough to attract votes. Jing Shu wasn't particularly surprised, but impressed nonetheless. Wang Qiki had managed to save up some virtual coins from previous scavenging expeditions and had borrowed the rest, gathering a total of 500 virtual coins, an enormous sum for the average person. But what could 500 virtual coins do? It was enough to buy 250 people a meal of white rice, but with tens of thousands of people in Banana District, that wouldn't be enough to make a difference. On the other hand, Jing Shu's third aunt, after her involvement in previous events, had successfully become the manager of the newly established community cafeteria, which now fed many of the local residents. The government had taken over rice distribution. In addition to her position, 2 other managers were running separate community canteens in the district named Love Family, Love Country, and Love Smile cafeterias. They all reported to a district manager overseeing all 3. Although her third aunt's responsibilities had shifted to handling regular citizens rather than government workers, her influence had grown with the expanded population under her care. As Jing Shu contemplated the situation, she realized this could be a perfect opportunity to help boost her aunt's popularity while also aiding Wang Qiqi's campaign. Moreover, the 3 cafeterias were fiercely competing, each trying to outdo the others in sales by offering new dishes daily. Zhao Shupi had gained considerable traction advertising at the Love Country cafeteria, leading to long lines of customers throughout the day. Helping her aunt attract more people seemed like a win-win. So what could they do with 500 virtual coins? While Zhao Shupi was likely throwing thousands of virtual coins into his campaign, Jing Shu had another idea: pan-fried mushrooms with worm eggs. This dish involved lightly oiling a pan, tearing mushrooms into strips, and frying them with the worm eggs attached over low heat. The water content would evaporate, and the mushrooms would turn golden and crispy, while the worm eggs released a fragrant, meat-like aroma. A sprinkle of chili powder and salt added the finishing touch, resulting in a dish that was savory, crispy, and flavorful, a perfect treat in the damp weather. The next day, wow, where is that delicious fried meat smell coming from? Hurry up and check it out! Love Family Cafeteria is serving pan-fried mushrooms with worm eggs. The smell is incredible. It must be expensive. I probably can't afford it. They're giving it out for free, but only a limited number of servings. By lunchtime, a long line had formed outside the Love Family Cafeteria. Drawn in by the smell and the promise of free food, people flocked to the cafeteria. Wang Qiqi, holding a loudspeaker, explained the rules. Each person who voted for him would receive a free serving of pan-fried mushrooms with worm eggs. Those who had already voted for Zhao Shupi could still buy a serving for 0.5 virtual coins. As soon as people tasted the dish, they couldn't resist coming back for more, boosting the cafeteria's sales. Jing Shu scratched her nose with a smile. While she genuinely wanted to help Wang Qiqi win the position of distribution manager and support her aunt's business, she didn't expect to earn 1,000 virtual coins from the effort. Between her chili powder and the leftover lard from the family's stash, there hadn't been much cost involved. She had used pig fat accumulated from cooking over time, and her family generally preferred vegetable oils like peanut or rapeseed oil, leaving the lard unused. Her grandmother had been wondering how to get rid of the excess fat. It turned out the answer was right in front of them. The lard had netted 1,000 virtual coins. In comparison, Zhao Shupi's porridge cost much more since it was made from real grains. The key difference, however, was that pan-fried mushrooms with worm eggs tasted amazing and received rave reviews. After trying it once, people were willing to spend 0.5 virtual coins for a second serving, as most people had some extra cash from scavenging and trading. Wang Qiqi quickly shot up the rankings, trailing just behind Zhao Shupi, and became one of the top contenders. People were intrigued by this newcomer who seemed to appear out of nowhere. To his credit, Wang Qiqi had spun a story about his past adventures in the banana district, emphasizing how he had earned significant virtual coins and helped residents thrive. He hinted at having connections to a powerful figure in the banana district's wealthy villa community, suggesting he could bring real benefits to the people. Jing Shu pondered, "Am I that powerful figure he's referring to?" As Jing Shu considered the future, she began planning for the year ahead. If last year had been about securing her family's survival, this year would be about accumulating wealth. In simple terms, she planned to make money and gain the power necessary to protect that wealth. The second year of the apocalypse was one of the more stable years in the 10-year span. It was a time when currency flowed more freely, but that wouldn't last. Once the Great Migration began, and people were forced into a nomadic lifestyle, the economy would slow. Her first step was to rise to the position of vice president in the Medicinal Herb Association, which would give her the influence needed to protect her family from opportunistic enemies. As for her family, they were doing well.
Her mother had a chance to rise in rank, and if her father could manage the livestock farms, they would be in a strong position. The second step? Earning more virtual coins. There would be many expenses ahead. Jing Shu had hoped to make money from cultivating blood mushrooms, but the roots of the mushrooms she had cooked hadn't grown back in her spatial cube, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Could it be that even the cube couldn't grow blood mushrooms? Or was her method wrong? As she pondered the issue, she suddenly had an idea while preparing for Yang Yang's grandfather's birthday celebration. In the post-apocalyptic world, grains and fruits would become increasingly rare and precious. Jing Shu wasn't planning on selling these except for special cases to maintain relationships. Since her resources were already stretched thin, she needed to grow rare, valuable crops to accumulate capital. Doing so would not only avoid drawing too much attention, but also help her network with influential people. Blood mushrooms were a key part of her plan. It had been 10 days since she harvested the blood mushrooms. 2 had been eaten, and 4 remained. She had planted the roots of 2 mushrooms in her spatial cube's fields but hadn't seen any growth despite the passage of time. Even with the nourishing properties of the spirit spring water, other crops like eggplants and papayas had matured, but the blood mushrooms hadn't grown even a millimeter. Today, as Jing Shu took out one of the larger blood mushrooms from her cube, a thought struck her. Why not simulate the blood mushroom's natural habitat? Under normal circumstances, no one else would be able to replicate such an environment, but with her spatial cube, which could create optimal conditions for various life forms, she had a chance of succeeding. Blood mushrooms typically grew in areas with leeches and red threadworms. The relationship between these creatures was similar to that of venomous snakes and the antidote-producing herbs that often grow near them, symbiotic yet adversarial. While Jing Shu didn't fully understand the intricate biology behind it, she didn't need to. She just needed to capture some leeches and red threadworms to place in her space along with the blood mushrooms. Then, she could observe whether this environment helped the mushrooms grow. If successful, she could even enhance their growth by watering them with diluted spirit spring water, which could enrich the mushrooms. After all, blood mushrooms varied in quality. The larger and more vibrant they were, the higher their value. Suddenly, she remembered something. Leeches had significant medicinal value. Live leeches could be used to drain pus, toxins, and stagnant blood from the body. Dried leeches could be ground into medicinal powders that treat various ailments like blood clots and poor circulation, and injecting honey into leeches could treat corneal spots and cataracts. Truly, they were valuable whether alive or dead. Even the doctor had been asking about them the other day for medicinal purposes. Jing Shu rubbed her hands in anticipation. The best part was that by raising leeches, she'd be indirectly raising blood mushrooms too, which she could use to expand her business with the Medicinal Herb Association. In one stroke, she could hit 3 birds with 1 stone: growing leeches, cultivating blood mushrooms, and enhancing her influence in the association. All of this made leech farming an ideal plan: efficient, lucrative, and multifaceted. Of course, this was still just her theory, and she would have to see if it worked in practice. Jing Shu began furiously jotting down her new plan. So absorbed was she in her thoughts that she barely noticed how she arrived at the old man Yang Yang's house for the birthday celebration. Her mind was already racing with ideas, eager to rush to the city center and find people in order to gather more leeches. Unfortunately, luck didn't seem to be on her side. Despite multiple trips to the city, she hadn't encountered any missing persons or opportunities to gather leeches. It seemed she would need a more proactive approach instead of waiting passively for the right moment. Old man Yang Yang's residence was in the West Mountain Old District. The house was like something out of history, built entirely of stone and exuding an ancient atmosphere. Jing Shu estimated that it had been around for at least a century. At the entrance stood 2 stone lions, one male playing with a ball, the other a female tending to her cub, symbolizing a deep sense of cultural heritage. Despite the heavy rain, a large canopy had been set up over the courtyard, providing ample space for parked cars. The main gate looked vintage, adorned with 2 large red lanterns hanging on either side.
the place was buzzing with activity, filled with guests coming and going. Unlike the flashy luxury cars she had seen at Sumali's auction, the vehicles here were mostly understated black Audis and Volkswagens. Only a few luxury models, though discreet, hinted at the wealth of their owners. Jing Shu arrived in her shark-shaped submarine, and Wang Dazhao greeted her at the entrance. Once inside, Jing Shu felt a sense of historical depth and class. The house was filled with ancient artifacts, old but valuable. Even the house's structure resembled a three-part traditional courtyard from the late Qing dynasty. While many areas had been refurbished, modern elements like central air conditioning were cleverly concealed within the ancient design. Even the electric lights were modified candle holders. The furniture was all classic redwood, and although some pieces had cracks, their aesthetic value remained unaffected. The floor was paved with old blue-gray bricks, with some sections noticeably newer where repairs had been made. All these details spoke of the house's long history. The courtyard had a small rockery and fish pond with koi and carp swimming inside. The original flower beds had been repurposed into vegetable patches, complete with grow lights. Only the roots of harvested leeks and lettuce remained. This residence, older than many of the grand Siheyuan houses in the capital, was an intriguing blend of ancient tradition and modern technology. Jing Shu admired how it reflected a refined lifestyle, much like her own philosophy, never settling for less when the conditions were available. The house's thoughtful design, from the shelter over the courtyard to the human-centric details, showed that the owner, much like Jing Shu, valued quality of life. This person must be very powerful, Jing Shu thought. After all, holding a grand birthday banquet in the apocalypse was no small feat. Wang Dazhao led Jing Shu to the main courtyard where the birthday celebration was being held. The space was vast, and a stage had been set up in the center with performers putting on a traditional opera. The dining area was arranged in round tables seating 10 people each, with more than 20 tables covered in red cloth, creating an elegant atmosphere. The setup was far more lavish than anything Jing Shu had experienced, even before the apocalypse. Jing Shu was seated at a table in the upper right corner, which was nearly full. The lively atmosphere filled the courtyard as Yang Yang sipped on his drink, looking pensive. When he saw Jing Shu, he offered her his seat. "Your grandfather knows how to make an entrance," Jing Shu remarked. "Just you wait. He's always been obsessed with appearances. By the end of the night, he'll be kneeling on a washboard for sure," Yang Yang replied with a sigh. He motioned for her to sit next to him, explaining, "Our table's filled with close friends. Some of us went to America together. The other 3 seats are for Old Bull's family." As if on cue, Niu Mu arrived, carrying several large bags while his wife led their son by the hand. Upon spotting Jing Shu, little Niu Kanben ran over, tears welling in his eyes. "Sister Jing, please save me. My mom says she's going to discipline me when we get home." Children really do grow fast. In just 2 months, Niu Kanben had already shot up a bit. "Sis can't save you. I can only hold you down and maybe hand your mom the belt," Jing Shu teased, causing everyone to burst out laughing. Niu Kanben turned to his dad. "Dad, show some authority at home." Niu Mu turned pale. At 30, women were like wolves, and at 40, they became tigers. His wife had recently embodied that saying all too well. At first, their variety of positions had been exciting, but who could endure 3 times a night, with each round lasting as long as a stick of incense burns? Now, he did everything he could to avoid eye contact with her. Clearing his throat, Niu Mu pretended to be deeply engrossed in the opera. Once everyone settled in, Niu Mu quietly asked Jing Shu, "Was that pool your idea?" Jing Shu neither confirmed nor denied it, but asked, "How's it going? Enough to get promoted?" "Almost there," Niu Mu muttered under his breath. Jing Shu nodded, understanding the implication. Niu Mu whispered, "Remember Secretary Zhang? The one who had a seizure at your villa and later died? They even did an interview about him, calling it a heroic death in the line of duty. Well, they've already assigned a new one, but he'll be leaving soon too." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. "Are you about to get promoted?" Not sure yet, but don't worry. Before he leaves, I'll make sure your mom gets properly situated. But she'll need to keep pushing herself. I only got this role because I had serious backing, which made me a lot of enemies. They'll definitely want to appoint their own people, but a deputy minister role is realistic. Jing Shu gave him a thumbs up. This guy was truly a rising star, a power player even in her previous life. At this rate, as long as her mom stayed aligned with New Mu's trajectory, she wouldn't be left behind. Besides, New Mu owed them for that deal involving the ice cream trade with Qian Duo Duo. Over the past year, their families had grown closer, with Jing Shu's family frequently sending gifts. Every couple of months, they'd deliver fresh strawberries, along with occasional eggs and milk. In these times, delivering 10 eggs as a gift was a big deal. For someone of New Mu's rank, vegetables weren't a problem, but meat and eggs were scarce. Jing Shu's family was catering perfectly to their needs. Naturally, New Mu reciprocated. During holidays, he ensured their villa received electricity, which was something they sorely lacked. With the electricity New Mu provided, combined with Jing Shu's 10 UBC bacteria solar panels, the villa's energy needs were covered, saving them about a liter of fuel per day. Electricity, natural gas, and fuel were still not available to the public. Soon, the courtyard was filled to capacity. After a traditional opera performance, an elderly man in a tang suit, still full of vigor, made his way to the stage. He grabbed the microphone, and the lively crowd immediately fell silent with a gesture from him. I didn't want to host this banquet. It's expensive and a hassle. But if I don't throw this party now, all the wedding and birthday gifts I've given over the years will just go with me to the grave, and that, my friends, is a terrible loss. Old Zhang, remember the painting I gave for your grandson's wedding? And old Z, I gave you that jade longevity like the southern mountains for your wife's 90th birthday. Just because it's the apocalypse doesn't mean you can skimp on your gifts today. Your presents had better be worth more than what I gave you. And before we eat, I just want to ask, have you all prepared your gifts for my 88th birthday, old and young alike? The audience burst into laughter. Cameras clicked away, but the old man didn't seem to mind. In fact, he even flashed a smug grin at the cameras. Well then, enjoy your food and drink for now. Later we'll get to the main event. And for those of you who didn't bring gifts, don't worry. Cash is always welcome, haha. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. This wasn't quite how she'd imagined the evening going. Were the practical-minded people of today really this open? And she had to admit, when the old man said that, she almost reached for her metaphorical 40-meter-long sword. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Yang Yang sighing as he ate a piece of carp from a dish just served. This is 36 scales. I plucked 36 scales from it, but it could have lived so much longer. Such a waste. These are the leeks I grew. See how each stalk has 9 little gears? That's my signature mark. Jing Shu could only shake her head. Yang Yang's brain really was wired differently. Soon all the dishes were served, steamed carp, stir-fried leeks, and a plate of stir-fried lettuce with meat. For the main course, each guest was given a bowl of longevity noodles with an egg. In total, 10 dishes were served. The food was decent, likely made softer for the many elderly guests in attendance. Jing Shu had never seen so many seniors gathered in one place, a testament to the status of their families. The portions were a bit modest, though. Jing Shu figured she could easily eat an entire dish herself, but for most people it was enough to feel about 80% full. In the pre-apocalypse days, this meal would have been considered average, and certainly not as extravagant as Sumali's banquet. But in the apocalypse, being able to host 20 tables of this quality was quite a feat. No wonder Yang Yang kept muttering about running out of fish and vegetables. As the meal ended and the opera wrapped up, the old man invited everyone to walk around the courtyard to help with digestion. Meanwhile, the tables were cleared and reset. Once everyone had returned, tea was served, and a man in a black suit tapped on the auctioneer's podium. May I have everyone's attention, please? The noisy crowd quieted down with some guests looking confused. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to present their birthday gifts now? All right, I'll keep this brief. My name is Shen San Chao, and I've been invited by Old Master Yang to serve as today's auctioneer. I'll be knocking 3 times for each item. And what are we auctioning today?
Why, the gifts you've brought for Old Master Yang's 88th birthday, of course. All the virtual currency raised will be used to buy rice from the government. Old Master Yang has decreed that his birthday gifts should be shared with everyone. The rice he buys will be distributed for free to those who haven't had rice in the last 10 days, with priority given to pregnant women, the elderly, and children. Some people clearly knew this was coming, remaining calm, but the majority were shocked, murmuring in disbelief. Jing Shu let out a long breath of relief. Good thing I held back my 40-meter-long sword. I almost misunderstood a kind gesture. Look, even in the apocalypse, there are still selfless good people. Today's dishes and food must have been the best the old man had to offer. The food provided for over 200 people could have easily sustained his family for 6 months. When Jing Shu arrived earlier, apart from some fish left in the pond, all the vegetables in the garden had already been harvested. The old man could have easily announced that all the gifts today would be donated. He could have avoided wasting this feast and still gained endless admiration. But instead, he first used his best resources to host and entertain his old friends. Some might say that the things he's donating aren't even his own, but in reality, he could have received those gifts without donating anything. He simply chose not to do that. Sometimes the act of giving itself holds value. Over the years, the gifts he had given out were always going to return to him. At the end of the day, these were all still his belongings. Jing Shu suddenly remembered an event from her previous life that made the news. The old man had indeed donated a large amount of white rice to thousands of people in Wucheng, gaining much gratitude. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to taste it back then, as the supplies hadn't reached Banana District before they ran out. What Jing Shu admired most were people like the old man, especially in the apocalyptic world, where survival was much tougher for elderly people. No wonder Yang Yang had been sighing earlier. This time it truly was a case of losing everything. Not only did they not receive the cash gifts they were hoping for, but they also sacrificed all the food they had, leaving his grandmother to surely make his grandfather kneel on the washboard later. As the room buzzed with shock and disbelief, the auctioneer, Shen Sengqiao, knocked on the podium. In addition, everyone participating in today's charity auction will be featured in Wucheng News for their good deeds. This auction will also be listed in the Big Data Charity Auction column for recognition. In Jing Shu's view, it didn't matter if celebrities used charity to promote themselves. As long as they truly donated and did good deeds that benefited the common people, both sides got what they wanted. What's wrong with that? The auction quickly began, going table by table, starting from the top left. The first person to stand was an elderly man who presented a filtration system. The old man, Yang Laoyezi, looked pained. His family had been relying on his son's filtered water, and now he was giving it away. "Ha ha, you old rascal, you're really going to give away something so valuable? All right, let's auction it." The value of filtration systems had skyrocketed, and it ultimately sold for 1,000 virtual coins. Everyone was being considerate, knowing this wasn't a formal auction, so they bid according to the item's worth. Next up. I brought you some dried walnuts, hoping they'd help sharpen your mind. 5 kilograms of walnuts sold for 600 virtual coins. I caught a rooster and a hen from the farm for you. The chickens fetched a final price of 1,500 virtual coins. With the water supply no longer an issue, and even feed becoming abundant, the government had been heavily promoting livestock farming. However, due to the mutation of the red line worm eggs, a large number of livestock had died after drinking contaminated water. Fortunately, the government managed to restore a sewage treatment plant, which made it possible for both people and animals to drink filtered water again. Old Yang, I'm not going to give you any gifts. I don't want to cause you heartache. Instead, here's 1,000 virtual coins to make you feel the pain, haha. Others followed suit, giving between 500 to 1,000 virtual coins directly. Most of Yang Laoyezi's old friends gave items to improve his health, while others contributed rice. And of course, there were some who were more extravagant. One by one, it soon reached Jing Shu's table. That's my grandson's friend. Family. Let's move on to the next table, Yang Laoyezi said, laughing.
After all, his old friends could afford to skip the formalities and join in the donation together. Jing Shu was content to be skipped, figuring she could give her gift to Yang Yang privately later. But to her surprise, the group who had gone to America, including Wang Dezhao, stood up together and presented the M1911 meteorite pistol. Yang Yang quietly explained the gun's background to Jing Shu. Without revealing the model, they simply showed the pistol to the old man, who instantly recognized it. "Lao Yezi, this is the pistol you've always wanted. We all chipped in to get it for your 88th birthday, and your grandson went out of his way to find it. This one doesn't need to be auctioned, right?" Young Lao Yezi stroked the pistol lovingly. One of a pair, the only two in the world. Crafted at great expense in America, each one was valued at 30 million yuan. But this cheeky grandson of his had managed to swipe one of them. Well, it's not like the US had the resources to chase after a missing gun in the middle of an apocalypse. Besides, no one else here can legally own a gun. Auctioning it off would only cause trouble, wouldn't it? Seeing his grandfather hesitate, Niu Mu delivered the final blow. The other guests, all seasoned veterans of these social games, began chiming in, urging the old man not to auction the gun. Who would dare bid on it? It would be embarrassing if no one did. "Since it's from family, of course, it doesn't need to be auctioned," young Lao Yezi said with relief, after watching so many gifts pass through his hands. At last, there was one he didn't have to part with, and it improved his mood considerably. Niu Mu then presented his gift, a massive, double-layered, peach-shaped birthday cake, covered in thick frosting and topped with strawberries. "It's a family-made cake. Everyone will get a slice, no need to auction this either." The crowd laughed, agreeing that a birthday party needed cake, and this was a thoughtful gift. With all the gifts from her table given, Jing Shu finally took out the blood mushroom she had brought. As soon as she revealed it, gasps filled the room. Wasn't this the famous blood mushroom that had been making headlines recently? The mushroom had appeared at the Wucheng auction 3 times already, each time selling for at least 1,500 virtual coins. Demand far exceeded supply, and prices were still rising. Yet here was someone presenting one now. "This is the biggest one I've ever seen, and it's so fresh." Those who had eaten blood mushrooms before couldn't stop praising them. Not only were they delicious, but they also made people feel younger, more energetic. Even those around them noticed how much more spirited they looked afterward. The rumors about the mushroom's miraculous effects grew even more exaggerated. "My whole family ate one, and it really works." That explains why you look so much younger these days. You can't find good things like this. Lao Yezi, you should keep it for yourself. Exactly. You old coot, you don't have many years left. I'm waiting for you to return my gift after you pass. Young Lao Yezi didn't recognize this young girl, but seeing her quiet demeanor and the fact that she was sitting with his grandson, a thought crossed his mind and he broke into a goofy smile. "This is a gift from family. It doesn't count." The crowd let out a collective, "Ooh," in unison. Jing Shu. Did they just misunderstand something? The auction progressed swiftly, reflecting the current trends of the second year of the apocalypse. Food had become as valuable as hard currency, and processed or rare snacks were akin to gold. A bottle of Zhaolao wine sold for 600 virtual coins, a carton of Wangzai milk went for 500 virtual coins, and a box of 10 chocolates fetched 1,000 virtual coins. Jing Shu felt like a wealthy queen just sitting on her stash of snacks. Any little bit could make her rich. But even though the apocalypse stretched far ahead, Jing Shu couldn't shake the feeling that she didn't have enough snacks. Gradually, as various seasonings became scarce, they too started showing up at the auction. One person contributed a gift pack of Tao Tao Lei seasonings, which included chicken essence, soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, and dark soy sauce. It sold for 600 virtual coins. 2 5-liter jugs of peanut oil sold for 1,000 virtual coins, pricier than the pig oil Jing Shu had sold earlier. The prices of these supplies were inflated due to scarcity. With production halted and no sunlight for years to come, everyone knew it would be impossible to produce such items in the near future. Take something as simple as vinegar, for example. The production process alone involves numerous steps. Rice and millet must be steamed, gelatinized, liquefied, and saccharified to convert starch to sugar, which is then fermented into ethanol using yeast. It wasn't that these items couldn't be produced, but the cost had become astronomical. In a world starved for food, the government had forbidden the use of grains for anything but essential purposes. If the wealthy wanted these luxuries, they'd have to produce them themselves, but even they couldn't do it all. In the apocalypse, few rich people could truly replicate such luxuries. Thinking ahead 4 or 5 years, when everyone else would be stuck eating plain, salt-seasoned food, Jing Shu could already imagine her family secretly enjoying red braised pork and cola chicken wings, living a life that still felt like the pre-apocalypse days. This foresight was why, after being reborn, Jing Shu's first priority was buying enough seasonings to last 10 years. She'd made a wise decision. Even if they ran out, she could always grow more in her dimensional space and make her own in secret. When it came to food, Jing Shu, and indeed all the people of China, never feared hard work. In the end, everything from the auction was sold, except for the items from Jing Shu's table. They raised a total of 100,000 virtual coins, all of which was immediately donated to purchase white rice from the government. The rice was cooked into free meals for those who hadn't eaten rice in the past 10 days. But Jing Shu also learned the true meaning of a drop in the ocean. Although 100,000 virtual coins sounded like a lot, and the food was sold at low prices, the rice they bought was only enough to feed 70,000 or 80,000 people one meal. Wucheng had millions of people who hadn't had a meal with rice in over 10 days. So Jing Shu realized that in the apocalypse, it was better to focus on taking care of herself. Helping others was fine if it was within her means, but giving everything away to save a few wouldn't accomplish much. In fact, it might even lead to resentment from those who weren't helped, which wouldn't be worth it. As the event wound down, Jing Shu left feeling satisfied. During the auction, Wang Dazhao had shared many stories about their trip to America, with Yang Yang occasionally chiming in. Jing Shu finally learned the story behind the man who had lost his hand, the one sitting in the front passenger seat when the explosion happened, which explained the massive hole in the RV's front. She also found out that many others had worked together on the plan, using a diversion tactic to pull off a successful heist. Listening to these tales filled Jing Shu with excitement. Yang Yang nodded. "We might be going back next year." Jing Shu's eyes lit up. "When?" "It depends on the higher-ups, but they'll be more prepared next time. We'll probably be looking for different things," Yang Yang said, as he used a needle to carefully punch holes in tea leaves, creating his art. "Can you take me along next time?" Yang Yang nodded. "We might actually need you. We need someone who can bulldoze their way through obstacles, and I think you'd be perfect. Honestly, you're better than some of the top-ranked people from the capital. They act all high and mighty, but they're not nearly as capable as you." "All right then, I'll bring my armor. There's no place we can't go. Just give me a heads up and we'll avoid wasting another 6 months like last time." Jing Shu did some quick mental calculations. If the trip happened next year, it would coincide with the major earthquake. As long as her villa was running smoothly and her family's positions had stabilized, she wouldn't need to stay behind all the time. Her family wasn't weak either. After drinking the spirit spring water for so long, they had grown much stronger. Her grandfather practiced archery daily, and with her title at the Herbal Medicine Association and her likely promotion to vice chairman, she had both power and strength on her side. As for allies, Jing Shu could rely on people like Li Yuetian, Niu Mu, and Yang Yang. Potential connections included Zhou Bapi, and maybe even the influential Qian Duo, depending on his son's abilities. Then there was Su Mali, someone Jing Shu preferred not to rely on, but if push came to shove, she could ask her for help. After all, Su Mali was formidable. Jing Shu also thought about the impending earthquake. Her villa area had never collapsed in the previous timeline, but she remembered that her uncle's family had been crushed. This time, she would make sure they survived. In just a few seconds, Jing Shu had already planned out how to secure her family's safety while she was away. She had never traveled abroad in her past life, not out of patriotism, but because she was poor. Even though the apocalypse had ravaged America, she figured there were still plenty of good things left to scavenge. Jing Shu was determined to seize the opportunity to explore. The more she thought about it, the more motivated she felt to upgrade her dimensional space. The higher the level, the more junk she could haul back. Don't worry, we'll be going back soon. We've already got a handle on the situation in America. If things go well, we might even swing by some nearby areas, Yang said, grinning for the first time all day. Like Jing Shu, he got excited just thinking about the adventure ahead. There were still many places waiting to be explored. After Yang's grandfather's birthday celebration, Wucheng News reported on the old soldier's generous donation, sparking a wave of virtual coin donations. The old man's actions had clearly inspired a wave of positive energy. That night, the old man didn't end up kneeling on a washboard. It was rumored that he made a blood mushroom and carp soup for his wife, charming her into a good mood. Apparently, the soup worked wonders, rekindling the romance between them. Meanwhile, Jing Shu, determined not to miss out on any more opportunities, returned to the downtown salvage area in her shark submarine. This time, her strategy was clear. She was there to find missing people, save them, and, well, it must have been the wrong approach over the past few days, which is why Jing Shu couldn't find more blood mushrooms. This time, after observing and chatting for the past 10 days, Jing Shu had become familiar with half of the salvage team. No surprise there. She had night vision and could see everything clearly. After watching these people every day, even if she hadn't wanted to, she'd have gotten to know them, even to the extent of knowing how long each person stayed underwater before coming up. In the past few days, while searching for supplies, they'd only passively waited for the missing people to reappear. By the time someone surfaced and mentioned a location, it was often too late. Those people had vanished long ago, and by the time they went down to search, there was no trace left. "Hey, sis, you're back again?" Liu Xing held his head, clearly exasperated. Jing Shu nimbly climbed aboard the salvage ship. The deck was piled high with various items, and the workers had begun organizing the supplies. Oh, right. About a week ago, the salvage team had raided residential buildings, removing every last bed, toilet, sofa, wardrobe, door, and window they could pry off. They even plucked a feather from a passing goose, rushing to install the items in the still bare housing. At the very least, they needed to ensure everyone had a bed to sleep on and windows with intact glass to block the wind. Although most of these items were water damaged and on the verge of falling apart, they were still somewhat usable. Sleeping on the cold ground with damp clothes in sub-zero temperatures had already caused some people to get sick. Oh, and there had to be a toilet in each unit. Water wasn't in short supply, but if it were, well, let's not even mention it. The government really needed to fix this problem. Otherwise, the entire hallway and surroundings would become a literal golden mess. "Brother Liu, what's on the list today? Any new bounties?" Jing Shu smiled. Liu Xing had mixed feelings about Jing Shu, both love and frustration, but he still smiled as he handed her a detailed record sheet. After all, she was their lucky charm, someone not to be offended. Just in these past 10 days, she'd started off inexperienced and often came back empty-handed, but as she gained a rhythm, she managed to find any item with a known location. This lucky charm had a 100% success rate in completing tasks, to the point where many people specifically requested her assistance. Over these days, the bounties completed by her alone had earned hundreds of virtual coins. Liu Xing's business volume had increased several times over, so no matter what she asked, Liu Xing was always eager to oblige. Even if her demands were excessive, he'd still applaud her and be more than willing to help. However, this lucky charm had one quirk. She was always eager to dive in and rescue people. To make matters worse, she had saved 4 or 5 half-dead people already. He couldn't just leave them to die. If he did, the other salvagers would likely kick him around like a soccer ball. Not only could he not show any reluctance to help, but he had to express endless gratitude to this troublemaker, adding significant stress to his already challenging job. Even the doctors, Jing Shu had heard rumors from those who had obtained blood mushrooms. They said that they found the fabled mushrooms in areas infested with leeches, but several people had vanished before they could retrieve them. They sent people down to search, but found nothing. This suggested that the blood mushrooms might indeed grow in leech-infested areas, but it wasn't guaranteed. The waters were unpredictable. Some people got trapped by water plants, while others faced different types of accidents. Liu Xing. Seriously, stop rescuing people. Jing Shu. No, I will. Liu Xing, changing tactics, began assigning people to different areas, expanding their search. This way, the troublemaker wouldn't be fixated on just one spot. Surprisingly, this method worked. Jing Shu couldn't keep track of everyone's location or who had disappeared where. There were simply too many people for her to remember. However, Liu Xing had a bad feeling today. Jing Shu was busy looking over the assignment list, checking which groups were responsible for which areas, who had surfaced with what items, and what bounties were available. Some were offering 100 virtual coins for moving furniture out of an apartment, while others offered several hundred coins for retrieving supplies from a basement. Jing Shu usually ignored bounties worth only a few hundred virtual coins, only considering those over 1,000. After all, she didn't have the time to complete all the bounties. She only took them on when they aligned with her personal search for materials. Uncle Wang is assigned to the 7 o'clock direction today, huh? And how long has Yao Li been underwater? Why hasn't he come up yet? Oh, right, Hong Hong is at 12 o'clock. That area is pretty dangerous, isn't it? Hey, Abao, you're up. How did it go today? You're in the same group as Wang Mazi and Dog Left, right? How long ago did they dive? Jing Shu warmly greeted the salvagers, who in turn deeply respected and adored her. They knew this person with the shark submarine came every day and often dived in to rescue them. Jing Shu was normally a woman of few words, only rushing into the water when someone mentioned a missing person. But lately, she had become much more outgoing, and the salvagers eagerly responded to her. They were, in fact, quite astonished. Jing Shu was even more capable than their supervisor, matching names to faces with ease. The supervisor could never do that, always having to call out names one by one. As to him, everyone looked the same. Liu Xing was still trying to figure out what Jing Shu was up to when she suddenly exclaimed, "What? Wang Mazi has been down for 2 minutes already? Give me his location, I'll go get him." Before Liu Xing could react, Jing Shu had already jumped into the shark submarine, cranked the engine to full throttle, and zoomed off. "She's really wasting fuel," Liu Xing muttered, only to see Jing Shu resurface moments later. "Wang Mazi is fine. He'll be up soon." "What? Dog Left has been down for 2 minutes in another area?" And off she went again in a blur of motion. Yes, Jing Shu was executing her plan perfectly today, driven by the motto, "Better to miss than to let go." She refused to let anyone go unchecked. If someone hadn't surfaced, she was diving in, ensuring no one slipped through her grasp. This area was a commercial zone. The government had already salvaged most of the residential and office buildings, and now it was time to tackle the bustling commercial district. Before the apocalypse, the clothes and other items had likely been cleared out, but larger equipment and many hidden supplies still remained in the warehouses. If Jing Shu were to search all this alone, it would take her days, but with hundreds of salvagers working together, the area could be scoured in a day or two. To find blood mushrooms, she would have to rely on the power of the masses. Just like that, under the banner of "Better miss than let go," Jing Shu ended up rescuing a few people, though some had gotten trapped underwater for other reasons. In the meantime, she completed a bounty worth 800 virtual coins, helping a client retrieve a set of equipment from a shopping mall. Due to the terrain, the salvage boat's machinery couldn't reach the spot, and the equipment was too heavy to move manually underwater. Even with oxygen tanks, it would take 7 or 8 people to handle it. In the dark, winding waters, it wasn't easy to manage. This is where the shark submarine truly shined, with its 280 horsepower making the job almost effortless. Jing Shu, ever cautious, always made sure there were no creatures or surveillance before she tucked the equipment into her special spatial storage. Only when she neared the surface did she retrieve it. Her Rubik's Cube spatial storage was a powerful tool, saving her a lot of diesel fuel.
As time passed, the temperature plummeted from 3070 GC to just a few degrees above freezing. The dim daylight was about to give way to total darkness, signaling the end of the day. Jing Shu hadn't encountered a single leech nest, not even one she could take home for cultivation. Did I mess up again? Should I just start a one-person grid-like search? Jing Shu started doubting her approach, prepared to head back empty-handed once more. Wrap it up. We're done for the day. No one else goes back down. Line up, report your head counts, and each group marks their search area and findings on the map. We'll have a debrief after everything's organized. Liu Xing wiped the sweat off his brow. Another day with no major incidents. Just as Jing Shu was about to leave, a voice caught her attention. Where's the A10 team? All 3 members are missing. Anyone know how long they've been gone? No idea. Haven't seen them in a while. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. She hurriedly asked, which direction? 6 o'clock, near what used to be a large underground supermarket. In a flash, Jing Shu sped off in her shark submarine. Large underground supermarkets were usually stripped bare, and today Jing Shu hadn't even marked this location on her planned salvage list, which meant one thing: something was fishy. There's definitely something going on. Navigating swiftly through the supermarket in her shark submarine, Jing Shu zoomed through the now empty space. Even the shelves were gone. Occasionally she bumped into something, but she bulldozed her way through. This submarine was only for short-term use anyway, and it was cheap, so she didn't care about a few scratches. Her powerful lights scanned the underwater scene, but there was still no sign of anyone. She passed through the snack section, the household section, the vegetable section, and the grocery section. Just as she reached the fresh food section, she spotted a large, dense, writhing mass of something. It was a heap of rotting, bloated meat, possibly from humans or other creatures, crawling with corpse worms. This area had likely been a fishmonger's stall before the apocalypse. The smell of fish had probably attracted flies and maggots, which in turn attracted other unknown creatures. After the area flooded, it became a breeding ground for all sorts of bugs. Speaking of unknown creatures, Jing Shu remembered a species that had appeared later, an invasive species attracted to the scent of blood and meat. These creatures thrived on rotting flesh, their bodies covered with decaying dead tissue and swarmed with corpse worms. Once bloated, the flesh turned white, as it did now. Their defining traits were that they lived in large colonies, spread viruses, and ate the corpse worms on each other's bodies. When they encountered humans, they would excitedly attack. Jing Shu had encountered many such attacks during her migration in her past life. This species had first been spread by Australia's zombie deer, and it later invaded other animals, evolving into something closer to wolves. Jing Shu even suspected these creatures had evolved from wolves themselves. They shouldn't appear this early, Jing Shu muttered, shaking her head. These creatures were still a few years away from emerging, migrating southward from colder regions with everyone else. Besides these, there were also countless redworms, drawn to the area by the energy from the rotting meat. These redworms were indiscriminate. They ate both vegetables and meat. A large cluster of redworms had gathered here, which in turn attracted an enormous swarm of leeches. This is a big one. I've never seen such a huge swarm of leeches. No wonder the 3 members of the A10 team didn't make it. If just one of them had surfaced to call for help, they wouldn't have all died here, Jing Shu thought. What a massive haul. Jing Shu spotted a familiar sight. The 3 missing team members were entangled together, covered in leeches. One of them was holding a blood mushroom. Sure enough, they had discovered blood mushrooms here. But the sheer number of leeches, thousands upon thousands of them, was overwhelming. Even if you didn't approach them, they wouldn't stay still. Once a single leech spotted its target, a swarm would follow, viciously pursuing it. Jing Shu didn't dare expose herself in the water. There was a reason she never left the submarine. In the midst of the leech swarm were clusters of blood mushrooms, vibrant and plump, at least 10 in total. Jing Shu's heart soared with excitement. Without disturbing anything, she carefully transferred everything to her spatial storage, hoping to see if the blood mushrooms could reproduce.
She even moved the surrounding water into her space. The 3 men were already dead beyond saving. Jing Shu collected their bodies, the leeches, the blood mushrooms, and a swarm of red worms, transferring everything into her space, occupying 6 cubic meters. She then separated the corpses from the leeches and attached them to the back of her shark submarine, speeding off. Oh, by the way, while live people couldn't enter the spatial storage, dead ones could. Eager to get home and examine her haul, Jing Shu made a quick U-turn, dropping the 3 bodies back on the boat. Liu Xing was moved to tears, nearly kneeling before her. When he realized the 3 were dead, he shed even more emotional tears. Quick, prepare proper burials for them. Jing Shu was equally thrilled. Once home, Jing Shu locked herself in her villa and eagerly began studying the biological chain inside her space. The leeches surrounded the blood mushrooms in the center, while the redworms were trapped outside the leech swarm. At last, Jing Shu figured out how the leeches survived. They had evolved to feed on redworms directly. Through her observations inside the spatial storage, Jing Shu discovered that leeches had an insatiable appetite for larvae, devouring them in large quantities. After the apocalypse, while some species went extinct, others, often insignificant before, evolved and thrived, with invasive species rising as well. Earth itself was deteriorating, and who knew when it might meet its end? And what was the most abundant thing this year? Redworms, enough to feed China's billions, which explained why the leeches were growing so fat. Jing Shu suddenly remembered that there were 4 large water collection tanks outside her villa, used to gather both redworms and rainwater. Now, every day, her father had to clean the drains, check the filters, and sell the filtered redworms in batches to the cafeteria. With the rain continuing for nearly a month, the value of redworms had plummeted from 1 virtual coin for 10 kilograms to 1 virtual coin for 200 kilograms. If a family of 3 collected redworms for a day, they could exchange them for 1 virtual coin, enough to buy something else to eat, preventing starvation. Jing Shu's father could earn around 3 virtual coins daily, which kept him busy and happy. Since he had turned in all his virtual coins to the authorities, these daily earnings were his only source of pocket money, something every man dreamed of saving. However, Jing Shu was about to shatter her father's hopes. She had decided to raise leeches. While normal leeches wouldn't consume large amounts, with the addition of spiritual spring water and large-scale cultivation, the situation could be different. Anything nurtured with spiritual spring water, whether human or animal, turned into a voracious eater. Even the 2 snakes in her space had developed enormous appetites. She wondered when they would reproduce. She needed to make medicinal wine from them quickly. With the rain pouring non-stop for a month, the villa was becoming damp, and Jing Shu was starting to worry about her parents' health. Li Yuetian had already asked her several times when the medicinal wine would be ready, as his chronic leg pain was acting up again. Jing Shu was even considering whether to treat the snakes a little better. Speaking of the government's endless collection of redworms, Jing Shu couldn't help but admire them. In the 2nd year of the apocalypse, after a month of continuous rain, the failure of crops to reproduce due to insect eggs had left many people thinking that even if they couldn't grow food, they could at least survive on redworms. Yet, the government still bought redworms at a low price. First, this gave ordinary people something to do, motivating them to work. The government never handed out free food for long to avoid fostering laziness. Second, it was a precautionary measure. Just like the corpse worms and maggots last year, there were so many that everyone thought they'd have enough to last several lifetimes. But after just a few days of rain, the world was overrun by redworms. The government was worried the next wave of insects might not be as palatable as redworms. In hindsight, they should have made more dried 5-grain insects. They would have tasted better than redworms. Third, the government was stockpiling emergency food. With no one knowing how long the darkness would last, increasing food reserves was crucial. As a result, local governments were ordered to start processing redworms into something called compressed redworm cakes. Every day, tons of redworms were sent to factories, where they were ground up, cooked, and pressed into cakes. These cakes were issued by the government whenever people were evacuated because they were convenient, cost-effective, and, over the past year, the government had stockpiled a lot of them. To be honest, though, Jing Shu found the cakes revolting. In times of extreme hunger, even excrement might taste better. The smell of the cakes was so pungent that it made Jing Shu nauseous. Uncut, they were swallowed whole, excrement and all. Once cut, the intestines ruptured, releasing even more foulness. Jing Shu thought they might as well be called compressed excrement cakes. Still, these worm cakes helped the people of China survive for a long time. Jing Shu planned to raise leeches for just 1 year. After that, there wouldn't be the conditions to do so. She'd raise as many as she could, and later she could trade the leeches for labor or even use them for salted meat. Ahem. But what Jing Shu was most interested in was the blood mushrooms. She transplanted the last 2 blood mushrooms she had into the midst of the other dozen or so she had in her space, then added a drop of spiritual spring water. She also separated 3,000 leeches from the total 10,000 and put them into the collection tanks in the courtyard. This way, they wouldn't need to be fed, and it was convenient. All she had to do was check on the leech's health and clean out the waste periodically. The banana district had become overcrowded, and Jing Shu's grandfather had built the fence even higher around the villa, essentially enclosing it in another layer. Now, no one could even see what was going on inside, so there was no fear of anyone stealing the leeches from the water tanks. What? You're raising a batch of leeches you found in the water? Those things are terrifying. Several people in the district have been drained of blood by them. The president wants to raise them too, and they're considered medicine? During dinner, Jing Shu revealed her plan to raise leeches. Initially, her mother opposed the idea, saying it was too dangerous. But after some persuasion, she reluctantly agreed, though she warned Jing Shu to be very careful. Do whatever you like, as long as you protect yourself, Jing Shu's father said seriously. Since you're putting them in the collection tanks, I'll check them daily. I don't want them escaping and hurting the family. Jing Shu nodded vigorously. We can just cover them with a mesh screen. With that, Jing Shu successfully launched her leech and blood mushroom farming plan, which was now running smoothly. Meanwhile, Wang Qiqi's election was reaching its final stage. Thanks to his meteoric rise after a single battle, he had become the frontrunner and was a true dark horse in the competition. Just as the election was about to end, Zhao Shupi played his trump card. Anyone who voted for him could enter a lottery with a 100% chance of winning between 0.3 and 3,000 virtual coins, and it was hosted on a platform. This meant that anyone in the banana district could vote. Zhao Shupi's tactic was brilliant. It targeted the middle-class people who had previously scoffed at cafeteria food, enticing them with the lottery. Everyone had to check their phones daily for news, auctions, and various updates. Many people, seeing the voting option, casually voted, then entered the lottery. Even if they didn't know who Zhao Shupi was, it didn't stop them from trying their luck. Whether it was 0.3, 0.5, or 1 virtual coin, it didn't matter. Just like grabbing a red envelope, even millionaires or common folk would click to test their luck. In just 2 days, Zhao Shupi's votes were on the verge of surpassing Wang Qiqi's. With only 1 day left, Wang Qiqi had tried everything, even going door to door delivering pan-fried mushroom egg cakes. But it wasn't enough. The market was saturated. Everyone who could vote had already voted. Desperate, Wang Qiqi turned to Jing Shu, pleading, Jing Shu, please think of a solution. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been in vain. Wang Qiqi had analyzed the market. About 80% of the population couldn't afford white rice, and over the past half-month, he and Zhao Shupi had essentially split that portion. Then, there were a few middle-class government employees, staff members, and some wealthy individuals, along with the people constantly out on salvage missions. Beyond that, there was no one left in the community to appeal to. Now, Zhao Shupi had managed to rally the remaining few, and Wang Qiqi was at his wits' end. Yet, he had a feeling that Jing Shu might have a solution. Wang Qiqi anxiously watched Jing Shu, worried that she might shrug helplessly. Fortunately, Jing Shu only squinted her eyes for a moment before saying, You'll owe me a big favor for this. Of course, definitely. Wang Qiqi wiped the sweat from his brow. There was hope? What kind of solution did Jing Shu have? Jing Shu went home, returning with a plate of fresh green garlic sprouts and a liter of milk. "Come with me," she said. "Are we giving gifts?" "Do you think this little gift will solve your problem?" Jing Shu rolled her eyes. "This is just the standard courtesy for dropping by." The garlic sprouts were neatly arranged, each over 20 centimeters tall. A little of them with a meal would taste wonderful. This offering was like a pre-apocalyptic gesture, where people would bring bananas and milk when visiting a relative or asking for help. Even if you were calling in a favor, you couldn't show up empty-handed. This was a long-standing tradition that couldn't be neglected, not even in the apocalypse. Besides, being overly polite never hurt anyone. These days, this is considered a high-end gift. For people like us, a little mushy porridge is the best we can offer, Wang Qiqi muttered. Jing Shu led Wang Qiqi to Li Yuetian's place. Li Yuetian still owed Jing Shu a big favor. Li Yuetian warmly welcomed them, and his nephew, Li Bailong, happily accepted the garlic sprouts. As always, Jing Shu is so thoughtful. My uncle was just saying he missed eating garlic sprouts. Li Yuetian gave his nephew a playful kick. "You're spoiling him. Every time you visit, he's hoping you bring something." Jing Shu smiled. "I grow these at home, so it's no big deal. By the way, I need a favor. Sit down and tell me what you need. If I can help, I will. If I can't, I'll find a way. No more incidents like last time," Li Yuetian said seriously. He knew that if Jing Shu was asking for help personally, it had to be important. "It's a small favor, really," Jing Shu said casually. "This is my old neighbor, Wang Qiqi. We're close, so I thought if someone has to be the neighborhood coordinator, why not let one of our own? He's running for the position now and was in the lead, but his votes were suddenly overtaken, so—" Li Yuetian quickly understood after checking the vote count. "What are the voting rules? Can I vote?" "Anyone who lives in Banana District can vote. Of course you can." Li Yuetian slapped his leg. "That's easy. Li Bailong, come here. Cast a vote for me." Li Bailong eagerly ran over and cast a vote for Wang Qiqi. Wang Qiqi, however, felt conflicted. One vote from Li Yuetian wasn't going to make much of a difference. "Is that enough?" Li Yuetian asked. Jing Shu flashed a bright smile, quickly took a screenshot of the vote, and sent it to Li Bailong. "It's perfect. All done." Li Bailong promptly shared the screenshot of Li Yuetian voted for Wang Qiqi in the group chats of 3 military units stationed in the area. He didn't say much, but Wang Qiqi suddenly realized the power of that message. It was as if Li Bailong had sent a silent command. "The boss has voted. What are you waiting for?" Within minutes, Wang Qiqi's phone buzzed non-stop with notifications. His vote count skyrocketed, and soon Zhao Shupi's lead was all but erased. Wang Qiqi's mouth hung open in disbelief. Happiness had come so quickly. How could he have forgotten about the thousands of military personnel and their families stationed in Banana District? It was a unique and massive group often overlooked due to their elevated status. They lived in the large mall outside the Banana District. While their living conditions weren't great, their meals were always top-notch. If Wang Qiqi had waited any longer, Zhao Shupi might have beaten him to the punch. With the matter settled, Jing Shu got up to leave. Seeing Li Yuetian rubbing his legs, she added, "The medicinal wine will be ready in 2 weeks at most." Li Yuetian smiled contentedly at that. Wang Qiqi, who had narrowly escaped defeat, was now firmly seated as the new distribution director. His unexpected win slapped a lot of faces, especially Zhao Shupi, who had spent so much virtual currency and still failed to secure the position. Zhao Shupi must be plotting his next move now. "You know, this distribution director job isn't going to be easy," Jing Shu remarked. "I know, but I've got to try," Wang Qiqi replied. As the newly appointed distribution director, Wang Qiqi wasted no time shaking things up, despite being squeezed from all sides by the government. He dismissed 3 individuals and replaced them with others, including the likes of Young Master I Have a Baby and Wang Shuimei, people from the original community. With their help, he began to gain some influence and even planned to bring his brother Wang Baba on board. While Wang Qiti was still caught up in the power struggles within Banana District, Jing Shu suddenly remembered that she hadn't visited her own herbal medicine association in over 10 days. She had been so busy gathering materials, working with Chu Zhuohua on the RV modifications, and managing the blood mushroom cultivation that she had completely forgotten about her primary profession. Zhou Bapi had also been missing lately, reportedly off chasing after some rare find. It was about time Jing Shu paid the association a visit. At 4 a.m. the next day, Jing Shu abruptly opened her eyes, her mind unusually clear. Still lying in bed, she began practicing with her Rubik's cube. The strange habit of waking up at 4 a.m. had persisted for a month. Whenever she ignored it, strange things would happen. Lately, though, her mind had been sharp at 4 a.m., and if she practiced with her Rubik's cube, nothing unusual happened. If she didn't, things went awry. Jing Shu believed this was a sign from the heavens, urging her to improve her skills by practicing the cube daily at dawn. Her speed at solving the Rubik's cube had noticeably increased recently. Soon, she would level up, unlocking the secrets behind everything. At 6 a.m., after a hearty breakfast, Jing Shu set off in her shark submarine for the Herbal Medicine Association. Her parents headed to work. Both were busy these days. Her third aunt had left for her job at the cafeteria, and Wu Yui, enticed by Tang Yuan, had gotten up for breakfast as well. It was a typical morning, full of energy and new beginnings, but this day was destined to be anything but ordinary for Jing Shu's family. Well, look who's finally come to work, the one who showed up once and then disappeared. President, aren't you going to do something about this Jing Shu? Who is it? Acting so bold? I heard from Xiao Xiao that she was specially recruited by Zhou Hui. But come on, does she really have the face to not show up for work after that? Xiao Xiao, such a hardworking person, lost her proper position because of her. President Tai, you really need to stand up for her. Zhao Zhao stood with her hands on her hips, her figure curvy and alluring, catching people's eyes. The usually quiet Herbal Medicine Association had undergone a drastic change today. It seemed that the surrounding buildings had filled up with new residents, likely those migrants Zhou Bapi mentioned had arrived. Wucheng had only been half submerged in the flood, making it a relatively safer place. In contrast, some cities had been entirely flooded, forcing people to relocate to nearby safer areas. The Northwest was remote, and Wucheng aimed to consolidate the population for easier management. Wucheng was still far from the border, but there had been rumors of many foreigners arriving here, drawn by reports of abundant food. Of course, Jing Shu thought, we might have food, but it's no different from what's available globally. Jing Shu also had to admire the foreigners for their habits. They had already started eating their emergency reserves during a year when food was still plentiful. In contrast, the people here had a deeply ingrained sense of crisis, always saving what they could, like squeezing toothpaste, only using reserves when absolutely necessary. Oh, and I heard there's a stash of high-value supplies nearby. Food, survival gear, all sorts of essentials, Jing Shu mused. If she could dig that up, she'd be set. Jing Shu could almost feel herself drooling at the thought. The Herbal Medicine Association had built its own cafeteria, and it was now 7 a.m., prime breakfast time. The place was bustling with people lining up for meals. Jing Shu noticed the breakfast options were simple porridge and a side of chilled mushroom and vegetable salad, definitely better than what the general public was eating. Jing Shu was walking past the cafeteria when she overheard the conversation about President Tai. She immediately understood that the president must be Xiao Xiao's backer, recently returned. Compared to Zhou Bapi, who had the appearance of a scraggly old villain, President Tai truly looked the part of a fat, bald man. His head had 3 or 4 layers of fat rolls stacked at the back. There's a difference between being bald and being shiny bald. A bald person could still grow hair, but a shiny bald head glistened like an oiled egg, with no chance of regrowth. President Tai's body resembled a round iron ball, and even walking made him wheeze for breath. He was even fatter than the former fat girl in Building 25, who had slimmed down since. In the apocalypse, every fat person was definitely rich. President Tai's voice was oily and smooth. If she was personally recruited by President Zhou and has the freedom to come and go as she pleases, she must be very capable. Maybe she's from a famous herbalist family. You all better open your eyes and avoid offending people you shouldn't. I know Jing Shu. She's one of the most talented individuals I've ever seen. President Zhou himself has vouched for her, saying she's being groomed to be the vice president. She's even being considered for a spot in a nationwide competition. Think about it. She solved problems even President Zhou couldn't. She grew plants that no one else could. Doesn't that make her incredibly capable? If I hear anyone bad-mouthing Jing Shu again, I'll make sure to punish you. President Tai smiled as he walked toward Jing Shu. I have high hopes for you, Jing Shu. Everyone should learn from her and follow her example. She's our proud representative from Wucheng and no one else can compare. After these flattering words, he waddled away, looking as if he genuinely admired Jing Shu. Zhao Zhao snorted, muttering, Don't get too cocky. We're not done with my sister's issue. It was hard to imagine that a rough, masculine woman like Xiao Xiao could be sisters with someone as delicate as Zhao Zhao. But this was a classic case of praising to death. Jing Shu had expected President Tai to give her a hard time while Zhou Bapi was away, but instead, he publicly praised her in front of so many people in the cafeteria. His intentions were malicious. Right now was the time when talented people from other cities were eager to prove themselves. President Tai's words had just painted a huge target on Jing Shu's back. Sure enough, after President Tai left, Zhao Zhao began whispering exaggerated stories about Jing Shu's accomplishments, ensuring her reputation spread far and wide. She's got special privileges now. She can show up whenever she wants, and she still gets paid while we work 15-hour days. There are 7 official positions here in Wucheng, and she managed to get one of them by having Xiao Xiao kicked out. That's how influential she is. President Zhou just went along with whatever she wanted. She's already cultivating several plant species and even declared she'll be the next vice president. Even a clay figurine has its temper. Jing Shu, who was known for her fiery personality, was certainly no pushover. Unfortunately, the more you tried to avoid trouble, the more it seemed to find you. But now wasn't the time for Jing Shu to lose her cool or arrogantly say something like, I did say that, and if you push me, I'll make sure you get kicked out too, even though she had the power to back up such a claim. That's nonsense! Xiao Xiao was the one who made the mistake. Wang Danai arrived just in time to intervene. Jing Shu sighed deeply. Drinking papaya milk now, are we? She admired the view, seemingly distracted by the sight of a pair of big white rabbits bouncing toward her. As a senior staff member, Wang Danai had some authority. Thanks to her vivid retelling of the events, she successfully got into an argument with Zhao Zhao. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao had yet to make an appearance, and no one knew where she had gone. You're not even an official employee? What gives you the right to talk to me? Well, Xiao Xiao isn't an official employee anymore either, so now I have every right to talk about her. The argument ended with Wang Danai winning by a narrow margin. She wiped her lips, feeling a little dry. Let's go grab breakfast. So many people would do anything just to get into this place, all for a taste of the food here. Curious to learn more about the recent happenings, Jing Shu followed Wang Danai into the cafeteria. The morning rush was mostly over, so they didn't have to queue. Each of them grabbed a bowl of porridge and a small plate of salt-seasoned mushrooms mixed with greens. In her previous life, Jing Shu would have dreamed of eating such simple food, but in this life, she found herself unable to stomach it. She had grown too accustomed to better things. Taking a seat, Jing Shu pushed her meal toward Wang Danai. You eat it. I already had breakfast before coming. Just eat another portion. I could eat 5 servings of this, it's so good. Are you crazy? Wang Danai looked at her in disbelief. Jing Shu chuckled. I have a small appetite. I'm full already. She lied through her teeth. Well, more for me. Thanks, I love people like you. Wang Danai gleefully dug into the food. What's been happening lately? How's that batch of plants they assigned to me? Jing Shu asked. Funny you mention it, Wang Danai said, pausing to wipe her mouth. That batch of gastrodia, which used to grow all crooked, has been thriving ever since you fixed it.
I check on it daily and it's doing better and better. And the honeysuckle assigned to you, since President Joe handed it over, it's been growing like it's alive or something. Every day it looks healthier. Plants that never bloomed before are now flowering, and ones that were stunted are filling out nicely. While it's not quite at the level it was before the apocalypse, it's finally getting close to medicinal grade. Wang Danai continued like a waterfall, sharing the latest gossip. The astragalus you planted has sprouted too. The germination rate is way higher than anyone else's, and none of your plants are showing the strange symptoms others have seen. Honestly, your plants would thrive even without anyone watching over them. President Joe says it's all because your seeds are special, probably soaked in something secret. Jing Shu nodded in surprise. It seemed the effects of the spiritual spring water were even stronger than she had expected. To avoid drawing attention, she had used a heavily diluted version, but even so, the plants she nurtured were far superior to the others. That's good to hear, Jing Shu said. But what about the people? There are a lot of new faces around today. Where did all the familiar ones go? At this, Wang Danai looked a little somber. Some were laid off, others were reassigned to lower positions. After all, there's only so much space in the Herbal Medicine Association, and it's a waste of food to keep too many people here. The lower-level positions are in those defunct pharmaceutical factories. Once the herbs are processed, the leftover dregs can be turned into lower-grade medicines. They're not as effective, but it's better than nothing. They're planning to reopen the factories, but it's grueling work, and the pay is worse than here. Jing Shu gave a long, "oh," in understanding. So that's why the Herbal Medicine Association, which she had heard was highly prestigious, only had 7 official employees for now. It was still in the process of consolidating. These new people have been here for over a week. The higher-ups want to consolidate all the herbal cultivation efforts in the province and distribute the processed herbs to city and county levels, making the supply chain more efficient. They've called in experienced herbalists from all over the province. This is just the first batch. More are coming. Lowering her voice, Wang Danai added, I've heard some of them are from herbalist families. With President Tai praising you like that earlier, it's likely those family members will come looking to stir up trouble. Wucheng had a population of 4 million, but the entire province had 30 million people. Even with about 15% of the population gone, there were still 20 million left. By the time all the herbalists were gathered, the association might have over 1,000 members, which would make things very lively. As for the potential trouble Wang Danai mentioned, Jing Shu wasn't too concerned. If people asked her questions, she could just stay quiet. After all, she wasn't an expert on herbal medicine. Wang Danai quickly ran through the latest gossip and developments at the Herbal Medicine Association. After breakfast, they both headed off to start their work. Well, Wang Danai had actual work to do. Jing Shu's work, on the other hand, consisted of checking on her plants, gastrodia, honeysuckle, and astragalus. Despite Wang Danai's enthusiasm about how well the plants were doing, Jing Shu thought they were only so-so, not even close to the growth of the weeds around her villa. But even so, her plants were thriving compared to the other medicinal herbs at the association. Some herbs were just notoriously difficult to cultivate, almost like flowers. Jing Shu had a plan. With these 3 herbs under her care, along with the leeches she was already raising, before anyone else got the idea, she was positioning herself well. Add 2 more herb varieties to her list and solve a few key problems, and she'd have the vice president role in the bag. The association wasn't idle either. They were growing herbs for treating the most common ailments of the time. Although the quantities were small, it was enough to meet emergency needs. This left Jing Shu with limited options for new herbs to grow. She'd need to focus on rare and valuable plants. As she glanced over the list of medicinal plants, her eyes lit up when she saw that aloe had been added to the roster. She realized she didn't need to be so rigid in her thinking. Anything with medicinal properties could be cultivated. I can grow Bodhi trees. Bodhi is a natural enemy of parasites, and the best part is, I got these seeds from Mu Xiaoshuan, so I have a valid reason to cultivate them. Jing Shu had a sudden flash of inspiration. She had always wanted to plant the Bodhi seeds but hesitated because they were difficult to explain. Now, as a member of the Herbal Medicine Association,
she had the experience and credentials to grow medicinal herbs. Mu Xiaoshuan had conveniently given her the Bodhi seeds and she could now plant them. If parasites ever became a rampant problem in the future, she could use the Bodhi tree to save lives, boosting her reputation and improving her standing. Parasites were a terrifying problem in the apocalypse. Hopefully, no one would die from them in this life. Determined, Jing Shu retrieved the Bodhi seeds from her space and planted them in the association's growing beds, recording the details in the database to make it official. Bodhi trees grew fast, needing to be repotted every month, and would be ready for medicinal use in just 4 months. Jing Shu had plenty of time to grow them. Originally, she had considered using a cutting to speed up the process, but for the sake of fair play, she decided to grow them from seeds instead. At 11 o'clock, Jing Shu was ready to head home from work. However, Wang Danai insisted on dragging her to lunch, making Jing Shu feel a bit awkward. After all, Wang Danai had been running around all morning, while Jing Shu had just taken a casual walk. "I brought my lunch, so I'll skip eating with you," Jing Shu said, trying to politely decline. "Come on, just bring it and eat at the cafeteria. Today's meal is mushroom and garlic sprout soup with a sprinkle of green onions on top," Wang Danai said, clearly excited about the simple meal. Jing Shu cringed internally at the thought of the watery soup. "I'll tell you a secret about our president if you come," Wang Danai teased. "All right, fine," Jing Shu agreed. Gossip was a universal weakness after all. She was curious. Since she'd said she brought her lunch, Jing Shu had no choice but to go back to her shark submarine and pull out her meal from her storage space. She realized she couldn't skimp on her own meal, but at the same time, she couldn't bring out anything too fancy either. After all, this was just a casual lunch. She brought a 4-tier lunchbox and joined Wang Danai. When Wang saw the size of the lunchbox, her eyes widened. "It's just lunch. Why such a big lunchbox?" The lunchbox looked more like a suitcase. "I'll share my lunch with you. I can't eat that much on my own," Jing Shu replied, making Wang Danai practically jump with joy. She thought she'd scored a free meal. Wang Danai assumed Jing Shu's lunch would be simple, just like the food in the cafeteria, and that it wouldn't be too different from what she was used to. That was, until Jing Shu began unpacking dish after dish, filling the 4-person table with food. "You eat all of this by yourself?" Wang Danai asked, stunned. Jing Shu nodded. "Yes, I have a big appetite." Wang Danai was speechless. Hadn't she said earlier that she didn't eat much? No, clearly Jing Shu had just been avoiding the cafeteria food. Jing Shu's lunch consisted of a simple coconut sticky rice, a box of braised pork, crispy salt and pepper mushrooms, fried fish and chicken, and a bowl of white soup with scallions which smelled like fish soup. Each box was filled to the brim and everything looked and smelled delicious. The enticing aroma attracted the attention of people around them, who stopped to stare longingly at the feast. Wang Danai gulped, suddenly finding her favorite mushroom and garlic sprout soup tasteless. Her soup couldn't compare to the rich, fragrant fish soup sitting in front of Jing Shu. Jing Shu sighed. This was the simplest food she could bring from her storage, yet it still caused a stir. "I knew I shouldn't have eaten here," she thought to herself. "You're the one, aren't you? The one they say is Wu Cheng's representative." A young girl approached, hands on her hips, ready to confront Jing Shu. However, the moment she saw the spread of food on the table, she inhaled sharply. "Yes, that's her," Zhao Zhao said proudly, though she too was momentarily stunned by the food, her mouth beginning to water. Jing Shu, chewing on a piece of fried chicken, replied casually, "That's what President Tai said, not me." The young girl swallowed hard, her eyes glued to the coconut sticky rice Jing Shu was eating. She could almost taste the sweet, fragrant flavor in her mind. What was I going to ask? The girl's anger quickly melted into a craving for food. Although she wasn't lacking rice at home and had occasional meat, she had never experienced such mouth-watering fish soup or crispy fried chicken. Her stomach grumbled audibly, and Jing Shu glanced at her. "Do you want some?" The girl's face turned red with embarrassment, and she burst into tears before running off, crying as she went. Jing Shu blinked, confused. What just happened? Zhao Zhao gulped, saying, "You're in trouble now. You've made the young lady cry." Then she too ran off. Wang Danai swallowed as well. Ignore them. Let me tell you the secret about our president. She figured a distraction was necessary before she too succumbed to her cravings. Jing Shu had known that food had a strong allure, but she hadn't expected it to disarm even an angry opponent. Was this the infamous starving the enemy strategy? Oh well. Jing Shu nodded, thinking that this secret better be worth the trouble. She quickly polished off 2 dishes, leaving Wang Danai both impressed and slightly terrified by how fast she ate. Our president is a Taoist priest. They say he's highly enlightened and spends most of his time in seclusion. I've been here for years and I've never seen him. But one day... Ring, ring, ring. Jing Shu's phone rang, interrupting Wang Danai. Jing Shu frowned. It was Wu Yui calling. What could she need at this time? Hello? What's up? Wu Yui's anxious voice came through. Jing Shu, hurry back. Your grandma fainted. Jing Shu's mind exploded with panic. This was the 2nd year of the apocalypse, and she had done everything to protect her family. Nothing like this had ever happened before, aside from the time Wu Yui had been kidnapped. Hold on. I'll be there soon. Don't panic. What's Grandma's condition? Is her face pale or purple? Do you know what caused it? Was it something external? Jing Shu's grandmother had high blood pressure and heart issues, but she had been on medication for the last 2 years, and she drank spiritual spring water daily. It couldn't be one of her usual illnesses. Her face is a bit pale and her breathing is rapid. She seems to be lacking oxygen. She was chatting with someone when she suddenly fainted. I didn't let that person leave. Got it. Call a doctor in the meantime. But the person says he's a doctor. I'll be there soon. Jing Shu hung up, not caring about anything else, and immediately rushed back home. Her mind raced, trying to figure out what could have caused her grandmother to collapse. She could only place her hopes in the healing powers of the spiritual spring water, praying that it would be enough to save her grandmother. Wang Danai called after her. Jing Shu, your food, your food. You eat it. Just clean up the lunchbox when you're done, Jing Shu replied, waving as she hurried off. Jing Shu floored the accelerator, making the normally hour-long drive back home in just 10 minutes. She even refueled her shark submarine along the way, nearly crashing into a building in her haste. Luckily, she made it back to the villa just in time. All the while, her mind was a jumble of thoughts. Why had her grandmother suddenly fainted? Could it be some unknown illness? Jing Shu had kept her family healthy for so long by giving them the spiritual spring water. They hadn't gotten sick even when others around them had. Jing Shu trusted the power of the spiritual spring water. Her grandparents might not be young anymore, but they had become visibly healthier. Her grandfather's teeth had even regrown, indicating the spring's regenerative properties. The spiritual spring shouldn't have any side effects. With a screeching halt, Jing Shu arrived back at the villa, only to find that her grandmother wasn't there. After some confusion, she learned that Grandma Jing had fainted in their old home at Building 25. Ever since the heavy rains started, the whole family had moved to the villa, leaving the first-floor apartment in Building 25 vacant. Grandma Jing would occasionally go back to tidy up, but lately, she had been going almost daily. When Jing Shu arrived, Grandma Jing was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, her breathing rapid but showing no visible signs of other problems. In the face of such a sudden collapse, especially in the apocalypse, the situation was nerve-wracking. The windows were wide open to provide fresh air, and the family was gathered around in worry. Jing Shu's father was sweating profusely, her grandfather was pacing nervously, Wu Yui was on the verge of tears, and her third aunt, Jing Lai, was pale with anxiety. Jing Shu's father had already called a doctor, who was on the way. The doctor said not to move her. We have to keep her still to avoid causing any further harm, Jing Shu's father explained. Jing Shu scanned the room and noticed a stranger, a tall, thin man with glasses looking quite refined. Frowning, she quickly approached her grandmother, checking her breathing and heartbeat. Grandma Jing's heart was still beating, and she was breathing, though it was fast. She's alive! Jing Shu sighed with relief. As long as she was still breathing, Jing Shu could use the spiritual spring water to revive her. Being cautious, she only gave her grandmother a few drops of diluted spiritual spring water. "Dad, what kind of doctor did you call? Can he be trusted?" Jing Shu asked. Her father hesitated, clearly unsure. "I don't know if he's reliable. He's a Western doctor stationed in Banana District. He said without proper equipment it would be hard to diagnose the problem, but he'll come and take a look. If necessary, we'll have to take her to Shishan Hospital." So, not very reliable. It looks like hypotension, low blood pressure, causing dizziness, weakness, and heart palpitations. I recommend adjusting her position and quickly replenishing her blood volume, but you'll need to figure out the medication yourselves. The man's voice was old and raspy but steady, giving off an air of authority and calm. "You're wrong. My grandma has high blood pressure," Wu Yui retorted, her protective instincts kicking in. The whole family knew Grandma Jing had high blood pressure and had been taking medication for it regularly. Even if her blood pressure dropped, it shouldn't be so low as to require blood volume replenishment. High blood pressure seemed more believable, considering she had never had low blood pressure before. "Who is this man?" Jing Shu asked. "He's the one who was talking to Grandma before she collapsed. He says he lives next door. I think he's trying to harm her," Wu Yui snapped, like a small cat ready to defend her loved ones. In her life, the two people she cared about most were her mother and her grandmother. Jing Shu was now reluctantly on that list too. Jing Shu frowned. "What's your name? How do you know my grandmother and end up chatting with her?" Now that Jing Shu focused on the man, she realized he always kept his head down, hiding his face in the shadows, making it hard to see his features. His young face didn't match his old, raspy voice, creating an odd impression. However, his voice inspired an inexplicable sense of trust. The man smiled faintly, a little helpless, and casually stuffed his hands into his pockets. Leaning against the wall, he replied, "My surname is Lin, spelled with 2 wood characters, Shuang Mu Lin. You can call me Lin Yi. I met your grandmother some days ago. We hit it off and have been chatting ever since. She's quite lively and full of energy, a real inspiration for someone like me, who feels weighed down by life." Jing Shu furrowed her brows. Her grandmother enjoyed chatting with this man? She hadn't heard anything about it. And why did the name Lin Yi sound so familiar? However, Jing Shu's primary concern was her grandmother's condition, leaving little time to dwell on the name. "You should reflect on how you've left your grandmother alone with no one to talk to. She probably chatted with me because she didn't want to bother you all," Lin Yi said matter-of-factly, observing Grandma Jing closely. "I'm not a professional doctor, but I did minor in neurology, which includes blood pressure issues. I have my diploma, so you should trust me instead of wasting time." "You're crazy! Why would we trust someone who might be trying to kill her?" Wu Yui exclaimed. Lin Yi looked genuinely surprised. "How did you know I'm mentally ill?" Wu Yui. "That just makes him even less trustworthy." Jing Shu glanced at her watch, then decided to call Niu Mu. "Minister Niu, you mentioned an old Chinese doctor from Mr. Qian's place last time, right? Yes, I need his help now. Great, thank you. We'll settle the bill later." Without proper equipment, Western medicine was limited. Soon after, the Western doctor arrived with minimal tools. He immediately measured Grandma Jing's blood pressure and did a quick examination. Jing Shu regretted not having bought a home blood pressure monitor earlier. If she had, this might have been avoided. "Severe low blood pressure," the doctor confirmed. "Does she have any medical history?" Jing Shu's father quickly explained Grandma's history of high blood pressure. "Has she been taking her medication as prescribed?" The family nodded. "She's been taking it properly for years, never missing a dose." Shortly after, the old Chinese doctor arrived and checked Grandma Jing's pulse. His diagnosis matched that of the Western doctor and Lin Yi's, severe low blood pressure. Then a thought struck Jing Shu. Grandma's low blood pressure must be because of the spiritual spring. It had been nourishing her body, likely healing her high blood pressure over time. But since she was still taking medication for high blood pressure, it had pushed her into hypotension. That must be it. Everything suddenly made sense. Even Grandpa's teeth had regrown, so it was logical that Grandma's blood pressure would have returned to normal, making the medication unnecessary. Both doctors made adjustments to Grandma's position to help stabilize her. The Chinese doctor also performed some acupressure and acupuncture treatments. Neither doctor had brought medication, but the Chinese doctor assured them that Grandma would recover soon. "Do you have anything to help replenish her blood volume?" Jing Shu nodded. "What about blood mushrooms?" "Perfect. Go ahead and prepare them." The family hurried to cook the blood mushrooms and fed them to Grandma Jing. Jing Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a false alarm. Her grandmother wasn't in serious danger after all. The spiritual spring water had caused the issue, but it also provided the solution. So, Lin Yi hadn't been responsible for Grandma's collapse? Whether it was the effect of the spiritual spring water, the blood mushrooms, or the acupuncture, Grandma Jing finally woke up. When Grandma Jing saw so many people around her, she was startled. It wasn't until later that she realized she had fainted. Feeling embarrassed, she explained, "I was chatting with the young man, and after a while I started feeling tightness in my chest and couldn't catch my breath. After that, I don't remember what happened." "How are you feeling now? Any discomfort?" asked the old Chinese doctor. Grandma Jing shook her head, smiling. "I feel great, actually. For the past few days I've been feeling dizzy and a bit out of it, but now it's all gone." "That's good. I measured your blood pressure and it's back to normal. Don't take any unnecessary medication in the future." Though still a bit confused, Grandma Jing nodded, especially when she saw her granddaughter winking at her. Truthfully, she had been suspicious for a while now. She'd noticed that when she forgot to take her medication, she felt fine, but when she took it regularly, she felt worse. Not having any measuring devices at home, she'd been using her symptoms as a guide, taking more medication when she felt unwell. The family expressed their heartfelt thanks to both doctors. Jing Shu's father, feeling guilty for his earlier suspicion, apologized to Lin Yi. "I'm really sorry for the misunderstanding. We just didn't want to take any chances with an elderly family member's life." Lin Yi smiled gracefully, his voice still raspy but kind. "No harm done. It's good we caught it in time. Now that everything's fine, I'll take my leave." Grandma Jing waved him off warmly. "Lin, come by again next time. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, and I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." "You're too kind," Lin Yi replied. Jing Shu couldn't help but furrow her brows. Lin Yi gave her an odd feeling, like he was somehow much older than he looked, almost as if a 60 or 70-year-old soul had been trapped inside a 20-year-old's body. It was an unsettling sensation, as if something didn't quite match. "Grandma, how did you meet him? What do you two even talk about?" Jing Shu asked, curious about how someone so young could strike up a meaningful conversation with her grandmother. Despite the generational gap, 3 years might make a generation gap, but several decades? That seemed impossible to bridge. "Don't be fooled by his age. Lin knows a lot, even about the cave dwellings we had in the Northwest. I enjoy talking to him. It makes me feel young again. Back in the day, we lived in caves. Nothing like today's comforts. And you know, the poor kids had a rough time. The first time I met him, he was trapped under the doorframe of the apartment building. I accidentally stepped on him before I even realized he was there. The second time, he got stuck in the drainage grate while walking. I asked if he needed help, but he refused. The third time, someone threw trash from the upper floors and it hit him on the head. His scalp was bleeding and I had to bandage him up. That's how we got to know each other." Jing Shu raised her eyebrows. Could it be that besides people like Su Mali, who had extraordinary luck, there were people like Lin Yi, whose luck seemed to be extraordinarily bad? But how could someone so unlucky have earned dual degrees and certifications? It sounded impressive. In any case, now that Grandma Jing was fine, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. The Western doctor also took his leave, with Jing Shu's father escorting him out. Jing Shu couldn't shake her suspicions, though. She wondered if Lin Yi had deliberately gotten close to her grandmother. If he was who she thought he might be, someone tied to the infamous Zero, then it made sense. However, she felt like she might be overthinking it. If anyone were to be connected to her,
it would more likely be someone with the code name 08, especially after she had wiped out the entire shadow organization. As for anyone ranked higher than 08, Jing Shu had heard nothing despite asking Wang Dezhao to investigate for quite some time. So they probably had no connection to her. She remembered that in her previous life, Zero had died during one of the later years of the apocalypse, and only after his death did his actions become widely known. The fact that he had manipulated an entire nation was shocking. Was this young man really the same person who caused so much devastation? Then again, didn't all those with the code name 0 go to America? Jing Shu muttered, her thoughts a tangled mess. As the old Chinese doctor prepared to leave, the family stood to see him out. Jing Shu, I'd like to ask you for a favor, the doctor said, pausing at the door. Jing Shu nodded. Of course, what can I help with? Mr. Qian would like you to prepare a dish made from milk, something that retains all the nutritional value but doesn't taste like milk. Can you do that? Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the foolish rich kid from the Qian family healed yet? How is Qian Shengsheng's condition? I haven't heard from him in a while. After eating the ice cream you made, his condition improved significantly, but recently, anytime he eats anything with milk, he starts vomiting uncontrollably, so Mr. Qian has avoided giving him any more ice cream. So his condition has worsened? Jing Shu frowned. Could her ice cream have been too strong for him? No, it's not that, the doctor assured her, though he didn't elaborate. Jing Shu didn't press further. All right, wait here. I'll make something right now. Half an hour later, Jing Shu returned with an insulated food container. Here it is. Whether it works or not, just make sure to return the container. I don't have many left, and I'll need them when we migrate. The old doctor stroked his beard, opened the container, and found golden, crispy pieces that looked like fried chicken, exuding a rich, sweet aroma. What is this? Fried milk, Jing Shu replied. The old doctor looked confused. Jing Shu explained the dish to him, and after trying a piece, his eyes lit up. The dish had a crispy golden exterior and a soft, creamy interior. The rich, fragrant milk was encased in the crunchy shell, a perfect harmony of textures and flavors. It was the epitome of the saying, coat it in egg batter, sprinkle breadcrumbs, fry it until golden brown, and even the neighbor's kids will be envious. The key was that it didn't taste like milk. Instead, it had a sweet flavor reminiscent of bananas and pineapples, smooth and satisfying on the palate. The old doctor, thoroughly impressed, took the fried milk and left. As Jing Shu watched his private plane take off, she realized that this task had likely been authorized by Mr. Qian himself. With this dish, their deal was settled. Later, both her first and second aunts called after hearing about Grandma Jing fainting. Once they knew everything was fine, her eldest aunt mentioned that she was planning a wedding for her son and daughter-in-law, inviting the whole family to attend. Aunt's family was doing well now. Back in the day, Jing Shu had borrowed 100,000 yuan from them, but after the apocalypse hit, she repaid the debt with a pregnant sow. Aunt's family, being business-savvy, immediately entered the livestock industry, raising pigs, and their life had been improving ever since. Aside from contributing piglets to the public, Aunt's family also had the original sow and 4 piglets they had raised. Food was not as scarce as it had been the previous year. They mixed feed with red worms, allowing them to raise plenty of pigs. Unlike last year, when even finding enough food for people was hard, let alone raising livestock. Jing Shu thought she should remind her uncle to raise more pigs this year and to stock up on red worms. They could process them into feed at the factory and store it for the future. There would be tough years ahead when even red worms would be in short supply, making it hard to raise pigs then. This time they planned to slaughter a pig for the new year, both to celebrate and for a wedding banquet. Aunt's daughter-in-law was pregnant, and she felt that not having a proper wedding was a regret. Since the family was now in a good place, they decided to host the wedding. The wedding was set for February 10, 2024, which was the first day of the Lunar New Year, while New Year's Eve fell on February 9th. When Grandma Jing heard the news, all her worries vanished, and she smiled ear to ear. She was overjoyed at the thought of her great-grandchild arriving soon.
Dinner that night was naturally prepared by Jing Shu, who pulled some of her hidden stash from her storage space: century egg and lean pork congee, spicy crayfish, roasted lamb, spicy beef strips, pan-fried golden tofu, steamed sea bass, and a couple of pickled vegetables. She also made a stack of freshly cooked pancakes. "My daughter's cooking has improved again," Jing Shu's father commented with relief, clearly enjoying his meal now that Grandma was fine. Jing Shu wanted to finish off her stash quickly so she could prepare more portable, inconspicuous foods. Next year, she figured she wouldn't have much time to cook, and she had already dried vegetables and fruits for storage. It was time to be like a hamster and stockpile finished goods. Since they wouldn't be staying at the villa much, cooking could become a hassle. After dinner, watching the news had become a family routine. International news covered the situation a month after various island nations had been submerged. Drones equipped with strong lights flew over the ocean, illuminating what used to be bustling cities, now sunken into the sea. It was predicted that the water wouldn't recede for years. One report mentioned that 10% of the population of one island was surviving on Mount Fuji. These were the wealthy elite, with their private planes and abundant supplies, representing the last hope for the island nation. In the United States, the power struggle continued, and now there were 3 competing presidents. Australia was facing a new zombie virus that had infected cattle, threatening the entire global beef industry. The virus had spread from zombie deer to cows and was now moving on to red worms. If Jing Shu remembered correctly, this virus was the one that spread worldwide early in the apocalypse, leading to species invasions and the emergence of new evolved creatures. In contrast, domestic news painted a much more peaceful picture, with certain regions already listing their New Year's benefits. That's when the family discussion about New Year's plans came up. "This year, why don't we celebrate the New Year at Aunt Jing Pan's house? Since Wei Zheng's wedding is on the first day, we could go early and help out," Grandma Jing suggested, her face lighting up at the thought of seeing her eldest and second daughters. It had been over half a year since she'd seen them, and she missed them dearly. Jing Shu's father turned to her mother and asked, "We should check with your brother first. What does Lanzri think?" Jing Shu's mother replied, "We usually meet with my brother's family on the second day of the new year. Let's stick to that plan this year." "Great, let's head over early then. We can help out and have a nice family reunion." Grandma Jing beamed with joy. Third Aunt Jing Lai, however, seemed worried. "What should we give for Wei Zheng's wedding?" Before the apocalypse, it was customary to give a 3,000 yuan red envelope. But now, what can we give? "How about giving virtual currency instead? We could each give 200 virtual coins and then give 66 more when the baby is born, along with some eggs and chickens," Jing Shu's father suggested after some thought. Grandma Jing added, "That sounds good. You all can give money, but we don't have much to spare, so I'll make them a wedding outfit. Also 1 set of traditional clothes myself. I'll make them some furniture and a crib. Let's also make a set of wedding bedding." That night, the entire family got busy preparing for the trip to Aunt's house for the New Year celebration. Jing Shu's mother called her brother to let him know that they would gather on the second day of the new year. Jing Shu overheard her aunt on the phone, expressing disappointment. Work had been tough lately because of the influx of tens of thousands of people into Xishan. The city, already in bad shape, was now overcrowded, and any space that wasn't leaking had been turned into makeshift homes. To save space, the government had even salvaged old cars and converted them into tiny living spaces. It was even worse than living in a basement, especially at night, when the cold was unbearable, as if ice shards were raining down. Jing Shu's uncle and aunt had been incredibly busy with all these issues, barely able to catch their breath. After the call, Jing Shu's mother began packing for the trip. Going to someone else's home for food and shelter, they couldn't show up empty-handed. Even though Aunt's family was doing well, hosting so many people would strain their resources. Also, Jing Shu's mother didn't want to risk not enjoying Aunt's cooking, so she decided to pack enough food for the family. This was where Jing Shu's foresight came in handy. They packed 2 cans of milk powder, since the family had grown accustomed to having milk, tea, or soy milk in the mornings. Various dried vegetables and goods like black fungus and soybeans were included for cooking, along with a jar of pickled vegetables, such as salted cucumbers and sour beans, to accompany meals. They also brought jars of their homemade marinated pork ears, pig head meat, braised chicken feet, spicy rabbit bits, and beef jerky, all ready to be served as cold dishes. Canned sausages, cured meat, and preserved ducks were packed for meals. In no time, Jing Shu's mother had everything organized and ready to go, earning a thumbs up from Jing Shu. Jing Shu decided to pack additional items like a military-grade tent, various supplies, and bedding. It didn't take up much space in the energy car, and it was better to be safe than sorry in case there weren't enough places to sleep at the wedding. She wasn't about to sleep on the floor with a crowd of people. Bringing the tent would guarantee some comfort. It was a pity the RV hadn't been fully modified yet. Otherwise, they could have just driven the RV over, avoiding the need to pack so much. But driving an RV might have been too flashy anyway. Their main duties were to keep people away and prevent anyone from relieving themselves nearby. With so many people in the neighborhood these days, there were bound to be some petty thieves and troublemakers. Jing Shu wasn't doing this to guard against her own family, but because it would be terrible to have an accident during the new year. She was thinking of everyone's safety. She didn't release the poisonous bees, just a few regular ones, just in case. This time, everyone was much more experienced heading out. After all, it was the apocalypse outside. If they ran into wanted bandits while driving a car full of supplies, it could be dangerous, so they made sure to bring all the necessary gear. Jing Shu brought all her handguns, the family brought their crossbows, and even Jing Shu's real spiked club came along. Jing Shu drove ahead in the shark submarine to scout the road, while her dad followed behind with everyone else in the energy vehicle. Since the flood, they hadn't taken this route before. If it was underwater, they'd have to find another way, which was why the family set out so early. Wucheng was pitch black in the early morning, not even the moon was out, and it was still very cold. Jing Shu wasn't about to save fuel by turning off the heat. She sat in the submarine, snacking on nuts and sipping mango papaya milk, in a great mood. Outside the shark submarine, it was pouring rain. Many roads in Wucheng were impassable. Jing Shu soon found the main road ahead was flooded, so she messaged her dad on WeChat. "The highway's a no-go. Take the side road and follow me." But after circling around, she found the side road was even worse, also flooded. She thought about taking a shortcut over the hillside, but the energy vehicle couldn't make it. With rain this heavy, anywhere off the main road was just a mud pit, and the car would get stuck. "Let's keep looking for a way." What should have been a 1-hour drive took 3 hours. Most of Wuxian was flooded too. Only her eldest aunt's house, built on the mountainside for apple farming, was spared. Now, half the county's people were crowded at the foot of the mountain. When Jing Shu arrived in the shark submarine, the scene was miserable. In the city, people at least had basements or garages to sleep in, cramped, but at least dry. In Wuxian, they'd built rows of makeshift shacks, all sharing big communal beds. The rain had been falling for over a month without stopping, so every day they had to drain water and prevent secondary flooding. Most importantly, they had to bail water out of the shacks daily, or even the shacks would flood. The foot of the mountain was packed with makeshift shelters, row after row. When the shark submarine and energy vehicle passed by, they drew a lot of attention. At 8:30 in the morning, the family finally arrived at their long-missed eldest aunt's house. The house had been reinforced with a cement roof to withstand the rain. Eldest uncle opened the door, delighted to see them. "Mom, Dad, you're here. Come in, don't get soaked in this rain." The yard was big, just like last year, so both the energy vehicle and the shark submarine could be parked inside. "You haven't had breakfast, right? Come, have some hot porridge." Eldest uncle welcomed everyone in, and the living room was already packed. At least a dozen people, some around the table, some on the sofa, all with bowls of hot porridge. With so many people arriving, everyone looked over curiously. "Mom, Dad, you're here!" Eldest Aunt Jing Pan was delighted, checking her parents over and relaxing when she saw they looked well. "Hey, third sister, little brother, sister-in-law, Jing Shu, you're all here." Second Aunt Jing Zhao was there too, with her family of 3, eating porridge on the sofa. She quickly stood up when she saw her parents. Mom, Dad, have a seat. Grandma Jing frowned. Why are you here so early? When did you arrive? Second aunt, looking much thinner and a bit disheveled, said, I thought I'd come early to help out. We got here a couple of days ago. Grandma Jing shot her a look, probably here to freeload again. Eldest aunt pointed to the main table. Let me introduce you. This is my daughter-in-law, Chao Lian. She's over 2 months pregnant now. She introduced Chao Lian's family. These are my in-laws, my parents, my little brother's family, my third sister's family. We're all here for the new year and your wedding. Hello, Grandma, Grandpa, Chao Lian greeted sweetly. Grandma Jing was delighted, holding Chao Lian's hand and praising her. Chao Lian, with her head wrapped in oilcloth, looked frail but proper, though a big mole under her mouth spoiled her looks a bit. Eldest aunt pointed to 5 others. These are Chao Lian's parents and her 3 younger brothers. They said they came to help take care of her during her pregnancy. The oldest brother was over 20, the youngest about 10. Who was taking care of whom was anyone's guess. No one said when they'd arrived. Everyone greeted each other warmly. Eldest aunt slapped her forehead. Look at me, I almost forgot. Let me get you some hot porridge. Chao Lian sipped her porridge while her mother whispered, See? Another big family here to freeload. If we didn't come, someone else would. Better our own family gets the benefit. Chao Lian quietly kicked her mother. Can't you eat without talking? Jing Shu frowned slightly, taking it all in. It seemed there were plenty of freeloaders at eldest aunt's house, but these days, if you had porridge, it was already a luxury, just like the potatoes she grew in her previous life's cube space, a rare treat. Grandma Jing, seeing the porridge running low, quickly said, You all eat, we already had breakfast on the way. That won't do. You have to eat something. You came all the way from the city and most places are flooded now, eldest uncle said warmly. Wei Zheng, go get some more side dishes for your grandma's family and bring out the frozen pears from the cellar. Jing Shu loves those. I got them just for you and you I too. Uncle didn't forget you. Here's your favorite rice puffs from when you were little. Chao Lian's mother whispered, Who's Jing Shu? Why is your father-in-law so nice to her? He treats her better than his own son or mother, gives her everything, but never gives us anything. Chao Lian shook her head. She's my little uncle's daughter. I heard it's because of her pigs that our family's doing so well now. Her mother started scanning the crowd for Jing Shu. Just then, Chao Lian's youngest brother clapped and shouted, Pears! I want pears! Chao Lian smacked him with her chopsticks, leaving 2 red marks. Shut up! Eat, 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 none for you! You're giving me a headache. The child, feeling wronged, hid in Chao Lian's mother's arms and didn't dare make a sound. He used to be the little tyrant of the family. If his sister dared bully him, he'd wail and his mother would spank his sister without asking questions. But now, things had clearly changed. The whole family relied on his sister to get by, so he didn't dare act up anymore. Jing Shu felt a headache coming on. If this kept up, it really would look like they were here just to freeload, so she had to step in. Uncle, really, don't bother. We already ate breakfast, and there's no need to go to any more trouble. You all eat first, and after you're done, I have something I want to discuss with you. Hearing that Jing Shu truly wasn't eating and had something to talk about, her uncle didn't insist. All right, we'll eat first, and talk after. So the family finished breakfast, and Jing Shu's mom took the chance to tidy up their things. Jing Shu, what did you want to ask? After the meal, Chao Lian took her family back to their room, and once the dishes were cleared, everyone sat on the sofa and her aunt asked, Uncle, how are the pigs you're raising now? What are Wei Zheng and his wife up to these days? Her uncle smiled. Now that we have the red threadworms, raising pigs is no problem. Your aunt and I decided to give your aunt's position at the livestock farm to Wei Zheng. There's plenty of work at home and your aunt helps out here. As for your cousin's wife, she's not doing anything. In the apocalypse, having any job at all is already a blessing. Her aunt added, The house can't do without me, so it's good to give the job to Wei Zheng. Jing Shu understood. Her aunt had given her spot at the livestock farm to Wei Zheng. So, do you have any plans? Jing Shu asked, knowing that in times like these, most people couldn't think far ahead.
This year we'll breed a dozen more pigs, and next year we can expand to over 20. Then our family won't lack for meat. Your black pigs are real treasures." Her uncle couldn't hide his excitement. If it weren't for Jing Shu's black pigs, their family would be in dire straits, maybe not even able to find a wife for Wei Zheng. They used to be just apple farmers, looked down on by everyone. Wei Zheng couldn't find a wife even at 30. But now, everyone in Wuxian envied them. Who else would dare get pregnant in the apocalypse? Chao Lian did, because her husband could support her. What about feed? There's no shortage of feed now. We could raise hundreds of pigs if we wanted. The only limit is breeding speed. You don't know. Now the authorities are pushing to hatch as many chickens and ducks as possible. With the constant rain, there were bugs everywhere. Even if the poultry might end up malnourished, at least they could survive. Jing Shu shook her head. "Uncle, I have a job I wanted to give Aunt. I was going to give it to Wei Zheng, but since he's at the livestock farm, it's just as well to give it to Aunt." She'd worried that if she gave it to Wei Zheng, his wife might be hard to get along with. Giving it to her aunt, at least, meant it stayed in the family and gave her aunt some backbone, her own family's support. Her uncle was excited. "Another way to get rich?" Jing Shu said, "I want to open a factory with Aunt. I'll provide the equipment and initial funds, and Aunt will handle the labor and management." At this, second aunt came out. "Jing Shu, if you're opening a factory, take your second aunt with you. Look at us, the three of us still don't have work." Jing Shu replied, "Let me finish first, then you can decide." "What kind of factory?" Aunt asked, interested. "A red threadworm feed processing plant?" "Huh?" Uncle was surprised. "Yes, we'll cook the red threadworms and process them into feed, dry feed that can be stored long-term," Jing Shu explained. Aunt coughed. "There are red threadworms everywhere. You can scoop up hundreds of pounds a day like shrimp in the sea. As long as the floods and rain continue, there'll be no shortage for years." Wei Zheng nodded. "Yeah, I heard red threadworms evolved from bacteria. There are millions in a drop of water. The price is so low now, one virtual coin can buy hundreds of pounds." Uncle asked, "So, how much will you sell the feed for? Opening a factory is a big investment. Even if the government encourages new businesses, if you add labor and costs, if the price is too high, no one will buy. If it's too low, you'll lose money." Jing Shu's dad added, "Yeah, even if you sell it at 200 pounds for one virtual coin, who would buy it? Wouldn't they just catch it themselves?" Jing Shu smiled. "Who said I'd sell it at that price? I'll sell it at 20 pounds for one virtual coin, and it'll be in short supply, priority for those we have good relationships with. Since the feed can't be stored for 5 or 6 years, only 2 or 3, that shelf life will set the price. If it could be stored longer, by year 5 or 6, it wouldn't just be for animals. People would pay high prices to eat it themselves. If only her magic cube space was bigger, she'd store tens of thousands of cubic meters and hand it out for free to recruit labor, but she could at least keep some for herself." "Crazy," second uncle muttered from the corner. "Only a fool would buy it." Uncle was the first to catch on. "You mean process the red threadworms into feed, stockpile it, and then sell it when the rain stops and there are no more red threadworms?" Jing Shu nodded. Among all these farmers, her uncle was the quickest thinker. "That could take a year or 2, maybe 3 or 4, Uncle probed. The longer it took, the more they'd lose. There really were a lot of red threadworms, but after feeding all of China for a year and with so much stockpiled, Jing Shu wondered if they'd eventually run out. Jing Shu didn't answer how long it would take, but asked directly, "Aunt, do you want to do it?" "I don't really understand all this, but I trust you, Jing Shu. Whatever you say, I'll do. Just tell me what to do." Aunt agreed readily. Farmers can't stand being idle. "And you, second aunt?" Second aunt's husband, looking much older after prison, still couldn't help scheming, "If your second aunt doesn't want to do this, can you get her a job at the livestock farm?" Second aunt lowered her head. "Let me work there, just give me food every day." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. "I don't handle personnel. When the factory opens, ask Aunt." Then she explained, The government is stockpiling too, so we're not wrong to do the same. That one sentence made everyone's eyes light up. Let's get the factory up and running in the next few days while I'm here. Because the government was stockpiling, following their lead was the right move, and this gave the whole family a lot of confidence in the plan. After a family discussion, the shares were decided. Jing Shu's mom would put in 1,500 virtual coins for a 20% stake, and another 1,500 on behalf of Jing Shu's grandparents for another 20%, with all future profits from that share going to the elderly couple. Jing Shu would also put in 1,500 virtual coins, but she'd also cover all the fuel, coal, natural gas, electricity, etc., so she'd hold 40%. Aunt would be responsible for labor, payroll, and management at the factory and get 20%. Final sales and storage would be handled by Jing Shu's side, meaning Aunt only needed to focus on production. She didn't even have to worry about sales. Uncle was stunned. He couldn't believe Jing Shu's family could casually put up so much virtual currency. But then again, they were the ones who'd provided the pigs. If they didn't have a solid foundation, how could they have given away pigs in the first place? Aunt was a bit overwhelmed. Labor is so cheap now. If I shout, I could get a line of people around the county for just 2 bowls of porridge or rice a day. All we have to do is collect red threadworms and process them into feed. It's not worth 1,500 virtual coins. What did 1,500 virtual coins mean? It was a civil servant's annual salary. If you ate 1 bowl of white rice a day, it would last 2.5 years. In these post-apocalyptic famine times, as long as the government didn't collapse, that meant you could live well. Aunt, this factory might not turn a profit for a while. You'll have to put in a lot of grain every day, and since we won't have time to manage it, it's all on you. We can't trust anyone else. Only family. But even with family, business needs to be clear. Everything will be by the book and by contract. You can handle hiring and payroll however you want, but your side is only responsible for collecting red threadworms, keeping the books straight, and processing them into feed. Every few days, I'll send someone to pick up a batch, and we'll do a proper handover and keep detailed records. When there's profit, it'll be split 4 ways, and all the red threadworms you collect and the virtual coins you spend have to match the books. Whatever you say, I'll do. Don't worry, our parents' money is in this, so I won't be careless. I'll just handle collecting the red threadworms myself. I don't trust anyone else with the money. Aunt was genuinely touched that her siblings had included their parents in the deal. Jing Shu, her mom, her grandma, and aunt all signed the contract and pressed their fingerprints. The family quickly went to pick out a factory site, though it was really just a simple prefab house, like the ones the flood refugees were living in. There were still some of these prefab houses left. When the Wuxian government heard someone wanted to open a factory and hire workers, they were thrilled. It was a huge help to them. These temporary houses are just sitting empty, so you can use them for free. I hear you need feed machines? We've got them all. 200 virtual coins for the whole lot, equipment and all. After all, this wasn't like making compressed rations for the government, which was much more expensive. Jing Shu's feed was mostly for poultry, so as long as it was cooked and dried enough to store, it was fine. So, for 200 virtual coins, they secured the equipment and the site. Next up was hiring workers. We can start after the 2nd day of the new year. That's when we'll start hiring. Just have people show up for work. With this setup, we'll need at least 8 workers, and they'll have to be strong. Aunt gritted her teeth. All right, we'll hire 8. After the holiday, Chao Lian's family will have to go home. We can't afford to feed them anymore. 8-hour workdays, no holidays, and 2 bowls of porridge or rice a day. This was actually a great deal in a small county like Wuxian. Even though a bowl of porridge only cost 0.5 virtual coins, it was still precious. Aunt's family had enough grain left from last year and had made some money from raising pigs, so their costs were low. But even so, running the factory for half a year would cost about 1,600 virtual coins. But the potential return was at least 10 times that, so it was definitely worth it for Aunt's family. At lunch, Aunt told everyone about the plan. Xiaolian's mom, after the first day of the new year, you'll have to go home. Once the factory opens, all the grain will go to the workers, And we won't have enough for your family. Chow Lian's mom grinned. No need to be so formal. I've already thought it through. Once the factory opens, you'll be busy, your husband will be busy, and even Wei Zheng will be busy. I'll take care of Chow Lian, and my husband and 3 sons can all help at the factory. Add in your second sister's family and we'll have just enough people. No need to hire outsiders, right? Chow Lian kicked her mom hard. How could she say anything? Second aunt thought this was a great deal. 2 meals a day just for helping at the factory, and you could rest when tired. After all, it was her own sister and brother running the place. This is great, sis. Keep it in the family. Let us work. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes, curious to see how Aunt would handle this and whether she was worth the investment. She didn't really care about the virtual coins, but her family needed to prove themselves and earn their own. Aunt smiled. The factory isn't just mine. It belongs to our parents, my sister-in-law Su Lanji and my niece Jing Shu. We'll stick to the contract. The machines are all manual. If you can crush and cook enough red threadworms in 8 hours, you can work here. If you can't meet the daily quota, you don't even get a meal. Who wants to work? Aunt asked. Chow Lian's family couldn't handle the hard labor, but her eldest son volunteered, promising to meet the quota, so Aunt agreed. In the factory, even family gets paid by the job, not by anything else. Cousin Li Yun nudged his mom. Mom, you should work too, or you won't have anything to eat. Second aunt looked at her useless husband, then gritted her teeth. Fine, count me in. So Aunt still needed to hire 6 more people, and she'd have to choose carefully. Dinner was especially lavish, since Jing Shu's family prepared it themselves. They were supposed to have rice porridge, but Uncle even brought out last year's pickles, frozen pears, and a cold dish. But with so many people, the kids snatched everything up before Jing Shu's family even saw it. Well, let's just make our own dinner, Jing Shu said. Wei Zheng, go get some more things from the cellar, Aunt said, her face dark. Wei Zheng looked awkward, glaring at Chow Lian's whole family. Who grabs all the food the moment it's served, not even leaving scraps for others? He'd already anticipated this kind of awkward, not enough to eat situation. No need, really. We brought plenty of our own food. We'll just cook something ourselves, you all eat. Jing Shu went to the car and brought out some beef jerky and rabbit cubes, quickly whipped up a couple of dishes, poured everyone some milk, and heated up some naan. Her family sat down and ate simply, tossing scraps to the fat chicken from time to time. The fat chicken, new to this environment, was a bit uneasy and stuck close to Jing Shu, as if afraid of being abandoned. When Aunt's family saw such a big chicken, they were amazed. When one of the kids shouted, "Chicken! We get to eat chicken!" Grandma Jing shot him a fierce glare. This was her treasure, not for eating. Let's just eat simply today. Tomorrow on New Year's Eve we'll make dumplings, Jing Shu said. Chow Lian's mother, drooling, muttered, Who are they trying to impress, calling this a simple meal? Then Chow Lian's youngest brother ran over, eyeing the beef jerky, ready to grab a handful. Jing Shu didn't hesitate. She stuck out her leg and tripped the kid. He fell with a thud and didn't dare cry. Chow Lian scolded, You little brat, haven't you eaten enough? Get back here. You've embarrassed the whole family. Chow Lian's family slunk away after dinner, having eaten their fill. The farce was finally over, and they now had a new understanding of Jing Shu's family. These people were even more impressive than Wei Zheng's. Second aunt's family was lucky enough to enjoy a lavish dinner. Second uncle, who used to look down on Jing An's family for being too honest and stuck in their ways, now realized that in the second year of the apocalypse they had nothing to eat, while Jing An's family not only took in 2 extra mouths but still lived well. Second uncle kept thinking about how to get closer to Jing An's family. Just a bit of their leftovers would be enough for his family to live on. During dinner, second aunt's son, Li Yun, hid in the corner, glancing at Jing Shu. Whenever she looked his way, he'd duck behind someone, remembering her devilish smile. He knew Jing Shu had changed. The little girl he used to bully had become a force to be reckoned with. Just now, she'd tripped a kid without batting an eye, and at lunch, when that same kid shouted about eating chicken, the fat chicken had leapt onto him, scaring everyone. The kid never mentioned eating chicken again. That night,
Grandma Jing helped Aunt prepare everything for the factory, while Jing Shu practiced her Rubik's Cube and checked on the animals and plants in her space. The snakes, thanks to the spiritual spring, were growing fast and would be ready for medicinal use in less than 10 days. Jing Shu used taking a walk as an excuse to go deal with the animal manure in her space. If she didn't clean it every 2 or 3 days, it would pile up. One of her best habits was taking a walk every day. At bedtime, there were so many people that there was nowhere to sleep. Even Second Aunt's family had to sleep on the floor. Luckily, Jing Shu's family had brought a tent, so they made do in Aunt's storeroom, clearing it out, laying down boards and mats, and finally setting up the tent. Of course, the storeroom smelled bad. After a month of rain, everything was moldy. Even after a thorough cleaning, the smell lingered, so they used lime to dry things out and brought a dryer. Grandpa Jing, with nothing to do, dug some earth and built a clay stove. It was still cold at night, so they kept the charcoal burning. Aunt's husband was amazed by all the fuss, and Chow Lian's mother, watching from the sidelines, was even more so. A house that kept out the wind and rain was already a luxury compared to the prefab shelters, and here they were complaining about mold, scrubbing, drying, and even building a stove. How extravagant. The government used to collect all kinds of wood and fuel, but now you couldn't find any unless you traded for it with points. But Jing Shu's family could just bring out baskets of it. "Why are you giving me the cold shoulder all day?" Chow Lian hugged her husband from behind. After a long time, Wei Zheng said gloomily, "Did I marry you, or your whole family?" "Didn't your second aunt's family come too?" "They're only here for a few days. Your family's been here forever. How about this? I'll split from my parents. I won't care about their business, and they won't care about mine. I get 100 virtual coins a month, and I'll give them all to you. Do whatever you want." Without his parents, what would he have? Chow Lian was clever enough not to bring up her pregnancy. "After the first day of the new year, only my big brother will stay. The rest will go home. I've done my duty. I'll send 30 virtual coins a month. Take it or leave it." "Okay." Chow Lian quietly breathed a sigh of relief, her hand slipping into his pants. "How about, I help you with that? Okay." Finally, New Year's Eve arrived. Early in the morning, Jing Shu's family made a big breakfast from their own supplies. Maybe Chow Lian had said something because when they were called to eat, her family didn't come. They just quietly ate their porridge. It was a busy day, with preparations for Wei Zheng and Chow Lian's wedding banquet, food prep, confirming the guest list, and keeping things simple. After all the work, Grandma Jing started preparing the New Year's Eve meal. Besides all kinds of dishes, there were dumplings to make. It was the first time Chow Lian's family had seen so much flour used for dumpling wrappers. They were used to eating porridge with just a sprinkle of flour. Never had they seen several pounds of flour turned into dumpling dough at once. They couldn't stop swallowing. Chow Lian's mom couldn't help but offer, "In-law, let me help you make dumplings?" hoping to sneak some home. Grandma Jing looked at her dirty, blackened hands and frowned. "Xiao Wang, your hands aren't clean enough for dumplings. If you want to help, go chop some firewood." "I just remembered Chow Lian asked me to get her a glass of water," she said and hurried off. Grandma Jing shook her head, and Aunt whispered, "If I'd known Chow Lian's family was like this, I'd never have let Wei Zheng marry her. I was just desperate. He was 30 and still single. Now look, there are girls lining up to marry him." It's really true what they say, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West. Back then, no one in Wuxian wanted Wei Zheng, but now everyone's fighting to marry him. In the end, Chow Lian's family sold their daughter for just 200 jin of grain. It said Chow Lian even threatened to hang herself before the wedding. And now? Now everyone envies her for marrying such a good man. That's just fate. Now it's up to Chow Lian to see if she knows what's what. On New Year's Eve, there was special power supply across all of China, and every local government held unlimited 0.5 virtual coin buffets. In some places, it was insect eggs and mushrooms. In others, garlic sprouts with insect eggs, or water plants with insect eggs. Each region had its own specialties, basically whatever could be grown in abundance. Jing Shu felt sorry for those eating garlic.
Every day they had to cover their mouths when greeting people. The smell was something else. That night, the Spring Festival Gala started right on time. The hosts were still barefaced, and this year's program was all about lightheartedness and hope for the future. Comedy sketches and song and dance numbers, all with the message, the sun will rise, dawn will come, don't give up hope. Cheers! Cheers! The family enjoyed a lavish New Year's Eve dinner while watching the gala. Even before the apocalypse, Chow Lian's family had never eaten so well. There were several kinds of seafood they didn't even recognize, some kind of shellfish, apparently abalone, though it didn't taste as good as pork belly. Speaking of which, the pork belly Jing Shu grilled was a real treat, especially with barbecue seasoning and wrapped in fresh lettuce. The crispy, juicy pork and the fresh crunch of lettuce, Chow Lian's family had never tasted anything so delicious. And the dumplings, shrimp and three delicacy, chive and egg, pineapple, so many varieties. Just a few bites of each dish and they were full, but they wished they could eat more, even if it meant bursting. "Aunt, you really didn't have to bring so much food. It's too much," Aunt said, embarrassed. "Don't be polite, big sis. When I got married, you three sisters helped out a lot," Jing Shu's dad replied, raising his glass of milk, not wine. Grandma Jing couldn't stop smiling. The elderly loved to see their children getting along. She used to favor her youngest son, which caused resentment among the daughters, but now that she treats everyone equally, things are much better. Speaking of drinks, the grapes in Jing Shu's space were ripe. She planned to make wine and some rice wine too, perfect with poached eggs and sweet dumplings in the morning. The whole family had a warm, happy New Year's Eve. Before the apocalypse, people would stay up all night with the lights on, adults playing mahjong, kids playing cards, and at midnight, fireworks everywhere. Now, in the apocalypse, the world was dark and silent. Just after midnight, as the gala ended, the power went out. The family had no choice but to go to bed. Jing Shu handed out hot water bottles to everyone to warm their beds. Even with the heated brick bed in the storeroom, the blankets were still icy, only warming up after half an hour from body heat. Jing Shu suddenly remembered the rechargeable hand warmers she'd won in a sunning lottery. She'd saved those for when it got really cold, down to -70°C. Hot water bottles wouldn't last more than an hour or two in that kind of cold, and boiling water would be a waste of time. The hand warmers would be much more convenient. With the hot water bottles, everyone was warm and cozy, and Jing Shu's thoughtfulness was praised. The family soon fell asleep. At 4 a.m. on New Year's Day, everyone got up to prepare for Wei Zheng and Chow Lian's wedding. Everyone was busy. Aunt invited about 60 people, some classmates and friends, some of Wei Zheng's, some of Uncle's, and of course colleagues from the livestock farm. There were no hotels now, so they set up tables at home. All the ingredients had been prepped the day before, so today was just about cooking. Cooking for 60 people at once was a real challenge, especially in the apocalypse when everything was scarce. So Grandma Jing, Aunt, and anyone who could cook helped out. Jing Shu's mom, not much of a cook, helped with other things, like recording gifts and keeping accounts. "Be careful when collecting gifts. Dad, stay with Mom and keep an eye out just in case. Here's a gun, keep it on you." "Who's going to give anything that valuable? Fine, the men can go outside and stand guard." Jing Shu and Wu Yuai had nothing to do, so they helped Chow Lian with her makeup. The red dragon and phoenix wedding robes Grandma Jing had sewn were festive and beautiful, giving the wedding a real traditional feel. Jing Shu gave Chow Lian a cucumber face mask, used the last of her makeup for a light look, and styled her hair. Perfect. Chow Lian had been upset about not having a proper wedding dress. She'd always dreamed of a real wedding, and now, with Wei Zheng's grandma bringing so many good things, wedding clothes, bedding, a decorated bridal room, her dreams were coming true. How had her in-laws treated her? They'd fed and cared for her and her whole family, while her own family had just leached off her. In that moment, Chow Lian made up her mind. The wedding began at noon as planned. There were no firecrackers, but there was drumming and gonging. Uncle had arranged it all. The whole county knew the Wei family was marrying off their son. As the first guests arrived, the house quickly filled up.
The courtyard was big enough to fit everyone, with borrowed tables and chairs from all over. It looked a bit mismatched, but at least everyone had a seat. Uncle even set up a stage and hired a host for the ceremony. The gift table was at the gate, with a red ledger for recording gifts. Each guest gave a gift, and Jing Shu's mom recorded it, while Grandpa Jing and Dad checked everything. The records were for future reciprocation. This is how social ties work. Before the apocalypse, people gave cash. Now gifts were things. Virtual coins were as precious as food, so Mom received all sorts of odds and ends, but at least they were useful. All right, everyone's here. Let's bring the gifts in and get started. Okay. Just then, there was a screech of brakes, and a pickup truck came barreling straight at the courtyard gate. At this exciting moment, let's give a warm, "Ah! Bang, bang!" Suddenly, screams rang out, followed by gunshots. Jing Shu, who'd been watching from the courtyard, didn't hesitate. She rushed out. The wedding scene was thrown into chaos. Jing Shu hadn't even reached the gate when she caught a pungent smell. Thick smoke quickly spread, instantly filling the already dim courtyard. Visibility dropped to 0. Smoke bombs. As she ran, Jing Shu pulled a gas mask from her pocket and put it on. Whether the smoke was toxic or not, it was better to be safe. In no time, the smoke had filled the entire courtyard, sending people screaming in panic. Everyone realized something big was about to happen. Jing Shu sped up, heading for the gate. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer she became. Her heart pounded, adrenaline surged, but her mind was clear. She couldn't see a thing in the smoke, so she relied on memory to find her way. Her mom, dad, grandpa, and Chaolian's brothers were all there, and her dad had a gun. Normally, she wouldn't be afraid of a few thugs, but the problem was, the other side had smoke bombs. Her vision was severely limited, and she had no idea how many attackers there were. Before she could find her family, a loudspeaker blared, "Listen up, we only want all your food and supplies. If you know what's good for you, stay where you are and don't move. Once we've taken everything, we'll leave. Otherwise, do you think a bunch of desperados like us are afraid of anything? Don't try anything. Stay in your seats and don't move. In this smoke, we can see your every move. If anyone tries anything, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you dare to resist, we'll kill without hesitation." As soon as the voice finished, more screams and panic erupted. "Don't even think about calling the police. It'll take at least 10 minutes for Wuxian's cops to get here, and by then you'll all be dead. If we catch anyone trying to call for help, hey, you're dead. We've got plenty of weapons." No one could believe it. After half a year of lawlessness and violence, things had finally calmed down, with big data and surveillance everywhere. Who would have thought there were still bandits and so brazen? As the host, Uncle immediately shouted, "Take whatever you want, just don't hurt anyone. We won't move, we promise." His words put everyone's safety first, and people breathed a sigh of relief. The last thing they needed was for Uncle to shout, "There's more of us, let's fight." Not when they couldn't see a thing. Unfortunately, there was an old policeman present. While telling everyone not to move and that their lives were most important, he secretly texted the station for help. Jing Shu frowned. With visibility less than a meter, if the attackers really could see through the smoke, she couldn't risk charging in. Who knew if they had guns? If they had smoke bombs, they probably had firearms too. She remembered thermal imaging devices, which can see through smoke by detecting heat signatures. The robbers might really be able to see any movement, just as they claimed. Thermal imaging can even pick up different gases. There was a viral video once of someone passing gas at airport security, and the thermal camera caught the whole thing, showing exactly how a fart spreads. The lesson? Never fart at security or you might end up a meme. Jing Shu clapped her hands. She'd forgotten about her bees. When she'd scavenged them all, she'd found several pinhole cameras and infrared monitors, which she'd set up around the neighborhood and even attached to some bees. She slipped into a shadowy spot, released her bees, adjusted the cameras, and sent them out to scout. She also released her poisonous bees. Since the attackers had vision, she couldn't charge in recklessly. She'd have to rely on her little helpers. If only my magic cube space would upgrade and let me share their vision, Jing Shu thought. That would be the perfect ability. The bees buzzed out. In the chaos, no one noticed. Her phone showed shaky, unstable footage. Visibility was low, but if the bees got close enough, she could see. She sent out 6 bees in different directions, needing to find her parents and make sure they were safe. She was desperate to know what had happened after the gunshots. Were her parents okay? What was the situation now? Just then, a dozen flaming bottles flew into the courtyard. Even Jing Shu's reflexes weren't fast enough to stop them. They came from all directions. A big courtyard was a double-edged sword. The attackers just had to lob the bottles from the gate, and they'd fly far inside, causing massive damage. So much for "no one will get hurt." The robbers had only said that to keep people calm, then used this surprise attack to catch everyone off guard and make sure no one dared resist. It was insurance. What if someone fought back? People packed into the courtyard screamed in agony as some were hit by fire. The flames spread quickly. Outside, the attackers shouted and charged in, now exposed to the cameras. "Let's go, brothers. Find the food first, then everything else. Anyone who can throw a wedding like this must have a ton of supplies." Ho, ho, ho. They wanted to use the chaos inside to buy themselves time. Humanity meant nothing to them. Jing Shu knew these must be the wanted criminals who'd survived this long. Jing Shu gave a cold order. Unleash the poisonous bees, no matter the cost. There were 8 attackers. Take them all down within seconds. The scene became even more chaotic. In the blinding smoke, people burned by the oil screamed and scrambled for safety, turning the courtyard into utter chaos. The fire kept spreading, and some people tried to escape through the gate, only to run straight into the attackers who started hacking at them with sticks and knives without hesitation. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Jing Shu's bees stung just in time, allowing these people to brush past death. Jing Shu didn't know if her family had been trampled in the chaos, or what had happened to the newlyweds. She couldn't worry about that now. She only instinctively remembered that Grandma Jing and Aunt were all in the kitchen, so they should be fine, and her parents were outside just avoiding the most dangerous firebombs. All Jing Shu could do was quickly deal with the robbers on her side. Soon, the 8 people who had come in to rob them started screaming in agony. The venom from the 5-step snake, combined with the poison from the nux vomica, made them feel something was terribly wrong as soon as they were bitten. One after another they screamed and soon collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Only then did Jing Shu step out from the darkness. She slit each person's throat to make sure they were dead, then walked toward the courtyard gate. There seemed to be more people there. Jing Shu stripped the so-called device from one of the dead men. After putting it on, she could vaguely see human shapes. It was probably a basic thermal imaging device. She also put on a bulletproof vest. At the gate, a few people were sorting through the gifts they'd received today, cursing as they did so, apparently dissatisfied. All right, at least we got a gun out of it, so it wasn't a total loss. Who'd have thought these people would have a gun? Good thing we were well prepared. They had a pickup truck, with a trailer behind it, presumably for loading supplies. On the other side, Jing Shu saw her mother, father, grandfather, Chaolian's father, and 2 brothers all lying on the ground in awkward positions. She didn't know if they were alive or dead. Jing Shu's anger was beyond words. She felt her head heat up, as if something was about to burst out of her body. Her bloodthirsty state surged up instantly. She didn't even bother sending bees or using a gun. She just pulled out a real spiked club from her space and charged forward. She felt that if she didn't vent this power, she would explode. Jing Shu's veins bulged. The double-edged sword of drinking spiritual spring water for so long was showing itself. She had gained strength, but when agitated, she easily lost control. Her eyes filled only with the urge to kill. Kill! 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 Was all that echoed in Jing Shu's mind. The people with the thermal imager sensed someone coming, but the speed was off. One of them shouted, "She's out already?" Jing Shu's cold voice came through. "They're probably staying in hell forever." "Who is it?" "Hurry, shoot her!" One of them reacted quickly, throwing a handful of powder, but Jing Shu only moved faster. She swung her spiked club, smashing a man to a pulp with a single blow, the impact echoing with a dull thud. Wearing a gas mask, Jing Shu was completely unafraid.
The others were terrified, screaming and firing wildly, but their screams were cut short as the next blow landed. Someone, seeing things go wrong, tried to run, but Jing Shu hurled her club, hitting the back of his head and making her third kill. Jing Shu's heart was pounding wildly. If she measured it, she'd be shocked. "Dad! Mom!" Jing Shu felt pain in several places on her body, but she couldn't care about that now. She turned to check on the people on the ground, and after feeling for breath, found that they were all fine, with no injuries. They must have been knocked out by the powder just now, and she finally relaxed. It seemed these people had used knockout powder as soon as they arrived. Jing Dad had managed to fire 2 shots before succumbing, which was how the robbers got the gun. As for why they didn't shoot Jing Mom's family, well, bullets were more valuable than guns these days, and since the people on the ground couldn't resist, they didn't bother. Their real goal was food. Jing Shu pulled a few bullets out of her own vest. The bullets hadn't penetrated, but the impact left her abdomen and chest badly bruised and very painful. She hadn't suffered this much since her rebirth. Jing Shu felt guilty. She hadn't expected this to happen, and it was her carelessness. In the apocalypse, over 90% of people with identities were tightly controlled by big data, but some had simply given up and turned to banditry. "Good thing I wore a bulletproof vest and gas mask," Jing Shu grimaced in pain, gradually regaining her senses. She quickly grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted that everything was fine, and those who'd been burned should come out and let the rain wash over them. The robbery happened and ended even faster, all in just a few minutes. The people inside were still terrified by the firebombs, never expecting the robbers to be subdued so quickly. "What happened?" "I heard it was Wei Chang's relative. She took down more than a dozen robbers by herself. Even old Xing's eyes nearly popped out. He said he'd never seen such brutal methods. She smashed their heads to pieces." "Really? We should be grateful for someone so fierce, or we'd all be done for." "Yeah, old Xing said you can take the bodies to the police station for a reward. At least 30 virtual coins per head." "Not bad at all." Uncle led the old police officer out to restore order, put out fires, evacuate the crowd, and tally casualties. Fortunately, only 3 or 4 people were seriously burned, but they'd already applied the ointment Jing Shu brought. The rest had only minor burns. Those who'd been frightened needed time to recover. It was chaos again. Grandma Jing came out crying, and when she saw her family was safe, she cried even harder. "Those damn bastards, thank heaven for protecting us." The unconscious were carried inside, given water to speed up excretion and metabolism, and Jing Shu gave them some diluted spiritual spring water. Uncle was a thoughtful man. He immediately said they'd return the gifts on the list as compensation and treat everyone to a free meal to witness the happy couple's wedding. Everyone said it would be awkward to take back gifts, so Uncle said they'd add 2 meat dishes to each table. Originally, there was only 1 dish of salt and pepper pork, but now each table would also get braised ribs and dongpo pork. Anything left could be taken home. These days, meat was 3 times the price of grain. Those who were injured would get free medicine until they recovered. With that, the mood, which had been soured by the robbery, improved a lot, and people looked at Wei Chang with new respect. Jing Shu, meanwhile, went back to her room to practice her Rubik's Cube. She didn't know why, but after every intense situation like this, she always felt she improved much faster at the cube, with a sense of clarity. She vaguely felt she was on the verge of a breakthrough. It was like there was a thin layer of paper. No matter how she poked at it, she just couldn't break through. It seemed that the traditional belief that upgrading her Rubik's Cube space could only be achieved through practice wasn't necessarily true. If she had a stroke of luck, it could also accelerate the process. But did bloodlust and killing count? Jing Shu didn't know yet. She'd have to find out. If it really worked, her Rubik's Cube space could reach the 7th or 8th level in a short time. Her strength would then increase by a large margin. Her dream was that one day she could casually store RVs and such in her Rubik's Cube space. The more land she had, the more vegetables she could grow. The larger the space, the more poultry she could raise instead of having to carefully ration every few cubic meters as she did now. Maybe one day, when her Rubik's Cube space completely overlapped with reality, she could hide inside it to take refuge,
and she would no longer fear the end of the world or any unexpected events. But before that, she had to stay alert and be ready for anything. In short, this time Jing Shu's control over her Rubik's Cube space had reached a new level, making her feel she could break through at any moment. She was just a step away. She was clearly at a bottleneck now. Aside from the robbery, Wei Zheng's wedding was actually quite successful. The guests, though a bit frightened and some slightly injured, were very satisfied with the food. Originally, there were only 2 cold dishes, 3 hot dishes, and 1 meat dish. But after adding 2 more meat dishes, the whole table felt much more luxurious. Some people were even reluctant to eat the meat. So they divided it up, piece by piece, and when they left, almost everyone carried a bag full of food. In the apocalypse, this pork was worth more than the gifts they'd brought. After everyone left, the 3 aunts started cleaning up the mess, and Uncle took the bodies to claim 330 virtual coins, which he handed over to Jing Shu, since all the spoils rightfully belonged to her. When people found out, not just outsiders, even Aunt and Wei Zheng were stunned, their jaws nearly dropping. Chao Lian's mother swallowed hard, thinking, "Thank goodness I didn't mess with her." Jing Shu was very pleased with Uncle's tact. "They came to rob you, so let this make up for your losses." Aunt's family had suffered the most, but Uncle absolutely refused. "All right then. All the spoils today, including the pickup truck and the virtual coins, go to Aunt Az's startup capital for the factory. It's for everyone. Just give me the medicine and the smoke bombs." "Oh, thank you so much, Jing Shu." There was quite a haul. A pickup truck, several basic thermal imagers, machetes and clubs, knockout powder that worked quickly. Jing Shu kept some just in case. And 11 smoke bombs. Today really showed the value of smoke bombs. The other side had only 11 people, but dared to rob them. Once the smoke bombs went off, no one dared to act rashly without weapons, since you couldn't tell friend from foe. Then, if you threw in some firebombs to create chaos, it was actually pretty effective. If those 11 had only come with machetes, Jing Dad could have driven them off with a few shots. Aunt's family also learned a lesson. In the apocalypse, food was so precious, yet they'd made a big show of the wedding, slaughtered a pig, and cooked for dozens of people. No wonder they attracted envy, especially since they didn't have a house full of servants and bodyguards like the Suma family. Didn't they see that even Jing Shu hired 4 security guards at the villa entrance whenever she went out? If it hadn't been for Jing Shu, losing some food would have been the least of their worries. What if someone had gotten seriously hurt? Luckily, Chao Lian's mother had hidden Chao Lian in the house when things went down, so nothing happened. Otherwise, a happy occasion could have turned into a tragedy. Jing Shu had originally planned to leave on the afternoon of the first day of the new year, but that didn't happen. The knockout powder was strong, and it took a lot of water to flush it out of everyone's system. That night, the whole family held a serious meeting to learn from this incident. If you have food, you must also have strength. Grandpa Jing even taught Wei Zheng how to make traps. On the morning of the second day of the new year, the red threadworm feed factory that Jing Shu invested in officially opened. The factory was located at the foot of the mountain in Wu County, among rows of simple prefab houses, right where all the refugees of Wu County lived. It was also next to the government canteen. Early in the morning, Aunt put up a big notice in front of the factory: 1 virtual coin for 200 jin of red threadworms, no limit. This notice excited many passers-by who gathered to discuss it. The Wu County government could only process a limited amount each day, about 12 tons. So those who queued late got nothing and had to wait for the next day, creating a vicious cycle. These refugees were poor, so they could only live on welfare. Now things were better. Each family could catch at least 300 jin a day, which could be exchanged for 1 or 2 virtual coins. That meant they could have a bowl of porridge every day. With porridge to eat, who would want to eat mushrooms full of insect eggs? Aunt personally oversaw the collection of red threadworms to prevent cheating, while others handled the various steps of production, each with clear responsibilities. As soon as the factory opened, many people brought in the red threadworms they'd caught over the past few days, and the other workers quickly started making feed. The whole place was bustling with activity. Jing Shu nodded in satisfaction. This was one way she could contribute to the apocalypse, at least by storing some food. Second uncle was a real businessman. Big sis, I've collected red threadworms from elsewhere and brought them to you. Can you give me 180 jin per virtual coin? Wu County is so small you'll only get a dozen more tons a day at most, which isn't enough for your needs. Aunt Jingpan thought about it and agreed. Wu County was small, and there might not be enough red threadworms. She nodded. All right, but if I find any stones or fakes mixed in, there won't be a second deal. A ton of red threadworms only made about half a ton of feed, but it could be sold for at least 10 times the price. Jing Shu didn't want to profit too much, but she couldn't break the rules of the game. By the way, the factory could produce more than a dozen tons of feed a day, but storage was a big problem. With the rainy season, if it wasn't stored properly, it would mold. So Jing Shu set her sights on the government's warehouses. She wanted to pay some rent to store a large amount of feed. Not only could her own space not hold it all, but even if it could, it would be suspicious. The government had secret storage facilities with complete equipment, but she didn't seem to know anyone in charge. Minister Niu Mu was in charge of the agriculture department. Maybe he had something to do with supplies? Or maybe she could ask Joe Boppy, who probably had some authority over medicinal supplies. Just as she was thinking about this, Jing Shu didn't expect the problem to be solved that very afternoon. After a night's rest, Jing Shu's parents, who had been drugged, felt much better. Once they saw the factory was officially up and running, the whole family packed up, got into their energy car and shark submarine, and left Aunt's house in Wu County. This new year, Jing Shu's relatives truly got a first-hand look at her family's resources in the apocalypse. Clothing. Every day they wore 2 sets of clean, dry clothes, something impossible for most families without a dryer. Food. 3 standard meals a day with milk and eggs for breakfast, which shocked everyone. In the apocalypse, almost no family dared to eat like this. Every meal was generous with plenty of dishes, and most impressive was how much Jing Shu could eat. She never left leftovers. There always seemed to be endless food, making even second aunt's family want to cozy up to them. Nowadays, most families only ate 2 meals a day. Those who could manage 3 were rare. Even being able to eat a bowl of porridge a day was considered middle class. Shelter. They brought their own luxury tents, moisture-proof mats, down quilts, and so on. In the apocalypse, you couldn't buy these things anywhere. Cotton was locked down, so these supplies were hard to come by. They even brought their own fuel to heat the Kong bed stove, showing their high standards for living and their intolerance for even a hint of mustiness or odor. Some might call it picky. Transportation. In this world, having 1 working vehicle was already impressive, but Jing Shu's family had 2. No one knew what was inside, but it seemed like they had an endless supply of food and supplies, even guns, crossbows, and a super-heavy spiked club that Jing Shu wielded as if it were a toy. Her strength was terrifying. Bringing so much stuff on the road was like moving house. It was clear that Jing Shu's family was living even better than before the apocalypse. Most importantly, there was Jing Shu's terrifying combat ability. Anyone who thought her family was an easy target was dead wrong. They were like a rampaging dinosaur, not to be messed with. On the second day of the new year, while the whole country was enjoying buffet-style meals, Jing Shu's family took the leftover food from Aunt's house, dropped off Grandma Jing and third Aunt Wu Yui at the villa, and then headed to her eldest uncle's home in the old West Mountain district of Wucheng. Compared to last year, the conditions at her uncle's place had gotten much worse. The old district's drainage was poor, and with constant heavy rain, water levels had risen above the knees, even after daily efforts to manage and divert the water. Garbage floated on the water's surface, surrounded by swarms of red threadworms. Some places didn't even have toilets, so people just threw their waste out the window or relieved themselves wherever they pleased. If you weren't careful, you could get splashed with filth. Now, people only drank rainwater. No one dared drink from the ground since it was basically urine. Do you know why French perfume is so famous? Because 1,000 years ago, France didn't have flush toilets and everyone just dumped their waste anywhere, making the whole city stink. High heels were invented to avoid stepping in filth. Now, the old West Mountain district was just like France 1,000 years ago. The nobility invented perfume, and Jing Shu used lemons as a substitute. With waste soaking in the water, bacteria and bugs thrived. The old city was packed with people, making survival conditions extremely harsh. The air was thick with stench, and Jing Shu was nearly overwhelmed. No matter how many lifetimes, she could never get used to such smells. She hung a lemon in front of her nose and felt a bit better. Jingdad had to drive slowly to avoid stalling. If she'd known West Mountain was this bad, Jing Shu would have taken the shark submarine and squeezed in with her parents. The family finally made it to her uncle's house. Just like last year's Lantern Festival, they brought what looked like ordinary food. But unlike last year, when everyone just sat on the sofa, this time her aunt, her cousin, and the whole family stood up to greet them at the door, a much warmer welcome. Wang Gang was the first to invite them in. "Little sister, brother-in-law, come in, come in." It's true what they say. When you're poor in the city, no one cares. When you're rich in the mountains, distant relatives come calling. Yeah, it's really hard to get around here now. You must be tired. Come have some hot chicken soup. My brother paid a high price for half a chicken," Aunt said warmly, inviting them to sit on the sofa. Jing Shu looked around her uncle's house after a year. Compared to last year, it was clear they'd tidied up, and the sofa wasn't as greasy, though there was no water to clean it. But this year, the sofa reeked of a strong, fishy odor, and there were moldy insect eggs on it. Large patches of wall plaster had fallen off, and mold covered much of the walls. Jing Shu's sharp eyes could even see larvae crawling around. This was what Jing Shu meant when she said that in the second year of the apocalypse, red threadworms would sometimes fall from the ceiling, and people would just pop them in their mouths as snacks. For now, it was just red threadworms. In another 2 months, all sorts of moldy mushrooms would grow, which would then breed all kinds of bugs. Sleeping would be impossible with people getting bitten awake at night. Jing Shu would rather be mistaken for having a strange fetish by salespeople than not buy several boxes of medicated oil, just in case. As she was thinking this, 2 red threadworms fell onto Jing Shu's head. She quickly dodged and put on a full raincoat. Aunt apologized. "Oh, I forgot to clean off the red threadworms above. Jing Shu, just bear with it and keep your raincoat on." Wang Fang was still thinking about raising more worms to exchange for virtual coins. Aunt's older brother, Wang Gang, laughed. "Jing Shu's just a bit timid. She'll probably want to eat under an oilcloth, or the worms will fall into her food." Just a simple action from her drew everyone's attention and concern. Aunt Wang Fang thought, "It's just a few worms." She herself sometimes ate mushrooms with insect eggs. But then she remembered how precious things were in Jing Shu's family. There wasn't a single red threadworm in their house, so she let it go. After all, they were rich and had food. Just look at the food they brought this year. She was speechless. Wang Kankan sat quietly to the side. Last year, she and Su Meimei's daughter, Zhang Hanhan, sat together, watching Zhang Hanhan pick on Jing Shu. But this year, Zhang Hanhan was rumored to be living miserably, while Jing Shu's life was only getting better. There were 10 dishes and a soup, a very generous spread. The soup was made from a quarter of the chicken Wang Gang had bought, another quarter was stir-fried, and the remaining 9 dishes were brought by Jing Shu's family. This year, at the table, Aunt no longer bragged about Wang Can being a 26-year-old civil servant. Instead, she kept finding new ways to praise Jing Shu, making Jing Mom very happy. Even though her sister-in-law had her faults, she sure knew how to speak the truth. After the meal, Wang Gang talked about the origin of the half-chicken. It was from a batch slaughtered last year and distributed for the new year. He also mentioned how much material was stored in Wu Cheng's big warehouse and how much was used for the holiday. "Uncle, I have a large batch of feed I'd like to store in the government's main warehouse. Do you have any connections?" Wang Gang brought up the chicken mainly to show off his connections and abilities, like how he could still get chicken meat. Now that the government's livestock farms were ramping up chicken and duck breeding, who else could eat chicken? It was a way to highlight his status and power in the apocalypse. But to his surprise, Jing Shu's family didn't pick up on his hint at all. Instead, the little girl asked him about warehouse storage. The reserve warehouse was a major national project built before the apocalypse, with all kinds of security systems. It stores all of Wu Cheng's rations and isn't usually open to the public, but Wang Gong smiled, then changed the subject. Jing Shu, what kind of feed do you have? It's the apocalypse. Where did you get so much feed? How many tons are we talking about? Jing Shu understood. I just opened a red threadworm feed factory. There'll be a few hundred tons of finished product soon. Everyone at the table was shocked. Uncle Su Yiyang was worried. What's the use of so many red threadworms? Right now they're the least valuable thing around. That's the difference between family and outsiders. Her uncle's first thought was to worry Jing Shu might lose out. Wang Gong shook his head. Not necessarily. The higher-ups have ordered Wu Cheng to stockpile millions of tons of red threadworm cakes this year to prepare for the next 3 years of disaster. Your feed has no market value for now, since red threadworms are everywhere. Only when they disappear and there's no replacement will it be worth something. Aunt Wang Fang gestured animatedly, waving her hands. Oh, you guys shouldn't bother with red threadworms. My friends in research say you can never finish eating them. Even if the Chinese eat most of them, you can still raise your own. As long as there's water, they breed like crazy. Thousands in a batch, ready in days, even easier than mushrooms. And now the price in Wu Cheng has dropped again, down to 220 jin per virtual coin. Red threadworms really did breed like crazy, and even their eggs could survive boiling water, so there was still no way to mass cultivate them. But they had their weaknesses. In another half a year, though, the zombie deer and zombie cow virus from Australia would spread worldwide. By then, red threadworms would be inedible. Anyone who ate them would get zombie disease, their bodies rotting away, turning into necrotic flesh. Even poultry that ate red threadworms would get infected, leading to new invasive species. The disease itself wasn't the scariest part. It was how fast and easily it spread. Rain and red threadworms were the main reasons it would go global. Jing Shu just smiled and said nothing. Some things didn't need to be explained. Wang Gong asked seriously, Actually, Jing Shu, I think you have a good business mind. Your idea isn't worth much now, but in half a year or a year, who knows? If there's a famine, your feed could be worth 10 times as much. Have you thought about opening another red threadworm feed factory? Jing Shu was surprised. I barely have time to manage this one. I have to collect red threadworms by the hundreds of jin and hire workers. It's a hassle. And storage is hard, too. If it spoils, it's worthless. Wang Gong said, To be honest, my friend who manages the reserve warehouse hired people to raise a huge batch of red threadworms at first, plus all the ones they caught. They had dozens or even hundreds of tons a day and made a lot of money at first, but now red threadworms are worthless. So he asked me to get the government to buy them. You know, we mostly buy from the public to give them benefits, but there's so much supply that the price has dropped. If you open another factory and can take in all these red threadworms every day, I can handle the storage for you. You can store as much as you want, for as long as you want. I'll even get you a private warehouse. A private warehouse? Jing Shu was interested. Wouldn't that mean she could store as much as she wanted? The National Reserve warehouses were huge. I could open another factory, but I definitely don't have time to manage it. If Uncle and Aunt want to invest, or if I pay you a salary to manage it while I just act as a hands-off boss, that works for me. Jing Shu thought it was a good idea to stockpile more red threadworm feed in the apocalypse. Why? Because rice and flour were too conspicuous. If she went out and everyone said, Jing Shu has tens of thousands of tons of grain, she's a walking granary, she'd have enough assassins after her to circle the globe. But if she was just a red threadworm feed boss, well, it sounded a bit low class, but at least it wouldn't attract attention. Even if she had food, RVs, and so on, it wouldn't seem out of place. After all, the feed she'd sold could circle the earth twice, and she had the backing of the Pharmacists Association. Aunt didn't say anything. This sounded like a losing proposition. Uncle Su Yiyang said, Jing Shu, we're family. Do you think this business is worth doing? Jing Shu nodded. We won't be able to farm for the next few years, so there'll be no grain.
If the red threadworms stick around, that's fine, but if it's like last year, 1 year of drought, 1 year of floods, and then a year of ice and snow. Without sunlight, temperatures will drop so low that there'll be no grain or red threadworms. Besides, the reserve warehouse can store things for 1, 2, even 3 years. No one can guarantee 3 years of peace. Yeah, what if it snows? All right, let's do it. We'll invest, just as you said. Aunt wanted to object, but didn't dare, since her brother was glaring at her. Wang Gang smiled again. Let me invest too. I really believe in this project. Jing Shu's parents didn't object to her opening another factory. She was grown up and independent after all. In the end, the family agreed. Jing Shu would provide fuel and 10,000 virtual coins, holding 70% of the shares. Wang Gang would provide the site, equipment, all labor costs and meals, holding 15%. Uncle and aunt would manage and handle all other matters, plus 1,000 virtual coins for a combined 15%. This factory would be bigger and more professional than the one in Wu County, with more employees, so Wang Gang's share was reasonable. Food was expensive, and feeding so many people was costly. As for the 1,000 virtual coins from Uncle's family, they were borrowing from Wang Gang. They were basically living paycheck to paycheck, especially with their precious son Su Long eating rice every day. So the feed storage issue was settled, and the price for red threadworms would be 10% below market, a wholesale rate. Much easier than collecting them every day. Even Jing Shu hadn't expected that just looking for a warehouse would lead to opening another big factory. It was like a girl going shopping for shoes and coming home with a whole pile of stuff. As for the 10,000 virtual coins, Jing Shu didn't actually have them. She'd emptied her pockets. But then she noticed something new happening with the leeches and blood mushrooms in her Rubik's cube space. Let alone 10,000, Jing Shu didn't even have a few hundred virtual coins left. Her entire stash had gone into the last factory, and even that was scraped together from all sorts of bounties she picked up with the salvage teams. Money really doesn't last, no matter the era. Jing Shu's spendthrift ways were astonishing. When she was broke, she pinched every penny. But when she had money, she bought everything, never able to save a cent. Still, Jing Shu dared to offer 10,000 virtual coins this time because she had a backup plan. She'd originally dug up 6 blood mushrooms, 1 given to Grandpa Yang Yang, 2 used for soup, 1 fed to the fainted Grandma Jing, and then she'd dug up 12 more. Now, Jing Shu had 14 whole blood mushrooms and 3 with only the roots left. After a few days of cultivation, Jing Shu was delighted to find that one of the 3 root-only blood mushrooms had sprouted a tiny new mushroom. At this rate, it would be fully grown in a week. Mushroom propagation is different from ordinary grafting. They reproduce by spore separation and sterile cultivation. But Jing Shu's method had succeeded, which was incredible, though it probably had a lot to do with the environment and the leeches. The small blood mushrooms from before were also growing bigger, proving that Jing Shu's mixed cultivation method was working. Leaving out the smallest and largest, she decided to take 10 blood mushrooms to Sumali for auction. With something this valuable, Sumali was the only one she trusted. At least that rich lady wouldn't try to pocket them for herself. After discussing and signing the contract at her uncle's house, the whole family got busy with their own tasks. Wang Gang first took Jing Shu to the reserve warehouse, which was deep in the mountains, like an air raid shelter, very well hidden, with more than one entrance. Jing Shu noticed that one side looked like it housed the military, and the entrance Wang Gang brought her to must have been a different one. There were soldiers guarding the mountain before they even went up. Both Wang Gang and Jing Shu had to scan their IDs to get in. Jing Shu guessed Wang Gang had the authority to bring people in. It was Jing Shu's first time at a local reserve warehouse. Just looking at the thick lead doors, she could tell it was a massive project. She also met the head of the Kofco management, Liu Dabo, a calm, scholarly man in his 40s with glasses. This reserve warehouse was secretly built to national standards. It can withstand a direct hit from a 500-pound bomb, the shockwave of a 600,000-ton hydrogen bomb, and even an 8-magnitude earthquake. They even secretly made nuclear weapons here once. It used to be a military stronghold. If a catastrophic disaster strikes, the government can bring hundreds of thousands of Chinese people here for emergency shelter.
All the lead doors can be sealed in a second, creating an absolutely safe space. It's not just a warehouse, it's the legacy of our ancestors, Liu Dabo explained, and Jing Shu was awed by the scale of the project, feeling proud to be Chinese. In her previous life, she never got to take shelter here, but in this life, she was lucky enough to see its strength, which was already a blessing. These warehouses are all unused. Let me show you around. In the dim cave, Jing Shu saw the heavy warehouses made of special materials, nothing like the leaky stone eco-parks. Not a drop of water or a single bug was inside. Clearly, a fortune had been spent building this place. Liu Dabo took Jing Shu to her private warehouse, which had both a key and a fingerprint lock, just as he'd promised. The space was huge, dry, and cool, perfect for a cold storage. This year it would be wise to add some lime desiccant, just in case. "This is great," Jing Shu said. She felt very secure. Her food was stored with the nations. How could it not be safe? And with a private, double-locked room, she could rest easy. Unless Liu Dabo himself turned traitor. Of course, she'd still need to be cautious. Red threadworms might be worthless now, but in a year, they'd be priceless. Besides, compared to building her own warehouse or using a leaky, moldy one, this was by far the most worry-free option. Liu Dabo's only requirement was that she help him get rid of the red threadworms he collected every day. As for this forcing money on her behavior, well, Jing Shu would just have to accept it. In her previous life, she only wished for a daily bowl of rice, never caring about virtual coins. But in this life, she realized how quickly virtual coins disappeared, so she'd better get more to trade for other things. She registered her fingerprint for the private warehouse, settled things with Liu Dabo, and Wang Gong said the factory could be up and running in 2 days. Jing Shu just needed to deliver the first batch of red threadworm virtual coins and fuel within 3 days. With everything settled, Jing Shu returned from the remote mountains to the villa, then immediately hurried to Sumali's house. By the way, the 4 security guards Jing Shu hired were back on duty, and she greeted them on her way to Sumali's. Sumali blinked her big eyes. "Jing Shu, I heard you have 10 blood mushrooms for auction?" At the same time, 3 others stood beside her, all looking at Jing Shu with eager eyes. See how classy Sumali was? Selling by the stalk, just like Lingji mushrooms. Jing Shu recognized most of them. Chen Nan, who modified her car, Ayu, a government official who helped with auctions, and others. Jing Shu raised her eyebrows and nodded. Were they just hanging out together with nothing to do? "Jing Shu, do you need virtual coins? Just name your price. I'll buy all your blood mushrooms at a premium, higher than auction. You're my lucky star. I was just thinking I needed a batch of blood mushrooms. My dad's health has been bad and he needs a tonic." "How about this, Jing Shu? I'll give you 20,000, 5,000 more than the auction price. If that's not enough..." Sumali saw Jing Shu wasn't saying anything and hurried to add. That's enough," Jing Shu said, a bit exasperated. She wasn't the type to take advantage. Just a fair price was fine. Chen Nan watched eagerly as Jing Shu handed over 10 blood mushrooms to Sumali and finally couldn't help but say, "Mary, you have to make it up to me. I've had it rough lately, got totally screwed over by that Chu Zhuohua." Jing Shu. "Wait, isn't that Wu Yuai's mentor? What's going on?" "Wait, you got screwed over by Chu Zhuohua? What happened?" Jing Shu quickly asked. Chen Nan looked embarrassed. "It's nothing to do with you. I covered all the materials for your RV, but Chu Zhuohua also modified a vehicle and used up all my space aluminum alloy and memory metal, and it still wasn't enough. The worst part is, I couldn't even tell what kind of vehicle he was modifying." Jing Shu. "So what did he end up modifying?" Jing Shu asked, feeling a headache coming on. When it came to Chu Zhuohua, she'd had the same idea as Chen Nan at the time. She'd wanted to make up for the materials Chen Nan lost modifying her RV. So she told Chen Nan she'd pay another 800 virtual coins to cover the cost of Chu Zhuohua's vehicle as well, and Chen Nan agreed. But she hadn't expected Chu Zhuohua to use up all of Chen Nan's precious materials. Jing Shu knew that with memory metal and aluminum alloy, even if the structure got deformed in a crash, You could just pour boiling water on it and it would return to its original shape. He turned it into a house, Jing Shu. Ne? Chen Nan was full of regret. It's probably like a trailer RV, but he also used my only most expensive collectible all-terrain tires. That thing is a total monster. You'll see when you go look at it. So what exactly did he build? And was her own RV finished or not? Jing Shu felt too embarrassed to stay any longer. She'd already caused Chen Nan trouble twice. Feeling guilty, she left a blood mushroom behind and hurried back to the villa, deciding to check things out herself tomorrow. It's still most comfortable at home. Jing Shu took off her raincoat, changed into loungewear, lay on the living room sofa, made herself a fruit salad, and watched the surveillance footage of Lin Yi from the past few days. In 3 days, Lin Yi had only gone out twice, once returning with a bag of medicine. Nothing unusual. Fat Chicken flapped over and lay obediently at Jing Shu's feet waiting for scraps. But Fat Chicken was destined to be disappointed. After 3 days away, the villa was a bit damp. Jing Dad replaced the desiccant in the yard. Grandma Jing fired up the boiler for the underfloor heating. Jing Mom used a heater to dry out every corner, and Aunt went around wiping everything down. Grandpa Jing was in charge of cleaning the chicken and pig pens. The chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and sheep that had been fed spiritual spring water were thriving. The troughs were spotless, and in just a few days, a lot of manure had piled up. Grandpa Jing couldn't bear to throw it away. He'd found Wang Qi and rented a small plot for 4 virtual coins a month, built a shed, and set up racks to dry the manure for fertilizer. In the apocalypse, there was no chemical fertilizer, so if they wanted to keep growing crops next year, they needed good manure. Because of the rainy weather, Grandpa Jing had even made a hand-cranked blower to dry the manure. The smell was indescribably pungent. Jing Shu had spiritual spring water, but she let Grandpa Jing do as he pleased. After all, he was doing it for the family's vegetables, and it gave them a good excuse. Look, our vegetables and fruit grow so well because we use great fertilizer. By the way, the feed for the chickens, ducks, and pigs at Jing Shu's house, besides what she'd stockpiled before the apocalypse, was mostly homemade by Grandma and Grandpa Jing. For better nutrition, they mixed red threadworms, vegetable leaves, and roots and feed together. Even so, the huge amount of feed Jing Shu had bought before the apocalypse was now only half left. If she didn't want to rely solely on red threadworms in the future, she'd have to come up with other solutions. Of course, the poultry in Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space didn't have to worry. The vegetables grown in the space were enough to feed them, and any surplus was used to feed the villa's animals. That night, while taking a walk, Jing Shu collected the red threadworms from the 4 shipping containers at home and put them into her space to feed the leeches. Some leeches were in the villa's yard, the rest in her space. She fed both groups. In the cramped 4 cubic meter Rubik's Cube space, a pile of blood mushroom roots was protected by the leeches in the center. When Jing Shu tossed in the red threadworms, it was like feeding starving fish. They leapt and scrambled for the worms. The red threadworms fought back desperately as if facing their natural enemy, but the leeches, strengthened by the spiritual spring, were fierce, and the worms were quickly devoured. Jing Shu was considering whether to raise a group of equally strong red threadworms to spar with the leeches. After all, in half a year, the red threadworms would be infected with a virus and wouldn't be suitable as feed or leech food. But if she wanted to keep producing blood mushrooms, she'd always need fresh red threadworms. I'll just wait for the Rubik's Cube space to upgrade. There's really not enough room now. I can't squeeze anything else in. Jing Shu sighed. The bigger the space, the more she wanted to do. But right now, it was just too small. Among the poultry Jing Shu raised, chickens, ducks, quail, rabbits, cows, sheep, pigs, feed was easy to manage. With the Rubik's Cube space, she could create a perfect biological cycle and be self-sufficient. Of course, Jing Shu had to put in enough time. She was always multitasking. Whenever her eyes drifted off, it meant she was tending to her Rubik's Cube space, either feeding or cleaning up inside. The bees could make honey year-round, the horned frogs ate bugs, and the leeches ate red threadworms. As for the 5-step snake, Jing Shu saw that the baby snakes had just finished their first molt, leaving shed skins all over the space. That meant they were ready to eat, and she'd have to feed another batch of grain-consuming animals. After thinking it over, she decided to feed them horned frogs. 5-step snakes mainly eat frogs, rodents, and insects. Before, Jing Shu had fed them red threadworms and spiritual spring water, but now, with so many baby snakes, they needed more nutritious food. Horned frogs number 6 and number 7 were about to lay eggs and had grown to several jin in weight. They reproduced quickly, so rather than waste them, she might as well fatten them up for the baby snakes. That way she'd complete another perfect cycle. Raising frogs didn't use up much feed, just red threadworms, and snakes that ate young frogs would grow better, making for better soup later. I really am a little genius, Jing Shu thought, feeding the newly molted baby snakes. In a few days, she could finally soak them in wine. Just thinking about it made her a little excited. After finishing all her chores as the family's poop scooper, Jing Shu harvested a batch of ripe crops from the fields and finally went to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, the whole family got busy with their own tasks. Jing Shu, familiar with the route, drove the shark submarine straight to Chen Nan's modification shop. Wucheng's sky was still pitch black. Jing Shu used her key to open the now somewhat run-down shop. In the empty workshop, the first thing she saw was her man RV, and behind it, attached to 2 giant wheels, was a small house. Jing Shu's mouth slowly dropped open as she saw the house lit up inside, DJ music blaring. "Chu Zhuohua, you've really outdone yourself," Jing Shu howled. Now she finally understood what Chu Zhuohua had built. He'd actually attached a trailer house to the back of her RV. Well, the idea was pretty good. Hearing Jing Shu's howl, Chu Zhuohua opened the RV door. He appeared with a messy beehive hairdo and dark circles under his eyes, a far cry from his usual handsome self. "Morning, Jing Shu. Come check out my masterpiece." Jing Shu saw the 2 wheels as tall as a house and finally understood what Chen Nan meant by the most expensive, largest, collectible AT all-terrain tires. The front of the vehicle was streamlined for better towing, while the body was built like a rectangular house, complete with windows and a chimney. The strangest part was that both sides of the house had wheels. It looked bizarre, to say the least. "Look, aren't these tires cool? They're modeled after the Maybach suspension system. No matter how bumpy it gets outside, you won't feel a thing inside. Come, I'll give you a tour." Jing Shu: "So you really plan to hitch this weird house to the back of my RV as a tag-along?" When she didn't know Chu Zhuohua well, she'd always thought he was a cold, bookish, eccentric rich guy. But after getting to know him, she realized that wasn't quite the case. "No, how could you call it a weird house? It has its own power system. Electric, though, so it only goes up to 40 km/h. Yeah, I do plan to hitch it to your RV, but how about I pay for half the fuel every time we travel for evacuation?" "Every time? What if—" Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. This guy probably didn't know she'd modified her RV mainly for the mass migration after year 5. "Of course, every time. How could I take advantage of you?" Chu Zhuohua's glasses flashed with a strange light. He'd love to be on the road with the RV every day, never stopping. They say proximity breeds opportunity. Maybe it's true. Jing Shu squinted at him. She almost felt bad for taking advantage of Chu Zhuohua, since all the RV modifications depended on her. Plus, Chu Zhuohua was probably a Virgo. He pursued perfection in everything and couldn't tolerate flaws. With her RV in his hands, his OCD would force him to make it perfect. Just as Jing Shu was hesitating, Chu Zhuohua held out a packet of seeds. "I heard from Wu Yui that you're collecting all sorts of rare seeds, anything and everything." "What kind of seeds?" After her rebirth, Jing Shu had gone to wholesale markets and bought almost every kind of grain, fruit, and some medicinal seeds she could find. Her collection of grain seeds was especially complete, over 100 varieties of each type. She could proudly say she had over 100 types of corn seeds alone, filling a whole cubic meter. So if the seeds weren't useful, she wasn't interested. But if they were useful plants or flowers, she'd take them. "Tobacco seeds." Jing Shu's eyes lit up. "Tobacco?" She didn't have that yet. She'd been thinking about planting new species once her Rubik's Cube space upgraded. Right now, the fields were perfectly divided among fruits, vegetables, and medicinal herbs. If she upgraded, she could plant other types. As for grains, she'd wait a couple more years. She still had plenty of rice and flour, and next year she could plant soybeans and peanuts for oil. Yes, 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 Jing Shu was already planning. Once her space upgraded and she had more fields, she'd plant a batch of tobacco and cotton. She'd also decided to make tobacco the 6th medicinal plant for her vice president's promotion, just in case leeches didn't count as a planted herb. That's right. Jing Shu planned to grow tobacco at home, in her space, and at the Medicinal Herb Association. Not just so Grandpa and Dad could have something to smoke and avoid fighting, but also because tobacco is a medicinal herb. Tobacco is warm, sweet, and toxic. It has swelling-reducing, detoxifying, and insecticidal properties and is effective against the 4 pests: snails, mosquitoes, flies, rats, and other bugs. What's most common in the apocalypse? Bugs, especially biting ones. Jing Shu had already used up half her 2 boxes of medicated oil and didn't know how long it would last. If she could make her own insecticide, that would be great. In a couple of months, when bugs multiplied and red threadworms dwindled, tobacco's medicinal value would really shine. Jing Shu looked at Chu Zhuohua with growing appreciation. What did his family do anyway? How did he have all these rare and strange things? So, want a tour now? There's something about a man showing off his proudest creation. Chu Zhuohua was in his element. Inside this oddball RV, Jing Shu saw his wild imagination at work. He'd made it a loft, a 2-level studio apartment, squeezing a living room, bathroom with shower, kitchen, sofa, and bedroom into less than 13 square meters. The only downside was the low ceiling, 1.8 meters on the first floor, only 1.3 meters in the upstairs bedroom, which had a big waterbed that rocked when you sat on it. It looked fun, but who knew if you'd get seasick sleeping there? It was a bit claustrophobic. I like independent, compact spaces. They make me feel safe, Chu Zhuohua said. Jing Shu blinked. Wu Yui had said the same thing when she wanted a space capsule. After touring Chu Zhuohua's RV, Jing Shu was impressed. The materials were all top-notch, and as Chu Zhuohua said, no matter what happened outside, you wouldn't feel a thing inside. The design and decor were excellent. He'd basically built a car from scratch in just a few days. As for Jing Shu's own RV, it was the same as before the new year. Chu Zhuohua had spent all his time on his own project. Don't worry, I'll finish yours soon. If anything happens, I'll need to rely on you, Chu Zhuohua said, his enthusiasm for RV modification reignited, with plenty of new ideas. After leaving the shop, Jing Shu delivered a batch of charcoal to the factory Wang Gang had found and handed the virtual coins to her uncle. The factory was near West Mountain, a bit away from the old city. Her uncle and aunt hadn't given up their main jobs. Being community managers was busy but flexible, so they could take shifts managing the factory. No one knew what job Wang Gang had given her aunt, but she was suddenly full of energy, even more invested than her uncle. By the second day, all the staff had been hired, and the factory could officially open the next day. This management job was much easier than what Jing Shu's other aunt did. Just count the incoming red threadworms each day and process them. By the time all this was done, it was already afternoon. Jing Shu hurried to the Medicinal Herb Association to plant her tobacco. After all, the assessment was based on medicinal quality, so the sooner she planted, the sooner it would mature. Astragalus, honeysuckle, gastrodia, bodhi, leech, tobacco. Among them, honeysuckle and gastrodia had already reached medicinal quality. Leeches could be made into medicine at any time. Astragalus and tobacco would need 2 to 3 months, and bodhi 4 months. Jing Shu, of all days, why did you have to come today? Wang Danai said gloomily. You unlucky child, Jing Shu. Oh. Did I come at a bad time? But it's already afternoon. Could something important be happening today? After scanning her fingerprint, Jing Shu entered the Medicinal Herb Association. There seemed to be some event going on in the first-floor lobby, but she didn't pay much attention as she headed up to her own test plot on the 3rd floor. This time, she didn't eat or cause trouble. She just quietly planted her seeds and planned to leave, checking on her crops as she went. After all, as a member of the association, she had to care about these things and couldn't just be a hands-off boss. Wang Dunai nodded. Of all days, you had to come today, and at this exact time. What's going on? Jing Shu planted the prepared seeds in her plot, labeled them, and entered the information into the database. That way, once the tobacco sprouted and matured into medicinal quality, it would count as her achievement. Yesterday, our association was challenged by Tacheng. After 2 days of competition, we're about to lose. And now you show up at this exact moment, Wang Dunai sighed. Right now, they're looking everywhere for someone to take the fall. We were even thinking of calling you but didn't have your contact info, and now you've walked right in. Jing Shu was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected such a coincidence. A challenge? What kind of challenge? The Medicinal Herb Association can be challenged. Was this a joke? Tacheng is about to come under Wu Cheng's jurisdiction. No one wants to be the underling, so Tacheng came up with this idea. Sai, you'd better leave quickly, Wang Dunai urged, not wanting her to get dragged into the mess. Jing Shu finished planting her seeds and had no intention of staying. All right, I'll go then. Just as she was speaking, a crowd surged in from downstairs. Although the third-floor planting area was large, Jing Shu's private test plot was small, and soon it was packed. President Tai squeezed his plump figure through the crowd. Make way! Make way! What did I say? Our Wu Cheng Medicinal Herb Association's savior is here. As our star genius, how could you arrive before the grand finale? Those so-called Tacheng experts are nothing compared to Jing Shu. The surrounding chatter grew louder. People asked who she was, why President Tai praised her so highly. Those who knew the previous incident quickly exaggerated the story, how President Zhou had begged the medicinal family's genius to return, how she was always so high and mighty. Some even whispered that President Zhou had given her all sorts of perks just to have her as a figurehead. In an instant, Jing Shu was put on a pedestal. Jing Shu frowned. Clearly, she'd come at the worst possible time. She whispered to Wang Dunai, "Where's Zhou Bapi?" "Who?" "Ahem, President Zhou. Hasn't he come back yet?" "Not yet, you're on your own." President Tai's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his chubby hands, excited. "Come on, Jing Shu, our association's super genius. Whether we can save face depends on you." Jing Shu rolled her eyes. "Sorry, President Tai, I'm not the genius you say I am. I just came to pick something up and don't know what you're talking about. If even your president can't handle it, I certainly can't. Please let me through. I want to go home." The crowd's murmurs grew louder. "What's with her? Isn't she supposed to be amazing?" "Yeah, the association's on the line and she's just leaving?" President Tai's smile was sincere, but there was a hint of gritted teeth. "Jing Shu, you're a member of the association. Now that we're being trampled on, this is your chance to prove yourself. Downstairs, Tacheng is challenging us. If they win, the government will give them half our resources. If we win, they'll merge under us. If you, as a full member, refuse to help and we lose, you won't escape responsibility." Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. She hated being threatened. She sneered, "Huh, it's you all who got beaten. What's it got to do with me? If you want to assign blame, then everyone's responsible. We'll all take the fall together." She had no intention of competing. She was an amateur. If she really went up, wouldn't she just embarrass herself? President Tai was stunned for 2 seconds. He hadn't expected someone Jing Shu's age to face social pressure so calmly. He'd brought so many people to use public opinion and peer pressure, plus his own sweet talk, thinking she'd have to go on stage. But this girl was so calm and just refused. "We're doomed. We're definitely going to lose." That was all President Tai could think. But before losing, he had to find a scapegoat. That person had to be Jing Shu, or he couldn't bear the responsibility for the association losing half its resources. To be honest, President Tai himself had no solution, so he subconsciously believed they couldn't win. "Wait. Jing Shu, if you can solve one problem in the competition today, it'll count as your vice president's assessment. How about that? Maybe you'll solve your assessment problem right on stage, and then once your medicinal plants mature, you can be promoted directly, President Tai shouted. Who can't make empty promises? He could too. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. That actually sounded pretty convenient. So what kind of competition is it? Academic? Planting? Jing Shu asked. If it was academic, she'd give up immediately. She really didn't know much about medicinal plant theory. President Tai wiped the sweat from his brow. She'd taken the bait. These days, we have to keep up with the times. All the old theories and academics from before the apocalypse don't count. What matters is who can grow good medicinal herbs in the apocalypse. That's the core. Any method is fine. Because of the weather, temperature, and humidity, all sorts of problems have cropped up with the plants. So, the Tacheng team brought problems they encountered in their own planting. If you can save their medicinal plants, Wucheng gets a point. If they save ours, they get a point. Right now, the score is Tacheng 5, Wucheng 2. After hearing the rules, Jing Shu's lips curled up slightly. Wasn't this basically a custom-made upgrade quest for her? So, President Tai, if I solve one, it counts as my assessment? President Tai nodded 3 times. Absolutely, definitely. Beep. All right, I've got that on video. Let's go take a look. Jing Shu shook her phone and sent the video to Joe Bapi, confident that even if President Tai tried to go back on his word, he wouldn't be able to. President Tai smiled cheerfully, showing no sign of regret. Silly girl probably doesn't realize, even if she solves a few problems, if Wucheng still loses, there won't be a vice president position at all. The whole association might even be downsized. As for shifting the blame, President Tai already had his script ready. The real culprit was Joe Bapi's stubbornness, insisting on bringing in a clueless girl. The girl was arrogant, made big promises in public, and ended up losing miserably, not only disgracing Wucheng, but causing the association huge losses. A large group made their way from the 3rd floor to the 1st, which was now bustling with people, members from other branches of the association and the Tacheng challengers. Jing Shu hadn't noticed before, but now she saw that the test plot racks had been moved aside and a boxing ring had been set up in the middle, with various medicinal herbs on display and special machines for testing behind each one. President Tai led Jing Shu onto the stage and immediately announced, make way, our Wucheng genius is here. Tacheng, you're doomed, let the genius take the stage. Jing Shu. She could barely resist the urge to kick him off the stage. If it weren't for the convenience, she'd never have gotten involved in this mess. The already noisy hall grew even louder. Jing Shu was cursing inwardly. If she didn't pull this off, she'd lose all face. President Tai's plan was really something. Jing Shu finally stepped onto the spotlighted stage. An old man with a large black mole at the corner of his mouth squinted at her. This was Cheng Tingzi, the person in charge of the event. He figured President Tai had just found a scapegoat, and felt even more confident. Wucheng's genius, let me explain. You have 2 choices. First, you can state a solution, and if we all agree, that's fine. Second, you can manually treat the medicinal herbs and cure their problems, Cheng Tingzi said with a smile. Jing Shu turned her attention to the 3 remaining herbs. Great. She didn't recognize 2 of them. Only one looked familiar. What luck. Not that it mattered whether she recognized them or not. So, which will you tackle first? The delicate Tianqi, Panax noto ginseng, the dying Duchess Nea, mock strawberry, or the Paris polyphylla that won't sprout? Cheng Tingzi asked slowly. Jing Shu knew Tianqi. It was famous. But Paris polyphylla? Wasn't that a villain in a video game? Turns out it was a real medicinal herb. Jing Shu's eyes darted as she pulled up her pre-apocalypse phone files in her Rubik's Cube space, searching for info, and asked with a smile, Before we start, I want to confirm. This competition is about treating and solving problems with medicinal herbs, right? Cheng Tingzi nodded. So if you put out a plant that isn't actually a medicinal herb, trying to confuse us, does that mean we get a point? The crowd buzzed. Of course, that's fraud. Definitely counts, otherwise it's cheating. Suddenly, a man rushed over and pointed at Jing Shu, shouting, If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. There are only a few herbs here. Anyone can tell what they are. Are you saying everyone before you was blind and only you can tell? Cheng Tingzi frowned and waved the man off, then asked, "Which one are you saying isn't a medicinal herb?" "This one. This is clearly a Rosa Roxburghi fruit, not Duchesnea," mock strawberry. "Duchesnea is poisonous, with solid fruit you can't eat. Rosa Roxburghi is hollow and edible, see, even though it's wilted, you can still eat it." Jing Shu picked a fruit, popped it in her mouth, and chewed. She'd eaten Duchesnea as a kid, and the result was a stomach-churning ordeal. She'd never confused the two since. The crowd erupted. "Damn! No wonder nothing worked no matter what we tried. It wasn't Duchesnea at all." "They look exactly the same? Ta Cheng said it was, so we just went along with it." The old man glared at the trembling man in the corner, then personally checked the fruit, crushing it to reveal it was indeed hollow. "Idiot! I told you to bring tricky medicinal herbs, not to pad the numbers with fakes." Cheng Tingzi slammed the fruit down. Compared to Duchesnea, Rosa Roxburghi had no medicinal value, even if they looked identical. The man cowered in the corner, clearly guilty. "That point goes to Wu Cheng," the old man said, breathing heavily, the hair on his mole bristling. Jing Shu grinned and turned to President Tai. "Does that point count?" President Tai forced a polite but awkward smile. Yes. She seems pretty capable." Of course. President Tai's bragged about her for ages. She spotted it at a glance, must have real skills. President Tai's heart ached. Still, Jing Shu had won a round for Wu Cheng and restored some pride. Jing Shu moved to the second herb, the Paris polyphylla that wouldn't sprout, and frowned. Her research told her it was notoriously hard to grow, requiring special techniques and very specific soil and altitude. It had to be propagated by division, cutting the plant, disinfecting and replanting, with strict requirements for stem length and thickness, and wounds treated with ash. She'd never grown it herself. This was a problem Ta Cheng's experts had set, hoping Wu Cheng couldn't solve it. It was like a poison master mixing a 99-ingredient toxin and asking someone to find the antidote. Who could do that? Cheng Tingzi put away his condescension and smiled. "Little master, how would you solve this unsprouted Paris polyphylla? Will you describe the method, try it yourself, or review the previous solutions? If it won't sprout, it's as good as dead, useless as medicine." Jing Shu shook her head. Then she reached out and, crack, snapped the precious Paris polyphylla in half. The whole room gasped. Cheng Tingzi's jaw dropped. Oh my God, what was he seeing? Jing Shu casually stuck the two pieces into another patch of soil, secretly dabbed on some spiritual spring water, and said, "Done. It'll sprout within 2 days. By the way, don't try to imitate this lost technique. You won't be able to pull it off." Jing Shu's actions made it clear. This was her solution. Brutal, direct, and without any explanation. Everyone. Is she kidding? That's it? It was as if Jing Shu was saying, "No matter what the poison is, just take a sip of my universal antidote and you'll be cured." The hairs on the black mole at the corner of Cheng Tingzi's mouth seemed to tremble. He stared wide-eyed, speechless for a long time. "We're all academics here. We care about why a problem happens, how to solve it, and what the final answer is." No wonder the noisy room suddenly fell silent. Most people with real knowledge still cared about their reputation. It was like a really hard math problem. Everyone else filled pages of scratch paper and blackboards with solutions, givens, and therefores, but never got the answer. Then Jing Shu came up, glanced at it, and just wrote, 0. Everyone was dumbfounded. And the worst part was, it didn't even look like the answer should be 0. Surely it couldn't be as simple as snapping the plant and sticking it back in the dirt. President Tai was the first to react, laughing and giving Jing Shu a thumbs up. "Brilliant! Our Wu Cheng representative Jing Shu's move is just beautiful. Beautifully suited to being the perfect scapegoat, that is." Cheng Tingzi's lips twisted in frustration. He'd thought she was a bronze, then a king, then a bronze again. Was this what young people meant by wandering freely between king and bronze? In the end, Cheng Tingzi could only grit his teeth and say, "Let's wait and see if it sprouts." Next was the Panax no Togenseng, Tianqi. Jing Shu stared at it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Panax noto ginseng was always hard to grow, and its high price was for a reason. Even before the apocalypse, it was hard to keep alive, let alone now. It just looks malnourished and wilted, Jing Shu muttered, feeling she couldn't keep up the act much longer. So, little friend, how would you treat this Panax noto ginseng? It was grown with soil at pH 6, altitude above 1,000 meters, HCH less than 0.2 mg/kg, DDT less than 0.2 mg/kg. The plot disinfected with quicklime, simulated sunlight at 10% transmission, seeds soaked in 64-fold alum and 500-fold alcohol solution, no black spot or root rot, all pre-apocalypse techniques used perfectly. But it still doesn't meet medicinal standards. Chung Tingzi looked smug. In fact, they'd brought out Panax noto ginseng to impress the government. Look, even Ta Chung could grow it, so what couldn't they grow? The provincial association should be led by them. So this Panax noto ginseng wasn't sick, just not up to standard. If anyone could make it grow as well as before the apocalypse, they'd be a god. Listening to all the technical jargon, Jing Shu realized she didn't understand a thing. So what was wrong with this plant? After thinking for a while and coming up with nothing, Jing Shu silently took out her little spray bottle and gave the plant a thorough misting. Looks malnourished to me. I'll give it some of my special, rare plant nutrient solution. I'm sure it'll thrive and reach medicinal quality soon. Stop! Chung Tingzi rushed over to stop her, but Jing Shu was too quick. She'd already sprayed it a dozen times, soaking the whole plant. The old man trembled as he stroked the wilted Panax noto ginseng, tears in his eyes. You're just messing around. It's ruined. It's ruined. Don't you know you can't just spray random nutrients on it? We'll see in a couple of days, Jing Shu said. President Tai clenched his fist. Well done. He almost howled in delight. He'd never seen such a cooperative scapegoat. Now, with such a foolish move, the competition could end perfectly, even if the crowd was cursing up a storm. After all, there were few as unprofessional as Jing Shu. Most people here had real skills. President Tai hurried onto the stage to protect Jing Shu before the pot could blow up. All right, old Chung, let's end the match here. Our Wu Cheng genius says it'll work, so it'll work. We'll see results in 2 days. If it doesn't work, we'll gladly let Ta Cheng trample us. He praised Jing Shu to the skies and scolded everyone to have faith in the person President Zhou had brought in. She was from a medicinal family and knew many secret techniques. Everyone knows Jing Shu is a veteran medicinal plant grower. She must have secrets she can't share, so there's no need to explain the principles. Just know her methods work but aren't easy to replicate. President Tai was already dispersing the crowd. Wait. Just as Chung Tingzi was resigning himself to the death of his Panax noto ginseng, Jing Shu suddenly spoke up. If I win these 2 rounds, doesn't that make it 5-5, a tie? Shouldn't there be a tiebreaker? Chung Tingzi nodded. The problem is Wu Cheng has no more tricky medicinal herbs to bring out. We only have one left to solve. Jing Shu pulled a palm-sized potted plant from her pocket. My astragalus has a bug problem. It's simple. Just kill the bugs and bring the plant back to life. Everyone understood her meaning. President Tai looked gleeful. Jing Shu, don't just hand them a free point. If you do, they'll get 6 points. President Tai, if I don't give them a problem and we both have 5 points, isn't that a tie? You're awfully confident, President Tai finally couldn't help but say. Yeah, so arrogant. I've never seen anyone so cocky, already assuming she'll get both points. Although Chung Tingzi didn't think Jing Shu could get those 2 points, he still had his people come over to look at the astragalus and see how to solve it. To be fair, Chung Tingzi was very serious about his work. Aren't those just red threadworms? Yeah, they're red threadworms. That's easy to fix. Maybe it's a freebie. No way, they wouldn't give us such a simple problem. There must be a trick. Jing Shu handed over the astragalus. Take your time. In 2 days, when I've got those 2 points, you can still try to come up with a solution. But I think Wu Cheng is going to win for sure. How could they not win? The astragalus Jing Shu provided was indeed good astragalus, but the red threadworms on it were not ordinary. They were infected with the zombie deer virus. This was actually a method Jing Shu came up with after some thought. The spread of the zombie deer virus was truly terrifying, and she hoped to bring out this sample early so people could start thinking of solutions, maybe even find a way to deal with the red threadworm virus that would run rampant in half a year. In her previous life, when the virus began to spread, China only started looking for solutions then, while France had already begun research half a year earlier and thus had mature technology and solutions. Red threadworms were, at present, China's most abundant and unique food source. Compared to the grain-rich developed countries like the US, China was relying on red threadworms to survive. Jing Shu remembered that at the time, China tried to buy related vaccine technology from France, but France demanded a huge amount of grain in exchange. China refused and decided to develop its own technology. But by the time they succeeded, the rain had stopped, the red threadworms were gone, and the third year's massive earthquake left China with no time to catch its breath. Fortunately, China had started stockpiling insect cakes from the beginning, or famine would have started in the third year. Even with a mature vaccine, China couldn't mass-produce it. At best, they could preserve some red threadworm larvae, breed as many as possible, and store more food to reduce casualties. Jing Shu's abilities were limited, so maybe this was the only small way she could make a difference. Cheng Tingzi had no idea that what Jing Shu had given him was the greatest opportunity of his life. Whether he could seize it was up to him. As for the red threadworms infected with the zombie deer virus, Jing Shu had found them during her underwater search for blood mushrooms. She'd collected both the infected worms and the corpse, thinking they might be useful someday. She never expected they'd appear in China so early, giving people a head start on research. Seeing that the other side didn't care much and just casually put the astragalus in the display case, Jing Shu smiled and said nothing. In 2 days, they'd be begging for a solution to the zombie deer virus in red threadworms. She really enjoyed seeing those panicked, helpless looks. "Well, I'll head home now. See you in 2 days." With that, Jing Shu waved and left the association, leaving behind a legendary silhouette, though to others, she looked more like a fool. The association's arena was sealed off for the next 2 days, with both sides sending people to monitor it. The outcome seemed obvious, but the Tacheng team still carefully guarded the site. It was another sensational day at the association, but Jing Shu's mind was elsewhere. She knew she was just cheating when it came to medicinal plant cultivation. Without spiritual spring water and her Rubik's Cube space, she was nothing. Her goal in joining the association was simple: become vice president and secure her survival in the apocalypse. Jing Shu's life was getting busier. More than 2 months had passed in the second year of the apocalypse, and it was time to put all her plans into action. For example, with a year of abundant rain, she had to raise silkworms and give Grandma more to do so she wouldn't go out and chat with Lin Yi, who was a brainwasher. "Grandma, we don't have enough clothes and bedding. Looks like we'll have to raise more silkworms. Last year, Wu Yui's mentor gave us some amber silkworms, and now we've hatched hundreds of babies. These amber silkworms are omnivorous and can eat many plants. Just feed them vegetable leaves. This year we need to raise a lot and stockpile silk for emergencies." Silkworms are seasonal. How can they survive now? "The seasons are all messed up now. As long as there's enough food, they'll live. Don't worry, Grandma." "All right. Just in time to make some silk quilts and clothes for your cousin Wei Zheng's baby before it's born. Otherwise the poor thing won't have anything to wear." Grandma agreed. To make clothes and bedding for the whole family would require silk from thousands of silkworms, at least 4 breeding cycles, and a lot of vegetable leaves. So Grandpa decided to set up racks on the villa's sun deck to grow more silkworm food, using grow lights to get a new crop every 10 days or so. Jing Shu kept some amber silkworms for herself, giving the rest to Grandma. She'd speed up breeding in her space, otherwise a year wouldn't be enough. The more silk they stored, the better for the coming cold. Silkworms are delicate and easy to kill if you're not careful. Jing Shu specially prepared diluted spiritual spring water, formula number 8, to ensure their survival. Looking at the new batch of silkworms, as small as maggots, she found them rather cute. Last year's golden silk was also quite nice. Since Grandma and Grandpa were raising silkworms, there was a lot to prepare. For fewer than 100, any box and some fresh leaves would do. For large-scale breeding, they needed racks and controlled temperature. Grandpa decided to keep the racks in his bedroom for easy care and the right temperature. Jing Shu had it easier. She cleared a cubic meter in her space, put in some leaves, and would add more racks as needed. On the third day at noon, Jing Shu's phone rang. It was Joe Boppy. "Ancestor, where are you?" His voice was a mix of excitement and exasperation. "I'm at home." "Can you come to the association right away?" "Okay." Jing Shu figured the results from the competition must be out, so she put down her work and headed over. The association was as crowded as ever, people packed in layers. In the center of the arena, a group was gathered around the palm-sized potted plant, scribbling down all sorts of solutions, some even arguing heatedly. Jing Shu's arrival didn't cause a stir, but Joe Boppy, standing on the stage with his big yellow teeth, shouted, "Jing Shu, you're here! Come explain your astragalus problem to everyone." The scene instantly erupted. "You know, it's her. She won 3 points for Wucheng."
That's legendary. I was there that day. She just sprayed and snapped things at random, but as a member of a medicinal family, she fixed everything. I didn't even understand the principles, but she already had it sorted. "That was Panax no Togenseng. Look how well it's growing now." Now it's 5-5, a tie. Jing Shu was invited onto the stage by Joe Boppy. "Actually, it's just a mutated virus in the red threadworms that infected the astragalus. As long as you can eliminate this disease, the astragalus will recover." Although Jing Shu made it sound simple, it wasn't something these people could solve easily. Every pesticide is the result of countless calculations and experiments. So that's what it was. I knew these red threadworm eggs looked different from the others. They even seemed rotten. "Yeah, and they still won't die. These eggs are way too resilient." Amid the noisy crowd, Jing Shu finally understood what had happened. It turned out that for the past 2 days, the Tacheng team had just been waiting for the results. On the first day, nothing happened, and they felt confident of victory. But to their shock, when they checked again in the morning, the nearly dead Panax no Ginseng wasn't just alive, it was thriving. The casually grafted Paris polyphylla had actually sprouted. Even the most random methods had worked. How was this possible? Was this a joke? When Cheng Tingzi got the news and rushed over, his bean-sized eyes went wide as saucers. After reviewing the surveillance footage, he fell silent. He confirmed that after that day, no one had touched the medicinal plants. In other words, the so-called genius from Wucheng, Jing Shu, had really cured them. No matter what methods others used, the facts couldn't be denied. Hurry and figure out how to fix that astragalus." Cheng Tingzi's voice trembled. Meanwhile, the Wucheng onlookers ate breakfast while watching the Tacheng team run around like ants on a hot pan. The Tacheng team had thought it was just a simple red threadworm problem, but after trying every method, nothing worked. So a group of people kept experimenting all afternoon. For Joe Boppy, this was a special day. After a long journey back to Wucheng, he hadn't even had a sip of water before President Tai gleefully told him, "You're finished. The newcomer you brought in is about to take the fall for this. If our supply is cut in half, it's all her fault." Only then did Joe Boppy learn what had happened. Just as he was gritting his teeth and ready to argue with President Tai, someone below told him that Jing Shu had won 3 points for Wucheng, tying the score with Tacheng. Surprise after surprise. Now the Tacheng team couldn't solve Jing Shu's astragalus problem. "Old Cheng, you've been working on it all day. You're already 2 hours past the deadline. If you don't have any more tricky medicinal herbs for us to solve, you can admit defeat," Joe Boppy said smugly, flashing his big yellow teeth. Cheng Tingzi gritted his teeth. This time, we really were outmatched. Wucheng's genius lives up to her reputation. We admit defeat, but I have one request. Can we keep the astragalus for further research? Maybe we can figure out how to cure it, and we can share our findings. Jing Shu was happy to oblige. If they could really come up with something, it would help prepare for the virus outbreak in 6 months. Of course. Wucheng's team had won.
Jing Shu alone had not only won 3 points and saved Wu Cheng's reputation, but also posed a tough new problem that led to Ta Cheng's defeat, preserving the association's resource supply. President Tai's expression was priceless, his fat body sweating profusely. Because of his promise, Jing Shu had solved 3 problems in one go, instantly meeting the requirements for promotion to vice president. He'd have to take the blame for this one. It was like a manager promising to sell a 1,000 yuan item for 10 yuan. The boss wouldn't let the manager go back on his word, so the loss was on the manager. The competition was over, Wu Cheng had won, and the whole association was buzzing with excitement, except for President Tai, who was drenched in cold sweat. In Jing Shu's test plot, Zhou Bapi grinned. "You did great this time. Once you have 5 medicinal herbs that meet the standard, I'll submit your application for vice president. I've raised a batch of leeches. If I dry them, do they count as medicinal?" "Of course they do," Zhou Bapi said happily, "but you'd better register them before someone else does. I heard from Wang Danai that the vice president position was actually reserved for someone from a medicinal family?" Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Zhou Bapi had once promised her a position that was supposedly meant for someone else. This old fox was as sly as ever. Zhou Bapi coughed. "Don't worry about the details. As long as you get the position, that's all that matters, trust me. This time the vice president spot is yours. President Tai might even have to step down thanks to his big promises." Thinking about it, Zhou Bapi felt even better. "Jing Shu, you really are my lucky star." Whether she was or not, Jing Shu didn't care. As long as she could get the vice president position quickly, she'd be safe in Wu Cheng, if not untouchable, at least not easily bullied. The Wu Cheng Medicinal Herb Association began an unprecedented integration and reorganization, merging with Tacheng, Lanxi, and others to form one of the 23 provincial medicinal planting centers, supplying the whole province. After the competition, Jing Shu didn't return to the association, but focused on raising silkworms, leeches, and snakes at home, while keeping an eye on the 2 red threadworm feed factories. The silkworms in her space grew quickly. As long as they had leaves, they'd eat, poop, and grow non-stop. They'd go from 1st to 5th instar in about a month, reaching 7 centimeters, then pupate for about 15 days, and finally become moths for 3 to 5 days. With the spiritual spring, Jing Shu could breed a batch every month. 4 cycles would meet all her needs, and she planned to store extra silk. At -70°C, even 10 quilts wouldn't be enough. She'd prepared a dozen quilts before the apocalypse, but they were consumables. Who knew if they'd last 10 years? Raising silkworms was easy, but reeling silk was hard. The cocoons had to be boiled before the silk could be extracted, then processed. With her space, it would be easier, and she was willing to work hard for a better future. By the way, after more than 2 months of preparation, Jing Shu had finally gathered all the ingredients and brewed the legendary turtle snake wine. Good for boosting energy, promoting blood circulation, relaxing tendons, and dispelling wind and dampness. After months of rain, Jing Shu could feel the increasing dampness in the air, let alone Li Yitian, who already had rheumatism. As soon as the turtle snake wine was ready, Li Yitian started clamoring to come get it, so Jing Shu had to promise to deliver it to him the next morning. A mouthful of turtle snake wine was spicy, hot, and bitter with medicinal herbs, burning all the way down and making your whole body feel like it was on fire. If you drank this at -70°, it would definitely warm you up, but Jing Shu found the taste hard to accept. Grandpa Jing, on the other hand, smacked his lips in satisfaction and shouted, "Good wine!" Since there was only one turtle, which was actually her cousin Su Long's find, and Jing Shu hadn't seen any more turtles on her last trip to West Mountain, she'd have to look for more old softshell turtles in the future. So the family drank turtle snake wine, while the rest was just regular snake wine. She gutted the snakes, soaked them in baijiu, and added a suitable mix of medicinal herbs. Jing Shu made 10 bottles, each in a 1L glass bottle, which basically used up the family's entire baijiu stock. Jing Shu couldn't help but think about brewing more wine. After all, the grapes in her space had already ripened several times. She planned to make red wine, baijiu, and rice wine when she had time. Compared to baijiu, a daily glass of red wine sounded pretty nice. When the temperature finally climbed to 34 degrees C, Jing Shu, after a hearty breakfast, donned her full-body raincoat, grabbed the wine, and headed to the big mall next to Banana Community to deliver it to Li Yitian. The temperature in Wucheng was already starting to drop, and in a few months it would fall to around 10 degrees. Then, the rain would chill you to the bone, and even though the government handed out free plastic raincoats, no one wanted to go out. Now, as Jing Shu walked through the torrential rain, people around her also wore plastic raincoats, moving slowly through the puddles. In places where water pooled, you'd often see aunties squatting to scoop up red threadworms to exchange for a meager ration. At this hour, everyone out was heading to the canteens for food, usually to bring it home for the family, since most people didn't want to go out. Some wore nothing but a raincoat. The endless rain meant clothes and bedding were always damp. Some people had finally dried their laundry after a week and didn't want to get wet again. Sleeping in the cold was miserable. Jing Shu, having lived through it, understood. For worker meals you wore a plastic raincoat. Even the aunties catching red threadworms were hard to tell apart. Everyone had shaved heads now. The mall's first floor had 3 big canteens. The Ijia canteen, run by Third Aunt, was known for dishes like salt and pepper 5-grain worms and pan-fried mushroom bug eggs, a bit pricey but popular with the middle class. The Aiguo canteen attracted people with its generous portions and low prices. At that moment, the Aiguo canteen was packed and noisy, with piercing screams and a crowd gathering to watch. Jing Shu ignored it and went straight to the second floor, to Li Yitian's office. The world was full of injustice. She couldn't care about everything. Hold her down. Someone shave her head. Let's see if that works. No, please, no. I won't eat anymore. I won't come back. Let me go. Jing Shu, about to leave, paused, turned, and hurried toward the Aiguo canteen with the wine. It's her. It must be her. Jing Shu's heart skipped a beat. After months of rain, the only person who stubbornly refused to cut her hair and still ate at the canteen could only be her. Last month, Jing Shu had told Third Aunt, if a woman with especially long hair came to eat, don't let her leave and let Jing Shu know. But Third Aunt had never seen her, and the other 2 canteens hadn't reported anything either. Jing Shu had also asked Wang Qiqi, now the director of Banana Community, to search for anyone named Zijin. A few came up, but none were the right person. In her previous life, she'd met this person in the Ijia canteen. But in this life, no matter how she searched, she couldn't find her. But with 100,000 people in Banana Community, it was possible the data was wrong. Just as Jing Shu was about to give up, she heard that voice today. She slapped her forehead. Third Aunt's canteen was good but a bit pricey. Aiguo canteen was cheaper. With her frugal habits, it made sense she'd eat at Aiguo. Plus, because Jing Shu's rebirth had caused a butterfly effect, Third Aunt became the director of Ijia Canteen and introduced the pan-fried mushroom bug eggs dish, raising prices and driving the waist-length hair girl away. Jing Shu's hand trembled as she gripped the wine and she quickened her pace. In her full-body raincoat, she looked like a boss, pushing through the crowd. Move! Make way! Her strength was intimidating. She shoved aside 2 groups of people. Anyone who wanted to complain fell silent when they saw her imposing figure and what she was carrying. Anyone who could afford such a raincoat and wine was someone you didn't mess with. Most people made way for her. That was the reality of the apocalypse. At that moment, the woman from her memories, who had grown her hair long because her boyfriend once said, "I'll marry you when your hair reaches your waist," only to hear he'd died in the 2008 Wenchuan earthquake, had never cut her hair since. She always said, "As long as I keep my hair long, he'll come back to marry me. That's my reason to live." She was also the woman who, because Jing Shu had once complained about her hair, gave Jing Shu a case of red threadworms. But it was this woman's frugal lifestyle and the little food she saved each day that later saved Jing Shu's starving family. Later, she even led Jing Shu to eat rotten corpses, trekked thousands of miles during the migration, and miraculously survived the hardest times, though she didn't make it to the end. Before she died, she said, I feel like he's right here, watching over me. I know. You're the only one who believed he was with me. Is that why you saved us back then? Back then, Jing Shu had just been humoring her, never expecting what would happen later, or that a few words of affirmation could mean life-saving food in the apocalypse. No matter what, for that kindness, Jing Shu was determined to help this woman named Zijin live a good life this time around. Stop right there! Just as the security guard was about to shave Zijin's long hair, Jing Shu rushed up and snatched the clippers away. What are you doing? Who is this? Why should we stop? Zhao Shupi was startled by the sudden imposing figure. He saw her pull back her raincoat, revealing a transparent rain hood, long black hair cascading down, and a beautiful face. Before Zhao Shupi could be stunned by her looks, he was shocked by her strength. She not only snatched the clippers but also pulled the long-haired freak away from several security guards. The guards were shoved aside, and the scene became chaotic. Are you going to stop or not? Jing Shu pulled the terrified Zijin behind her and forced the security guards back before calmly asking. At this moment, Zijin, though 27, still looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl with baby fat and a cute pout. If not for her messy, red threadworm-infested hair, she'd be quite pretty. Zhao Shupi swallowed nervously. I'm Zhao Shupi, director of the Aiguo Canteen and also the housing allocation officer for Banana Community. Who are you? You're disrupting the canteen and interfering with law enforcement. The police are upstairs. Do you want to get shot? He scrutinized Jing Shu, who didn't look like a rich heiress, but her reaction to his title was just a frown. Clearly her family had some weight in the apocalypse. Zhao Shupi narrowed his eyes, wondering what to do next. Zhao Shupi? Jing Shu remembered. Wasn't he the one who competed with Wang Qiki for the allocation director job, spending a fortune on free pancakes? He even set up a lottery platform to win votes, but ultimately lost to Wang Qiki, losing a ton of money. She hadn't expected him to end up as director of the Aiguo Canteen. He must still be pretty well off, willing to throw away tens of thousands of virtual coins for a government job, only to be outmaneuvered by Wang Qi and Jing Shu. The crowd grew, most people eating and whispering. They should have shaved that crazy woman's head long ago. Yeah, or kick her out. And now this busybody shows up. What's she doing? Who knows? Maybe she's just being kind. Jing Shu casually handed the clippers back to Zhao Shupi. I mean no harm. My friend doesn't want her head shaved, and you shouldn't force her. There's no law requiring it. I'll take her away now, and she won't disturb your canteen again. Zhao Shupi looked Jing Shu up and down, a sly smile on his lips. Wait! Who said you could leave? This woman has come here several times with her head full of red threadworms, seriously disturbing other diners and damaging my canteen's reputation. We have to shave her head to prevent her from causing trouble at other canteens too. He wanted to see if this girl would pull strings or reveal her identity. If he knew Jing Shu was the one who cost him the allocation director job, he'd be even more shocked. I won't shave my head. I'd rather die. I won't eat anymore. Just let me go. Zijin clung to Jing Shu's hand, terrified but trying to stay calm. All right, I won't let them shave your head. Jing Shu didn't want to waste time arguing with Zhao Shupi, who clearly had other motives. She called Li Yiqian. Captain Li, the director of your Aiguo Canteen is detaining me. Can you come down and take a look? Captain Li? Li. Zhao Shupi's smile froze. The second squad's Captain Li Yiqian? No way. He hadn't expected this woman to have such connections. Was he kicking a hornet's nest? In her previous life, after the apocalypse, Jing Shu had been so malnourished that no one was interested in her. But now, the spiritual spring had subtly improved her looks and aura, and she was more alert to the attention she attracted. It's all a misunderstanding. We're just thinking of the public. As long as she doesn't disturb anyone, it doesn't matter if she cuts her hair or not. Disperse everyone. Nothing to see. Zhao Shupi personally escorted Li Yiqian and the still unnamed woman out, shooing away the crowd, though his mind was clouded with curiosity. He was even more intrigued by this woman's identity. The crowd dispersed.
Li Yiqian took Jing Shu to his office on the second floor, eagerly took the snake wine she handed him, and took a sip. His face twisted in a mix of pleasure and pain before he finally shouted, "Good wine. This is even stronger than before the apocalypse. That snake was worth it. But why is the snake in the bottle smaller?" Li Yiqian asked, shaking the bottle. "They laid eggs soon after I brought them home. That's why it took 3 months to brew the wine." Jing Shu glanced at Zijin, who sat quietly in the corner, just as indifferent and uncurious as in her previous life, except for her fierce will to survive. "Great. Make more snake wine for me in the future. I'll trade you supplies. This damned weather, I've been wearing damp clothes for a month and my rheumatism is killing me." Li Yiqian limped as he walked, his image a bit ruined. "All right, I'll get on it. I have something else to do, so I'll head out." Jing Shu was in a great mood, already thinking about trading the masks for compressed natural gas. She wanted to stock up. Next year she'd need to run the boiler and underfloor heating every day, which would be expensive. Having lived through it all once, she now had higher standards for life and wasn't satisfied with just getting by. "Your skills are up to standard. My grandma's silkworms are about to spin cocoons. I'm planning to make a batch of raw materials." Jing Shu smiled. Rebirth was a strange thing, especially meeting people from her past life all over again, starting from scratch to build trust. Their paths had changed, and meeting under different circumstances meant their story would be different too. Jing Shu didn't know what kind of relationship she and Zijin would have this time. Even for someone who'd saved her life, Jing Shu didn't let Zijin into the villa right away. She didn't want to test someone's character with too much trust or benefit too soon. If she gave too much at the start and Zijin turned greedy, it could backfire. Even Jing Shu couldn't always control her own desires. In her last life, she just wanted to eat her fill, but now, with the Rubik's Cube space, her ambitions had grown. She'd gone from just wanting to eat to raising silkworms and making masks. Who knew what she'd do next? If you're too good to someone at the start, everything after seems worse by comparison. But if you're gradually kinder, each step feels like a new reward. It was like the Rubik's Cube space. Each upgrade brought satisfaction and new motivation. Her ambitions had grown bit by bit, and now she was making masks. Who knew what the future would bring? Me? I can? Zijin flashed a small, surprised smile, showing her little canine tooth. "Barely," Jing Shu teased. "So, Miss Zijin, from now on we have an employment relationship. You can start work tomorrow morning. As your boss, let me tell you about your duties and benefits." Jing Shu reached out to shake her hand for the first time. Her hand was cold and soft. "Okay, boss." Zijin quickly got into character. "You must stay clean and tidy every day. No red threadworms allowed. Your workplace is under the villa's awning. I'll build you a small room there. Work starts when the temperature rises and ends when it drops. You'll process cocoons with my grandma, mend clothes, and every afternoon accompany my grandma to Building 25 across the street to clean. In reality, to keep an eye on Grandma and Lin Yi. Besides the 4 virtual coins a day, you'll get a meal from Ijia Canteen. My aunt is the manager, so there's always leftovers." Knowing how frugal Zijin was, Jing Shu figured she'd never spend virtual coins on rice, so she arranged for third aunt to bring back good food every day at her own expense. "Now, to make sure you stay clean at work, I need to visit your place and see what can be improved." "Okay, boss." Step 3 of the reform plan: quietly upgrade her living space and habits under the guise of boss's requirements. To keep her hair free of red threadworms in a leaky house during torrential rain, you need a lot of preparation. Jing Shu had put in serious effort to keep her own villa free of red threadworms. So, carrying a big bag of supplies, Jing Shu followed Zijin to her current residence. Honestly, Jing Shu was quite curious about where Zijin lived. After all, in her previous life, there were rumors that Zijin raised red threadworms at home. "Here, this fully enclosed raincoat is part of your benefits. If you ever quit, you'll need to return all of this. The raincoat must be soaked in the saltwater pool every day to keep it clean." "Okay, boss." With the waterproof cap and the enclosed raincoat, Zijin's long hair was finally safe from the rain and red threadworms. She felt like she was back in the pre-apocalypse days. Walking through the gloomy, stormy weather,
She felt completely shielded from the rain. Listening to the raindrops hitting her, Zijin found the sound pleasant for the first time. It took 15 minutes to walk from the villa area of Banana Community to the military family quarters, but it felt like no time at all. The family quarters were inside the big mall. One end of the mall had 4 floors. The first floor was the canteen, the second to fourth floors were the base for the second squad, and there was a basement warehouse, the same place where Jing Shu and Wu Yui had been interrogated. The other end connected to the main canteen and continued east. This was Jing Shu's first time taking this route through the canteen. On both sides of the mall corridor were shops with transparent glass fronts. Before the apocalypse, this was supposed to be a fashion street. The shops ranged from 30 to over 100 square meters. Now, families had converted them into living spaces. Those with private rooms and more space usually have military rank. The mall had uniform, pretty tiles, and reinforced glass. The environment was much better than the underground garage. At least there was privacy. But it was still stuffy and smelly, with a musty, damp odor on the first floor and condensation on the glass. From the corridor onward was the family area with an access card at the entrance. Without Zijin, Jing Shu wouldn't have gotten in. The corridor had lights, and the shops on both sides had faint illumination. Jing Shu saw how the families lived. The better off had potted garlic, chives, mushrooms, and other plants visible through the glass doors. After 3 months of trial and error, those who could afford it spent 2 virtual coins on seeds and used makeshift soil and gravel filters to grow some green onions or garlic sprouts, though there were always worm eggs on them. Garlic sprouts were a luxury now. They used boards to separate living areas from the living room and bedroom. Sofas, beds, tables, and daily necessities were all there. Clothes hung on lines at the door, though they never dried. Before the apocalypse, this would be a migrant worker's standard of living. Now, anyone with a private room was considered privileged. The less fortunate had just a bed and table with piles of scavenged odds and ends. Now, everyone dragged home whatever they found. No one knew when it might come in handy. True scavenging. There were basically no appliances, and even the family area had no electricity, but there was a big TV for the whole area, and every day at 7 p.m. everyone crowded around to watch the news. There was also a boiler room for the family area. At night, they'd run the underfloor heating so it wasn't too cold. Each family could get a pot of hot water a day, a real perk, since most people in Banana Community drank raw water except for soup at meals, which increased the risk of illness. At the end of the corridor was an empty, simply decorated office building with 31 floors, each about 800 square meters. This was the main family quarters for the station troops, about 4,000 people, so each floor housed about 130 people, with roughly 6 square meters per person. Jing Shu followed Zijin up the stairs. The building was fairly clean, with dozens of people hired to clean daily. They got an extra meal of white rice for their work. The environment was much better than the rest of Banana Community. Now, room allocation is based on military rank. I heard Captain Lee got an entire floor. Those who contribute more should get more. Before the apocalypse, people who served the country for years earned less than a celebrity made in one night. It's good that things have changed. Zijin lived on the 31st floor. The higher the floor, the lower your status. Zijin was panting by the time they reached the top. Jing Shu, only slightly out of breath, quickly recovered. She noticed some floors had been renovated, with many small offices and rooms. Some were divided into several areas, meaning higher ranks got more space, maybe 2 or 3 people to a floor. In the apocalypse, your comfort depended entirely on your status. It was either 100+ people crammed on one floor, or one person occupying a whole floor. The 31st floor was a massive open dormitory, like a student hall for hundreds. You could see all the way to the end, packed with people. Unlike other floors, there were no divided offices. This was probably meant as a warehouse, so aside from the pillars, it was just a big, empty space. At least it wasn't like the underground garage where everyone got a parking spot. Here, each person had a bunk bed with a desk, chair, and bookshelf below, and a wardrobe and single bed above, a multifunctional bunk. There are 200 beds on this floor. Everyone gets a bunk to store things and sleep. The bathrooms are over there, and there's a TV area. 2 months ago, they salvaged supplies from Wucheng University and gave us these bunks. They're really handy. Zijin led Jing Shu to her bed and whispered, "Most people here are families of those who died in the line of duty. The authorities promised to take us along no matter what, but the conditions are rough. Those with family working in the mall get double beds and a wooden partition for privacy." Jing Shu nodded. The Chinese government never disappointed in big matters. She looked around. Most people stared at them with curious eyes. She saw several women with children. "Who are you? Did you get lost?" "That's the long-haired freak's spot. Her place is crawling with red threadworms. It's scary." A woman on the next bed, breastfeeding a toddler, called out. Zijin took off her raincoat. "Aunt Zhang, are you talking about me, the long-haired freak?" The woman feeding her child recoiled in shock and shouted, "You scared me to death. Oh, it's you. What are you wearing? Did you strike it rich or something?" "If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to fear ghosts knocking at your door, Aunt Zhang. And from now on, please stop calling me the hairy monster," Zijing replied calmly. Aunt Zhang, still trying to squeeze a bit more milk from her shriveled chest, gave an awkward laugh. "I just like giving people nicknames, that's all. I call Wang Ermazi that every day and he never gets mad. You've got to be more easygoing in life." Jing Shu also noticed that only Zijing's bed was in the center of the room, with no other beds within 3 meters. Clearly, her danger level was still pretty high. After all, sometimes a stray red threadworm could be a snack, but if a whole bunch of them, wriggling like snakes, landed on you in your sleep, nobody would be happy about it. "You finally cut your hair? That's great. Now I don't have to bring you food anymore." In the dim room, only silhouettes could be seen. Xiaomei could see the python was gone. It was 5 in the afternoon and the temperature was about to drop. Whether people were working outside or fishing, they all had to get back before it got cold, or risk catching a cold or getting sick. So most of the families living on the 31st floor were heading home, and some had already picked up food from the canteen. "I didn't cut it. I just washed it, tied it up, and stuffed it into a waterproof rain cap. There won't be any more problems like before. Sorry for the trouble I caused everyone. Once I have some virtual currency, I'll make it up to those around me." Aunt Zhang, feeding her baby and shaking it in her arms, stared at Zijing. "Oh, so you have salt water to wash your hair now? And look at your gear, did you really hit it big? You know you caused trouble for everyone, so if you're talking about compensation, at least give everyone a bowl of white rice." "I'll decide what to compensate and who to compensate," Zijing said, calculating as always. No way she'd get carried away just because she earned 4 virtual coins a day. When the others heard about compensation, they all crowded around, suddenly very enthusiastic. "Zijing, that day your red threadworm fell all over me. I didn't even get a chance to tell you." "Zijing, I live just a dozen meters from you, but your red threadworms always end up jumping over to my place at night. You should compensate me too." "I don't care. I want a double share for me and my baby," Aunt Zhang shamelessly added. Zijing just smiled calmly. "There's only so much to go around. The people around me can split it among themselves. I won't get involved. If you're still not satisfied, I'll just take it all back." Only then did the noise die down. After all, who knew what Zijing could actually offer? And if everyone wanted the same thing, it'd be impossible to please them all. The drama ended before it even began, leaving Jing Shu a bit disappointed. She almost forgot why she'd come in the first place, which was to help Zijing upgrade her living space. But this place, Jing Shu thought, was hopeless. There were just too many red threadworms, popping up everywhere like fleas. She even saw people lying on their beds, picking threadworms off each other to eat. There were even more here than in her previous life. With people coming and going, more and more worms got brought in. There was nothing for it. Jing Shu could only have Zijing clean the bunk beds thoroughly, wash everything with salt water, and then she covered the area with a 1-piece PVC plastic cover, completely isolating the space. At night, Zijing had to sleep in a sealed raincoat and wipe everything down daily. That was the best they could do for now. Maybe she could upgrade her to a better place later. Around them, people were eating today's canteen meal, mushroom stew with insect eggs, plus some welfare porridge, while watching the commotion. Jing Shu couldn't stand the taste of the mushrooms and quickly slipped away. Zhao Mei asked curiously, "Zijing, who was that just now?" "My boss?" Aunt Zhang couldn't help but ask, "Why is she so good to you, giving you so much stuff?" "I start work tomorrow. Where I'll be working, not a single red threadworm is allowed. You know how the rich are these days. They can't stand these things, so I have to make sure there aren't any left." The uncle nearby was full of envy. "What kind of job is it? Can I do it too?" "Making handmade clothes for people. The standards are high, and you all know that's about the only skill I have," Zijing said, not mentioning the silkworms. Aunt Zhang, after coaxing her baby to sleep, said, "Zijing, you're about to make it big. Don't forget about us." The only response was the sound of snoring from the small room. Even the worst-off residents on the 31st floor of the family quarters were still better off than the people living in the basement of Banana Community. Jing Shu felt comforted by that. No matter their character, these people had relatives who served the country and the people, risking their lives on the front lines. They deserved these benefits. Even though the death rate in the military was low in the apocalypse, many still died in the line of duty. The family quarters had decent benefits: a pot of hot water every day, porridge added to the rice, beds to sleep on, and housing and furniture allocated according to rank. "Maybe I should go check out Li Yixin's place. I heard he has a wife in her 40s who's a real shrew, and he in his 30s is in a May-December romance. I'm really curious." The next morning, Zijing showed up in the same clothes as yesterday, carefully soaking off all the red threadworms in the saltwater pool at the door. Only then did she notice that a 4-square-meter shed had been built under the villa's awning, fully stocked with all the tools she needed. So thoughtful. Unfortunately, it was Grandma Jing who had arranged it. Zijing realized Jing Shu had gone out early that morning. She felt a little disappointed. "It must be your blessing that I found such a good job, right? Don't worry, I'll work hard and survive in this apocalypse until the day I see you again." By the end of March, Jing Shu's second batch of blood mushrooms had grown. She'd wanted to wait a bit longer, but blood mushrooms were in high demand and easy to sell. She couldn't put too many on the market at once, but Su Molly said there was a big client who wanted to buy all the blood mushrooms at the auction. "They don't want to pay in virtual currency, but in oil," Su Molly said proudly. "How do I look in this yellow convertible dress?" "You look good in anything," Jing Shu yawned, munching on spring rolls and egg pancakes Grandma Jing had fried that morning, stuffed with sausage and veggies. "So you dragged me over at 4 a.m. just to watch you try on clothes? It's just a business deal. Do you really need to dress up so formally and so early?" Jing Shu had only gone to bed at 2, rolling cigarettes. 4 a.m. When would this joke ever end? The Rubik's Cube space was feeling less and less ordinary. There was something weird about it. "This client is Qianduoduo, our group's top competitor. Of course I have to make an impression. The road to Jishan is closed, so we have to take a detour." "Qianduoduo? No way. I've worked with him several times. If he knew I was selling, he'd come straight to me. Why go through a middleman and pay extra? And for such a small order, he probably wouldn't bother." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow, feeling something was off. They're not just collecting blood mushrooms for Qianduoduo, they're buying other things too and paying in oil. Plus, it's all happening at Qianduoduo's own house. All right, let's go check it out and see for ourselves. Who would dare mess with me? Uncle Gu, are we ready? All set, miss. A strong male voice came from outside the villa. Uncle Gu, wearing an eye patch, entered. Miss, the takeout meals are already loaded in the car, the goods for inspection are ready, and the emergency supplies and one-touch life raft are all packed. Jing Shu shrugged. Let's go then. I'm just worried it's a scam. Qianduoduo's business always sends a special car. I've never gone by myself before, but since it's at his house, there shouldn't be any surprises. Feeling reassured, Jing Shu followed Su Molly to her car, along with 2 armed bodyguards carrying shields. Gotta keep up appearances. The custom private business vehicle pulled out of Banana Community, and Jing Shu finally understood what a luxury car was. It was so much more comfortable than her own energy car that cost just a few tens of thousands. She couldn't even feel the speed bumps, and the interior was incredibly spacious. The sound of rain outside was completely blocked out. Sitting in the car, listening to music, Jing Shu felt like she'd entered another world, as if the apocalypse wasn't even happening. Su Mali had a honey silk face mask on, which she'd traded for with Jing Shu using compressed natural gas. She was sipping on a straw of Wangzai milk, painting her nails and enjoying the automatic massage leather seat. Her only complaint was that there were so many things she couldn't enjoy anymore in the apocalypse. It's true what they say. The happiness of the rich is beyond your imagination. Normally, it would take just over half an hour to get to Qian Duoduo's place in Shishan, but the entrance had reportedly collapsed in the heavy rain, so they had to take a big detour. With nothing else to do, Jing Shu practiced with her Rubik's cube. The 7-layer cube spun dazzlingly in her hands, solved and scrambled again and again, while Su Mali watched in fascination the whole way. "We've arrived at the designated spot, miss." Uncle Gu turned on the headlights, circled the mountain, and found an abandoned manor at the foot of the hill. It was Jing Shu's first time at this particular place of Qian Duoduo's. On the way, they'd passed the staff quarters, the guest villas halfway up the mountain, and Qian Duoduo's planting and breeding areas. She even saw the castle where Qian Shengtian had teased her last time. But this place was far from all those, at least 10 kilometers away. At that moment, the manor gates opened, and the car drove in, stopping in front of a 2-story Western-style house. The area was so run down it was impossible to tell what it had once been used for. Jing Shu and Su Mali, both in sealed raincoats, got out. Uncle Gu and the 2 bodyguards carried the large bags, and the people at the door welcomed them in. The 2 women took off their raincoats and left them at the entrance. "This way, please. This way." A young man with a center part smiled as he ushered them inside. The little Western-style house reeked of abandonment, and Jing Shu frowned. The young man smiled. "Please come downstairs. There's something special down there." The 2-story house hadn't been lived in for ages and was full of decay. The young man led them to a basement entrance, and sure enough, it was a whole different world inside. A huge underground passage, bustling with noise. Jing Shu saw slot machines, roulette tables. It was actually an underground casino? "Follow me." The young man led the group further in. Su Mali looked around curiously at people playing dice, pai gao, fantan, and other games. Jing Shu felt something was off. The vibe was just wrong. It was the apocalypse, and people were still gambling? The private room they were taken to was quiet, completely isolated from the outside world. On the sofa lounged a fat man, dressed sloppily and wearing slippers. He said casually, "I'm the fat piggy who collects all sorts of treasures for Mr. Qian. I'll take all your blood mushrooms from now on. I heard you have other things too, right?" Su Mali nodded. Although this wasn't how she'd pictured a business negotiation, she still said, "We only trade for oil. These are the goods we brought." "Uncle Gu?" Uncle Gu, a burly man with one eye, began unpacking the goods. The 2 bodyguards stood close behind Su Mali, looking very professional. Fat Piggy's eyes lit up at the sight of the blood mushrooms. He glanced at the rare medicines, precious matsutake mushrooms, bluefin tuna, and other luxury items Su Mali had brought, nodding approvingly. "Very good. Name your price for the whole lot." Following the business rule of ask for the sky, settle for the ground, Su Mali said, 20 tons of gasoline for everything." Fat Piggy thought for a moment. "That's doable, but it has to include the next 3 batches, same size and quantity of blood mushrooms each time." Su Mali did the math. Even if she gave Jing Shu 8 tons, she'd still have 12 left. "Deal!" The agreement was quickly reached. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Ever since the artificial sun project last year, gasoline and natural gas had become even scarcer and more expensive. Why wasn't this fat guy haggling at all? Here's the order. Have someone go with you to check the oil. The rest of you wait here and I'll have it delivered, Fat Piggy said with a smile. Uncle Goo stepped forward. Miss, let me handle this. I wouldn't trust anyone else. You all wait here and rest. All right, the sooner the better. Let me know right away if there's any problem. Sumali was in a great mood. See? Her father always said she couldn't handle the family business, but here she was, handling it just fine. Uncle Goo left. Jing Shu sat on the sofa, motionless, watching Fat Piggy. Time ticked by. Fat Piggy had someone bring water, drinks, and snacks, but neither Jing Shu nor Sumali touched any of it. Jing Shu had the habit of never eating other people's food when out, and Sumali simply looked down on it. Have something to eat while you wait? Or go out and have some fun? Fat Piggy smiled. I hope we have a good partnership. Next time, bring me even more good stuff. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Mr. Qian doesn't need these things, does he? Why wouldn't he? These are all great items, Fat Piggy replied with a grin. Just wait here for a bit. I'll go check on things. With that, Fat Piggy was about to leave. Jing Shu scanned the room, narrowing her eyes. Wait, you'd better stay here and chat with us for a while. She slowly approached Fat Piggy. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. He was being way too agreeable, and the oil payment was coming too easily. But so far there was no sign of the oil, and there was still no word from Uncle Goo. I just remembered something I need to do. I'll have one of my guys come keep you company. Stop right there. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is there something wrong with this house? What could possibly be wrong? Our Mr. Qian never hesitates when it comes to collecting goods. If you want me to stay with you, fine. But can you hand over the goods first? Fat Piggy stared at the items on the table. Was she just overthinking it? Maybe she was imagining these people were here to kidnap Sumali. After all, in her previous life, she'd heard plenty about Sumali's knack for attracting trouble. Wherever she went, it was like living in a soap opera. We'll give you the goods once we have the oil in hand, Jing Shu said. Better safe than sorry. She hadn't seen Mr. Qian in person, and now she decided to call him, just in case. There were reasons she hadn't called before, but now, for safety's sake, she wanted to confirm. Sumali blinked. Jing Shu, you're so cautious and careful. My father always says you have to be like that, never trust people too easily. She gave Jing Shu a thumbs up. Fat Piggy slumped back on the sofa, shaking his foot and playing with his phone. Just as Jing Shu took out her phone to contact Mr. Qian's driver, Sumali's phone rang. Fat Piggy's foot stopped shaking. Miss, it's me. I've checked the gasoline. I'm on my way back with it now. Just wait a bit for me. Okay. Sumali hung up, visibly relieved. The atmosphere instantly lightened, and even the two bodyguards behind her quietly let out a breath. So, what do you think? When Fat Piggy does business, you can rest easy. Now, can I have the goods? With Sumali's nod, Fat Piggy shouted, Hey, you guys at the door, come in and take the stuff. What are you waiting for, your boss to move it himself? The young man with the center part hurried in and moved all the goods out. Jing Shu also took out her phone to call Qian Duoduo's driver. After so many deals with Qian Duoduo, she still didn't have his personal number. She always had to go through Niu Mu or the driver. That said a lot about her status, so she tried not to bother them unless necessary. Beep, beep. No signal. Jing Shu frowned and checked again. Still no signal. Do you have a signal? She asked Sumali. She'd just been on the phone, but now, seeing Fat Piggy's sudden urgency, Jing Shu was sure something was up. She grabbed Sumali's phone. No signal. That's it. There was definitely signal just 2 minutes ago. Now it was gone. Someone must have jammed it. 1,000 possibilities flashed through Jing Shu's mind. In her previous life, she'd died because someone ambushed her, so she'd replayed scenarios like this in her head countless times, even coming up with ways to handle them. So, without hesitation, Jing Shu lunged forward and grabbed Fat Piggy just as he was about to leave, using force to keep him in place. The others bolted, slamming the door behind them. Jing Shu kicked the door hard and felt her foot hit solid metal. There was a heavy thud, but the door didn't budge. What looked like a KTV-style leather door was actually reinforced with iron. No wonder the young man had personally opened and closed it when they arrived. Sumali might not have realized what was happening, but the two bodyguards did. The moment Jing Shu raised her suspicions, they'd been on edge. Now, with real danger looming, they immediately readied their rifles, one of them shielding Sumali. "Trying to run? With your shifty eyes, you're clearly up to no good. Tell me, why did you jam the signal?" Jing Shu demanded. "Let me go, you crazy woman!" Fat Piggy howled. "The signal here comes and goes. Let me go and we can talk. You're scaring my guys with those guns. Let me go and I'll open the door for you. If you want to leave, just go, okay?" "Yeah, right." The signal was full just now, and now it's suddenly gone? After the apocalypse, all the networks merged. Signal's never been better. Jing Shu sneered. "Jing Shu, maybe let him go and see what he says? Uncle Gu said the oil's here, so they wouldn't try anything, right?" Sumali was confused. It didn't seem like anything was wrong, but Jing Shu had been on edge all morning. "Your Uncle Gu isn't acting normal either. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. What if he's been bought off or turned traitor?" Jing Shu frowned. She'd always trusted Uncle Gu as Sumali's man, so she'd overlooked a lot of details. Sometimes, it's the people closest to you who stab you in the back. Fat Piggy panted, unable to break free. He gritted his teeth and struggled, but Jing Shu's grip was like iron. He couldn't believe a woman could be this strong. "No way. Uncle Gu's been with me for 9 years since he retired. He's basically family. Money can't tempt him. He has no family, nothing to lose. Plus, my father promised to grant his wish after 10 years of service, and he's almost there. The cost of betraying us is way too high," Sumali insisted. If anyone might betray them, it'd be the bodyguards, but not a trusted housekeeper like Uncle Gu. Was she just being too paranoid? Jing Shu slowly let go of Fat Piggy. If Uncle Gu really was trustworthy, then the oil was on its way. But the signal was definitely being jammed. Were these people trying to lure Uncle Gu away? But what would that accomplish? If he came back and found his boss kidnapped, he'd call for help. They'd all be doomed. If they just wanted to kill them, they'd had plenty of chances. So murder wasn't the goal. There had to be something else. "I'm warning you, don't even think about opening the door and running off alone." Jing Shu pulled a pistol from her waistband and pressed it to Fat Piggy's head. "Go open the door. If I really misjudged you, I'll give you 2 blood mushrooms as compensation." She motioned for the others to follow, just in case there were guns pointed at them when the door opened. Jing Shu was already thinking about putting on her bulletproof vest, though honestly, even if it stopped a bullet, it still hurt like hell. "I wouldn't dare try anything. You people are so jumpy, it's crazy. Would I really go to all this trouble for a few little things?" Fat Piggy grumbled as he walked to the door, Jing Shu's gun still pressed to his head. If he tried anything now? Just as she was thinking this, Fat Piggy suddenly vanished. He moved so fast that no one even had time to react. Then there was a faint thud. "Shit!" Jing Shu stomped her foot hard. She'd only managed to catch a glimpse of Fat Piggy dropping straight down before the floor tile under his feet returned to normal. She had no idea how he triggered the switch. Maybe it was like the trapdoor at her own villa, only opening from one side. Or maybe Fat Piggy had already set the switch and just walked over it at the right moment. Either way, Jing Shu's reaction hadn't been fast enough. If she'd been quicker, she would have shot him. Who could have guessed that someone being marched at gunpoint would just vanish into thin air? Fat Piggy deserved an Oscar. One second he was cursing, the next he'd pulled a Houdini. Clearly, this had been planned all along. Sumali really was a walking soap opera. She could run into TV-style traps even in the apocalypse. Jing Shu had lived 2 lifetimes and never encountered anything like this. "He's gone. Escaped. We're probably trapped in this house now. Let's look for a way out." Jing Shu holstered her gun and crouched down to knock on the floor tiles, but they sounded just like the others. Solid, not hollow. One bodyguard started searching the corners for hidden mechanisms, while the other tried to figure out something with the door. Sumali walked to the door and asked curiously, "Wang Chuang, you've trained in emergency escape, right? Any way to open this door?" The bearded, middle-aged man shook his head. This is a stainless steel vault door, solid with a locking bar that latches from the outside. There's no way to open it from in here. Even if we used our rifles, we couldn't shoot through it. It's not like other doors where you can just shoot the lock. If I'm right, this used to be the casino's vault, where they stored the money. Jing Shu kicked the door hard a few times, producing a dull, heavy sound. If it were a regular wooden door, she would have kicked it down by now. So you're saying the latch is outside and the door can't be broken from this side, so escaping through the door is impossible? Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. Wang Chuang nodded. Yes, and the air in here might not last. If no one opens the door for a long time, we could suffocate. Could we blow the door open with explosives? Jing Shu asked. If it came to it, she'd rather try blasting the door than just sit here and wait to die. She'd already died once, and she was especially afraid of dying again, especially not knowing what Fat Piggy and his people really wanted. But maybe it was all about Sumali and had nothing to do with her. Wang Chuang shook his head. Enough explosives to blow this door would kill us too. There's nowhere to hide in here. Well, Jing Shu still had a few explosives in her space, leftovers from dealing with Zetian. Sumali's eyes widened, finally starting to get scared. No wonder they kept the door open before. Damao, did you find the mechanism Fat Piggy used to escape? Damao, the other bodyguard, a steady man in his early 30s, shook his head. I checked for dangers when we first came in, but didn't find any switches or surveillance devices. Just now, Fat Piggy didn't touch anything. It's probably voice-activated or controlled from a central system. Vaults like this usually have a central control. Sumali let out a long sigh. If only I'd brought a satellite phone. At least we could call for help. Now we're trapped in this place. Even if big data shows our last location, who's going to find us in a secret room under an abandoned manor? And who knows what's happened to Uncle Goo? After the four of them searched the room and found nothing, panic set in. Just as Wang Chuang had said, in a completely sealed space, lack of ventilation would eventually lead to suffocation. Jing Shu could already feel it, taking a deep breath, but still feeling short of air. Miss, drink some warm water and lie flat on the sofa. Don't move and don't eat, to reduce your body's oxygen demand, Damao said, settling Sumali down. She was no help anyway, so it was better for her to conserve oxygen. Do you want to lie down too? Damao asked Jing Shu. No, I'll keep thinking of a way out. Jing Shu was on high alert, trusting no one. Even though Sumali insisted Uncle Goo would never betray them, Jing Shu still felt something had gone wrong. Now, she really regretted not stocking up on mountaineering oxygen tanks in her space. That could have saved their lives. Who would have thought, after being reborn, she'd still end up suffocating? No matter how much you plan, there's always something you miss. There are 1,000 ways to die, and you'll always run into one. But even if she took out an oxygen tank now, the others would be suspicious. Who brings an oxygen tank on a business trip? Then I'll leave it to you. I'm going to rest for a bit. Sumali drank some water and lay down on the sofa. She was the type who never worried. She'd always had people around to solve her problems, so she trusted that someone would fix this too. Jing Shu knew she couldn't just sit and wait to die. If the door was hopeless, she'd have to try the hole Fat Piggy escaped through. If there was danger down there, well, that's what professional bodyguards were for. What tools do you have? Any crowbars, chisels, or hammers? Jing Shu asked. I've got a survival kit, but it's not much use against a vault like this. Damao took out a set of advanced tools. A Swiss Army knife, flashlight, multifunction hammer and chisel, steel drill bits, and so on. Jing Shu was pleasantly surprised. That would do. After all, water can wear away stone. What happened next shocked the two ex-soldiers. What did they just witness? This seemingly frail girl, about the same age as their miss, started by chiseling a shallow hole, then switched to hammering in a steel drill bit like a nail. That tiny hammer in her hand seemed to have the force of 100 kilos, driving the bit deep into the floor. She'd pull it out, then keep chiseling. Before long, she'd carved out a whole section of tile. It was the first time either of them had seen someone use a drill bit like a nail. Just how strong was Jing Shu? The sound of hammering echoed. Wang Chuang could even see sparks. The chisel was starting to bend. Jing Shu was sweating and breathing hard. One tile after another was pried up by sheer force. When Jing Shu finally felt like she could barely breathe, she managed to break through a tile 20 centimeters thick and 80 by 80 centimeters wide.
This was supposed to be a locked trap tile, yet Jing Shu had pried it up bit by bit with sheer force. Whoever designed this mechanism probably never imagined someone would open it by brute force instead of using the switch. Sure enough, underneath was a normal sliding control panel with a visible gap. Jing Shu hammered at the gap with the drill bit repeatedly, and the gap slowly widened. Because of the intense exertion, Jing Shu began to suffer from oxygen deprivation. Her consciousness started to blur, but she persisted. Her pores flared wide, desperately craving fresh air, her body breathing like a bellows. She felt the same sharp edge of death she had experienced in her previous life. She pushed even harder. At that moment, she sensed something strange in her Rubik's Cube space in her mind, but she had no time to care about that. Finally, with the two bodyguards joining in the heavy pounding, there was a loud crash as the mechanism panel was violently torn off and dropped down. The secret passage below was open. Jing Shu gasped deeply, feeling better than ever. Her pores were wide open, and she felt a floating, almost ecstatic comfort, though her head still spun wildly, as if she were about to take off into the sky. If she had to describe it, it was like having a 40-degree fever, with the floor beneath her feet seeming to float. Walking felt like the world was spinning, and when others spoke, it felt like she was dreaming. Jing Shu? Jing Shu? Let's go down. Wang Chuang and Da Mao are already there. Jing Shu? Are you feeling unwell? Don't scare me. Su Mali shook her gently. Having just woken up, Su Mali felt fine. Only Jing Shu's heavy exertion under oxygen deprivation caused hallucinations and auditory illusions. Oh, okay. Jing Shu felt like she was in a dream. Unreal. She didn't even remember how she climbed down, only vaguely recalling Su Mali telling her to hold the rope, so she did. Jing Shu knew she couldn't go on like this and had to save herself. She drank half a drop of undiluted spirit spring water. The intense hunger didn't come, but her head still spun badly. She realized the spirit spring's effect must be working elsewhere. Her life was most important now, so she steeled herself and drank another drop. We have to find the exit quickly. We're probably walking through a passage without an elevator. If the elevator suddenly comes down and hits us, we might all die here, Wang Chuang said. 2 steel cables in the passage suggested Fat Piggy had taken the elevator down. Jing Shu was still semi-conscious. If she were fully alert, she'd be shocked to see several entrances underground, meaning the tunnels were vast, and where they led was unknown. Jing Shu's actions today were like forcibly prying open a tightly shut elevator door, but there was no elevator inside. They simply climbed down the elevator's suspension ropes, possibly reaching the 3rd or 2nd floor. I'm worried there's another door like that at the other exit, which we'll have to chisel open too. No matter what, we have to find the exit. Da Mao, once you find it, contact Mr. Su immediately. If anything happens, I'll cover the rear, Wang Chuang said. Brother? You still have Air Mao and San Mao to take care of. You're the hope of your family. The passage was long, with 2 or 3 forks and turns at first, but without exception, each had a switch and a heavy door that couldn't be opened. The 2 men tried many methods but failed. Helpless, they had to keep moving forward. Usually at the end of such passages, like the top or bottom of an elevator shaft, you can climb out because those parts are just scaffolding. Jing Shu's consciousness hadn't recovered. She didn't even know if she was seriously ill or what was wrong. She felt more and more like she was dreaming. Everything felt unreal. She even noticed something terrifying. She seemed unable to feel pain. She pinched herself hard but forgot whether she actually pinched or not. She drank another drop of spirit spring water. What was happening to her body? Why wasn't the miraculous spirit spring working? Jing Shu had always wondered what it was like to be in a vegetative state. Now she roughly understood. The mind seemed clear, but the body couldn't respond. The once super-strong Jing Shu now had to rely on Su Mali to walk. Jing Shu, hang on. Once we're out, I'll find a doctor for you right away. Sumali had thought Jing Shu was just oxygen-deprived and would recover after resting. Even Wang Chuang said it was oxygen deprivation and gave Jing Shu a bottle of mineral water, but it seemed useless. Jing Shu's condition worsened. Jing Shu, Jing Shu. Jing Shu seemed to hear someone calling her, but each word dragged out strangely, barely clear. Was she getting worse? We're almost there, almost at the bottom. Be careful, that's the elevator's frame. Climb under it and you'll reach the exit. Wang Chuang's excited voice came, but then, behind them, creaking sounds echoed. The two cables around them suddenly started moving fast. Though they couldn't see the elevator, the moving ropes meant it was rushing down toward them. Run! Run! Wang Chuang shouted. Sumali pulled Jing Shu toward the lowest point, with Da Mao and Wang Chuang close behind. Run another 100 meters! Jump straight across! Jing Shu ran instinctively, surprisingly faster than Sumali, practically leading her. But the narrow passage limited their speed. Though 100 meters sounded short, it felt like they were running on the edge of life and death for a long time. Could a normal elevator move this fast? It felt like a vertical elevator was falling straight down. No steady speed at all. Most importantly, the cables moved way too fast. It was like the Grim Reaper was chasing them. They reached it. The only slightly lit spot in the passage was the exit. Jump! Jing Shu jumped out first, followed by Sumali. But at that moment, the elevator's pusher slammed down. How fast does an object fall from a height? It feels like it's falling the moment you notice it. In less than 2 seconds, from sight to impact, it crashed down with a thunderous boom. Da Mao jumped out right behind them. Then came a huge explosion, so fast no one could even blink in time. It was obvious this was not the normal speed of an elevator, but someone had deliberately sped it up. Da Mao's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. This meant the other side was well prepared. The tremendous roar shook the entire underground passage violently. Small stones flew everywhere, cutting several gashes on Jing Shu's face and body. Blood flowed into her mouth, and when she licked it, she found it surprisingly tasty. Wang Chuang? Where's Wang Chuang? He didn't come out! Sumali gasped and ran toward the hole they had just escaped from. The elevator had crashed violently into the pusher's frame. She peered inside but saw nothing except a protruding arm wearing the Swiss watch she had given Wang Chuang. The bearded man was completely crushed under the elevator, likely flattened like a meat patty. The elevator was nearly destroyed. It was empty inside. Someone was deliberately controlling it. Could it be that someone already knew they had escaped? Jing Shu, her consciousness hazy, walked forward. Though she knew what was happening outside, she seemed unable to control her body, moving only by instinct. Sumali covered her mouth with both hands, tears streaming down. How could this be? Wang Chuang had just been talking to her. Why hadn't he escaped? Da Mao, breathing heavily, pressed his lips together. Don't worry, I'll protect Mrs. Safety. He had no time to grieve. He checked his phone, still no signal. Miss, we need to find an exit fast. There might be enemies here. Take this pistol. If anything feels off, shoot immediately. Da Mao grew more cautious. Among the three, he was now the only one they could rely on. He picked up some stones to probe ahead. Fortunately, the pusher's end should be the exit. He blocked Sumali and Jing Shu behind him and opened the door at the end. A creaking noise came from inside. It was pitch black. They couldn't see anything. Da Mao dared not turn on the light, fearing to alert enemies. Instead, he threw small stones in different directions, using the echoes to navigate. Hazy Jing Shu was still lost in thought. If she were fully conscious, things might have turned out differently. Let's go. Be careful. Stay close to the wall. Da Mao led the way. Nothing unusual happened. Sumali quietly pulled Jing Shu along deeper inside. Suddenly, a blinding light filled the hall. Run back! Da Mao shouted just as rapid gunfire erupted. Without hesitation, he shoved Sumali and Jing Shu out the door. Gunshots continued for 4 or 5 seconds, then silence. It was all over. Da Mao was riddled with bullets and slowly collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. With great effort, he pointed towards Sumali. Miss, run! If you get out, please take care of Mao and San Mao.
After saying this, he tilted his head and died. Oh, okay, I understand. Sumali trembled as she got up. Her yellow sundress was filthy and torn, even her carefully painted nails were ripped. She looked helplessly at the now brightly lit room and pointed in disbelief at the middle-aged man carrying an assault rifle who had just fired. It's you, Uncle Goo, how could it be? No, impossible! Her voice broke into sobs. Coming from her background, betrayal was the hardest thing to accept. Wasn't this man Uncle Goo? Jing Shu was pushed to the ground. This shove finally triggered some boundary within her. The chain of events connected, and the thin veil over her Rubik's Cube space was finally pierced. It upgraded, meeting all the conditions. An unprecedented power surged wildly in Jing Shu's mind, overwhelming her until she fainted. Every upgrade of the Rubik's Cube space was like a system update on a computer or phone. It required a shutdown and reboot. Jing Shu rebooted at this critical moment, as if surrendering to fate. But this upgrade was different from before. Jing Shu consciously received information transmitted by the Rubik's Cube space. As it upgraded, she could even hear sounds from outside. Most astonishingly, she seemed to hallucinate. Her Rubik's Cube space visibly expanded, cubic meter by cubic meter. She could see the second form of the space perfectly overlapping the real world. It was like an out-of-body experience. She even saw herself fainted on the ground, Damao lying there, Sumali crying loudly, and the people opposite them. The overlapping Rubik's Cube space was reorganizing, with white light points growing like photons in a sci-fi movie. It was incredible. So this was how the Rubik's Cube space upgraded. At this moment, Sumali was truly isolated and helpless. Jing Shu had fainted. Her 2 bodyguards were dead, and the one she trusted most, Uncle Goo, was the mastermind behind this incident. How could this be? She nearly broke down. Uncle Goo? Oh, your loyal Uncle Goo? Too bad, he died horribly. The middle-aged man pushed his hair back and slowly peeled off a layer of skin from his face. He hasn't been your Uncle Goo for 2 months. Didn't you notice? What? Sumali was shocked. Impossible. He's with me every day. The man revealed a young face beneath the peeled skin. Jing Shu, in her out-of-body state, saw it clearly. It was Lin Yi, the very person she had been monitoring every day. It was him. It really was him. Jing Shu was stunned, speechless. How could it be him? How could one person play 2 roles? The Lin Yi she monitored showed no abnormal behavior every day. It was too normal, too ordinary. Did he know she was watching him all along? That explained why Uncle Goo seemed so tall and familiar. But Uncle Goo was strong, and the Lin Yi she saw before the new year was thin and tall, completely different. Why not? I started imitating him 3 months ago. 2 months ago, I kidnapped him to my home. It took a lot of effort to learn everything about him. Now I can finally shed this real skin, Lin Yi said as he began peeling off the skin from his neck. Under the bright lights, the scene was shocking. Fat Piggy, carrying a gun, charged over. Taking advantage of Sumali's momentary shock, he snatched her gun away and then ran over to Jing Shu, kicking her hard twice. Passed out, huh? Must be from the oxygen deprivation earlier. That damn bitch really hurt me. Jing Shu groaned. Wait till I wake up. I'll deal with you. At last, Jing Shu understood why Lin Yi's physique had changed so drastically. It was because he was literally wearing real human skin. Each piece was somehow tightly fitted onto Lin Yi's body, looking indistinguishable from real skin. Lin Yi tore off chunks of flesh and casually tossed them onto the floor. It was real human skin. If Uncle Goo hadn't betrayed them, everything would make sense now. Lin Yi had planned this all along, bringing Sumali here for the auction, then deliberately trapping her in the house. What he intended to do next was unknown. So here's the question. Was Jing Shu just an innocent bystander? She warned herself never to get involved with Sumali's affairs, or she'd face all kinds of trouble. You're not my Uncle Goo. Who are you? What did you do to him? Sumali screamed hoarsely. Isn't this your Uncle Goo's skin? Lin Yi smiled brightly,
as casually as when Jing Nai fainted and he stuck his hands in his pockets, giving advice like it was no big deal. "Do you know, miss, it took a lot of effort to fully become your Uncle Gu? To make his skin look like normal human skin? I used many medicines, especially to prolong his life so that when I cut off pieces of his flesh alive, they'd stay fresh and not rot. That way, the figure wearing the real skin wouldn't look strange. To make a parasite, you have to use a living person. When your Uncle Gu was half-skinned, he was done for. No other young man could endure that long. But I learned all his secrets. Luckily, the plan was executed 6 months early, or there wouldn't have been a suitable person. Oh, I should thank the people who captured me back then. I haven't properly thanked them yet. Last year, they forced me to make human skin so they could successfully infiltrate the US. I played my cards well, but no one knows I made the human skin. I'll repay that favor someday. So making human skin is really a tough job. For this plan, I had to take off the skin every day and then put it back on." Sumali covered her mouth and started vomiting uncontrollably. That was the body of Uncle Gu, who had been with her for 9 years. And now, in this way, it appeared before her eyes. Even worse, for 2 months she had been living with someone who wasn't Uncle Gu, and she never noticed. Uncle Gu had died such a horrible death, skinned alive and made into a human skin suit. She never even saw him one last time. How much pain must he have endured? Jing Shu shivered all over. She finally understood why Lin Yi had been carrying a medicine bag every day 2 months ago. She had wondered why he always carried that bag. Yes, it was him, the mastermind behind the bloody chaos in her previous life. It wasn't until years later that news of his death came. After being captured, he escaped several times. The police never knew how he managed to escape under surveillance. Jing Shu was curious. What other tricks did he have? He was highly intelligent, quick to learn, versatile, and especially terrifying in manipulating people's hearts. So terrifying that Jing Nai liked him a lot. So terrifying he stirred up storms in several countries. It seemed there was a story behind Yang Yang going to the US disguised as an American. It was very likely Lin Yi was captured and forced to help Yang Yang make human skin masks. But how did he escape later? He was guarded by a group of strong men. How could he have escaped? He must have some big secret. Jing Shu couldn't help but be curious. Sumali wiped her tears and collapsed onto the wet floor, sobbing as she pointed at Lin Yi. Uncle Gu underwent level 12 pain training. Torture wouldn't work on him. He could bite his tongue to die, even control his mind to commit suicide. How did you do it? Lin Yi sneered. Aren't you curious why I pretended to be your Uncle Gu? To kidnap me. I've been kidnapped many times since childhood, but no one ever succeeded, as long as I don't want it. Sumali's voice rose sharply, full of her unique sharpness. She seemed confident that if she didn't want something, it wouldn't happen. She was the goddess of her own fate. This was the unshakable confidence Sumali had built since childhood. If she didn't want it, it wouldn't happen. That's how awesome she was. Tsk, tisk, you're really full of yourself. Lin Yi shook his head. I could have kidnapped you on day 1, but that would be too easy and meaningless. Then what do you want? Are you trying to kill my father? Sumali asked in terror. You, just lie quietly in that private room and sleep. I never intended to trouble you. You're just a small pawn, Lin Yi said thoughtfully, stepping closer with an oppressive air. Sumali edged backward, finally feeling fear. Jing Shu frowned, pondering Lin Yi's words. So Lin Yi had set up this huge chessboard. What was his real goal? Was Jing Shu just an insignificant pawn? If so, how could she save herself and stay away from this mess? Jing Shu felt Lin Yi was playing with fire, very dangerous. Whatever he planned, it was never safe. Stirring up people's hearts, causing chaos. His ambitions might be even bigger. You should sleep now. When you wake up, you might see a good show, Lin Yi said, pressing a towel over Sumali's mouth. She soon fainted. Then Lin Yi stepped toward Jing Shu. Jing Shu felt her heart race. Lin Yi returned to his tall, thin form, but Jing Shu noticed his muscles were well defined, showing he was extremely disciplined, exercising daily.
someone this strict with himself would be even harsher on others. What was he going to do? Someone who could kill Shangguanjun, and you faint so easily from oxygen deprivation? You must be hiding quite a few secrets yourself. You know, Shangguanjun was an important piece in Zhetian, covering the sky. You, huh? Lin Yi pulled the trigger on the gun pointed at Jing Shu's head, seemingly lost in thought. Jing Shu's heart pounded wildly. Could she really be this unlucky? She still had some use, didn't she? She wanted to talk things out. Poor Jing Shu couldn't react at all. If her Rubik's Cube space fully overlapped with reality right now, maybe she could manipulate a gun inside it and shoot Lin Yi dead. Not faking it at all. Suddenly, Lin Yi lowered the gun, squatted down, and flipped the unconscious Jing Shu over. He examined her carefully. Her face was covered in dried blood, looking even more miserable than Su Mali. Lin Yi pressed his fingers to her neck and nose, then rolled her eyes to check. He frowned again. It wasn't caused by oxygen deprivation. "What's up, boss? Want me to kill this bitch? I'll do it," Fat Piggy said, preparing to kick her again, but Lin Yi stopped him with a look. Lin Yi waved his hand. "I'm keeping this woman alive for a reason." Then he started searching her body. Unfortunately, he only found some military knives, daggers, and tools. Nothing useful. He frowned, puzzled. No gun on her? No dangerous items? Could she have lost them on the way? Jing Shu slowly exhaled, relieved she had the habit of storing valuables in her space. Usually, she'd reach into her pocket, then pull things out from her space. Since her phone held many secrets, she kept it there. It had become instinctive to only take things out after reaching into her pocket. No, Jing Shu should be grateful she still had some use, so she wasn't killed. Forget it. Lock them up here and watch them closely. Also, get someone to clear the passage outside. Don't let it interfere with the plan. Lin Yi stood up, squinting thoughtfully, then added, "Be careful. This woman is the one who killed Shangguanjun. You know who he is, right?" Fat Piggy's teeth chattered. Of course he knew. "Don't worry, boss, I'll be careful. This time, once they're tied up here, they won't go anywhere." Fat Piggy promised confidently, but in his heart he thought once the boss left, he could do whatever he wanted, live as he pleased. Su Mali couldn't move. She was a hostage. But that little shrimp next to her, Fat Piggy was already imagining his happy life. Lin Yi nodded, collected all the guns, and left the underground passage. Before leaving, he stuck 2 miniature surveillance devices on the doorframe, then finally departed. "Let me see what secrets you're hiding," Lin Yi hummed, thinking to himself. His favorite tactic was using their own methods against them. If he weren't so cautious and constantly monitored, this woman might have discovered something long ago. Lin Yi knew Fat Piggy well. He deliberately left Fat Piggy behind to stir up trouble. He wanted to see how Jing Shu would resist without outside help. He was quite looking forward to it. Lin Yi left, but his sneaky act of placing devices at the door didn't escape Jing Shu's notice. She was in an out-of-body state. What amazed Jing Shu even more was that her visible field was the same as the expanded view inside her Rubik's Cube space. Within this view, there were no blind spots for her. Jing Shu didn't know if this was a new ability from her Rubik's Cube space upgrading to level 7. In any case, in the real world overlapping with the Rubik's Cube space, Jing Shu had a god's eye view just like inside the space. This view could zoom and rotate. When she wanted to see what Lin Yi had stuck on the door, the camera zoomed in instantly. She saw it was a pinhole surveillance camera. Jing Shu had a new theory. When the Rubik's Cube space fully overlaps with the real world, she gains absolute control over the overlapped reality, just like her absolute control over the Rubik's Cube space itself. This God's eye view enabled by the overlap might just be the beginning. Like inside the Rubik's Cube space, this God's eye view was probably a projection mapped from the space into Jing Shu's mind. So now she wasn't truly out of her body, she was seeing a projection of the Rubik's Cube space. As the Rubik's Cube space upgraded and expanded, her vision expanded too. After Lin Yi left, Fat Piggy called people over and tied Su Mali and Jing Shu up in this underground passage that looked like a transit station. Many things had been stored here before. Besides puddles on the floor, there were many black residues left behind. What were they plotting here? To prevent escape, Fat Piggy chained the two to thick pillars. He rubbed his hands together. "Wait for me. Once the passage is fixed, we'll have some real fun." Fat Piggy wanted to touch Jing Shu's cheek, but she was so filthy with blood and dirt that he found it disgusting. He turned away and went to work. Jing Shu exhaled slowly again. Time passed. Damao's corpse in the corner attracted many apocalypse insects that began to gnaw on it. Judging by the speed, in less than 2 hours, Damao's body would be reduced to a skeleton, not even a drop of blood left. Until Jing Shu's vision gradually blurred, the Rubik's Cube space projection shattered piece by piece. She lost her last sight and consciousness. Information about the Rubik's Cube space upgrade kept coming. Jing Shu finally understood that the new vision was only one branch of the space's new abilities. "Today's been exhausting," Fat Piggy panted, looking satisfied at the Swiss watch in his hand. Though tired as a dog, the haul was good. Too bad the guns on the man crushed into a patty were broken, or the haul would have been better. Fat Piggy approached the chained women, laughing and rubbing his hands. "Hey, baby, I'm here. Miss me?" Su Molly woke up hearing the noise. Opening her eyes, she saw that huge face approaching and screamed. "Ah! Ah!" Her scream finally woke Jing Shu. She felt soreness, cold, and hunger rumbling in her stomach. After all, the upgrade probably consumed a lot of energy. As she opened her eyes, she saw Fat Piggy's big face coming close, and his greasy hand reaching toward her. Su Molly struggled back and forth, and soon her delicate hands were marked with purplish-red bruises from the tight chains. "Whoa, don't come near me!" Su Molly shouted. After half a year of effort and a 2-month bottleneck, Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space finally upgraded to level 7 today. But she had no time to explore the new functions, new lands, or new spaces. Jing Shu struggled but couldn't break free. Fat Piggy really respected them. He had bound them with iron chains. At this moment, Jing Shu's life was in danger, and someone was trying to take advantage of her. Just as Jing Shu glanced subtly at the surveillance camera, thinking about how to take down Fat Piggy without being detected, Fat Piggy suddenly stopped. Of course, it wasn't a change of heart. He had stepped on the terrifying bugs feasting on Damao's flesh. These bugs swarmed onto him like ants and started biting. Sometimes Jing Shu really thought Su Molly's luck was terrifying. Even in such desperate situations, all kinds of things happened. The goddess of luck truly favored Su Molly. But on second thought, it was inevitable. Damao's death attracted the bugs, and anyone stepping there would be bitten. Fate is truly mysterious. Fat Piggy slapped his legs and wailed, "Damn it, doggy, big donkey, lean meat, come help me." 4 of his still-working underlings rushed in, quickly stripping off their clothes and beating the bugs off Fat Piggy. But apocalypse bugs were no longer like before. Through harsh natural selection, they had evolved into the most lethal kind. Anything dead and edible, they would swarm. Soon the 5 were in chaos. Fat Piggy cursed and stomped hard. Together they stomped many bugs to death, bleeding heavily. Just as they thought the bugs were dealt with, several snakes slithered out from the wall corners, flicking tongues and twisting slender bodies, starting a new human-snake battle. Su Molly screamed, hoping the snakes would bite those men to death but not bite her. Soon, her wish came true. Snakes. "Dear V8 guest, your wish has been received." Eventually, the snakes were shot, chopped with shovels, and smashed to death in various ways. But before the men could drain venom or blood, they staggered and lost the will to fight. The 5-step snake is one of the most venomous snakes, not to be underestimated, especially after being nurtured with Spirit Spring in Jing Shu's space for so long. "Nice bite! Well done!" Su Molly cheered. "Kill them! Wait, the key! The key to our chains, where is it?" Key? "Dear V8 guest, your wish has been received." Jing Shu lowered her head and closed her eyes, beginning to use the true power of her level 7 Rubik's Cube space for the first time. Indeed, if the level 6 Rubik's Cube space had its powers sealed, level 7 was like unlocking its true abilities. Jing Shu finally understood why before the upgrade her mind was foggy, her head dizzy, and she couldn't tell reality from dreams. The level 7 Rubik's Cube space caused severe perceptual disturbances, hallucinations, within its domain. Simply put, it could control the thoughts of creatures and ultimately their behavior. She also understood why she was strongly prompted to practice the Rubik's Cube at 4 a.m. every day, because of the new power. She realized the previous abilities were unlocked to evolve this new power, which she needed. Before, she had to live with bees for half a year to control them. She fed the fat chicken lots of spirit spring to build a master-servant bond. These were abilities before the hallucination power was unlocked. She had lived with the 5-step snakes for 2 months without establishing control, which disappointed her. But now, with level 7 Rubik's Cube space, she no longer feared these problems. According to Jing Shu's understanding, the space could now induce hallucinations and perceptual disturbances in creatures inside it, effectively suggesting, "I am your master. Obey me." After upgrading, Jing Shu immediately established a bond with the snakes, receiving feedback and issuing commands. The snakes emerged from the wall corners and fought the men, but ultimately both sides perished. If they hadn't died together, it would be suspicious for the snakes to spare her and Su Mali. Previously, she could only suggest who the snakes should bite, not command how to fight. Before was mere suggestion. Now it was full control. Now, Jing Shu could not only control the snakes but also receive their feedback and even their vision, perfect for scouting. Snakes as surveillance were far better and more flexible than cameras. This hallucination ability that causes cognitive disruption sounds trivial, but is actually powerful, giving her a sense of dominion over the space. In the real world overlapping with the Rubik's Cube space, Jing Shu wouldn't directly control people but could induce mild perceptual disturbances and momentary hallucinations, subtly influencing them. By activating this hallucination ability, she made Fat Piggy, who held the key, hallucinate that he could survive by finding Su Mali. Stumbling and falling onto Su Mali, Fat Piggy dropped the key and died. Su Mali thus easily obtained the key. The ability to induce hallucinations, even momentary or subtle decisions, is very powerful. It's definitely one of Jing Shu's trump cards, capable of saving her life at critical moments and influencing many things. The surveillance camera transmitted the recent footage. So it really is like this. Lin Yi tapped the table rhythmically. After months with the young lady, he knew her tricks. He had even made her experience a terrifying elevator ordeal, but she survived unscathed. Even ambushed with guns, she escaped easily. Those deadly bugs and snakes seemed almost like they were rushing to save her. Are there really people in this world with such incredible luck? But then again, what's impossible? If Su Mali was a favored child of fate, then he was the forsaken one. Su Mali had luck on her side while he was haunted by nightmares. He also possessed a secret ability unknown to the world, his survival trump card, his life-saving skill, and one of his greatest secrets to date. So Lin Yi didn't care much about Su Mali's terrifying luck. In fact, in this plan, he never intended to harm her. To him, Su Mali was just a pawn, a piece on the chessboard. To those who act, defeat awaits. To those who grasp, loss follows. People like Su Mali should be avoided. Keep your distance and respect them from afar. So it's quite a troublesome matter, Lin Yi sighed. What he really wanted to see was what secrets the woman who killed Shang Guanjun held. Unexpectedly, even though she didn't interfere with Su Mali ended up solving the problem herself. This time, Jing Shu showed no special traits at all, as if she were just an ordinary passerby. Shang Guanjun, like Lin Yi, was a meticulous thinker, skilled in ambush and deception. No one would gamble with their life lightly. Yet Shang Guanjun died in a trap meant for others. Either he was discovered early, unlikely, or the ambush failed. This made Lin Yi even more curious. Jing Shu must have some deadly counterattack or killing ability. Lin Yi inspected the spot where Shang Guanjun died. There were signs of an explosion, indicating he used explosives or grenades. He subtly questioned Jing Shu's grandmother. Though the old lady was reluctant, nothing was hidden from Lin Yi. That day there was an explosion. She even heard bombing sounds that flipped her car. She heard the repairs cost a lot and much food was wasted. This made things more intriguing. Could this woman really have some mysterious power? No, there are no mysteries in this world. Everything has an explanation, just like his own abilities. So what was the truth? Such a pity. This time I saw nothing. Such a good opportunity wasted. Lin Yi shook his head, glanced at the time, and slowly smiled. Well, it's almost time for the show. Time to let you play your roles as pawns. But before that, the act must be complete. You'll have to go through some trials to make your escape believable, right? Let's give you a surprise on the surface. Lin Yi tapped his long fingers on the command keys. Compared to Shang Guanjun, he was better at being the mastermind behind the scenes. He liked being called the big boss behind the curtain. Pressing enter, Lin Yi sipped his tea and reviewed the footage. His smile gradually froze. Something's off. Jing Shu's performance is too calm, as if everything is under control. Now this is interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me. If it's this easy to catch you, it's no fun. After Su Mali got the key and unlocked their chains, the two finally freed themselves from the pillars and regained their freedom. So, what exactly does Lin Yi want? He deliberately installed surveillance to watch us, as if he wanted to see us escape? What's his purpose? Jing Shu couldn't help but suspect Lin Yi's behavior. Was he like a cat playing with a mouse, catching it, releasing it, then catching it again for fun? No, it probably wasn't that simple. Jing Shu, quick! We can escape now, let's run! Unfortunately, all my communication devices were confiscated. Never mind, we'll figure it out after we get out. Su Mali pulled Jing Shu along, ignoring her bruises and cuts. This was the first major setback in the young lady's life. Look, Su Mali was still so naive. Foolish. Someone deliberately let you go. All right, let's go. Jing Shu tidied her clothes, wiped the blood off her face, though many scratches had already scabbed over. This was definitely the first time since her rebirth she looked so battered. Before leaving, Jing Shu kicked the dead fat piggy twice. That bastard had kicked her while her Rubik's Cube space was upgrading and tried to take advantage of her. She wasn't just holding a grudge. She also secretly collected some of the bugs on the ground into her space. Yes. She planned to breed some of these fierce bugs, either as food for snakes and leeches or for future sneak attacks and corpse disposal. In short, she wanted to raise them for a while to see if they had other special uses. She was curious how ferocious bugs fed with spirit spring water could be. Could she raise a bug army that needed no food, surviving on corpses, and sell them as food in a pinch? Su Mali held Jing Shu's hands, watching the bugs eat the corpses and the gruesome dead bodies around, trembling. Let's go quickly. Wait, the dead fat guy wore the watch I gave Wang Chuang. I have to take it as a memento. After all, Wang Chuang saved us and Da Mao took bullets for us. I'll also take care of their family, Mao and San Mao. Overcoming her fear, Su Mali took off the watch and hurried away with Jing Shu. At the exit, Jing Shu stopped. There were two paths, one leading directly to the surface, the other to an underground passage. Unsurprisingly, Su Mali wanted to escape to the surface. Jing Shu pointed to the underground passage. Let's go below. After upgrading, Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space had become unprecedentedly powerful. It was like upgrading from a musket to a cannon, a qualitative leap. If not for her Rubik's Cube space upgrading and clouding her mind, Wang Chuang wouldn't have died. She had many ways to handle the high-speed elevator. Compared to Lin Yi deliberately guiding them above, Jing Shu felt the underground passage was safer. Also, in the narrow underground space, she had life-saving abilities. The surface had too many external factors. If a group of people with guns ambushed her, she'd be helpless. But Wang Chuang died that way. It's dangerous down there, Su Mali said pitifully. I suspect this passage leads straight to Chanduoduo's house. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes.
Why do you say it leads straight to Chanduoduo's place? Aren't we already at Chanduoduo's estate?
Su Mali was confused. Jing Shu shook her head. I don't think Duo knows anything about this. The reason I think this is that the man impersonating your Uncle Gu, Lin Yi, did this deliberately. He used the opportunity to block the West Mountain Road and took a big detour, sneaking in from behind West Mountain, purposely passing by Duo's estate. And then? Sumali blinked, wondering what the connection was. To make sure your data stays at Duo's place, think about it. If you disappear and the last place you were seen is on Duo's turf, what do you think your father will do? Jing Shu rolled her eyes. Sumali's mouth dropped open. My father might go all out against Duo, but if Duo doesn't know anything about it, he'll think my father is making trouble. They might end up fighting. People in their position shouldn't be so impulsive, right? Jing Shu touched her nose. People with power and status should be more stable. Sumali grabbed her hair in frustration. You don't know. Every time I get kidnapped, my father goes crazy, loses his mind. Oh no, we should definitely go above ground. I have to let my father know we're safe or he'll really cause chaos at West Mountain. Jing Shu frowned. So Lin Yi, who's skilled in manipulation, must know all these points. He's trying to sow discord between the top two tycoons of Wuchang, making them fight? It's not that simple. That's why we take the underground passage. It's going against expectations. No one would guess we'd go underground. Do you know how many of their allies are waiting for you above? And are you sure you want to risk being eaten by red worms in the pouring rain? Sumali shook her head vigorously. All right, let's hurry. This time there won't be any problems, trust me. Jing Shu grabbed Sumali and ran toward the underground passage. They arrived at the entrance where they had escaped the elevator nightmare. They had come in through here. The stones on the ground were still there. The pusher that crushed Wang Chuang had been repaired by Fat Piggy and his men. The corpse had been disposed of somewhere by Fat Piggy. Jing Shu searched for the elevator button to activate the new pusher but couldn't find it. She understood that the switch in this huge passage was controlled only by Lin Yi. No one else had the authority. Let's go. Jing Shu climbed in and pulled Sumali up. Sumali was scared but agreed. Though she didn't want to take the underground passage, Jing Shu was too strong-willed. When she was with Jing Shu, she couldn't help but obey. She felt so helpless. Jing Shu walked quickly, constantly marking their position and distance on the phone map in her space. She didn't know how deep the passage was, but there was no signal or GPS. I'm hungry. Sumali's stomach growled. She bit her lip, feeling cold. The underground passage was chilly. Jing Shu, who had been hungry upon waking, took out a compressed biscuit from her pocket and gave it to Sumali. Chew 28 times before swallowing. Sumali nodded and gently bit into it. Wow, what was this? It was so delicious. She ate the biscuit happily like a little hamster. With food, Sumali walked much faster. Jing Shu's mouth was full of snacks, chocolate, pistachios, nuts, eating happily. She didn't even open her mouth. Sumali had no idea what she was eating. 3 kilometers. 4 kilometers. At first, there were some forks in the road, even passing the place they had come from, but gradually the passage became a straight underground tunnel. It was roughly dug, not by Duo, more like a freight passage. Poor rich people. Someone dug a tunnel under their house without them knowing. Looks like big plans are afoot. All the forks we passed have been sealed. Is Lin Yi trying to lead us to the end? It was 3 p.m., about 4 or 5 hours since Sumali disappeared. Jing Shu wondered what was happening outside. She felt a headache and quickened her pace. They took the underground passage? Then it's time to execute Plan B? Lin Yi sat before the big screen, watching the grid of live feeds, a slight smile on his lips. Lingqi, you can start now. Understood, boss. The daughter of Wucheng's natural gas tycoon was being held under house arrest by Wucheng's richest man, Duo, due to a special preference. This news spread like wildfire, causing a huge stir. Even more terrifying, Su Xiangnian, the natural gas tycoon, brought thousands of gas canisters to West Mountain, threatening to take Duo down with him. The news came from somewhere, and soon Wucheng's upper echelons knew. Considering the severity,
the government dispatched Wu Cheng's first special forces team, supported by firefighters. The second team, led by Li Yutian, was on standby, ready to deploy. Within hours, thousands flooded West Mountain, the largest influx since the heavy rains months ago. Upon hearing the news, Qian Duoduo's first reaction was, "What game is that old ghost playing this time? Didn't he have enough last time? Su Xiangyan really screwed me over then." "Let's talk it out, Brother Su. Don't drag family into this. I really haven't seen your daughter. Maybe it's a misunderstanding." Qian Duoduo, dressed in a tang suit, calmly rolled walnuts in his hand. His daughter was missing. What did that have to do with him? Su Xianyan's already grim face darkened further. He crossed his arms and pointed at Qian Duoduo. "You think I'm joking? Believe it or not, I'll blow up your West Mountain. Want me to call it in? Boom!" At that moment, bang! A loud explosion shook the entire villa. Qian Duoduo's walnuts rolled off the table and were stomped on several times. Qian Duoduo could no longer remain calm. Crawling on the floor, he tried to pick up the walnuts he had been rolling for years, only to be stepped on again. As everyone recovered from the chaos, they began to shout in alarm. Outside, flames soared into the rainy sky. It was undoubtedly the gas canisters brought by Su Xiangyan that had exploded. This might just be an appetizer. If thousands of gas canisters were detonated, they could really blow up West Mountain. Fortunately, the explosion wasn't inside the villa. Otherwise, many would have perished. Qian Duoduo gritted his teeth. "Su the madman, you're serious this time?" Su Xiangyan's grim face showed a flicker of surprise but quickly regained composure. He said through clenched teeth, "My daughter is my heart and soul. If anything happens to her, I'd be unworthy before her mother in heaven. I'm not joking. Does my daughter's disappearance have anything to do with you?" Qian Duoduo put away the walnuts and pondered. It seemed Su Xiangyan's daughter had indeed been kidnapped. He whispered, "Maybe someone's using her. I really don't know. Why don't you tell me what happened?" Su Xiangyan waved his hand, and the old butler stepped forward, nodding. "Sir, today the young lady left with a gu, 2 bodyguards, and her classmate Jing Shu, heading to West Mountain. This is their route. They stayed over an hour in your territory, so they had signal then. Also, the GPS on the young lady's car disappeared completely at that time. These are all her recent chat records and data, including conversations with Agu, the bodyguards, and Jing Shu. Apart from the involved parties, no one else knew she was going out. This is your man, Fat Piggy, who collected materials for you and arranged for her to inspect goods this morning. She disappeared between 10:30 and 11 a.m. I suspected someone else might be using your name to collect materials and secretly kidnap our young lady to frame you and cause conflict between our families." As the butler spoke, Qian Duoduo nodded. Indeed, he feared someone was deliberately causing trouble. But Fat Piggy's ID and IP address check out. The person who arranged the meeting was your man. They did business with our young lady, paid in oil, right? Qian Duoduo frowned. "Wait, Fat Piggy is indeed my man, one of my own who came with me from the mainland. I trust him. I'll call him over to verify. Go, call Fat Piggy and have him bring all the morning's transaction documents." Someone went to fetch him. The villa fell silent, the atmosphere heavy. Soon, Fat Piggy hurried in with his men. "Boss, you called? I brought the documents and goods. What's up?" Fat Piggy wiped sweat from his face. Qian Duoduo waved him over. "Tell everyone about this morning's transaction and parties involved." "Oh, sure. Yesterday I arranged with Sumali to inspect goods today. She arrived as promised, and we completed the deal. Here are all the goods she brought, and this is the contract. I agreed to buy 3 batches of blood mushrooms, paying 20 tons of oil. Later, the man called Gu Shu took the oil away, and the deal was done." Su Xiangyan gave a look. The butler checked and nodded. "These are the young lady's goods." The butler showed photos on his phone to Fat Piggy's men. "See clearly? The woman in the photo is Sumali. This man is called Gu Shu. These 2 are her bodyguards. This is her classmate Jing Shu. 5 people in total did business with you." Fat Piggy examined carefully. "The man called Gu Shu is definitely him, Sumali too, but the 2 bodyguards wore hats so I couldn't see clearly. At the time of the deal, only 4 people were there. The butler and Su Xiangnan exchanged glances. The butler asked again, "Are you sure there was no one named Jing Shu? Or maybe she stayed outside?" Fat Piggy nodded. "Sure, only 4 people. They drove a custom business car. I greeted them." "That can't be." Su Xiangnan frowned deeply. "When did they leave? Where did they go?" Fat Piggy scratched his head. "I don't know. The man called Gu Shu took the oil away. Su Mali and the 2 bodyguards waited there. Then we all left." The butler looked at Su Xiangnan and nodded. "We checked Jing Shu's records. She clearly went in and out with the young lady. Either your people are lying, or Jing Shu is a mole." Qian Duoduo was silent for a long time before saying, "I know that girl Jing Shu. I've done business with her a few times. Cooperation was smooth. As for Fat Piggy, no need to lie. I can show you all his recent data. I think there's some misunderstanding here. Sir, the young lady's car has been found. It's parked where the GPS disappeared, hasn't moved." Su Xiangnan clenched his fists, his face grim. "Still say it's not your fault? The car hasn't moved. She disappeared on your turf." A drop of sweat rolled down Qian Duoduo's cheek. Was someone really trying to frame him? Who? 2 possibilities flashed through his mind. 1, someone is framing him, but it's a crude attempt. 2, Su Xiangnan is staging a drama to gain his trust and then betray him. "Calm down. I'll pull all the West Mountain surveillance for you. Anyone who enters West Mountain is recorded. To leave, they'd have to fly. We have helicopters patrolling the skies. There's only one road out. Most likely they haven't left West Mountain." Qian Duoduo had to clear his name. Dig 3 feet deep if you have to. Start searching where the young lady disappeared. Don't miss any corner, especially secret rooms and basements," Su Xiangnan said coldly. He understood Qian Duoduo's words. It was all about clearing his own suspicion. How could someone break into his territory without him knowing? Ridiculous. Sir, we found an underground casino where the young lady disappeared." The news shocked everyone present. "Go, turn that underground casino upside down and see if there's any trace of the young lady," Su Xiangnan said coldly, baring his teeth at Qian Duoduo. "I didn't expect Mr. Qian to have such wide-ranging tastes." For some reason, he thought of Jing Shu again. "Any response from Banana Community? Where's Jing Shu?" The old butler shook his head. "She should be with the young lady." Su Xiangnan fell silent. Perhaps this incident was indeed related to Jing Shu, or maybe she was also a victim. After all, from the chat records, it was the young lady who initiated contact, and Fat Piggy, who contacted her daughter, was the prime suspect. Mr. Qian gave an awkward but polite smile. "The things built in my youth have long since fallen into ruin." The atmosphere in the hall grew heavier. Qian Duoduo listened to reports from his subordinates, his eyelids twitching. Things were not looking good. He gestured quietly to Wu Fu. "Send Mr. Qian, Miss Qian, and the madam to the castle. Arrange their safety and activate the castle's air defense mode. I think these people really want to blow up my West Mountain. Also, ask when government reinforcements will arrive. Send someone to arrange it. We must not let these lunatics actually blow up the gas canisters." "Understood. I'm on it." Sir, we found the young lady." Su Xiangnan jumped up. A breathless man reported, "We found the young lady's belongings. They were indeed in a locked secret room in the underground casino of that dilapidated estate. We pried open the lock and found signs she had been there." "And the young lady? The others?" The floor tiles in the secret room were pried open, connecting to an underground passage. It seems the young lady escaped with others. From the traces, she was indeed confined there. There was no signal inside. Our men have gone into the passage to search, but it seems very large. Bang! A chair slammed onto the floor. Both sides quietly drew weapons. Su Xiangnan's men raised gas canisters. Qian Duoduo shouted, "Put down your weapons! Don't want to die, huh?" "Mr. Qian, explain this. You say you didn't confine my daughter? Where is she?" Qian Duoduo frowned. "Brother Su, the estate's casino was built over a decade ago. The underground passage was also constructed but was abandoned long ago.
I even had it sealed. Lu Fu, get the map of the underground passage and show it to Brother Su's men so they don't get lost. Maybe his daughter is still inside. Chanduoduo tapped the table. Also, I'm curious how the young lady was locked in the underground casino of the estate. It's been abandoned for years. Brother Su, this matter is suspicious. Chifu, get all entry and exit records and surveillance of West Mountain from the past half-month. Fat Piggy, has Su Mali ever been to the underground casino? I don't know, boss. We completed the deal at your meeting place. After that, I left. This is my route today. I really didn't have time to take Su Mali to that distant ruined estate to confine her. Fat Piggy was near breaking down. A good business deal had turned into such a mess. Liu Fu produced the plan. This is the underground passage Mr. Qian built years ago. Due to various reasons, construction stopped long ago. Currently, there's less than 2 kilometers of passage around the casino, with a control room and 6 underground warehouses. But the passage has been sealed for a long time. Miss Su likely got lost there. If Jing Shu were here, she would suddenly understand why there were many forks at first, but then only a straight path, and why the workmanship was poor. Clearly not Qian Duoduo's doing. Su Xiangyan's face darkened. He knew his daughter was incredibly lucky, but every time she was kidnapped, he worried. Previous kidnappers wanted money, so he was confident, but this time, he couldn't say. He didn't even know what Qian Duoduo wanted to do to his daughter to force his gas company to concede, or if someone was framing Qian Duoduo, and why. Until now, he didn't know who was truly against his daughter. That was the most deadly part. Send all our men in. Search every corner thoroughly. Boss, Su Xiangyan's men have entered the underground passage. Request to close the main passage and open the auxiliary passage. Request received. Boss, plan complete. Qian Duoduo's fortress air defense passage is activated. Lin Yi's glasses reflected a gleam. Good. The turtle shell is finally open. Fill it with explosives. Also, check other explosives to ensure West Mountain is completely destroyed. Understood, my boss. Time passed. Both sides grew restless. Qian Duoduo's side began checking all entry records and surveillance. Gu Shu appeared in many cameras. Qian Duoduo pointed at Gu Shu. Brother Su, I think you have a mole? Su Xiangyan's expression fluctuated. Then who is the woman always with him? Is she your person? Qian Duoduo's face stiffened. Someone had indeed infiltrated? Or was it Su Xiangyan's people? What were they trying to do? Qian Duoduo looked suspiciously at Su Xiangyan. Was this whole thing staged by Su Xiangyan himself? Some things are simple, but complicated people overthink and make them complex. Both tycoons had already thought of dozens of possibilities. Sir, we searched everywhere. No sign. After leaving the secret room and entering the passage, the young lady vanished completely. Impossible, Qian Duoduo frowned first. The passage is dead-end. If she really reached inside, how could she disappear? Then I have to ask you, Mr. Qian, where did you hide her? Don't think I won't blow up your West Mountain. Su Xiangyan lost patience. No sooner had he spoken than boom, boom, boom rang out outside. The whole mountain shook violently. Compared to the earlier explosion, this was a downpour. The blasts were deafening, and the villa shook fiercely. Qian Duoduo heard the sounds through the window. Countless places outside were blown up. His heart bled. Dust filled the air, rumbling loudly. After a while, Qian Duoduo gritted his teeth. Su Xiangyan, I've tolerated you long enough. Stop now. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Qian Duoduo, dressed in a tang suit, looked a bit disheveled, his face dusted with dirt from the villa's debris. Yet he urgently gave orders. Bafu, tally up which areas have been bombed, what the current situation is, and if there are any casualties. Also, send people to monitor the castle's situation. Owning an entire mountain estate had its downsides, too large to manage easily. Bafu, a young man, was seen busily recording and reporting on his notebook. Over 600 people on West Mountain sprang into rapid action. Su Xiangyan frowned, sensing something was wrong. He hadn't ordered anyone to blow up gas canisters. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. It was Jing Shu's number. From the other end came a choked voice. Dad, it's me. I'm with Jing Shu. We're safe. Where are you? Everyone exhaled in relief. The little one was safe. Su Xiangnan's old heart softened. Good, where are you? Where are Go and the other bodyguards? I'll send people to pick you up immediately. I'm at Qian's guest villa now. A Gu was likely a traitor. Gu Shu and the bodyguards are dead. Woo-woo, Jing Shu said the kidnappers probably wanted to cause you to fight among yourselves, so don't trust the bad guys. Don't fall for their tricks. I don't know where I am. After coming up from the passage, I arrived at a place that looks like a castle. Okay, keep your phone on. I'll locate you. Don't worry, I won't clash with the old ghost. Stay put. I'm sending people to get you. Though suspicious, Su Xiangnan knew nothing was more important than his daughter's safety. Quick, locate Jing Shu's phone. Qian Duoduo was full of questions. How did Su Xiangnan's daughter end up in the castle? Didn't she escape through the underground passage? How did she get from the passage to the castle? Something felt off. Could this be a setup? Since your daughter is safe, stop the bombing outside. Energy is tight now. To power the artificial sun, we need every bit of energy, Qian Duoduo said impatiently. Su Xiangnan hurried to explain. I didn't order the bombing, not the first explosion either. You heard it. Someone kidnapped my daughter to frame you. Now that she's escaped, we have no reason to bomb you. Someone wants us to kill each other and reap the benefits. Qian Duoduo sneered. Bafu, tell Brother Su what you've learned. Mr. Su, just got news. Over 20 of your men came up from the underground passage, lit gas canisters at a location, then fled. They've destroyed a farm, a ranch, and 3 houses. We've dispatched security to capture them. This is framing. Someone's framing us. Old ghost, I must rush to get my daughter. Once I have her, everything can be explained. Su Xiangnan, knowing it was a trap, lowered his tone and avoided conflict with Qian Duoduo. Fine. Let's go together and see what tricks you're playing. Qian Duoduo followed because the incident happened at the castle. The whole West Mountain could be blown up, but not the castle. He feared Su Xiangnan's schemes. He was the craftiest in their circle. For safety, I'll leave these gas canisters here. No, you must bring them along. I'll feel better watching them. Qian Duoduo wouldn't let Su Xiangnan leave so many gas canisters behind. What if they blew them up again? The group set off toward Jing Shu's phone location. Good news came. A government team had bypassed the blocked roads and was en route. Qian Duoduo wiped cold sweat. Quick, arrange for them to join us at the castle. With these reinforcements, even if Su Xiangnan wanted to blow up West Mountain, he'd think twice. And with this army, who would dare attack him? Following Jing Shu's location, it was indeed Qian Duoduo's castle. When did our castle get an underground passage? Real or fake? Qian Duoduo's expression flickered. He ordered Wu Fu to protect the young lady and young master and sent people to investigate the castle. Stay here and wait for your dad, Jing Shu said, handing Su Mali a new phone with a new SIM card and a compressed biscuit to nibble on. Where are you going? This is really Qian Duoduo's home. What do those people want? Su Mali clung to Jing Shu's clothes, scared to be left alone. I'm going to check again. There should be more than one passage here. Jing Shu seemed to recall something. But when we came up, there was only one. Let the adults handle this. What can we do? Maybe this passage was part of Lin Yi's plan. Jing Shu increasingly felt they were pawns. If Qian Duoduo and the others handled it, by the time they arrived, it might be too late. A wild guess took hold in Jing Shu's mind. Just as they neared the exit, loud rumbling came from outside, audible even in the underground passage. Jing Shu knew something was being bombed. Su Mali said it was probably her father losing it and trying to blow up West Mountain. Though exhausted, Su Mali forced herself to run. After all, it was a tough 10-plus kilometer journey. Of course, Jing Shu had added some spirit spring water to Su Mali's compressed biscuit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it. I'll be back soon, otherwise we might all die. I suspect Lin Yi wants to blow up West Mountain, Jing Shu said, then turned and continued down the underground passage. Su Mali tearfully waited for her father. Jing Shu hadn't wanted to get involved, but the bombing reminded her of a phrase from a year ago during the covering the sky chaos. Blow up West Mountain, blow up Qianduoduo's old mansion, rob the richest man Qianduoduo? At the time, Jing Shu thought it was ridiculous. Who was Qianduoduo? West Mountain had over 600 people serving just their family of 4. How many people does covering the sky have? Just to blow up West Mountain and rob Qianduoduo? They probably wouldn't even get past the front gate before getting beaten to death. Sure enough, back then, covering the sky didn't blow up West Mountain. They blew up the oil base instead. Then they turned around and went after trouble at Jing Shu's home. They even tried to blow up the villa, but Jing Shu blocked their way and wiped them out in one fell swoop. So the joke about blowing up West Mountain and robbing Qianduoduo was quickly forgotten by Jing Shu. Until today, with Lin Yi's appearance and his carefully laid plans, Jing Shu was even more puzzled. What exactly was he up to? After all, Lin Yi is the famous Zero, the leader of over 100 factions in Huaxia. If Zero himself is personally wielding the knife to blow up the richest man Qianduoduo's territory, then is Zero Qi, the leader of Wucheng's covering the sky, also involved? So when the rumbling outside started, Jing Shu was even more certain. These people really intended to blow up the entire West Mountain. Why was Jing Shu so sure? Because of the underground passage. When Jing Shu and Su Mali escaped to the underground passage's transit point, Jing Shu saw piles of marks and residues on the ground. She was curious. What were these? They looked like they had been placed there for a long time and then transported away. But where were they transported to? How far? When a main passage leads directly to Qianduoduo's largest, most luxurious and ruthless castle, Jing Shu seemed to understand. It was Qianduoduo's castle. They planned to blow up his mansion. Now everything made sense. The black residue was probably explosives. They dug through the underground passage and used the elevator to transport explosives inside. Jing Shu remembered Lin Yi had brought a lot of explosives from the US but hadn't shown up, so this batch of explosives was likely stored in the underground passage. But this batch should have been brought back last year. The passage had been under construction for some time. All conditions were met. Lin Yi could have just picked a time to blow up the castle and be done with it. So why go through so much trouble dragging Su Mali and the others into it? What puzzled Jing Shu most was that Su Mali was just a pawn. If they wanted to trap her, that would be enough. Why deliberately let them come back? That was the key question. If you want to blow it up, just blow it up. Why all these tricks? Jing Shu thought angrily. The thought of possibly being blown to bits made her legs tremble. She had to find that batch of explosives quickly. Otherwise, even if they ran away, so many tons of explosives could flatten the entire West Mountain.